fellow wanderers of Middle-earth, tonight we delve into the ultimate tragedy of creation itself. How the mightiest of the Valar fell from greatest glory, to become the source of all darkness in Arda. If these chronicles speak to you, please like and subscribe, and let us know where you're listening from and what time it currently is. Now witness the beginning of Shadow, when the most blessed became the most cursed. In the timeless halls before the world was made, there dwelt the Ainur in harmony beyond mortal understanding. These were the holy ones, born of Iru's thought, and each possessed gifts and powers suited to their nature and purpose. Some excelled in the shaping of growing things, others in the music of waters or the dancing of flames. Yet among all the Ainur, one stood apart in the breadth of his knowledge and the depth of his power. Melkor was his name in those blessed days. He was the mightiest of all the Valar, and his understanding encompassed portions of the gifts given to each of his brethren. Where Aule knew the secrets of crafting, Melkor possessed knowledge of those same arts. Where Varda understood the light of stars, he comprehended their making. Where Ulmo commanded the music of waters, Melkor grasped the harmonies that gave them form. In the great design of Iru, Melkor had been given the greatest portion of power and knowledge, for great works were intended for his hands. He was to be the master architect among the Valar, the one who would weave together all their separate gifts into works of surpassing beauty. The very foundations of Arda were to know his touch, and the halls of creation would ring with the music he would make. But with this great power came a burden few could bear. Melkor looked upon his gifts and began to take pride in their scope. He gazed upon his brethren and saw how each possessed but fragments of what he held complete. In Aule's smithying, he perceived only a shadow of his own craft. In Varda's starlight, he beheld but a dim reflection of the radiance he might kindle. This pride took root in his heart like a seed planted in fertile soil. Day by day, in the timeless halls, it grew and strengthened. Melkor began to think of the great works he might accomplish, if only he were free to pursue his own visions. Why should he weave his power together with the lesser gifts of others, when he might create marvels that would surpass their combined efforts? The other Valar noticed the change that came over their brother. Where once his presence had brought harmony to their councils, now it seemed to introduce a note of discord. His suggestions grew more forceful, his patience with others' ideas more strained. When great works were planned, Melkor would offer grander alternatives. When harmony was sought, he would propose more complex melodies. Yet none suspected how far his thoughts had already travelled down dark paths. None guessed that in the secret places of his mind, Melkor had begun to dream of works that would be his alone. He envisioned realms where his will would be supreme, where no voice would be raised to modify his designs or temper his ambitions. These dreams became more precious to him than the fellowship of his brethren. Manwë, greatest of the Valar, save Melkor alone, sensed something of his brother's changing heart. In the wisdom that Iru had granted him, Manwë perceived that clouds were gathering in Melkor's spirit. Yet the nature of Manwë was such that he could not comprehend the depths of malice that dwelt in darkness. He knew only light and purity, and could not imagine how far corruption might spread in a heart that had once been bright. So Manwë spoke gently to Melkor, seeking to recall him to the joy of fellowship. He reminded his brother of the great works they might accomplish together, of the beauty they could bring forth through their combined efforts. But these words only kindled Melkor's pride to greater heat. Why should he, who surpassed all others in power and knowledge, be content to labor as one among many? The seed of rebellion had found deep soil in Melkor's heart, and it began to put forth roots that would spread through all the foundations of his being. In the timeless halls, where peace had reigned since the beginning of thought, shadow began to gather. The mightiest of the Ainur was becoming something else, something that creation had never known. Yet still he appeared fair to outward sight, and his voice carried the music of authority and wisdom. None yet called him by the name he would later bear, when his darkness was revealed for all to see. In those final days of innocence, he was still Melkor, the mighty, first among the Valar, greatest of Eru's children. But in the secret places of his thought, corruption was already at work. The greatest gifts ever granted to a created being were turning to instruments of rebellion. The most blessed of the Ainur was preparing to become the most cursed, though none yet guessed the terrible price that all creation would pay for one Valar's pride. The darkness was beginning, and not all the light in Arda would suffice to drive it back. Then came the day when Eru called all the Ainur before his throne, and his voice rang through the timeless halls, with authority beyond all questioning. The Holy Ones gathered in their multitudes, and among them came Melkor, still fairest in appearance, still mightiest in power. Yet in his heart the seeds of rebellion had grown strong, and he looked upon this gathering with eyes that saw opportunity rather than worship. Behold, spoke Eru to his children, I will set before you a theme, and you shall make in harmony together a great music. Through your song shall be revealed a vision wonderful to behold. For each shall weave his own thoughts and devices into the music, yet all shall serve the greater design. The Ainur lifted their voices in response, and such music began as had never been heard before or since. Each of the Holy Ones contributed according to his nature and the gifts he had received. Manwë sang of winds and open sky, while Ulmo's voice carried the deep music of waters. Aule's song rang with the strength of mountains and the patient work of craftsmen's hands. But Melkor listened to this growing harmony with a heart divided. Part of him thrilled to the beauty being born from their combined voices, yet a greater part chafed at the restrictions of the theme. Here was power beyond imagining, yet it was bound to serve Eru's design rather than his own vision. The music was glorious, but it was not his music. So Melkor began to weave into the harmony thoughts that were not in Eru's theme. Softly at first, he introduced variations that seemed innocent enough, small changes that enhanced the beauty rather than diminishing it. Some of the Ainur near him heard these alterations and found them pleasing, and they began to incorporate similar variations into their own songs. The music grew richer and more complex, but within its beauty a subtle wrongness began to take root. Where Eru's theme had called for simple harmonies, Melkor's additions demanded intricate counterpoint. Where the original design sought balance, his variations pushed toward extremes. The song was becoming something other than what Eru had intended. Emboldened by his success, Melkor grew more daring in his alterations. He began to sing not variations on Eru's theme, but themes of his own devising, his voice mightiest among all the Ainur. rose in melodies that had never been heard in the timeless halls. They were beautiful after their fashion, but they served his will rather than Eru's design. The discord spread like ripples in a pool. Those Ainur who had been drawn to Melkor's early variations found themselves caught up in his greater rebellion. Their voices began to follow his lead, weaving harmonies that supported his themes rather than Eru's. The great music became a battleground between two visions, two wills contending for supremacy. Some of the holy ones fell silent in confusion, unable to find their place in this strange new music. Others raised their voices louder in an attempt to restore the original harmony. The halls that had known only perfect unity now rang with the sound of cosmic discord. Manwë and his followers strove to maintain Eru's theme, but their efforts seemed weak against the growing power of Melkor's rebellion. The mightiest voice among them was turned against the music's true design, and his influence drew ever more of the Ainur into discord. What had begun as perfect harmony was becoming beautiful chaos. Yet even as Melkor's power seemed to grow, overwhelming, Eru remained seated upon his throne, and his face showed neither anger nor dismay. He listened to the discord with the patience of one who sees beyond the present moment, who understands the full pattern even when its threads seem tangled beyond repair. Then Eru lifted his left hand, and a new theme began amid the chaos. It was like the first theme, yet deeper and more terrible in its beauty. This new music acknowledged the discord, but did not surrender to it. Instead, it wove Melkor's rebellion into a greater pattern, making even his defiance serve purposes beyond his understanding. Melkor heard this new theme and recognized the challenge it presented. His discord was not being conquered, but transformed, made to serve ends he had never intended. In fury, he poured all his power into his rebellion, making his music as loud and as chaotic as he could manage. The very halls seemed to tremble with the violence of his effort. But Eru lifted his right hand, and silence fell like a curtain across all the music. In that sudden quiet, the Ainur stood amazed, some in triumph, others in shame, and Melkor in rage that burned all the brighter for being forced to stillness. The great music was ended, but its echoes would ring through all the ages of the world to come. "Behold your music," said Eru to the assembled Ainur, and before them appeared a vision of what their song had wrought. A world of such beauty and terrible majesty that even those who had participated in its making stood in wonder. Yet in that vision, Melkor saw not triumph, but defeat. His discord had become part of a pattern greater than his rebellion. His defiance had been woven into Eru's design, made to serve purposes that were not his own. The mightiest of the Ainur had spent all his power in rebellion, only to find his very rebellion maidservant to his Creator's will. In that moment, as he gazed upon the world his music had helped to shape, Melkor's heart filled with a darkness that would never wholly depart. He had sought to be supreme, and found himself bound. He had sought to create, and found his creation subject to another's design. The first discord had been sounded, and its echoes would ring through all the music of creation until the very ending of days. There before the assembled Aina hung the vision of Arda, born from their music and shining with the light of Eru's design. Oceans rolled beneath skies of deepest blue, while mountains lifted their peaks toward stars not yet kindled. Forests spread their green canopies over valleys, where flowers bloomed in colors that had no names, and rivers sang as they wound their way to the sea. The Ainur beheld this vision and marveled at the beauty their voices had wrought. Even those who had followed Melkor into discord stood amazed at what their rebellion had helped to shape. For Iru's wisdom was beyond their understanding, and he had woven even their defiance into patterns of surpassing loveliness. Yet Melkor looked upon the vision with eyes that saw not beauty but opportunity. Here was a realm that could be shaped according to will and desire. Here were substances that could be molded, forces that could be directed, spaces that could be claimed and ruled. The vision showed him not Iru's achievement, but his own potential dominion. While his brethren gazed in wonder at the harmony of the design, Melkor studied the vision with the intensity of a conqueror planning his campaign. He saw where mountains might be raised higher, where seas might be deepened, where the very foundations of the world might be altered to serve his purposes. The music had ended, but the shaping could begin anew. In the depths of Melkor's heart, a great longing arose. This world that hung before them like a jewel in darkness, this realm born from song and vision, could become his domain. He need not remain forever in the timeless halls, bound by fellowship and constrained by the will of others. Here was a place where his power could find full expression. The vision faded as Iru withdrew it from their sight, but its image remained burned into Melkor's thought. Even as the other Ainur continued their wandering discourse about what they had beheld. Melkor's mind was already racing ahead to possibilities the vision had revealed. He began to plan, to calculate, to dream of dominion. Then Iru spoke again to his children, and his words would change the fate of all creation. Behold, I give to you the power to descend into this world, if you so choose, and to give it form according to your nature. Yet know that in entering Arda, you shall be bound to it until the end of time. Your power shall be lessened by taking physical form, but your influence upon the world shall be made manifest. Many of the Ainur hesitated at these words, for the timeless halls had been their home since the beginning of thought. To leave that blessed realm for the uncertain glory of physical form seemed a great and perilous choice. But Melkor felt no hesitation. Here was the opportunity his heart had craved. Without delay or ceremony, Melkor chose to descend. His spirit, mightiest among all the Ainur, pressed downward from the timeless halls toward the world that hung waiting in the void. As he descended, he felt his power gathering and focusing, preparing to take on form and substance in the realm below. He entered Arda like a flame given shape and will. The moment his essence touched the foundations of the world, changes began to ripple outward from his presence. Where Iru's design had called for gentle valleys, Melkor's influence carved deep chasms. Where the music had woven patterns of moderate climate, his power kindled extremes of heat and cold. Melkor revelled in this first exercise of his will upon physical creation. Here was power made manifest. Here was the ability to shape and alter according to his desire alone. No other voice constrained him. No fellowship limited his choices. In this new realm, he could be what he had always believed himself to be, supreme. He began to establish his dominion with the joy of an artist, finally free to create without restriction. Mountains rose at his command, reaching toward the heavens like monuments to his power. seas boiled with heat drawn up from the world's foundations. Storms gathered at his summons, and lightning danced according to his will. Yet even as Melkor worked to reshape Arda according to his vision, he began to sense that he was not alone in the world. Other presences were descending from the timeless halls. Other wills were preparing to take form and enter the realm he had claimed as his own. The knowledge filled him with fierce possessiveness. This world had been born from the music, and his voice had been mightiest in that song. By right of power and priority, Arda should bow to his will alone. The other Ainur might come as servants or subjects, but they should not come as equals. The very thought of sharing dominion over his realm kindled anger in Melkor's heart. So began the first war for the mastery of Arda. It was fought not with swords or armies, for such things did not yet exist, but with the clash of will against will, power against power. Melkor strove to claim and hold the entire world as his domain, while his brethren sought to establish their own places within Eru's design. The vision had shown them harmony, but Melkor's heart knew only the desire for supremacy. In entering Arda, the mightiest of the Ainur had chosen the path that would make him enemy to all that was fair and good in the world. The flame of his ambition had been kindled, and it would burn until the very foundations of creation were consumed in its heat. The other Valar descended into Arda, and beheld what Melkor had wrought in his first fury of creation. Where Eru's design had envisioned ordered beauty, they found chaos and extremes. Mountains thrust up like jagged teeth, while chasms gaped like wounds in the earth's flesh. Storms raged without purpose or pattern, and the very air seemed to burn with the heat of Melkor's unrestrained will. Yet the Valar did not despair, for they carried within themselves the memory of the vision, and they knew what Arda was meant to become. With patient labor, they began to establish order where Melkor had sown confusion. Manwë calmed the raging storms and gave them proper paths across the sky. Ulmo gathered the scattered waters into their appointed courses. Aule smoothed the tortured earth and gave it stable foundations. Melkor washed these works with growing fury. Each act of restoration diminished his dominion. Each ordered creation stood as a rebuke to his chaotic alterations. The world he had claimed as his own was being transformed according to purposes he had not chosen. His fellow Valar worked not as his subjects, but as his equals, and this equality he could not endure. War came to Arda then, the first war the world had known. It was not fought with weapons of metal or stone, for such things were unknown in that elder time. Instead, the Valar contested with the raw forces of creation itself. Melkor would raise a mountain, and Aule would carve valleys to contain its roots. Melkor would kindle a fire to consume the growing things, and Yavanna would call rain to quench the flames. For long ages this contest continued, with Melkor striving always to claim dominion over the whole of Arda, while his brethren worked to establish the vision they had seen in the timeless halls. Neither side could achieve complete victory, for Melkor's power was greatest among them, but the other Valar were many, and their unity gave them strength. At last, the Valar achieved a temporary peace. Melkor withdrew to the northern wastes, where he delved deep halls in the roots of the earth, and began to gather about himself such Maya as were drawn to his rebellion. In these halls, which he named Utumno, he brooded on his defeats and planned greater works of dominion. Meanwhile, the Valar labored to bring light to the world, for in those days neither sun nor moon had yet been kindled, and Arda lay in darkness save for the fires that burned in the deep places. After much thought and preparation, they resolved to raise 2 mighty lamps that would illuminate all the lands and seas. In the midst of Arda they raised a great pillar, taller than any mountain, and upon its summit they set a lamp of gold, whose light was like the brightness of the stars, concentrated into perfect radiance. This lamp they named Iluin, and its beams reached to every corner of the northern lands. Between these 2 great lamps lay the great lake, and in its midst was the island where the Valar made their first dwelling in Arda. There they built the city of Almeron, and for a time it seemed that peace and order had come to the world at last. Under the mingled light of the lamps, all things grew and flourished. Forests spread their branches wide, flowers opened petals of every hue, and the very stones seemed to sing with the joy of creation fulfilled. But in Utumno, Melkor felt the touch of that blessed light, and it tormented him beyond endurance. Each ray that penetrated his dark halls reminded him of his defeat. Each gleam that illuminated his works showed him how far short they fell of true beauty. The light of the lamps was like a constant accusation, a daily proof that others could create what he could only corrupt. His hatred grew until it consumed all other thoughts. In the depths of his fortress, he planned a stroke that would shatter the Valar's peace, and plunge the world into darkness once more. If he could not rule in light, then he would make himself master of shadows. Melkor began to delve secret tunnels beneath the roots of the earth, reaching out from Utumno toward the pillars that supported the great lamps. His work was hidden from the sight of the Valar, for he labored in places deeper than their watchful eyes could penetrate. For long years he worked, undermining the foundations of their great achievement. The Valar in Almeron knew nothing of this hidden labor. They dwelt in the light of their lamps, and rejoiced in the beauty that surrounded them. Yavanna sang to the growing things, and they responded with ever greater loveliness. Aule shaped metals and stones into works of wonder. All seemed well with the world, and peace appeared secure at last. Then Melkor struck. In a single moment of terrible violence, he shattered the foundations of both pillars. The mighty supports, weakened by his secret delving, could no longer bear the weight of the great lamps above. With a sound like thunder multiplied beyond all measure, both pillars cracked and swayed and fell. Then Melkor struck. In a single moment of terrible violence, he shattered the foundations of both pillars. The mighty supports, weakened by his secret delving, could no longer bear the weight of the great lamps above. With a sound like thunder multiplied beyond all measure, both pillars cracked and swayed and fell. Iluin and Ormul, the lights of the world, plummeted from their heights and struck the earth with such force that the very foundations of Arda shook. Where they fell, great seas of fire spread outward, consuming all in their path. The ordered beauty that had grown under their light was swept away in moments, replaced by waste and desolation. The Valar fled from Almeran as the fires approached, bearing with them what they could save from the ruin. Their first dwelling in Arda was consumed, their great work undone, their peace shattered by Melkor's malice. The world that had known light and order was plunged into darkness and chaos once more. In the depths of Utumno, Melkor laughed at his victory. The lamps were broken, the Valar scattered, and darkness ruled the earth again. He had proven that destruction was easier than creation, that malice could triumph over love. Yet in his triumph lay the seed of greater conflicts to come. For the Valar would not accept this defeat as final, and their response would shake the world to its foundations. In the darkness that followed the lamp's destruction, Melkor withdrew to the uttermost north of Middle-earth, where ice and stone stretched endlessly beneath starless skies. There, in that desolate realm beyond the reach of his enemies, he began the greatest work of his rebellion. If the Valar would not acknowledge his supremacy, then he would build a kingdom where his will alone held sway. The earth trembled as Melkor began his delving. Deep into the bones of Arda he carved, deeper than any of the Valar had ever worked, until he reached places where the very foundations of the world grew thin and malleable. Here, in the roots of the mountains, he would build a fortress that would dwarf any work his brethren might achieve. Utumno rose in those days, though rose was perhaps the wrong word for a realm that grew ever downward into darkness. Its halls stretched for leagues beneath the earth, carved from living rock and shaped according to Melkor's vision of terrible majesty. No light of star or flame touched those depths save what he kindled himself, and that light was red as blood and cold as the spaces between the stars. The fortress was not built by Melkor's hands alone, though his power shaped its greatest halls. In those dark days after the lamps fell, other spirits began to come to him, drawn by the promise of power, unconstrained by fellowship or mercy. Some were Maya who had grown weary of service to the Valar, while others were beings of lesser order who had never known the light of the blessed realm. Among these followers, certain ones stood forth in power and malice that matched their master's own dark majesty. These were the spirits who would become known in later ages as Balrogs, the demons of shadow and flame. In the deeps of Utumno, Melkor wrought them into new forms, clothing their essence in bodies of shadow and fire, that could walk the halls of Arda and work his will upon the world. Gothmog was the mightiest of these corrupted Maya, and he became Melkor's chief lieutenant in those early days of darkness. His form was terrible to behold, wreathed in flame that gave no warmth and casting shadows that seemed to devour light itself. In his hands he bore weapons forged in Utumno's deepest fires, and his voice carried the authority of one who spoke with Melkor's own power. The halls of Utumno rang with the sound of forges working day and night, though in that realm of eternal darkness, day and night held no meaning. Here, Melkor's servants labored to create weapons and instruments of war unlike any the world had yet seen. Swords they made that could cleave stone as easily as flesh, and armor that turned aside all blows save those struck with the greatest force. Yet weapons were only the beginning of Melkor's works in Utumno. In the deepest pits of his fortress, he began experiments in creation that would have horrified the Valar had they known of them. He sought to understand the very nature of life itself, not to nurture it as Yavanna did, but to twist it into forms that would serve his purposes. Creatures began to emerge from these laboratories of corruption, beings that had never walked beneath the light of the lamps or known the touch of Aru's direct creation. Wolves there were, but larger and more terrible than any natural beast. With eyes that burned like coals, and voices that could freeze the blood of those who heard them. Other things took shape in those depths, creatures for which no names existed, because they were abominations against the very order of creation. The power that flowed from Utumno began to corrupt the lands around it. The very air grew thick with malice, and plants that grew too near the fortress withered and took on twisted forms. Streams that flowed down from those northern wastes carried poison in their waters, and the fish that swam in them became things of horror rather than beauty. Melkor himself grew in stature and terrible majesty during these years of building. The form he wore in Arda became ever more imposing, until he stood like a tower of shadow and flame among his servants. His voice carried such authority that none in Utumno could resist his commands, and his will imposed itself upon every stone and timber of his great fortress. Yet for all his growing power, Melkor was not content. The darkness he ruled was vast, but it was only a small portion of Arda's expanse. Beyond the borders of his influence, he knew that the Valar still worked to heal the wounds he had inflicted upon the world. The knowledge that others shaped Arda according to their will, rather than his own, filled him with a rage that grew stronger with each passing age. From the highest towers of Utumno, he could see far across Middle-earth to where lights began to kindle in the western lands. The Valar had not been idle in their exile from Almaron. They had found new dwelling places and were beginning new works of creation. The sight of those distant gleams was like salt in a wound to Melkor's pride. He began to plan new campaigns of conquest and destruction. Utumno would be his base of operations, the place from which his power would flow out to claim all of Middle-earth. The fortress that had grown in darkness would become the capital of an empire that stretched from the northern wastes to the furthest southern seas. In the depths of his throne room, carved from a single enormous stone, and lit by flames that had never known the touch of natural fire, Melkor sat and dreamed of dominion. The mightiest of the Valar had become the master of the deepest darkness, and his rebellion had grown from mere discord in the music to open war against the very foundations of Eru's creation. The underworld was complete, and from its depths would come such evils as Arda had never imagined. Utumno stood ready to vomit forth its master's wrath upon the world, and none yet guessed how terrible that wrath would prove to be. In the deepest pits of Utumno, where the stone itself seemed to weep with the memory of violence, Melkor began his greatest blasphemy against the order of creation. He had built his fortress and gathered his servants, but mere architecture and willing followers could not satisfy the hunger that burned in his corrupted heart. He would not merely rule over what existed. He would create new forms of life that owed their very existence to his will alone. The workshops he established for this purpose lay far beneath even the throne halls, where Gothmog and the other Balrogs held their councils. Here, in chambers carved from rock that had never known light, Melkor labored with an intensity that bordered on madness. The tools he used were not hammers and tongs like those Aule employed, but forces drawn from the very foundations of being itself. He began with creatures that already roamed the wild places of Middle-earth, beasts that had emerged from the music of creation, but bore no special protection or blessing from the Valar. Wolves he took first, for their fierce nature appealed to his corrupted vision. But the wolves that entered his laboratories bore little resemblance to the creatures that emerged from them. Under Melkor's ministrations, their forms swelled until they stood as tall as horses, yet retained all the predatory grace of their smaller kin. Their eyes he kindled with fires drawn from Utumno's forges, until they glowed like coals in the darkness, and could see clearly in depths where even starlight never penetrated. Their voices he changed, until their howls could freeze the blood of any who heard them, and carry 4 leagues across the frozen wastes. But it was not enough merely to enlarge and enhance what already existed. Melkor's ambition drove him to attempt creations that had no precedent in Iru's design. In the crucibles of his deepest workshops, he began to blend the essence of different creatures, creating amalgamations that violated every principle of natural order. Things emerged from those experiments that had no names because they had never been intended to exist. Some bore the bodies of great cats, but walked upright like men, their hands ending in claws that could rend stone as easily as flesh. Others combined the worst aspects of serpent and bird, with wings that cast shadows like funeral shrouds, and voices that spoke words in languages that hurt the mind to hear. Each new creation filled Melkor with a perverse joy, for here was proof that his power rivaled even that of Iru himself. The flame imperishable might kindle life, but Melkor could twist that life into forms that served his purposes rather than the Creator's design. In his pride, he began to believe that he was not merely reshaping what existed, but bringing forth genuinely new forms of being. The creatures he made were bound to him by bonds stronger than mere loyalty or fear. Their very existence depended upon his continued will, and they felt his desires as physical compulsions that could not be resisted. They were extensions of his malice, given independent form, and through them his influence could spread far beyond the borders of Utumno itself. Some of these early monsters he sent forth into the world to serve as his scouts and agents. They prowled the dark places of Middle-earth, seeking out any signs of the Valar's activity, and reporting back to their master through bonds that transcended ordinary communication. Their presence began to corrupt the very lands they walked upon, turning streams bitter and causing healthy trees to sicken and die. The mightiest of his early creations, Melkor kept close to himself, using them as guards for his most secret chambers, and as enforcers of his will among his other servants. These creatures were too terrible to be allowed to roam freely, for their mere presence could drive lesser beings mad with terror. They dwelt in the deepest pits of Utumno, feeding on darkness itself and growing stronger with each passing age. Yet for all his success in creating new forms of life, Melkor found himself increasingly frustrated by the limitations of his material. The beasts of Middle-earth provided only crude substance for his experiments, and the results, while terrible and effective, lacked the refinement he craved. They were powerful, but they were also mindless, capable only of following simple commands and indulging their base appetites. What Melkor truly desired was to create beings that possessed both power and intelligence, creatures that could serve not merely as weapons or tools, but as true subjects capable of worship and independent thought. He envisioned armies of such beings, all owing their existence to him alone, all bound to serve his will, while possessing enough consciousness to choose that service freely. But intelligence was not something that could be imposed from without like size or strength. It arose from the deepest mysteries of creation, from the interaction between the flame imperishable, and the designs woven into the music itself. To create truly intelligent beings, Melkor would need access to the very sources of consciousness, to the spark that made the difference between mere life and true awareness. This realization filled him with a rage that shook the foundations of Utumno. His power, vast though it was, had limits that he could not transcend through will alone. He could corrupt and alter what already existed, but the deepest mysteries of creation remained beyond his grasp. The intelligent servants he craved would have to be won through conquest, rather than fashioned in his laboratories. Yet the monsters he had already created served their purpose well enough. They spread his influence across the dark places of Middle-earth, and their very existence was a testament to his power over the forces of life and death. In time, he would find better material for his experiments, beings that already possessed the intelligence he sought to corrupt. The first monsters were complete, and they were only the beginning. In the depths of Utumno, their creators sat upon his throne, and dreamed of greater abominations yet to come, of corruptions so perfect that even their victims would thank him for the transformation. The workshops of blasphemy remained busy, and their products grew ever more terrible with each passing age. The corruption that flowed from Utumno could not long remain hidden from the Valar, though they dwelt now in the far west, beyond the reach of Melkor's immediate malice. The very air of Middle-earth began to carry whispers of wrongness, and the waters that flowed from the northern wastes brought with them the taste of poison and despair. Yavanna felt the sickness first, for her spirit was attuned to all growing things, and she sensed how the forests nearest to Utumno writhed in unnatural anguish. Manwë looked eastward from his high halls, and saw shadows gathering where no shadows should fall. The winds that came to him from Middle-earth carried sense of corruption that made his spirit recoil in horror. Something moved in the darkness of the world's heart, something that defied every principle of harmony and order that the music had established. The Valar took counsel together, and their debate was long and sorrowful. They had come to Arda to be its guardians and shapers, but their mightiest brother had become its greatest enemy. The realm they sought to nurture was being poisoned at its very roots, and each day that passed saw Melkor's influence spread further across the lands they had hoped to perfect. Olé spoke of the unnatural creatures his servants reported in the wild places, beasts that bore the mark of deliberate corruption rather than natural evolution. Omo told of streams that ran backward and seas that boiled without cause, signs that the very foundations of the world were being twisted to serve alien purposes. All their works were being undone by the malice that poured forth from the northern darkness, yet still they hesitated to take up arms against their brother, for war among the powers of Arda would shake the world to its foundations. The damage such conflict might cause could prove worse than even Melkor's corruption, and the scars it left might never heal. But as the reports of spreading darkness continued to arrive, it became clear that hesitation would serve only to make Melkor stronger. The decision, when it finally came, was unanimous. The Valar would march to war against the master of Utumno, not in hatred, but in sorrow for what he had become. They armed themselves with powers drawn from the deepest sources of their being, and they set forth across Middle-earth with purposes as grim as any they had ever conceived. Melkor felt their approach long before his scouts brought word of their movements. The very foundations of Utumno trembled as the combined might of the Valar drew near, and for the first time since his rebellion began, something like doubt stirred in his heart. He had grown mighty in his fortress, but he remained alone in his power, while his enemies came united in their purpose. Yet pride would not let him yield or flee. From the deepest armories of Utumno, he summoned forth his servants in numbers beyond counting. Balrogs emerged from their pits of fire, their whips cracking like thunder as they prepared for battle. The great wolves loped through the halls with eyes blazing and fangs gleaming, while overhead his winged creatures darkened the sky with their multitude. The war that followed shook Middle-earth from its northern wastes to its furthest southern shores. Mountains cracked under the weight of the Valar's tread, while seas boiled where Melkor's fire met Ulmo's waters. The very air seemed to burn with the violence of their conflict, and the few creatures that had survived the earlier darkness fled to whatever shelter they could find. Melkor fought with the fury of one who knows his cause is lost, but will not admit defeat. His power, concentrated and focused through ages of brooding malice, seemed at first to match even the combined might of his foes. Where Manwë sent forth winds to scatter his armies, Melkor called up storms that turned the sky black as midnight. Where Aule raised barriers of stone to contain his advance, Melkor shattered them with earthquakes that opened chasms in the earth. But gradually, the weight of numbers began to tell against him. The Valar fought not merely with power, but with unity of purpose, each supporting the others in perfect harmony. Melkor's servants, mighty though they were, remained creatures of his own making, bound to his will but lacking the independence of true allies. One by one, they fell before the combined assault of his enemies. Gothmog himself strove against Manwë, in single combat above the towers of Utumno, fire meeting wind in a contest that lit the northern sky like a second dawn. But even the mightiest of the Balrogs could not stand alone against the Elder King, and he was cast down into the depths from which he had emerged. At last Melkor stood alone among the ruins of his fortress, his armies scattered and his great works undone. The Valar surrounded him in a circle of implacable power, and he saw in their faces not triumph, but sorrow for what he had chosen to become. Even in that moment, Manwë offered him the chance to repent and return to the fellowship he had abandoned. But Melkor's pride would not bend even in defeat. He raised his voice in defiance, calling curses down upon his captors and swearing oaths of vengeance that made the very stones of Utumno weep. His hatred burned so fiercely that it seemed to take physical form, a darkness that reached out to poison everything it touched. Then the Valar laid hands upon their fallen brother, and the greatest of the Eye, Nor, was bound with chains forged from his own malice. The power that had shaped Utumno and corrupted countless creatures was turned back upon itself, becoming the instrument of its master's captivity. Melkor struggled against these bonds with all his remaining strength, but they were wrought from his own essence and could not be broken by force. They bore him westward across Middle-earth, past the ruins of the works he had destroyed, and the wastelands his corruption had created. The journey was long and sorrowful, for at each step they saw fresh evidence of the damage. His rebellion had wrought upon the world they had hoped to perfect. At the borders of Valinor, the Undying Lands, they delivered Melkor into the custody of Mandos, he who was judge of the Valar and keeper of the halls of the dead. There, in chambers carved from adamant and sealed with bonds, that could not be broken by any power in Arda. The master of Utumno began his captivity. 3 full ages he would remain there, 3 turnings of the great wheel of time, during which the world might heal from the wounds he had inflicted. In the darkness of his prison, Melkor had long years to contemplate what his pride had cost him, and what further prices it might yet demand. But in his heart, no true repentance grew. Instead, his hatred deepened and refined itself, becoming something purer and more terrible than the crude malice he had wielded before. In the silence of Mando's halls, the first Dark Lord prepared for a return that would make his earlier rebellion seem like mere discord in a children's song. Three ages passed in the halls of Mandos, while Melkor dwelt in darkness that was not of his own making. The chambers that held him were carved from stone harder than diamond, and their walls were inscribed with words of binding that drew their power from the music itself. No light touched those depths save what filtered down through passages sealed with adamant, and no sound reached the prisoner save the distant echo of his own breathing. In that profound solitude, Melkor had long years to contemplate the ruin of his first rebellion. The mighty fortress of Utumno lay broken and empty, its halls collapsed and its forges cold. The armies he had gathered were scattered or destroyed, and the creatures he had shaped in his workshops had fled to the dark corners of the world. All his works had come to nothing, and he alone remained to bear the weight of his failure. Yet in the depths of his captivity, no true repentance stirred in Melkor's heart. Instead, his hatred refined itself like metal tempered in flame, becoming purer and more focused with each passing age. He brooded on the moment of his defeat, analyzing every detail with the intensity of a general studying a lost battle. The Valar had conquered him through unity, but unity could be broken. Trust could be betrayed, and fellowship could be turned to weakness. As the ages turned, voices began to rise among the Valar, calling for mercy toward their imprisoned brother. Manwë himself led these appeals, for his nature was such that he could not believe evil could resist the healing power of time and solitude. Surely, the elder king argued, even the mightiest rebellion must eventually exhaust itself against the patient love of Aru's design. Yavanna spoke of the growing things that suffered in Middle-earth, where the poison of Melkor's influence still lingered in stream and soil. Would not his repentance speed the healing of those wounds? Ali remembered the brother who had once shared in the joy of creation, and wondered if that joy might yet be rekindled. Even Olmo, whose waters had been among the first to feel Melkor's corruption, began to speak of forgiveness and the possibility of redemption. Only Tolkien, mightiest in strength among the Valar, counselled continued caution. He had felt the full fury of Melkor's power in battle, and he sensed something unfinished in their victory. But his voice was overruled by those who spoke of mercy and the healing power of time. 3 ages, they reasoned, was surely enough to humble even the proudest heart and turn it back toward the light. In his cell, Melkor felt the slow change in his captor's attitude like a spider sensing vibrations in its web. Through the stones themselves, he could feel the growing sympathy that stirred in the undying lands, and he began to prepare for the performance of his existence. If the Valar wished to believe in his repentance, then repentant he would seem, at least until the moment came to cast aside all pretense. When at last the summons came to appear before the judgment seat of Manwë, Melkor was ready. The form he wore as they led him from his cell was calculated to inspire both pity and hope. Gone was the terrible majesty he had displayed in Utumno, replaced by an aspect of noble sorrow that spoke of pride humbled and malice purged by suffering. His voice, when he spoke, carried no trace of the rage that had once shaken the foundations of his fortress. Before the assembled Valar, Melkor cast himself upon the ground and spoke words that seemed to flow from a heart truly broken by remorse. He acknowledged his crimes against the order of creation and begged forgiveness for the pain his rebellion had caused. The darkness that had consumed his spirit, he claimed, had been burned away by the fires of just punishment, leaving only ashes and the desire to make amends. The performance was flawless in every detail. Melkor spoke of his loneliness in the halls of Mandos, of the long years he had spent contemplating the harmony he had violated. He praised the wisdom of his captors and begged only for the chance to prove that his repentance was genuine. His words carried such conviction that even Tulkas began to waver in his opposition. Manwë looked upon his fallen brother and saw only what his own noble nature allowed him to perceive. The elder king could no more comprehend the depths of calculated deception than he could willingly embrace malice himself. In Melkor's carefully crafted humility, he saw the triumph of patience and mercy over pride and rebellion. Yet the Valar were not entirely without caution. Melkor would be released, but under conditions that would limit his freedom and test the sincerity of his conversion. He would dwell in Valinor itself, under the watchful eyes of those he claimed to have wronged. He would be given tasks suited to his repentant state, opportunities to demonstrate through deeds, rather than words that his heart had truly changed. Most importantly, he would be forbidden to leave the Blessed Realm without the express permission of Manwë himself. Whatever works of healing or creation he wished to undertake must be performed within the borders of Valinor, where his actions could be observed and his progress measured. These restrictions he accepted with every appearance of gratitude, as though confinement in paradise were a mercy beyond his deserving. The chains that bound him were struck away with ceremony, befitting the magnitude of mercy being shown. As the adamant links fell to the floor of Manwë's hall, they rang like bells celebrating a victory over darkness itself. The Valar looked upon their freed brother and saw in him the promise of redemption triumphant. Evil conquered not by force, but by the patient power of love. But in Melkor's heart, hatred burned as fierce as ever, hidden now beneath layers of deception, more subtle than any corruption he had worked upon the creatures of Middle-earth. The chains were broken, but the bonds of malice remained unbroken. His rebellion had not ended. It had merely entered a new and more dangerous phase. The prisoner's plea had been accepted, and his freedom restored. Now came the time to prove whether mercy extended to the undeserving could triumph over malice refined by ages of brooding hate. The true test of Melkor's repentance was about to begin, and he was already planning its catastrophic failure. Melkor came to dwell in Valmer as one reborn from darkness, and the light of the two trees fell upon him for the first time since his rebellion began. Laurelin's golden radiance and Telperian's silver gleaming should have brought joy to any spirit freed from the shadows of Mandos, yet they served only to remind him of all he had lost and all he still coveted. Each ray that touched his carefully composed features was like a blade turned in an old wound. The Valar had prepared chambers for him befitting one who sought redemption through service. These halls were fair beyond mortal description, wrought of white stone that seemed to capture and hold the mingled light of the trees. Gardens surrounded them, where flowers bloomed in hues that had no names in any earthly tongue, and fountains sang with water drawn from springs that had never known corruption. Yet Melkor found no peace in this beauty. Where others saw harmony and perfection, he perceived only reminders of his exclusion from the great work of creation. Each perfect detail was a testament to achievements that bore no mark of his making. Each lovely vista spoke of visions he had not shared. The very perfection of Valinor made his exile from true fellowship more bitter than any chain. He played his part with consummate skill, accepting the tasks assigned to him with every appearance of grateful humility. When Yavanna asked his counsel on matters of growing things, he spoke words of wisdom that seemed to flow from genuine love of creation. When Ale sought his aid in works of shaping, Melkor's suggestions were so apt and helpful that the smith of the Valar began to speak fondly of his brother's return to fellowship. But even as Melkor labored in their gardens and workshops, his true attention was focused elsewhere. The Valar themselves held little interest for him now, for he had measured their powers in battle and knew their limitations. It was their children, the Eldar, who had awakened beside Quivionen and been brought to dwell in the light of Valinor, the undying lands, who drew his keenest observation. The Noldor, above all, captured his attention, for in them burned a flame of creativity that echoed his own lost gifts. Prince Feanor moved through the halls of Tirion like a living jewel, his mind aflame with visions of works that had never been attempted. In his hands, the arts of his people reached heights that amazed even the Valar themselves, and his latest creation, the Silmarils, held the very light of the trees captive in crystalline form. Melkor studied Feanor with the intensity of a hunter learning the habits of his prey. He noted the prince's fierce pride in his achievements, and the way his eyes kindled when others praised his works. Here was a spirit that could be touched by the same ambitions that had once driven Melkor himself. Here was pride that might be turned to rebellion if the proper pressure were applied. Yet Feanor was not the only one who drew Melkor's attention. The prince's half-brothers, Fingolfin and Finarfin, commanded their own followings among the Noldor, and between these houses ran currents of rivalry that a careful observer might learn to exploit. Feanor's sons, too, showed the fire of their father's spirit, though in each it burned with a different hue. Day by day, as Melkor moved among the Eldar, with the appearance of one seeking friendship and counsel, he gathered intelligence more valuable than any treasure. He learned which words could kindle anger in Feanor's heart, and which suggestions could deepen the prince's suspicions of his brothers. He discovered the fears that lay hidden beneath Fingolfin's noble bearing, and the doubts that sometimes clouded Finarfin's wisdom. Most precious of all, he began to understand the deep love the Noldor bore for their works and treasures. They were craftsmen above all else, and in their creations they poured not merely skill, but portions of their very souls. To threaten their works was to threaten their spirits themselves, and to steal their treasures was to wound them more deeply than any sword could cut. The knowledge grew within him like a secret fire, warming him through the long charade of repentance. Each conversation with the Eldar, added new understanding to his store. Each observation revealed fresh possibilities for manipulation. He began to see how the very virtues of the Noldor might be turned into weapons against them, how their love of beauty could become a snare, and their pride in achievement a path to downfall. Yet Melkor was too wise to move openly against them, while he remained under the watchful eyes of the Valar instead. He contented himself with small influences. Words dropped into conversations that would take root and grow in their intended soil. A hint here about the limitations placed upon Eldarin craft by their dwelling in Valinor. A suggestion there that perhaps the Noldor deserved greater recognition for their achievements. He spoke most often to those Eldar who gathered at the great square of Tirion, where the Noldor came to hear news and debate matters of importance to their people. There, standing among them like a reformed criminal seeking acceptance, Melkor offered wisdom that seemed both helpful and harmless. His words were always carefully chosen to deepen existing divisions rather than create new ones. Surely, he might say to one group, Prince Feanor's gifts deserve recognition even among the Valar themselves. Has any of the Holy Ones created works to match the Silmarils? And to another group, he would speak differently. Yet wisdom is not the sole province of any one house. The children of Finwë are all blessed with greatness, though each expresses it in his own manner. The poison of these seemingly innocent words spread slowly through the Noldorin community, carried by those who thought they were merely repeating the observations of a repentant Valar. Jealousies that had slumbered began to stir, and pride that had been content with its achievements began to demand greater recognition. Through it all, Melkor maintained his facade of humble service to the will of Manwë and the good of all creation. When the Valar looked upon him, they saw only what he wished them to see, a spirit genuinely transformed by suffering and determined to make amends for past errors. His reformation appeared so complete that some began to speak of it as a miracle worthy of celebration. But in the secret places of his heart, where no light of Valinor could penetrate, Melkor nurtured the same hatred that had driven his first rebellion. The watching and learning were only preparation for a stroke that would dwarf his earlier crimes. The Valar had shown him mercy, and he would repay that mercy with betrayal beyond their darkest imagining. The Watcher had learned all he needed to know, and the time of deception was drawing to its close. The charade of repentance grew ever more burdensome to Melkor as the years passed in the light of Valinor, the undying lands. Each day brought fresh reminders of his diminished status. Each act of humble service rankled against the pride that still burned in his heart. The Valar praised his reformation, and the Eldar began to speak of him with something approaching trust. Yet all their approval felt like mockery to one who had once commanded the allegiance of Balrogs and the fear of nations. He began to chafe against the restrictions that bound him to the Blessed Realm, the world beyond. Valinor's borders called to him with voices of shadow and revenge, and the knowledge that he could not answer. That call, without revealing the falseness of his repentance, filled him with rage that grew stronger each day. The performance was becoming unbearable, and he knew that soon he must either act or be consumed by his own frustrated malice. In the depths of night, when even the light of the trees dimmed to silver twilight, Melkor began to walk the borders of Valinor in secret. He told himself that these journeys were merely attempts to find peace through solitude, but in truth he was testing the limits of his cage. The Valar had forbidden him to leave their realm, but they had not set guards at every mountain pass, or sealed every hidden path with spells of binding. It was during one of these midnight wanderings that he felt it, a presence in the darkness beyond Valinor's borders, that resonated with the same hunger for destruction that burned in his own heart. Something dwelt in the lightless places between the roots of the world, something that hated the very existence of beauty, an order with an intensity that matched his own. The knowledge of that presence called to him like a beacon in the night. Melkor had heard whispers of this creature in the deep places of his memory, fragments of lore from the music's earliest themes. Ungoliant was her name, and she was hunger given form and malice made manifest. She had come into being in the darkness between the stars, feeding on light itself until she had grown mighty enough to threaten even the designs of the Valar. While the Holy Ones had labored to bring forth beauty in Arda, she had lurked in the void, weaving webs of shadow that could trap and devour the very essence of creation. The thought of such an ally filled Melkor with a fierce joy that he had not known since the days of his rebellion. Here was a power that owed nothing to Aru's design, a force of destruction that could match his own thirst for dominion. If he could win her to his cause, the combined might of their malice could accomplish what his strength alone had failed to achieve. But approaching Ungoliant would require him to leave Valinor in defiance of his parole, and such an act would reveal the falseness of his repentance to any who observed it. The risk was enormous, for if he were discovered, the Valar would surely chain him in bonds that no deception could break. Yet the potential reward was worth any danger, and Melkor had grown desperate enough to hazard everything on a single throw of the dice. He chose his moment with the care of a master thief. During the festival of Mahan Naxxa, when all the Valar and most of the Eldar gathered on Tanaketel to celebrate the harmony of creation, Melkor slipped away from the revels, like a shadow fleeing the light. His absence would not be noted for hours, and by then he intended to be far beyond the borders of the Blessed Realm. The journey to Ungoliant's lair led him through places that had never known the blessing of the tree's light. Here, in the gaps between the roots of the mountains, darkness reigned eternal, and the very air seemed thick with malice. Strange sounds echoed from hidden caverns, and the ground beneath his feet felt treacherous, as though it might give way at any moment to reveal abysses that had no bottom. At last he found her, and the sight nearly broke even his resolve. Ungoliant crouched in a vast web that stretched between pinnacles of black stone, and her form was terror made manifest. She was spider and shadow combined, with eyes that burned like dying stars, and a voice that spoke in whispers that could freeze the blood of any who heard them. Her hunger was so vast that the very darkness around her seemed to bend inward, drawn into the void of her endless appetite. Yet Melkor mastered his revulsion and approached the creature with words of flattery and promised reward. He spoke of the light that blazed in Valinor, the undying lands, light that fed the very beings who had presumed to set limits upon the darkness. He painted visions of the feast that awaited one with the power to devour that radiance, of the satisfaction that would come from consuming the greatest works of those who styled themselves guardians of creation. Ungoliant listened with attention that grew keener as Melkor's promises became more specific. The Silmarils he described in loving detail, jewels that held the pure light of the trees themselves. and would provide nourishment beyond any she had ever tasted. The trees themselves he offered as the ultimate feast, their radiance concentrated and made vulnerable to one who could approach them with sufficient stealth. But the spider was ancient in cunning, and she sensed that the Valar sought more than mere partnership in destruction. Her price, when she finally named it, was terrible beyond even Melkor's expectations. She would help him darken Valinor and steal the treasures he coveted. But in return she demanded not merely a share of the spoils, but the right to devour whatever light they captured. The Silmarils, when they were won, would feed her hunger before they served his ambitions. The bargain struck at the very heart of Melkor's pride, for it made him dependent upon a creature he despised, and forced him to share treasures he had claimed as his own. Yet his need was too great for refusal, and his hatred of the Valar burned too fiercely to be quenched by mere prudence. He agreed to her terms, though each word of acceptance tasted like poison in his mouth. Together they began to plan the assault that would bring darkness to the heart of Valinor itself. Ungoliant would weave shadows to hide their approach, and spin webs strong enough to climb the very trunks of the great trees. Melkor would provide the power needed to wound. Laurelin and Telperion beyond any hope of healing, while she would drain their light until only darkness remained. The alliance was sealed with oaths that bound them each to the other's purpose, though neither trusted their partner further than necessity demanded. Both knew that their compact would end in betrayal, yet both were willing to risk that treachery for the sake of the destruction they could accomplish together. The pact was made, and the fate of Valinor hung in the balance of their combined malice. Light would face darkness in a contest that would determine the future of all creation, and the outcome would echo through all the ages of the world to come. The night came when Melkor and Ungoliant struck at the heart of Valinor itself, and darkness fell upon the blessed realm for the first time since its founding. They approached in shadows deeper than any natural night, for Ungoliant had woven about them a cloak of void that devoured light itself. No star could pierce that blackness, and no lamp could kindle flame within its folds. The great trees stood in the courtyard of the Valar, Laurelin and Telperion in the fullness of their glory. Their mingled radiance had lit the blessed realm since the world's youth, and their beauty was beyond all earthly comparison. Golden light poured from Laurelin's flowers like liquid joy, while Telperion's silver blossoms shed a peace that had never known the touch of sorrow. Melkor felt that radiance like physical pain as they drew near. Each ray that touched his hidden form reminded him of his exclusion from the work of creation. Each gentle gleam spoke of harmonies he had rejected. But now the moment of revenge had come, and soon that hated light would be extinguished forever. Ungoliant moved with terrible grace as she began her work. From her body she spun webs of darkness that clung to the very air itself, and these webs she cast about the trees like nets designed to capture their essence. Her hunger was so vast that the light itself began to bend toward her, drawn by the void that gaped within her being. Then Melkor, struck with the power he had kept hidden through all his years of false repentance, his spear, forged in the deepest fires of Utumno, before his first defeat, pierced Laurelin's trunk with a sound like the world breaking. Golden sap poured forth like blood from a mortal wound, and where it touched the ground, the very earth writhed in agony. The tree of gold swayed and shuddered as its life flowed away. The flowers that had shone like captured sunlight began to dim and wither, their radiance flickering like candle flames in wind. Melkor struck again and again, each blow driven by ages of accumulated hatred, until Laurelin's mighty trunk split and cracked. Ungoliant fell upon the flowing light with hunger that had waited since the beginning of the world. Her webs caught the radiance as it poured from the dying tree, and she devoured it with such greed that her form swelled and grew ever more terrible. The darkness around her deepened as she fed, until it seemed that a piece of the void itself had come to earth. Telperion suffered the same fate as its golden companion. Melkor's spear found its silver heart, and the tree of silver joined its voice to Laurelin's death song. The gentle light that had brought peace to countless hearts guttered and failed, leaving only spreading shadows in its wake. The Valar felt the tree's agony across all the breadth of Valinor. Yavanna's cry of grief and rage echoed from mountain to mountain, while Manwë's voice called out in anguish for his lost brother's betrayal. But they were too far away to prevent what followed, and the darkness that Ungoliant had woven hindered their swift approach. As the last light faded from the dying trees, Melkor and his terrible ally fled northward toward Formenos, where Feanor had placed his greatest treasures in keeping. The journey was swift, for Ungoliant bore them both upon webs that could bridge vast distances with each stride. Behind them, the first darkness that Valinor had ever known spread like a plague across the blessed land. At Formenos they found the fortress that guarded the Noldor's most precious works. Here were kept not only the Silmarils, but many other jewels, and treasures that bore the mark of Feanor's incomparable craft. The walls were strong, and the gates were barred, but what mortal defences could stand against the combined might of a fallen Valar and the great Devourer? Finwë, the High King, stood before his treasure house with sword in hand, for he would not flee when his son's works were threatened. Age had not dimmed the fire in his eyes, and he faced the approaching darkness with the courage that had made him first among all the Eldar. But courage alone could not avail against the power that came against him. Melkor struck him down with casual cruelty, and the first kinslaying was accomplished. The blood of the High King stained the threshold of his own hall, and with his death a shadow fell upon the Noldor that would never be lifted. The light of their first joy was quenched, and in its place came a thirst for vengeance that would consume generations yet unborn. Melkor struck him down with casual cruelty, and the first kinslaying was accomplished. The blood of the High King stained the threshold of his own hall, and with his death a shadow fell upon the Noldor that would never be lifted. The light of their first joy was quenched, and in its place came a thirst for vengeance that would consume generations yet unborn. The gates of Formenos burst inward like leaves before a storm. Melkor strode through the halls where Feanor's treasures lay gleaming, and his eyes sought one prize above all others. There, in a chamber wrought of mithril and crystal, the Silmarils waited in their appointed places. 3 jewels they were, no larger than a child's fist, yet they held within their crystal hearts the very light of the trees that now lay dying. Laurelin's gold and Telperion's silver burned within them, imperishable and pure. They were the greatest work that any child of Eru had ever accomplished, and their beauty was beyond all description. Melkor's hands closed about them, and the Silmarils burned his flesh like fire, for they were hallowed by Vada herself, and no evil thing could touch them without pain. But his desire was stronger than his agony, and he bore the burning rather than release his prize. Into an iron crown he set the jewels, a crown forged in the fires of his malice, and quenched in the tears of his victims. Upon his brow he placed this crown, and the Silmarils blazed forth with light that his own evil could not diminish. But the burning never ceased, and from that moment Melkor bore a pain that would torment him until the ending of the world. The great theft was accomplished, and Valinor lay in ruins behind the fleeing rebels. The trees were dead, their light consumed or stolen. The High King of the Noldor lay murdered in his own halls. The greatest treasures ever wrought by the children of Eru were in the hands of their greatest enemy. Darkness had fallen upon the blessed realm, and it would be long before light returned to heal the wounds that malice had inflicted. The prisoner's false repentance had borne its bitter fruit, and all creation would taste the poison of that harvest. The tidings of disaster came to Tirion like thunder breaking upon a clear day. Messengers ran through the streets with faces white as bone, crying news that no ear wished to hear. The trees were dead, their light consumed by shadow. Formenos was broken, its treasures stolen. Finwu, the High King, lay murdered upon his own threshold, and the Silmarils were gone. Feanor heard the words and felt his world shatter like glass beneath a hammer blow. His father dead, slain while defending the works his son had wrought. His greatest creations stolen by the very Valar who had spoken honeyed words of repentance and fellowship. The light of the trees, which he had captured in imperishable crystal, now blazed from the crown of the enemy who had murdered everything he held most dear. The prince's grief was terrible to behold, for it burned with a fire that consumed reason and mercy alike. He stood in the great square of Tirion and lifted his voice in a cry that made the very stones weep. His words were not of sorrow alone, but of rage that shook the foundations of his being. Rage that demanded satisfaction though all the world should burn to provide it. Around him gathered the Noldor in their thousands, drawn by their prince's anguish and their own horror at what had befallen their people. They looked upon Feanor and saw their own grief reflected in his blazing eyes, their own thirst for justice given voice by his terrible eloquence. The darkness that had fallen upon Valinor seemed to seep into their hearts as well, changing love into hatred and justice into vengeance. But it was not enough for Feanor that the Noldor should share his grief. In the depths of his fury, he conceived an oath so binding that it would hold him and his house until the ending of the world. Before the assembled multitude, he called his 7 sons to stand beside him, and together they swore words that would echo through all the ages of Middle-earth. The oath they spoke was woven with such power that the very air grew thick with its binding force. They swore by the name of Eru himself, by the timeless halls where the music was sung, by the darkness and the light, that they would suffer no creature to hold the Silmarils, save themselves alone. Death before defeat, torment before surrender, kinslaying before failure in their quest. Medros, eldest of Feanor's sons, spoke the words with tears streaming down his face, for he sensed something of the doom they were calling upon themselves. But his father's grief was in him too, and his voice did not falter. Magla, whose songs had once brought joy to all who heard them, sang the oath like a funeral dirge. The others followed, each adding his voice to the binding that would hold them fast through countless years of war and woe. The Noldor who heard that oath felt its power like a weight upon their spirits. Some few, the wisest among them, turned away in horror at what they witnessed. But most were caught up in the madness of the moment, and they cried out their support for their prince's terrible vow. The poison of revenge spread through their hearts like wildfire, turning the fairest of the Eldar into something harder and more dangerous than they had ever been. Yet even this was not enough to satisfy Fëanor's rage. He looked upon his people and saw in them the strength he would need to pursue his enemy across the bitter waters that separated Valinor from Middle-earth. But strength alone would not suffice for such a journey, nor could they trust to the mercy of the Valar for aid in their quest. They must take what they needed, by force if necessary. The Teleri dwelt in the havens of Alquа Lunde, and they possessed ships that could brave the grinding ice and treacherous currents of the northern seas. These vessels were fair beyond description, wrought with the skill that only the sea elves possessed, and precious to their makers as children are precious to their parents. But Fëanor's need was great, and his oath had burned away all consideration for the rights of others. He led his people to the Swan Haven with words of fire upon his lips. The Teleri, he declared, had dwelt too long in ease and safety while evil stalked the world. They would give up their ships willingly, or see them taken by force. The oath he had sworn would brook no delay, and no price was too high to pay for the recovery of the Silmarils. The Teleri heard these demands with growing dismay. Their ships were not mere vessels to them, but works of art that embodied centuries of love and craftsmanship. To surrender them to violence would be like tearing out pieces of their own souls. They refused Fëanor's demands, and their refusal kindled the first spark of the kinslaying that would stain the rest of his days. The battle that followed was brief but terrible, for the Noldor came armed with the desperate fury of the Oathbound while the Teleri fought, only to defend what was rightfully theirs. Blood ran red upon the white stones of Alqua Lunde, and the voices of the sea elves were silenced forever beneath the weapons of their kindred. Fëanor's hands were stained with Eldarin blood for the first time, but the oath that burned in his heart left no room for remorse. The ships were won, and that was all that mattered. The Silmarils called to him from across the western sea, and neither kinslaying nor any other sin would turn him from their pursuit. The corruption was complete. The fairest prince of the Noldor had become the first kinslayer among the Eldar, and his people had followed him into darkness. The oath they had sworn would drive them to ever greater crimes, and the shadow that Melkor had cast upon Valinor now lived within their own hearts. The kinslaying had begun, and it would not end until the last of Fëanor's line had paid the price for that terrible oath sworn in the darkness of their grief. The stolen ships of the Teleri bore the Noldor across waters that had never known the touch of kinslaying before that dark hour. Behind them, Alqua Lunde burned with fires that would not be quenched, and the voices of the sea elves were stilled forever beneath the waves. The white hulls that had once carried songs of joy across peaceful harbours now ran red with Eldarin blood, and their sails caught winds heavy with the weight of cursed deeds. Fëanor stood at the prow of the lead vessel, his eyes fixed upon the eastern horizon where Middle-earth waited in darkness. The Silmarils called to him from across the leagues of bitter water, 3 points of stolen fire that blazed from Melkor's crown like stars fallen into shadow. Neither storm nor sea monster would turn him from their pursuit. and the oath that burned in his heart gave him strength to endure what lesser spirits could not bear. The crossing was perilous, beyond all imagining, for the northern seas were choked with grinding ice that could crush even the mightiest vessel. Bergs tall as towers drifted like pale ghosts through the freezing mist, while beneath the dark waters lurked creatures that had never known the light of sun or moon. The ships groaned under the pressure of the ice, and more than one fair vessel was lost to the hungry depths before the journey's end. Yet the oath-bound pressed onward through perils that would have turned back wiser folk. When ice blocked their path, they carved new channels with weapons still stained from the kinslaying. When sea beasts rose from the depths to threaten their passage, they fought with the desperate fury of those who had already forsaken all hope of redemption. The very waters seemed to flee before their advance, as though the sea itself recoiled from the touch of kinslayers. At last the shores of Middle-earth rose before them, dark cliffs crowned with forests that had never known the light of the trees. Here was Beleriand in the days of its glory, fair beyond the dreams of mortal men, yet touched already with the shadow of the wars to come. Rivers sang as they wound their way to the sea, and flowers bloomed in meadows where no foot had ever trodden save those of the Eldar, who had dwelt there since the world's youth. But even as the Noldor set foot upon those blessed shores, the corruption of their deeds began to spread like poison through the very foundations of the land. The oath they had sworn was a living thing now, a weight upon their spirits that grew heavier with each league they travelled. It whispered to them in the darkness, reminding them of their purpose and the price they had already paid to pursue it. The news of their coming ran before them like wildfire, carried by birds and beasts that sensed the change in the very air itself. In the halls of Menegroth, Thingol, the Grey King, heard tidings of kinslaying and felt his heart grow cold with foreboding. In the towers of Gondolin, Turgon looked eastward and saw shadows gathering that had nothing to do with the passing of clouds across the sky. But it was in the depths of Angband that the Noldor's arrival was felt most keenly. Melkor, who now bore the name Morgoth in the black speech of his servants, felt their presence like a thorn driven deep into his flesh. The very ones whose greatest treasures he had stolen, whose king he had murdered, had followed him into exile to demand satisfaction for their wrongs. The irony was not lost upon him, for he had spent ages teaching them the arts of rebellion through his poisoned words in Valinor, the undying lands. Now they had learned those lessons too well, and their rebellion was turned against him. The pride he had kindled in Feanor's heart now burned with a fire that would not be quenched, until the Silmarils were restored or their seeker lay dead upon the field of battle. From the towers of his fortress, Morgoth looked out upon the lands where his enemies now walked free, and his hatred deepened beyond all measure. These Eldar had dared to follow him into his own domain, to challenge him in the very realm where his power was supreme. They would learn the folly of such presumption before the end, and their bones would whiten beneath the northern stars, as a warning to any who might think to defy him. The armies of Angband stirred in their deep places, roused by their master's rage. Orcs sharpened weapons that had tasted no blood since the wars with the Valar, while Balrogs emerged from pits of fire to test the edge of whips that had lain idle too long. The great wolves howled in their caverns, and the sound carried across all Beleriand like a promise of sorrows yet to come. War had come to Middle-earth at last, brought by the very ones who sought to undo the greatest theft in all the history of Arda. The Noldor had crossed the sea in stolen ships, their hands stained with kinslaying, and their hearts bound by oaths that would drive them to ever greater deeds of darkness. They had chosen exile over submission, and now they must pay the price of that choice. The flight was ended, and the real battle was about to begin. In the years that followed, the fair lands of Beleriand would run red with blood, and the oath sworn in Tirion would claim victims beyond all counting. The kinslaying at Alqualande had been only the first payment on a debt that would not be settled until the last of Feanna's line had paid the ultimate price. But all of that lay in the future. For now, the Noldor stood upon the shores of Middle-earth, and felt the weight of their exile settling upon them like a cloak of shadows. They had followed their stolen treasures into the very heart of darkness, and there was no turning back. The war for the Silmarils had begun, and it would not end until either Morgoth was defeated, or the Oathbound were destroyed in the attempt. Morgoth looked upon the waste of northern Beleriand, and chose his ground with the eye of one who had learned bitter lessons from defeat. Here, where 3 volcanic peaks thrust up from the earth like the fingers of a buried giant, he would build a fortress that would dwarf even the mighty halls of Utumno. The mountains themselves would become his watchtowers, and their roots would house armories and dungeons beyond all counting. The peaks he named Thangorodrim, the mountains of tyranny, and their slopes he set aflame with the fires of his malice. Day and night the summits burned with light that gave no warmth, sending up pillars of smoke that could be seen from leagues away. All who looked upon those beacons knew that the enemy had returned to Middle-earth, and his power was gathering like a storm about to break. But it was not upon the mountain peaks that Morgoth expended his greatest effort. Deep beneath Thangorodrim he began to delve, carving halls and passages that reached down into the very bones of the earth. The work was harder than any he had attempted before, for the stone here was different from the malleable rock of Utumno's foundations. This was ancient stone, laid down in the world's youth, and it resisted his will with a stubbornness that kindled his rage to white heat. Gothmog and the other Balrogs laboured beside their master in those early days, their whips of fire cutting through solid rock as though it were mere clay. The heat of their passage melted stone into rivers of molten glass, and the sound of their work echoed through all the northern lands like the beating of some monstrous heart. Where they walked, the very air shimmered with heat waves that made the strongest orcs stagger and fall. The orcs themselves toiled in gangs beyond all numbering, driven by overseers whose cruelty knew no bounds. Pick and shovel rang against stone from darkness unto darkness. For in the depths of Angband there was no day or night, only the eternal labour that their master demanded. Those who faltered were cast into the molten streams, and their screams echoed through the tunnels as a warning to those who remained. Yet Morgoth was not content to rely upon brute strength alone for this greatest of his works. From the deepest vaults of his knowledge he drew forth arts that even the Valar had never attempted, ways of shaping stone and metal that violated the very principles of creation. The walls of Angband grew under his hands like living things, flowing and shaping themselves according to his will. The fortress that emerged from his labours was a wonder and a horror beyond description. Its gates were wrought of black iron, and set with spells that could turn aside any weapon forged by mortal hands. Its walls rose smooth and unscalable, without joint or seam to offer purchase to any climber. Its towers pierced the earth above like the spears of buried titans, and from their heights Morgoth could look out upon all the lands that he claimed as his domain. But the true strength of Angband lay not in its walls or towers, but in the labyrinth of passages that honeycombed the earth beneath them. Here were armories that could equip 1,000,000 warriors, and forges that never cooled from the day of their first kindling. Here were dungeons where the light of sun and moon had never penetrated, and torture chambers where screams were music to their masters' ears. In the deepest vault of all, Morgoth established his throne room, a hall so vast that its far walls were lost in shadows that no light could pierce. The throne itself was carved from a single block of black stone, and upon its back were graven the symbols of his dominion over all the dark things of the world. From this seat he could feel the pulse of every forge in his realm, and hear the whisper of every plot hatched in his name. Above the throne he set the iron crown, and in that crown blazed the 3 Silmarils like captured stars. Their light filled the great hall with radiance that hurt the eyes of any who looked upon it. Yet Morgoth endured their burning for the sake of the power they represented. They were proof of his victory over the Valar and the Noldor alike, and their flames fed the fires of his ambition even as they seared his flesh. The building of Angband took many years, but at last the work was complete. The fortress stood ready to vomit forth armies that would darken the sky with their numbers, and its master sat upon his throne and dreamed of conquest. The Noldor had followed him into exile, but they would find no easy victory in the realm he had prepared for their reception. From every gate of his fortress poured forth scouts and raiders, testing the strength of his enemies and learning the lay of the lands they claimed as their own. The great wolves ran in packs across the northern wastes, while overhead his winged servants darkened the sky with their passage. The message they carried was clear to all who had wit to understand it. The Dark Lord had returned, and his power was greater than ever before. The work was finished, and the war was about to begin. In the halls of Angband, weapons were sharpened and armor was donned, while in the highest tower, Morgoth looked out upon Beleriand and smiled. The Noldor sought their stolen jewels, but they would pay such a price for them that the very memory of their names would become a curse upon the lips of all who spoke them. The fortress was ready, and its master was eager for the bloodshed to commence. In the deepest forge of Angband, where the heat could melt the bones of dragons, Morgoth began the work that would mark his final transformation from fallen Valar to Dark Lord of Middle-earth. The Silmarils lay before him on an anvil of black adamant, their light blazing forth with such intensity that even his servants could not bear to look upon them directly. They burned with the captured radiance of the 2 trees, and their fire seemed to reach into his very soul with fingers of accusation. But Morgoth would not be denied his prize, though the pain of their touch was beyond all enduring. He had murdered for these jewels, destroyed the light of Valinor, the undying lands, and set the Noldor upon the path of kinslaying. Now he would make them the crown of his dominion, whatever agony that choice might bring upon him. The iron he chose for his crown was no ordinary metal, but or drawn from the deepest mines beneath Thangorodrim. Here, in the roots of the world, the very stones wept tears of molten steel, and the metal that formed there was harder than any substance known to the children of Eru. It drank heat like a thirsting man drinks water, and it held that heat within itself until the end of time. Gothmog himself worked the bellows, while his master laboured at the forge, for this was work too sacred to their cause, to be entrusted to lesser hands. The Lord of Balrogs had stood beside Morgoth through all the ages of their rebellion, and he alone among the servants of darkness could endure the heat that poured from the anvil where the crown was taking shape. Blow after blow Morgoth struck, each impact ringing through all the halls of Angband like the tolling of a funeral bell. The metal bent beneath his hammer, flowing like liquid shadow into the shape his will demanded. He wrought it with spikes that rose like the peaks of Thangorodrim themselves, and he set upon its brow 3 settings that would hold the greatest treasures ever stolen from the vaults of the blessed. The work was agony beyond description, for the Silmarils fought against their imprisonment with all the holy fire that Varda had placed within them. Each time Morgoth's hands drew near, their light flared brighter, and the burning spread through his flesh like poison in his veins. His fingers blistered and charred, yet still he pressed forward, driven by will that would not bend before any pain. The first Silmaril he set in the centre of the crown's brow, and the moment his flesh touched the sacred jewel, smoke rose from his hands and a cry broke from his lips that shook the very foundations of his fortress. The light of Telperion blazed forth with such purity that the Orcs cowering in the furthest tunnels felt its touch and wailed in terror. Still Morgoth endured, his hands moving with the precision of one who had once been the greatest craftsman among the Valar. The second Silmaril took its place beside the first, and then the third, until all 3 jewels blazed from his brow like stars captured in a crown of midnight. The pain was constant now, a burning that reached into the deepest parts of his being and would never cease while the world endured. But pain was a small price to pay for the symbol of his triumph. These jewels had been the pride of Feanor's heart, and the glory of the Noldor, and now they served as the crown of their greatest enemy. Every ray that blazed from their crystalline hearts proclaimed his victory over those who had dared to defy him, and their light would guide his servants through all the dark paths of war. When the crown was complete, Morgoth lifted it high above his head, and all of Angband trembled at what they beheld. The Dark Lord stood transfigured, no longer merely a fallen Valar, but something new and terrible, a power that had transcended the bounds of his original nature. The light of the Silmarils played across his features, revealing the depth of malice that burned behind his eyes. Upon his brow he set the iron crown, and from that moment the name of Melkor was heard no more in Middle-earth. He was Morgoth now, the dark enemy of the world, and his very presence was a blight upon all fair things. The jewels burned against his flesh with fires that would never be quenched, but he bore that agony as the price of his dominion. His servants prostrated themselves before their transfigured master, and their voices rose in praise of his terrible majesty. Here was power beyond the dreams of lesser beings. Here was malice given form and will. The Dark Lord had claimed his crown, and all Middle-earth would tremble before the light of his stolen stars. The transformation was complete. Melkor the Voller had died in the fires of that forge, and in his place stood Morgoth Bogla the Constrainer, the dark enemy whose very name would become a curse upon the lips of all who dwelt in light. The Silmarils blazed from his crown like captive suns, and their radiance lit the path to wars that would shake the very foundations of the world. From the highest tower of Thangorodrim, the light of the crown could be seen by any who dared to look north toward the realm of shadow. It was a beacon of challenge to all his enemies, a promise that the theft of Valinor's greatest treasures was only the beginning of sorrows yet to come. The crown of iron was forged, and its wearer would never know peace again. Morgoth sat upon his throne of black stone and felt the weight of his isolation like chains about his spirit. The orcs that swarmed through his tunnels were useful enough for crude labor, but they lacked the spark of true intelligence that he craved in his servants. They could follow simple commands and swing crude weapons, yet they could not think or plan or create as he needed them to do. The Balrogs were mighty beyond measure, but they were few in number and bound by their own fierce pride. The wolves and other creatures he had shaped possessed cunning of a sort, but it was the cunning of beasts, not the reasoning mind, that could truly serve his purposes. What Morgoth needed was an army of beings that combined intelligence with absolute loyalty, creatures that could think and plan yet never dream of rebellion against his will. His thoughts turned to the Eldar, who had awakened beside the waters of Quivianan in the world's youth. Here was the intelligence he sought, minds capable of craft and song and the arts of war. But the elves served the Valar and would never bend their wills to his dominion, not while they retained the freedom to choose their own paths. Choice, then, must be taken from them. If the firstborn would not serve him willingly, he would break them until they had no will save his own. The work would require patience and skill beyond any he had yet attempted, but the rewards would justify whatever effort the task demanded. Morgoth rose from his throne and walked the length of his great hall, his mind already turning to the methods he would employ. The elves were strong in spirit, strengthened by the light of the stars under which they had awakened. Simple torture would not suffice to break beings who had been shaped by Iru's own design. He would need to corrupt them slowly, carefully, until their very nature was transformed beyond all recognition. In the deepest pits of Angband, he prepared chambers for his greatest work. Here, far below even the dungeons where his enemies would later suffer, he created laboratories of corruption, where the light of star or flame would never penetrate. The very stones wept with the evil he poured into them, and the air grew thick with malice that could be felt like a weight upon the soul. Then Morgoth sent forth his swiftest servants to prowl the borders of the world, where the Eldar dwelt in innocence beside the awakening waters. His hunters were creatures of shadow and silence, beings that could move unseen through starlight and strike without warning. They watched and waited with the patience of wolves, learning the patterns of their prey. The first captures were made during the dark hours, when even the elves slept beneath the stars. Swift and silent, Morgoth's servants fell upon lone wanderers or small groups who had strayed from their kindred's protection. Before cries could be raised or rescue attempted, the victims vanished into darkness, borne away on wings that made no sound. In the pits of Angband, the real work began. The captured elves were bound with chains forged from their captor's will, bonds that held not merely their bodies, but their spirits as well. Day by day, age by age, Morgoth laboured to break what Iru had made, to twist fair forms into shapes of horror, and noble minds into instruments of malice. The torture was beyond description, for it was not merely physical pain, but corruption of the very essence of what the prisoners had been. Morgoth reached into their spirits with claws of shadow and fire, tearing away memories of starlight and song, replacing joy with anguish and love with hatred. He showed them visions of despair until hope died within them, and he whispered lies until they could no longer remember what truth had felt like. Some of the captives died beneath his ministrations, their spirits fleeing to halls beyond his reach rather than endure what he sought to make of them. These failures filled Morgoth with rage, but he learned from each loss, refining his methods until fewer and fewer escaped through the gateway of death. Those who survived the full course of his corruption emerged as beings that bore no resemblance to their former selves. Their fair forms were twisted into shapes of nightmare. Their voices became snarls and growls, and their eyes burned with the reflected malice of their tormentor. They were orcs now, the first of their accursed kind, and they knew no loyalty save to the will that had broken them. Yet something of their original nature remained, buried deep beneath layers of corruption and pain. In the darkest hours of night, when even Morgoth's attention was turned elsewhere, some small spark of what they had been would flicker briefly to life. These moments brought them only greater agony, for they could remember just enough of their former selves to understand the full measure of what had been taken from them. The first generation of orcs was small in number, for the work of corruption could not be hurried without losing its effectiveness. But each success taught Morgoth new ways to break the spirits of his captives, and each failure showed him methods to avoid in future efforts. The process grew more efficient with time, and the numbers of his new servants began to swell. From the breeding pits came sounds that made even the Balrogs turn away in disgust. The orcs multiplied after their own fashion, and their offspring were born already twisted by the corruption that flowed in their veins. Generation by generation, they became more numerous and more terrible, until Angband swarmed with creatures that had once been the fairest of all the children of Eru. Morgoth looked upon his work and felt a satisfaction deeper than any he had known since the music's end. Here at last were servants that combined intelligence with absolute obedience, beings that could think and plan yet never question his commands. The fairest of Eru's children had become the instruments of their creator's enemy, and their very existence was a blasphemy against the order of the world. The great corruption was complete, and Middle-earth would never be the same. Among the Maya who had followed Aula in the days of Valinor's glory, one stood forth in wisdom and skill above all his fellows. Mairon was his name in those blessed times, and his delight lay in order and coordination, in the perfect meshing of design and purpose. Where others saw chaos, he perceived patterns, and where confusion reigned, his mind could impose structure that brought harmony from discord. But perfection had always been his obsession, and in that obsession lay the seed of his downfall. Mairon looked upon the works of his master and saw flaws that others could not perceive, inefficiencies that gnawed at his ordered mind like wounds that would not heal. Surely, he reasoned, there must be better ways to achieve the harmony that all the Valar sought, methods that would eliminate the waste and confusion that plagued even their greatest works. When Melkor returned to Valinor with his false repentance, Mairon felt the pull of that mighty presence like iron drawn to a lodestone. Here was power wedded to intellect, will united with the vision to reshape all of creation according to principles of perfect order. The fallen Valar spoke in private councils of works that would surpass anything the Valar had achieved. of harmony imposed by strength rather than begged from the chaos of competing wills. The corruption began slowly, carefully, for Melkor had learned patience in his long captivity. He did not approach Mairon with crude offers of dominion or promises of power, but with intellectual arguments that appealed to the Maya's deepest convictions. Why should perfection be subject to the whims of lesser minds? Why should order bow to the chaos of individual will? By the time Ungoliant's webs darkened Valinor, Mairon had already chosen his path. When Melkor struck down the trees and fled into exile, his most valuable prize was not the Silmarils that blazed from his stolen crown, but the brilliant mind that had pledged itself to his service. The Maya followed his new master into the wastes of Middle-earth, and there, in the fires of Angband's forges, he was reborn as something both greater and more terrible than what he had been. Sauron Morgoth named him the Abhorred, and the name fit the being he had become like armor forged for his spirit alone. The ordered mind that had once served Olu's benevolent designs now turned its full power to the service of dominion and control. Where once he had sought perfection through harmony, now he pursued it through absolute submission to his master's will. In the hierarchy of Angband, Sauron rose swiftly to stand at his master's right hand. The Balrogs were mighty in their fury, and the dragons terrible in their strength. But they lacked the cold intelligence needed to coordinate the vast machinery of war that Morgoth was building. They could lead charges and rain destruction upon their enemies, but they could not plan campaigns or manage the countless details that victory demanded. Sauron became the mind that guided Morgoth's wrath, the calculating intelligence that turned raw power into surgical precision. He organized the Orc tribes into armies, established supply lines that could feed 1,000,000 warriors, and created the communications networks that allowed commands to flow from the Iron Crown to the furthest outposts of their realm. His own fortress he built in the southern reaches of Angband's influence, a tower of iron and fire that pierced the sky like a black needle. From this stronghold, he could oversee the entire machinery of war, while remaining close enough to his master's presence to receive new commands. The tower became known as a place of particular dread, for within its chambers, Sauron perfected arts of domination that made even veteran torturers recoil in horror. Yet for all his terrible efficiency, Sauron remained utterly devoted to his master's will, where others might have used their position to carve out independent domains. He sought only to serve Morgoth's vision with ever greater perfection. His loyalty was absolute, not because he feared his master's wrath, but because he had found in Morgoth's cause the perfect expression of his own deepest beliefs. The other great servants of the Shadow learned to fear Sauron's displeasure almost as much as their master's own. Gothmog might command the Balrogs, and the dragons might acknowledge no lord but Morgoth himself. But when Sauron spoke with his master's authority, even the mightiest among them bent their necks in submission. It was Sauron who devised the great strategies that would bring the Noldor to ruin. Where Morgoth saw enemies to be crushed, his lieutenant perceived weaknesses to be exploited, divisions that could be deepened until they tore their foes apart from within. The oath that bound Feanor's sons became a weapon in his hands, and the pride that drove the Noldor princes became the rope with which he planned to hang them all. Under his guidance, the armies of Angband transformed from rabble into instruments of precision warfare. Orc captains learned to coordinate their attacks with those of their neighbors, while scouts brought back intelligence that allowed Sauron to predict his enemies' movements before they made them. The chaos of countless individual wills was forged into a single weapon that struck where and when its master commanded. In the deepest vaults of his tower, Sauron began to experiment with arts that would one day culminate in his greatest work. He studied the nature of wills and the binding of spirits, seeking ways to impose order not merely on the body, but on the very essence of what his victims were. The rings of power were still ages in the future, but their conceptual foundation was already taking shape in his tireless mind. Morgoth looked upon his lieutenant's works and felt a satisfaction deeper than any battlefield victory could provide. Here was a servant who understood not merely how to obey, but why obedience was the highest virtue. In Sauron's perfect loyalty, the Dark Lord saw a reflection of the order he would one day impose upon all creation. The Lords of Shadow were in place, and the hierarchy of darkness was complete. The Noldor came to the gates of Angband like a tide of silver and steel, their banners streaming in the bitter winds that blew down from Thangorodrim. Feanor rode at their head with the fire of his oath blazing in his eyes, and behind him came the flower of Eldarin nobility, princes and warriors whose names would echo through all the ages of the world. Yet, for all their courage and their fury, they stopped short when they beheld what Morgoth had wrought in the northern wastes. The fortress rose before them like a mountain carved by Malice itself, its walls black as midnight and smooth as polished stone. No gate was visible in those towering ramparts, no weakness that mortal strength might exploit. The three peaks of Thangorodrim loomed above the walls like watchful giants, their summits crowned with fires that never died, and from their slopes came the constant sound of hammers ringing on anvils in the depths below. Fingolfin drew rein beside his half-brother, and gazed upon the stronghold that held their stolen treasures. The sight filled him with a despair he dared not voice, for what force of arms could breach walls that seemed to grow from the very bones of the earth? Yet the oath that bound them all left no room for retreat, and the blood of Alqualonde cried out for vengeance that would not be denied. "Here we make our stand," Feanor declared, his voice carrying across the host like the ring of a sword drawn from its sheath. "Let no servant of the enemy pass these borders while strength remains in our arms or breath in our bodies. The Silmarils shall be restored, though all the world burn in the winning of them." So began the Siege of Angband, the longest blockade in all the history of Middle-earth. The Noldor spread their forces in a great circle around the fortress, establishing camps and watchtowers on every height that commanded a view of Morgoth's realm. From the slopes of the Erd Wethrin to the shores of the sea, their sentries kept watch day and night, ready to sound the alarm at any sign of movement from the gates below. Medros took command of the eastern approaches, where the land rose in a series of ridges that provided excellent positions for archer companies. His brothers spread out along the northern borders, each holding a section of the line with forces drawn from their own followings. The younger princes, Fingon and Turgon among them, established strongholds in the western hills, while the main body of the host made its camp upon the plain before Angband's main gates. The work of building their siege lines was back-breaking labor that consumed months of precious time. Trenches were dug and ramparts raised, supply routes established and communications networks created that could carry messages from one end of the circle to the other. Every stone had to be quarried from the frozen ground, every timber dragged from forests many leagues away. Yet the Noldor threw themselves into this work, with the desperate energy of those who had burned their bridges behind them. They had crossed the grinding ice and stained their hands with kinslaying for the sake of their oath, and now they would see it fulfilled, whatever the cost might be. The siege would hold, whatever trials the years might bring. From within his fortress, Morgoth watched their efforts with amusement that slowly turned to grudging respect. He had expected the Noldor to dash themselves against his walls in futile assaults, to waste their strength in grand gestures that would accomplish nothing save their own destruction. Instead, they showed a patience and persistence that reminded him uncomfortably of his own methods in the days when he had undermined the foundations of the lamps. The Dark Lord tested their resolve with probing attacks that came without warning in the depth of night. Orc bands would pour from hidden gates to strike at isolated outposts, while Balrogs led flying squadrons against the most vulnerable sections of the siege line. But always the Noldor were ready, their weapons bright with starlight, and their voices raised in songs of battle that made even the creatures of darkness falter in their advance. Gothmog himself led the greatest of these sorties, descending upon Fingolfin's camp with a host of fire demons at his back. The battle that followed lit the northern sky like a second dawn, and the very ground cracked beneath the feet of the combatants. Yet when the smoke cleared, the Lord of Balrogs had been driven back to his tunnels, and the siege line remained unbroken. The seasons turned and the years passed, but neither side could claim victory in the war of patience that had settled over Angband's approaches. The Noldor grew lean and hard in their watchtowers, while within the fortress Morgoth's armies multiplied and strengthened. Orc tribes from the furthest corners of Middle-earth came to serve the banners of the Iron Crown, and in the breeding pits new horrors took shape to serve their master's will. Yet for all his growing strength, Morgoth found himself trapped as surely as any prisoner in chains. His armies could not march forth to conquer the lands beyond his borders while the Noldor held their watch, and every attempt to break the siege had ended in failure. The very completeness of his fortress had become a weakness, for its single great gate was too well watched to allow his forces free passage. So the siege settled into a routine of watchfulness and sudden violence, of long months of preparation broken by days of desperate battle. The Noldor held their ring of steel around their enemy's stronghold, while within its walls Morgoth prepared for the day when he would shatter their blockade with force beyond their power to resist. 400 years the siege would last, longer than many kingdoms had endured from their founding to their fall. It was a war of patience and endurance, where victory would go not to the swiftest sword but to the will that proved strongest when all hope seemed lost. The siege had begun, and Middle-earth held its breath to see which side would break first. The siege pressed like a weight upon Morgoth's spirit, and in his rage he turned to the work he knew best, the corruption of life itself. If the Noldor would not be broken by simple force, then he would create forces that no enemy could withstand. In the deepest workshops of Angband, where the heat could melt stone and the darkness was absolute, the Dark Lord began to fashion instruments of war beyond the nightmares of his foes. The trolls were his first new creation, born from the marriage of stone and flesh in ways that violated every principle of natural order. He took the bones of giants from the world's eldest days and wrapped them in hide tougher than iron mail. Their strength could shatter castle gates, and their claws could tear through armor as easily as parchment. But strength alone was not enough for Morgoth's purposes. The trolls needed cunning to match their power. Minds that could follow complex commands and adapt to changing circumstances on the battlefield. From the captured essence of the elves he had corrupted, he drew the spark of intelligence and forced it into these creatures of living stone. The result was horrible to behold. The trolls possessed just enough wit to understand their own degradation, just enough memory to recall what they had lost. In their eyes burned a hatred that came not from their master's will, but from their own tormented souls. And that hatred made them more terrible than any mindless beast. Sauron oversaw much of this work, his ordered mind cataloguing each success and failure with methodical precision. He established breeding programs that would ensure the trolls multiplied according to their master's needs. And he designed the training regimens that would turn them into disciplined soldiers rather than mere monsters. The great wolves were Morgoth's next triumph, though wolves was too small a word for what they became under his ministrations. These were beasts the size of horses, with eyes like burning coals and voices that could freeze the blood of those who heard them. Their pack leader he named Dragluin, and in him he invested power that made even the Balrogs treat the Wolf Lord with grudging respect. Karkaroth he kept for his own, feeding the giant wolf on a diet of living flame until his hide could turn aside the sharpest sword. This beast would guard the gates of Angband itself, and his bite carried poison that could fell even the mightiest warrior. Morgoth looked upon his wolf child with the pride of a craftsman who has created a masterwork, though the love he felt was as twisted as everything else in his realm. Yet it was in the breeding of dragons that Morgoth poured his greatest efforts, for these creatures would be the ultimate expression of his power over life and death. The first Wyams were crude things, little more than winged serpents with breath that could wither plants and poison streams. But generation by generation, he refined their form until they became weapons worthy of their master's ambition. Glorung was the first of the true dragons, and in his making Morgoth invested powers drawn from his own essence. The golden dragon bore within his breast fires hot enough to melt the gates of Gondolin, and his voice carried enchantments that could bind the will of any who heard them. His hide was proof against any weapon forged by mortal hands, and his eyes held the hypnotic power of his master's malice. But Glorung was only the beginning. In the deepest caverns beneath Thangorodrim, Morgoth began the work that would culminate in his greatest creation, a dragon so vast and terrible that the very sight of him would break armies before they could strike a blow. And Calagon the Black would not be ready for centuries yet, but already his creator dreamed of the day when the greatest of all flying creatures would darken the sky with his wings. The forges of Angband rang with the creation of weapons to arm these new servants of darkness. Swords were beaten from iron, taken from the heart of fallen stars, while armor was wrought from metals that had never known the touch of sunlight. Each piece was inscribed with runes of binding that ensured its bearer would serve Morgoth's will without question. Balrog fire heated the great furnaces where these weapons took shape, and orc smiths worked the metal with hammers blessed by their master's curse. The blades that emerged from these workshops could cleave through mail as though it were cloth, while the armor could turn aside arrows shot from the mightiest bows. But it was not merely in the creation of new life, that Morgoth excelled during these years of siege. He also turned his attention to the perfection of existing forms, breeding his orcs for greater size and ferocity, training his servants in new arts of war and stealth. The Uruk-hai were born in this time, orcs grown to the height of men and possessed of intelligence that made them natural leaders among their smaller kin. These creatures could endure sunlight where lesser orcs would wither, and their strength rivaled that of the Noldorin warriors who held the siege lines. From his throne of black iron, Morgoth surveyed his growing arsenal and felt satisfaction deeper than any he had known since the theft of the Silmarils. Let the Noldor hold their watch for centuries if they chose. When he finally broke their siege, it would be with weapons so terrible that their very memory would become a curse. Upon the lips of all who survived the encounter, the weapons of the underworld were ready, and their master was eager to test them against the proud princes who dared to pen him within his own fortress. In the great hall beneath Thangorodrim, where shadows danced with flames that gave no warmth, the Balrogs gathered at their master's summons. They came like living storms of fire and darkness, these spirits who had followed Morgoth since the world's youth. Their whips cracked thunder as they walked, and their voices rumbled like distant earthquakes in the deep places of the earth. Gothmog stood among them, but not as one among equals. The other Balrogs felt his presence like the heat from a forge that burns hotter than all others, and they gave way before him as lesser flames yield to the greater fire. He had been first to answer Morgoth's call in the depths of Utumno, and through all the ages of rebellion he had proven himself the most terrible of his kindred. His form was wreathed in shadows that seemed to devour light itself, yet within those shadows burned fires that could melt the strongest steel. When he moved, the very air shimmered with heat waves that made even the mightiest orcs stagger and fall. His voice carried the authority of one who had never known defeat, and his eyes held the reflection of his master's malice refined to perfect clarity. Morgoth looked upon his greatest servant and saw in him the commander his armies needed. The orcs were useful in their multitudes, but they lacked the discipline to coordinate complex attacks. The trolls possessed strength beyond measure, but their minds moved too slowly to adapt when battle plans went awry. The wolves were swift and cunning, but they followed instinct more than strategy. What the forces of Angband required was a leader who combined intelligence with absolute loyalty, one who could impose order upon chaos and turn rabble into instruments of precision warfare. In Gothmog, the Dark Lord found such a commander, and he raised the Lord of Balrogs to stand as High Captain over all the armies of the Shadow. The appointment was made with ceremony befitting its importance. Before the assembled hosts of Angband, Morgoth placed upon Gothmog's brow a crown of black iron wrought with flames that burned without consuming. The crown was no mere ornament, but a symbol of the authority that now flowed through its wearer. Power that made every orc and troll and creature of darkness bend the knee in recognition of their new master. Gothmog accepted the burden with words that shook the foundations of the fortress itself. He swore oaths of service that bound him to his master's will until the ending of the world, and he promised victories that would wash away the shame of the siege that penned them within their walls. The assembled armies roared their approval, and the sound echoed through all the tunnels of Angband, like the voice of doom itself. The new High Captain set to work at once, for the chaos of ages could not be undone in a day. The Orc tribes that swarmed through Angband's tunnels had grown slack in their discipline, each band following its own crude leaders without regard for any greater strategy. Gothmog moved among them like fire through dry grass, imposing order where disorder had reigned supreme. He established chains of command that reached from the lowest Orc warrior to the throne of Morgoth himself. Captains were chosen for their cunning rather than their strength, and they learned to fear their new commander's displeasure more than death itself. Those who showed promise were elevated, while those who failed were cast into the molten streams that flowed through Angband's depths. The training grounds echoed with the sound of armies learning to move as one. Where once the Orcs had fought as scattered mobs, now they formed into disciplined companies that could execute complex maneuvers without confusion. The Trolls learned to coordinate their strength with the speed of wolf packs, while overhead the winged servants of darkness practiced formations that would darken the sky when the time came for war. Gothmog himself led many of these exercises, his presence turning routine drills into tests of courage and endurance. The lesser creatures of Angband learned to function, despite the terror his proximity inspired, for on the battlefield they would face enemies whose fear could be turned to advantage. Better to master that fear in the safety of their own halls than discover its weakness when swords were drawn in earnest. The siege lines of the Noldor felt the change long before they understood its source. The random attacks that had marked the early years of the blockade gave way to probing assaults that tested specific weaknesses. Orc raiders struck with precision that suggested careful planning, while relief forces arrived with timing that spoke of coordination beyond what their enemies had expected. Fingolfin himself noted the difference in his daily reports to the other princes of the Noldor. The enemy had grown more dangerous, more cunning in their attacks. Someone with a mind for war had taken command within Angband's walls, and that someone was making their siege more difficult with each passing season. Yet Gothmog was not content merely to improve the forces already at his command. In the deepest workshops of the fortress, he oversaw the creation of new weapons, and the breeding of creatures designed specifically for the breaking of sieges. Engineers worked under his direction to design catapults that could hurl boulders over the greatest walls, while other craftsmen forged chains strong enough to bind dragons. The High Captain studied maps of Beleriand with the intensity of a general planning his greatest campaign. Every hill and valley was marked, every river and forest noted for the advantages it might offer. When the time came to break the siege, his armies would know the ground better than the princes who claimed to rule it. In the hierarchy of Angband, only Sauron stood higher than Gothmog in their master's favor, and between the two great servants there grew a rivalry that sharpened them both. Where Sauron excelled in strategy and long-term planning, Gothmog mastered the brutal art of battlefield command. Together they made their master's armies into a weapon worthy of his ambitions. The High Captain was ready, and his forces awaited only the word to march forth and break the chains that bound them. 400 years the watch had held. 400 years the bright swords of the Noldor had kept their vigil upon the northern borders, and the great fortress of Angband had glowered behind its iron gates like a beast caged but never tamed. Yet in the deepest pits of that accursed realm, Morgoth had not been idle. The forges of Angband blazed with fires that had never known the touch of Telperian's silver or Laurelin's gold, in caverns carved from the living rock beneath Thangorodrim. The servants of the Iron Crown laboured with hammer and flame, yet their greatest work lay deeper still. For centuries they had pierced the foundations of the earth itself, boring shafts that reached down to the fires that slept beneath all lands. Gothmog stood before his master in the deepest hall. The Lord of Balrogs bowed his great head, and flames wreathed his form like a crown of destruction. Around them the air shimmered with heat, and the very stones of Angband's floors glowed dull red beneath their feet. Morgoth gazed upon the fruits of 4 centuries' labour. The preparations were complete at last. The careful boring through bedrock, the channeling of magma flows, the weakening of stone barriers that held back the molten heart of the world itself. Soon the Eldar would learn that no wall built by mortal hands could contain the wrath of one who had sung discord in the music before the foundations of Arda were laid. "Let it begin," the Dark Lord commanded. The first tremors shook the northern mountains as the sun climbed toward its height. In the watchtowers of Hithlum, the guards of Fingolfin felt the stones beneath their feet shiver like leaves in an autumn wind. They looked toward Thangorodrim and saw smoke rising from its peaks, yet this was no ordinary reek of Morgoth's forges. The mountains split open like fruit beneath a blade. Rivers of fire burst forth from a dozen peaks at once. Molten rock poured down the slopes in torrents of liquid flame. Yet these were no natural eruptions born of earth's deep stirrings. The very landscape had been reshaped to serve the purposes of the Iron Crown, and now the patient work of centuries bore its terrible harvest. Ardgalen burned, the great green plain that stretched between the siege lines, and the enemy's gates became a wasteland in the space of a single morning. Grass and tree, flower and fern, all the growing things that had made the Northlands fair were consumed in fires that rushed outward from Angband, like the fingers of some grasping hand. The earth itself cracked and split, releasing vapors that choked the throat and stung the eyes until strong warriors wept like children. In the fortress of Barad Aithel, Prince Fingon watched his realm die before his eyes. The watchtowers that had stood for centuries vanished beneath waves of molten stone. The careful roads and bridges, the supply lines and communication posts, all the infrastructure of the great siege crumbled as the very ground beneath them turned to ash and burning sand. The rivers of fire found every valley and depression in the land. They flowed like water, yet burned like the heart of a forge, and where they passed, nothing remained but desolation. The fair streams that had watered Ardgalen boiled away in clouds of steam, and the fish that had swum in their clear waters died by the thousands as their homes became cauldrons of superheated mist. Yet the fire floods were only the beginning. Behind the rivers of flame came the hosts of Angband in numbers beyond counting. Orcs and wolves, trolls and fell beasts poured forth from gates that had been sealed for 4 centuries, and their battle cry rose above the roar of the flames like the voice of doom itself. Gothmog led the van, his flaming whip cracking above the heads of his legions, and behind him marched captains whose names would be remembered in the songs of woe until the world's ending. The siege lines broke like morning mist before the wind. Fortresses that had never fallen to direct assault were abandoned in hours as their defenders fled the advancing flames. The great tower of Amon Areb, where Gil-galad had kept watch for 3 centuries, stood empty before the sun reached its zenith. The walls and trenches, the barriers and gate towers that had held back the power of Angband for 400 years, became monuments to futility in the face of the earth's own fury turned to evil purpose. In the passes of the Erd Wethrin, companies of Edain found themselves cut off from retreat as rivers of fire carved new channels through the ancient stone. They climbed toward the high places, seeking escape from the burning lowlands, yet the very peaks seemed to glow with internal heat, as if the mountains themselves had become servants of the enemy. King Finrod abandoned Tall Sirion in the dark hour before dawn. His people fled southward through smoke-filled air, carrying what treasures they could save from the flames, yet many fair things were lost forever in that rout. The Tower of the Watch, where the banner of the House of Finarfin had flown since the early days of the siege, fell to the enemy without a sword being drawn in its defence. Ardgalen became Anfeglith, the gasping dust, where once green fields had stretched beneath the open sky, now only wasteland remained. The very air above the ruined plain shimmered with heat that rose from stones still cooling from their passage through the fires of the earth's heart. No bird flew over those desolate reaches, and no beast sought water at streams that had become beds of ash and bone. The great siege was broken, and with it died the hope that Morgoth might be contained behind his northern borders. The Dark Lord had shown his strength at last, and all Middle-earth trembled at the revelation, for the Eldar now understood that their enemy possessed power beyond their reckoning. Power to reshape the very foundations of the world according to his malice. Yet, in that hour of greatest darkness, few could see that Morgoth's triumph carried within it the seeds of his ultimate defeat. For in breaking forth from his fortress with such violence, he had committed himself to open war at last. The long centuries of patient preparation were ended, and now he must face his enemies, not from behind impregnable walls, but upon the field of battle itself. The balance of the world had shifted, and nothing would ever be the same again. In the years following the breaking of the siege, when smoke still rose from the ruins of Ardgalen, and refugees filled the roads leading south, Morgoth looked upon his victories and found them incomplete. The Eldar had been scattered and their fortresses broken, yet they fought on from new strongholds carved in mountain stone. The time had come to unleash his greatest weapon upon the shattered lands of the north. Deep in the breeding pits of Angband, the father of dragons stirred at his master's call. Glorung the golden rose from the depths where he had grown to full strength in darkness and flame. No beast of natural birth was he, but a creature shaped by Morgoth's will from fire and malice and the corrupted essence of the earth itself. His scales gleamed like molten gold in the light of Angband's forges, yet beneath their beauty lay strength that could shatter stone and breath that turned living flesh to ash and bone. The great worm stretched his length through caverns that had been carved wide to accommodate his growing bulk. His eyes opened like furnaces in the dark, and when he moved, the very foundations of Thangorodrim trembled. For he was the first of the fire drakes, mightiest of all the children of Morgoth's malice, and in his making the Dark Lord had poured much of his own power and cunning. From the gates of Angband, Glorung emerged into the light of day for the first time since his youth. The Orcs fell back before him in terror and awe, for even they who served the enemy feared the sight of their master's greatest creation. His body stretched longer than the mightiest ship ever built in the havens of the Teleri, and his breadth was such that he could crush a full company of warriors beneath his weight without slowing his advance. The dragon's first target lay not far from Angband's shadow. The fortress of Amon-Rod had become a refuge for survivors of the Great Burning, and its walls sheltered hundreds of Edan who had fled their burning homesteads when the rivers of fire destroyed their lands. They thought themselves safe behind stone walls built in the elder days, yet no fortress built by the hands of men could stand against the might of Glorung. The dragon came upon them in the grey hour before dawn. His approach shook the earth like distant thunder, yet those who heard it mistook the sound for tremors from the still cooling fires that had reshaped the north. Only when the great head rose above their walls like a second sunrise did they understand what manner of doom had come to their gates. Glorung's breath turned the morning air to flame. Stone walls that had weathered 1,000 storms cracked and split in the sudden heat, and the wooden buildings within the fortress blazed up like torches in a gale. Warriors ran toward the walls with spears and swords raised high, yet their weapons shattered against scales, harder than the finest armor ever forged in the halls of the dwarves. The great tail swept across the courtyard like a scythe through grain. Men who had fought orcs and wolves without flinching fell before the dragon's might like children before a giant, and their death cries were lost in the roar of flames that consumed everything they had built or hoped to save. Yet it was not strength alone that made Glorung terrible among the children of Morgoth. In his eyes burned an intelligence cold and cruel, and his voice when he spoke carried power to bend the will of lesser beings to his purpose. He was cunning as a serpent and proud as his master, and those who looked too long into his gaze found their courage failing, and their hearts filled with despair. The survivors of Amon-Rud fled south through air thick with smoke and ash. Behind them the dragon coiled among the ruins like a king upon his throne, and his laughter rolled across the wasteland like thunder from a clear sky. For this was only the beginning of his campaigns, and Glorung had tasted victory and found it sweet. The fortress of Nargothrond received the refugees with heavy hearts. King Finrod walked among the wounded and heard their tales of fire and terror. Yet even his wise counsel could offer little comfort to those who had seen their homes consumed by dragonfire. The great worm had come forth at last, and no fortress in Beleriand seemed strong enough to stand against his might. In the weeks that followed, Glorung ranged across the northern lands like a storm unleashed. He came upon the hidden halls of the grey elves and turned their fair chambers into furnaces of death. He found the secret paths that smugglers used to move supplies between the scattered strongholds, and sealed them with fire and fallen stone. Where armies might take months to conquer, the dragon passed in days and left only ash behind. His very presence changed the nature of the war itself, for no strategy devised by elf or man could account for a single creature who possessed the strength of 1,000 warriors and the cunning of their greatest kings. The Edain learnt to read the signs of Glorung's coming in the behaviour of birds and beasts. Deer fled southward in great herds when the dragon moved, and even the wolves of Angband slunk away from his path. The sky above his hunting grounds turned the colour of old blood, and the very air grew thick with vapours that stung the throat and made strong men gasp for breath. Refugees brought word of his deeds to every hall and haven in Beleriand, They spoke of villages consumed in minutes, of brave warriors turned to cowards by the spell of his gaze, of treasures gathered over generations melted into slag by the heat of his breath. The dragon's name became a curse upon the lips of the free peoples. Yet it was spoken always in whispers, as if the mere sound might draw his terrible attention. King Thingol received the dark tidings in his halls beneath the beech trees of Doriath. Even within the girdle of Melion's power, the wise could feel the shadow growing stronger in the north. For Glorung was no mere beast to be hunted with spear and bow, but a creature in whom the malice of Morgoth himself walked the earth in living form. The dragon's campaigns reached their climax in the autumn of that evil year. He came at last to the great fortress of Barad Ithel, where Fingolfin's son still held the pass against the servants of the enemy. The walls of that mighty stronghold had never been breached by orc or troll, yet they had not been built to withstand the assault of Glorung the Golden. The battle lasted 3 days and 2 nights. Prince Fingon led his warriors in desperate sallies against the dragon's flanks, yet their arrows broke against his scales like drops of rain upon stone. The great gates, wrought of iron and strengthened with the craft of the Noldor, melted like wax before the furnace heat of Glorung's breath. On the 3rd dawn, the dragon coiled himself about the central tower like a serpent around a tree. His weight brought down stones that had stood since the early days of the siege, and his roar of triumph echoed across the wasteland that had once been the fair plain of Ardgalen. Fingon's host retreated through the passes of the Erd Wethrin like water flowing downhill before a flood. Behind them, Barad Ithel burned with fires that would smoulder for years to come, and Glorung stretched his length among the ruins with the satisfaction of one who had completed a work long planned. The great siege was not merely broken, but utterly destroyed. Where once the Eldar had held their enemies behind a line of steel and stone, now the servants of Morgoth roamed free across the northern lands, and chief among them went Glorung the Worm, father of dragons, leaving behind him a trail of ash and sorrow that would never be forgotten while the world endured. The balance of the war had shifted beyond all hope of recovery, and the elder days moved toward their darkest hour. The fire floods of Glorung opened paths that had been sealed for centuries. Through the broken gates of Barad Ithel, the hosts of Morgoth poured southward like water through a shattered dam, and the carefully held lines of the great siege became memory in the space of a single season. Dorthonion fell first among the great strongholds. That fair highland had long been the domain of Angrad and Agnar, sons of Finarfin, and its pine forests had sheltered the northern borders of Baleriand since the early years of the siege. Yet, when the rivers of fire carved their channels through the roots of the Erd Wethrin, the defenders found themselves cut off from all hope of reinforcement or retreat. Beregond led his people in the final defence of their highland realm. The men of Bea's house had dwelt in those hills for 3 generations, and they knew every path and hidden valley among the pine groves. Yet knowledge of the land availed little when the land itself had been transformed by fire and the passage of dragonkind. The orcs came not in great hosts, but in endless streams that flowed around every defence like water around stones, where once 100 warriors might hold a pass for days. Now they found themselves surrounded and overwhelmed before the sun had moved, a hand's breadth across the sky. The careful strategies of siege warfare meant nothing when the enemy could strike from any direction at will. Barahir, alone among the lords of Dorthonion, refused to abandon his realm. He gathered the remnants of his people in the fastness of Tarn Eluin, where the lake's pure water still reflected stars that seemed cold and distant in the smoke-filled air. There among the reeds and marshes he made his last stand, yet it was a gesture of defiance rather than hope of victory. The gap of Maglor opened like a wound in the eastern defences. Maglor, son of Feanor, had held that pass against all assault for centuries. Yet the fire floods changed the very shape of the land and created new routes through hills that had been impassable since their first uplifting. His riders found themselves fighting on 10 fronts at once, as orc bands poured through breaks in the mountain wall that appeared overnight. The feast of reuniting became a feast of mourning instead. Lords who had planned to gather in celebration of victories won, found themselves fleeing for their lives through lands they no longer recognized. Medros abandoned his great fortress of Himring, retreating southward with the survivors of his guard as fire streams cut off their supply lines and rendered their defensive positions untenable. In the west, the folk of Hithlum found themselves trapped between the fires from the north and the sea that offered no escape. Fingolfin, the High King, rode among his people like a flame himself, seeking to rally their spirits in the hour of greatest need. Yet even his presence could not stem the tide of defeat that swept across his realm. The fair city of Menegroth received a constant stream of refugees through that bitter season. Thingol's halls filled with the wounded and the grieving, and Queen Melian used all her power to tend those who had been burned by dragonfire or broken by the terror of Glorung's gaze. Yet even the girdle of Melian seemed less secure, now that the northern defences had failed so completely. Gondolin remained hidden behind its circle of mountains, yet even there the people felt the trembling of the earth and saw the red glow that lit the northern sky. Turgon walked the walls of his secret city and wondered how long its concealment might endure, now that Morgoth's power ranged free across the upper lands. The passes of the Blue Mountains filled with streams of fleeing people. Elves and men together abandoned homes that had been theirs since the return from Valinor, the Undying Lands, carrying only what they could bear upon their backs. Behind them, the fair lands of their youth burned with fires that would not be quenched, and ahead lay only the uncertain hope of refuge in realms not yet touched by the spreading shadow. Prince Gil-galad fought, a running battle through the foothills of the arid Luin. His small company of warriors covered the retreat of hundreds of refugees, yet for every mile they gained toward safety, 2 more were lost to the advancing enemy. The orcs harried them like wolves among sheep, striking swiftly and melting away before the Eldar could mount an effective defense. By winter's coming, the great realm of the north had ceased to exist. Where once the bright kingdoms of the Noldor had stretched from sea to mountain in an unbroken chain, now only scattered strongholds remained like islands in a sea of smoke and ash. The careful work of centuries had been undone in a single campaign, and the lords of the Eldar faced the bitter truth that their enemy possessed resources beyond their power to match. Morgoth looked upon the ruin of his foes' hopes and found it good. The rivers of fire had served their purpose well, yet they were but the beginning of the sorrows he would bring upon the children of Ilúvatar Eru. For now the paths lay open to the south, and his servants could strike at targets that had long been protected by the buffer of the northern realms. The first phase of the war's ending had begun, and darkness covered the land like a shroud. Victory was not enough for the Dark Lord of Angband, though his armies swept across the broken Northlands, and his dragon burned the fortresses of the Eldar. Morgoth's malice demanded more than conquest alone. He would teach the children of Iluvatar that even their greatest heroes could become instruments of their own people's doom. Among the prisoners taken in the rout of the northern realms, one man, above all others, drew the attention of the Iron Crown. Hurin Thalion had been lord of Dor Loman before the fire floods consumed his realm. His sword had drunk orc blood for 40 years of border wars, and his name was spoken with respect in every hall where the Edain gathered to remember their fallen. Yet now he knelt in chains before the throne of Morgoth, his armor blackened by dragonfire and his sword broken upon the stones of Angband. The Dark Lord gazed down upon his captive with eyes like furnaces in the depths of the earth. Here was a prize beyond the worth of gold or mithril. For Hurin possessed something that Morgoth coveted above all treasures, the love of his kindred and the trust of his people. "You shall sit upon Thango Rodrum," Morgoth declared, "and you shall see with my eyes and hear with my ears the fate of those you have failed to protect." The curse that followed was wrought not of sword or flame but of words alone, yet it cut deeper than any blade forged in the fires of Angband. Morgoth bound Hryn to a chair of stone upon the highest peak of his fortress, and there the Lord of the Edain was condemned to watch, as his family walked the paths of doom that the Dark Lord had prepared for them. From his throne of torment, Hurin saw his wife Morwen struggle to protect their children in a land overrun by orcs and wolves. He watched his son Turin grow to manhood in the halls of Thingol, yet even in that protected realm the curse followed like a shadow, turning the young man's courage into the instrument of tragedy for all who loved him. The power of the Iron Crown reached beyond the borders of Angband to poison every choice and chance encounter that might have led to happiness. When Turin drew his sword to defend the innocent, the blade somehow found the wrong target. When he offered friendship to those in need, his very presence brought doom upon their houses. Hurin strained against his bonds and cried out warnings that none could hear. He saw his son become an exile and wanderer, fleeing from one sanctuary to another, as misfortune followed in his wake. The curse worked through small things, a misunderstood word, a moment's hesitation, a choice made in good faith that led to ruin beyond imagining. In Nargothrond, Turin rose high in the councils of King Finrod's brother, yet his advice led that hidden realm to reveal itself, before it was ready to face the strength of Angband. The dragon Glorung came upon the city of caves like a nightmare made manifest, and those who might have remained safe in concealment perished in flames because they had heeded the words of Hurin's son. Morgoth spoke to his prisoner in the long nights when the stars looked down with cold pity upon the peak of Thango Rodrim. The Dark Lord's voice carried false sympathy for the suffering he had authored. Yet beneath his words lay mockery, cruel beyond the understanding of those who had not dwelt in darkness since before the making of the world. "See how your courage serves my purposes," the enemy whispered. "Every blow your son strikes in the name of justice becomes a tool of my malice. Every friendship he makes becomes a path for my vengeance to follow." The worst torment lay not in watching Turin's individual sorrows, but in understanding how each tragedy served the greater design of evil. When the young warrior fought against the Orcs of Morgoth, his victories only drove them toward targets they might not have found otherwise. When he defended the weak, his very presence marked them for destruction. Hurin aged years in months as he watched the curse unfold. His hair turned grey and his face became lined with grief. Yet Morgoth's power kept him strong enough to endure every moment of the suffering he was forced to witness. Death would have been mercy, yet mercy was not in the nature of one who had chosen to corrupt all things fair and good. The daughter Nenna grew to womanhood in the shadow of her brother's doom. She too became caught in the web of Morgoth's malice. Her love and courage turned into instruments of tragedy through the spell that Glorung cast upon her memory. Brother and sister met at last, unknowing of their kinship, and their love became the final thread in the tapestry of woe that the Dark Lord had woven around their house. When Trin fell upon his sword in the ruins of his hopes, Hurin felt the last of his heart break within him. Yet even then the curse was not complete, for Morgoth had one final torment prepared for his prisoner. He would free the Lord of the Adan and let him walk among the consequences of his son's deeds. Seeing with his own eyes how completely his noble house had been destroyed, the chains fell away from Hurin's limbs at last. He stood upon Thangorodrim with legs weakened by years of captivity. Yet his spirit burned with hatred that would never be quenched while the world endured. Morgoth laughed to see such futile rage, for he knew that his greatest victory lay not in conquest of lands, or slaughter of armies, but in the corruption of love itself. Thus did the Dark Lord prove that even the noblest heart could become an instrument of evil when placed in the hands of one whose malice knew no bounds. The High King of the Noldor stood upon the ruins of his realm, and felt madness touch his heart like ice. Before him stretched the wasteland that had been Hithlum, where once his people had dwelt in halls bright with the light of the two trees' memory. Now only smoke and ash remained, and the wind carried the stench of dragonfire across lands that would never again know the touch of growing things. Fingolfin drew his sword ringle and felt its blade sing in the bitter air. The weapon had been forged in Valinor before the Darkening, when hope still lived in the hearts of the Eldar, and the Silmarils hung like stars in Feanor's crown. Its edge had never failed him in 4 centuries of war. Yet what use was even the finest blade against an enemy who could reshape the foundations of the earth itself? Behind him rode the last of his household guard. These were warriors who had followed him across the grinding ice of the Helcarax, who had stood beside him when the ships burned at Lasgar, who had kept faith through long years of siege and sudden catastrophe. Their faces bore the grey pallor of those who had looked upon defeat and found it bitter beyond enduring. The refugees streamed southward in lines that stretched beyond the horizon. Women carried children too young to walk the long roads to exile, while old men leaned upon staffs cut from trees that no longer grew in their homeland. They looked toward their High King with eyes that held no reproach, yet their very silence spoke of trust betrayed and promises broken beyond repair. Fingolfin had sworn to protect them when the host of the Noldor first set foot upon the shores of Middle-earth. He had pledged to hold back the darkness and build fair realms, where his people might dwell in peace, despite their exile from the undying lands. Yet now those realms lay in ashes, and his people faced wandering without hope of return to homes that existed only in memory. The weight of kingship had never pressed so heavily upon his shoulders. Every decision made in council, every strategy planned in the sleepless hours before dawn, every alliance forged with the houses of the Edain had led to this moment of absolute failure. The careful work of ages had crumbled in weeks, and the lords who had trusted his wisdom now gathered the bones of their dead from fields turned to glass by dragonfire. Rage filled the High King's heart like wine poured into an empty cup. Yet this was not the hot anger that flares bright and burns out quickly, but the cold wrath of one who had endured beyond the limits of endurance, and found that suffering could be transmuted into something harder than steel and more deadly than poison. He turned his horse toward the north and rode alone into the wasteland. His guard called out behind him, yet Fingolfin did not look back or slow his pace. The grey stallion Rocalar carried him swiftly across the burning plain that had been Ardgalen, and the beast's hoofbeats rang like hammer blows upon the hardened ash that covered what had once been fertile earth. The gates of Angband loomed before him, like the mouth of some great beast carved from the living rock of the mountains. No guard challenged his approach, for who among the servants of Morgoth would believe that a single rider might dare to seek the Dark Lord in his own fortress? Yet challenge came at last from the throne hall itself, where the sound of Rocalar's hooves upon stone had carried 2 ears that heard all sounds of defiance in the lands beneath his shadow. Morgoth emerged from his halls, clothed in majesty terrible to behold. The brand he bore was no mere weapon, but a symbol of his power over the foundations of the earth itself, and the iron crown upon his brow burned with the stolen light of the Silmarils. He had grown mighty in the long years since his return to Middle-earth, feeding upon the fear and hatred of those who served him until his form towered above, even the greatest of the Eldar, like a mountain above a hill. Fingolfin drew Ringle and felt the blade's light cut through the shadows that gathered around Angband's gates. The sword had been wrought by Telcher himself in the deeps of time, and its edge had drunk the black blood of Balrogs in the battles of Beleriand. Yet even such a weapon seemed small and frail before the bulk of one who had wrestled with the powers themselves in the halls of Eru. The duel that followed would be remembered in song until the world's ending. 7 times Ringle found its mark, and the Dark Lord cried out in pain and rage as steel blessed in Valinor, bit deep into flesh that had not known wounding since the elder days. The earth shook with the force of their blows, and the mountains themselves seemed to lean inward to witness the combat between light and shadow. Yet in the end, strength told against courage. Grond fell like thunder from a clear sky, and Fingolfin the High King lay broken upon the stones before his enemy's gates. Even in death, his hand held fast to Ringle's hilt, and the blade's light grew dim only when the last breath left his body. Morgoth limped back to his throne hall with wounds that would never fully heal. The eagles came to bear away the broken body of the High King, yet they could not carry away the memory of what he had achieved. For in his final hour, Fingolfin had proven that even the mightiest servant of darkness could be made to bleed, and that knowledge would live on in the hearts of those who still fought against the shadow. The crown had passed to Gil-galad, yet the kingship itself had been transformed by the manner of Fingolfin's passing. No longer would the Eldar think themselves safe behind walls of stone and steel, yet neither would they despair while courage lived in even a single heart. love had come to Angband in the most unlikely of forms. It walked in the shape of a mortal man whose life measured but brief decades against the endless years of the firstborn, yet whose heart burned with devotion stronger than the foundations of the mountains themselves. Baron Urgemine had sworn an oath that seemed madness even to those who loved him, yet oaths spoken in the presence of Luthien Tigneville carried power beyond the reckoning of the wise. The Silmaril that blazed in the centre of Morgoth's iron crown had been wrought by Feanor in the days of Valinor's bliss. It held within its crystalline heart the mingled light of the two trees themselves, pure and undimmed despite the long ages it had suffered the touch of evil. Yet none among all the hosts of elves and men had dared to think it might be taken from the very brow of the enemy himself. Luthien sang her father's realm to sleep with melodies older than the moon and stars. Even the great girdle of Melion's power bent to her will, for she was the daughter of a Maya and carried in her voice the echo of the music that shaped the world. The nightingales fell silent when she passed, knowing themselves surpassed, and flowers bloomed in winter at the touch of her bare feet upon the frozen earth. Together the mortal man and the elven maiden walked paths that led beyond hope into the very heart of darkness. One, the great hound, ran beside them, his loyalty transcending even the commands of his master Setlegorm, for he alone among the beasts of Middle-earth had been granted the gift of speech, and understood the weight of the deed they attempted. At the gates of Angband they met Karkaroth, the red moor that Morgoth had set to guard his fortress. The great wolf had been fed upon living flesh, and watered with the blood of elves since his whelping in the pits beneath Thangorodrim, and his size rivaled that of fell beasts, whose names were spoken only in whispers. Yet even this guardian fell beneath the spell of Luthien's song, for her voice carried power to heal the madness that evil had wrought in all living things. Into the throne hall of the Dark Lord they passed like dreams walking in the waking world. Morgoth sat upon his chair of black iron with the Silmarils blazing in his crown, yet their stolen light brought him no joy or comfort. Around him stood his greatest servants, Balrogs wreathed in shadow and flame, sorcerers whose knowledge had been bought with the corruption of their souls, captains whose strength came from the torture of the innocent. Luthien danced before the throne of evil itself. Her feet moved to rhythms older than the first sunrise, and her voice rose in melodies that called to the memory of days when darkness had not yet entered the world. Even the servants of Morgoth felt their hatred waver, as beauty beyond their comprehension filled the hall where only cruelty had dwelt for centuries uncounted. The Dark Lord himself swayed upon his throne as sleep crept through his limbs like honey through winter air. The iron crown grew heavy upon his brow, and the Silmaril's light seemed to pulse in time with the maiden's song. Slowly, inevitably, the mightiest of the Ainur fell into slumber deeper than the sleep that had held him in Mandos, and his great bulk settled against the back of his throne like a mountain finding rest. Baron's knife moved swift and sure. The blade had been blessed by Melian herself and sharpened upon stones taken from the shores of Valinor in the days before the exile. It cut through the iron of Morgoth's crown as if the metal were soft clay. Yet the Silmaril it freed burned his mortal flesh like a coal plucked from a forge fire. The jewel blazed in Baron's hand with light that had not touched the air of Middle-earth, since Feanor broke them from their settings in wrath and pride. Its radiance filled the throne hall of Angband with memories of Tirion upon Tuna and the two trees in their glory. And for a moment the darkness that had ruled that place since its founding was driven back like mist before the morning sun. Yet victory carried its own price. The knife slipped upon the second Silmaril, and its blade bit deep into the Dark Lord's flesh. Black blood welled from the wound like oil from a broken lamp, and Morgoth's roar of pain shook the very roots of the Iron Mountains. The servants of evil stirred from their enchanted sleep, and the lovers found themselves trapped within the heart of their enemy's power, with their theft discovered, and their escape cut off. Through halls filled with the footsteps of pursuing orcs they ran, following passages that Lúthin's song had revealed to them in the depths of the Dark Lord's dreams. Behind them came the sound of armies rousing, of weapons being drawn from sheaths, of hunting horns calling the servants of Angband to the chase. At the gates they met Carcharoth, wakeful and terrible in his wrath. The wolf's madness had returned tenfold when the spell of song was broken, and his jaws gaped wide enough to swallow horse and rider whole. Beren thrust forth his hand to ward off the attack, yet the Silmaril's fire only drove the beast to greater fury. The great jaws closed upon the mortal's hand, and jewel and flesh vanished together into the wolf's gullet. The sacred fire burned within Carcharoth, like poison in his veins, driving him beyond all control or reason. He fled from Angband in agony, carrying the Silmaril southward into lands where his passing would leave a trail of devastation and woe. Beren collapsed upon the threshold of Angband, with his life's blood flowing out upon stones that had never known mercy. Yet Lúthin's love called him back from the edge of death, and the eagles of Manwë bore them both to safety in the hidden halls of Menegroth. Morgoth raged upon his throne like a storm contained within walls of stone. The theft of even one Silmaril was a wound to his pride that no victory in war could heal, for it proved that mortal love could accomplish what armies had failed to achieve. The iron crown sat crooked upon his brow, and the empty setting where the jewel had rested accused him with its darkness. Yet the Dark Lord's wrath would soon find new targets, and the theft of the Silmaril would become the seed of greater sorrows yet to come. The union of Medros gathered like storm clouds upon the borders of Angband. From every corner of Beleriand came the banners of those who still dared to stand against the Dark Lord's power, and their combined host was greater than any army that had marched beneath Middle-earth's skies since the great war against Melkor in the Elder Days. Medros, son of Feanor, rode at the head of the eastern host. His brothers flanked him with their household guards, and behind them marched the remnants of the Noldor who had survived the breaking of the siege. Their armor bore the scars of many battles, yet their swords remained sharp, and their hearts burned with the desire for vengeance against the one who had stolen their king and destroyed their realm. From the west came Fingon with the warriors of Hithlum. The new High King bore himself like one born to command great hosts. Yet the shadow of his father's death lay heavy upon his spirit. He had witnessed Fingolfin's final ride to Angband's gates, and that memory drove him forward with a grief that could find no outlet save in battle against the servants of evil. The Edain marched beside their elven allies with weapons forged in desperation and hearts hardened by loss. Hurin Thalion led the men of Dorlomin, while his brother Hua commanded the warriors who had escaped the burning of their homeland. They sang the songs of their fathers as they marched, yet the words carried notes of farewell rather than triumph. In secret places, the dwarves of Belagost hammered steel and sharpened axes. King Azagel had answered the call to arms with reluctance, for his people preferred the deep roads to the fields of war. Yet the threat to all free peoples had grown too great to ignore. They came forth from their mountain halls, bearing weapons that could bite through dragon scale and armor that had turned the breath of fell beasts. Yet, for all their strength and valor, the Union carried within itself the seeds of its own destruction. Morgoth had not been idle while his enemies gathered their forces. His spies moved like shadows through every camp and council, carrying word of plans and preparations back to the halls of Angband. More dangerous still, the Dark Lord's voice whispered in the ears of those whose loyalty wavered, promising rich rewards for those who would serve his purposes when battle was joined. The eastern host moved first, seeking to draw Morgoth's attention, while Fingon's warriors struck from the west. Medros led his forces across the wasteland that had been Ardgalen, and their approach was marked by pillars of dust that rose like smoke against the morning sky. Behind them rode the sons of Feanor with their retainers, while beside them marched companies of Edan, whose fathers had sworn ancient oaths of friendship to the elven lords. At first the plan seemed blessed by fortune itself. The gates of Angband opened, and the hosts of Morgoth poured forth to meet them in numbers, that darkened the earth like locusts in a summer of plague. Yet this was precisely what Medros had hoped for, and he ordered the retreat that would draw the enemy into the trap his brother's army had prepared. Fingon struck from the west as the signal fires blazed upon the hilltops. His warriors fell upon the orc hosts like wolves among sheep, and their battle cry rang across the field with such force that even the servants of darkness felt fear touch their hearts. For a moment it seemed that the Eldar might indeed reclaim their ancient dominion over the northern lands. Then came the betrayal that doomed them all. The Easterlings who had sworn themselves to Medrus's service turned their weapons upon their allies at the moment of greatest need. Ulfang the Black led his sons in a charge that struck the eastern host in the flank, just as they sought to complete the encirclement of their enemies. What had been a carefully planned maneuver became a desperate struggle for survival, as friend became foe in the space between one heartbeat and the next. Maglo fought back to back with his brother as orc blades pressed close on every side. The harper's sword sang its own grim melody as it rose and fell, yet even the finest blade could not hold back the tide of treachery and superior numbers. Around them the eastern host crumbled like sand before the tide, and warriors who had fought beside each other for centuries died alone among enemies who gave no quarter. From the heights of Thango-Rodrum, Glorung descended like a falling star wreathed in fire and malice. The great dragon's roar shattered the courage of those who heard it, and his breath turned the battlefield itself into a furnace where steel melted and stone cracked in the terrible heat. Before his advance, the bravest warriors broke and fled, for no mortal strength could stand against such power unleashed. Fingon saw his brother's host dissolving in chaos, and led his own warriors in a desperate charge to break through the enemy lines. The High King's banner flew bright above the press of battle, and for a moment hope flickered like a candle flame in the darkness. Yet Gothmog, Lord of Balrogs, had marked him for death, and their duel raged across ground already soaked with the blood of heroes. The great whip cracked like thunder, and Fingon, High King of the Noldor, fell with his sword still bright in his hand. His death cry was taken up by those who loved him, and their grief became a weapon more terrible than any forged in the smithies of Angband. They fought with the fury of the bereaved until none remained standing, and their sacrifice bought time for others to escape the ruin of their hopes. Hurin, Thalion, made the last stand of the Edain upon a hill that would be remembered in song until the world's ending. His warriors formed a ring of steel around their lord, and their axes drank deep of orc blood as the enemy waves broke against their shields. One by one they fell, yet each death cost their foes dear, and their defiance echoed across the field like a challenge to the Dark Lord himself. When Hurin stood alone among the bodies of his men, he cast aside his broken shield and took his axe in both hands. His battle cry rang out above the din of slaughter as he carved a path toward the banners of Angband, seeking to sell his life as dearly as possible. 70 orcs fell to his blade before weight of numbers bore him down. Yet even then he fought until Gothmog himself came to bind him with chains forged in the deepest pits of Angband. The field of the Nirneath Arnadiad became a wasteland carpeted with the dead. Wolves and ravens came to feast upon the fallen, yet even they fled when Glorung coiled among the corpses like a serpent in a garden of death. The dragon's laughter echoed across the battlefield as he surveyed the ruin of the last great hope of the free peoples. Morgoth had won his greatest victory, yet the triumph brought him no joy. For he had learned that morning that even in defeat the children of Iluvatar could achieve a beauty that his malice could never match, and that knowledge poisoned every pleasure he might have taken in their destruction. In the deepest forges of Angband, where fire burned hotter than the heart of mountains and malice took shape in molten steel, Morgoth laboured upon his greatest work. The victory of the Nirneath had given him mastery over Beleriand, yet mastery was not enough for one whose appetite for destruction knew no bounds. He would create a servant so mighty that even the Valar themselves might tremble at its roar. The breeding pits that had birthed Glorung seemed small and crude compared to the vast caverns now carved beneath Thangorodrim. Here the Dark Lord poured his own essence into the making of dragonkind, feeding the growing worm with fire stolen from the foundations of the earth itself. For 20 years the work continued in secret, while above the servants of Angband consolidated their master's conquests. When Ankalagon, the Black First, stirred in his deep lair, the mountains themselves groaned beneath his weight. His size dwarfed even Glorung as a mountain dwarfs a hill. His wingspan stretched wider than the greatest ships ever built in the havens of the Eldar, and when he spread his pinions, the shadow they cast could cover entire cities. His scales were black as the void between the stars, yet they reflected no light save the red glow of the fires that burned within his mighty heart. The great dragon's first breath melted stone to glass and turned iron to vapor in the heated air. His roar shattered the peaks of lesser mountains and sent avalanches tumbling into valleys where his enemies might seek to hide. Yet it was not strength alone that made Ankalagon terrible beyond all other creatures of Morgoth's making. In his eyes burned intelligence, ancient and cruel, wisdom corrupted by centuries of dwelling in darkness. He spoke in the black speech with a voice like grinding stone, yet his words carried power to break the will of those who heard them. The spells woven into his making gave him knowledge of secret ways and hidden weaknesses, and his malice grew with each passing year until it rivaled that of his master himself. Morgoth looked upon his creation and knew that he had wrought well. Here was a weapon that could break any fortress, burn any army, and strike terror into hearts that had never known fear. The Dark Lord spoke words of binding and command, yet Ancalagon's submission came freely given. For the great worm recognized in his maker a kindred spirit whose appetite for destruction matched his own. The first flight of Ancalagon marked the beginning of sorrows beyond counting. He rose from the pits of Angband, like a second sun clothed in darkness and flame. His passage through the air sent waves of superheated wind rolling across the wasteland, and the very sky seemed to burn where his wings had beaten. Below him the Orc armies cheered their master's newest servant, yet even they drew back in terror from the shadow of his passing. The survivors of Gil-galad's realm saw the great dragons approach from their refuge on the Isle of Balar. Even across the leagues of sea that separated them from the mainland, they could see the red glow that marked his passage and feel the tremor of his wing beats in the air itself. Ships that had weathered the worst storms of Belagir turned aside from their course, rather than sail beneath the shadow of his flight. And Calagon's first target was the hidden realm of Gondolin. Though Turgon City remained concealed behind its circle of mountains, the dragon's eyes could pierce veils that had hidden it from lesser servants of the enemy. He circled above the encircling mountains like a carrion bird above a battlefield, testing the strength of the barriers that protected the last great stronghold of the Noldor. The great Wyam's roar echoed from peak to peak, until the very stones of the hidden pass began to crack and shift. Avalanches thundered down into the valleys where Gondolin's guards kept their watch. Yet these were the least of the terrors that Ancalagon brought to bear. His breath carved new channels through solid rock, opening paths where none had existed since the world's shaping. King Turgon felt the dragon's presence like a weight upon his spirit. The walls of his city had been raised by powers beyond mortal craft, yet even they seemed fragile before the might of Morgoth's greatest creation. In the throne hall of Gondolin, the king gathered his counselors and spoke words that had not been heard. Since the founding of the realm, preparations for siege and the possibility of defeat. Yet Ancalagon did not strike at Gondolin directly. His master's plans required subtlety as well as strength, and the great dragon withdrew to terrorize other targets while agents of corruption worked their way into Turgon's court. The hidden city would fall in due time, yet its destruction would come from within as well as without. The black wings cast their shadow over every free realm that still dared to resist the Dark Lord's will. Nargothrond trembled behind its gates of stone, while in distant Doriath, Queen Melian strengthened her girdle against the approach of powers that even she might struggle to turn aside. The dragons of lesser breed followed Ancalagon like hunting hounds behind their pack leader, and together they scoured Beleriand of any who dared to challenge their master's dominion. Villagers that had survived the Nirneath were consumed in minutes by dragonfire. Refugees who had found sanctuary in hidden valleys watched their shelters burn as Ancalagon's brood hunted them down like beasts in the wild. The very air above Beleriand became unsafe for any save the servants of Angband, and the eagles of Manwë withdrew to their high places rather than face the fury of the winged flame. In the halls of Angband, Morgoth gazed upon maps marked with the paths of destruction his greatest creation had carved across the face of Middle-earth. Every burned city, every slaughtered company, every act of terror served his greater purpose. The free peoples were learning that resistance brought only suffering, while those who submitted to his rule found peace in slavery. Ancalagon the Black had become the spear point of the Dark Lord's final conquest, and before his might even the greatest of the Eldar began to despair. The son of Eil walked alone through the passes of the encircling mountains, seeking the ores of the earth that called to his smithcraft like songs in the darkness. Meglin had inherited his father's skill with hammer and forge, yet in his heart burned desires that ran deeper than the love of metals and the shaping of fair things. He coveted what lay beyond his reach, and that hunger would prove the doom of all he claimed to cherish. Orcs found him in the high places where the veins of Mithril ran closest to the surface. They came upon him in numbers too great for even his blade to turn aside. Yet they did not slay him as they would have any other of the Eldar. Their orders came from Angband itself, and they bore him southward in chains wrought of iron, blessed in the fires of Morgoth's forges. In the throne hall of the Dark Lord, Meglin knelt before powers that dwarfed his understanding. The iron crown blazed with the light of the remaining Silmarils, yet their radiance brought no comfort to one who had lived all his days in the hidden realm of Gondolin. Around him stood the greatest servants of evil, Balrogs whose whips cracked like thunder, sorcerers whose knowledge had been bought with the corruption of their souls. Morgoth gazed down upon his prisoner with eyes that saw through flesh and bone to the desires that lay hidden in the deepest chambers of the heart. Here was no hero to be broken upon the rack, no warrior whose courage must be ground down through years of torment. This was a smith who coveted his uncle's crown, a nephew who burned with secret love for one who would never return his affection. The Dark Lord spoke words that cut like knives into the secret places of Meglin's spirit. "You dwell in a city of fools," Morgoth said, his voice carrying false sympathy for the prisoner's sufferings. "They waste your gifts upon trinkets and ornaments, while greater works await your hands. They give high honor to lesser smiths, while your true worth goes unrecognized. The lies mixed with truth in proportions carefully measured to find their mark." Meglin had indeed felt the sting of being overshadowed by others in his uncle's court, and the words awakened resentment that had long festered in darkness. Yet worse was to come, for Morgoth had read the deepest secret of the smith's heart, and would use it as a key to unlock his loyalty. "Idril Celebrindle walks in gardens of silver, while you labor in workshops of stone. She smiles upon two other mortal, while one of her own kindred burns with love unspoken. Do they think you blind to your own desires, or do they simply count them as nothing before their precious policies of concealment?" The poison worked swiftly in Meglin's wounded spirit. Every slight remembered, every moment when his counsel had been overruled. Every glance that Idril had given to another became a grievance that demanded satisfaction. The Dark Lord's words painted pictures of what might be. Gondolin ruled by one who understood the true value of power. Idril won by strength rather than the pretty words of lesser men. Yet Morgoth was too wise to rely upon promises alone. He showed his prisoner the might of Ancalagon the Black, the dragon whose wingspan could cover cities and whose breath turned stone to molten glass. He displayed the armies that filled the plains of Anfaglith, orcs and wolves and fell beasts beyond counting. Against such power, what hope could even the hidden kingdom maintain? "Serve me willingly," the Dark Lord commanded, "and you shall rule in Gondolin when the siege is ended. Refuse, and watch from Thangorodrim, as all you claim to love burns in dragonfire." The choice seemed simple to one whose heart had already been prepared for treachery. Meglin bowed his head and spoke the words that bound him to the service of evil, yet he told himself that he acted from love rather than malice. He would save what could be saved from the ruin to come, and if that required betraying those who had failed to value him properly, then the fault lay with them rather than himself. Morgoth released his new servant with gifts that would ease his path to corruption. A ring of black iron circled Meglin's finger, wrought with spells that would carry his master's voice across any distance. Gold filled his purse, yet it was gold that would turn to ash if his loyalty wavered. Most precious of all was the knowledge he had gained of Angband's strength, for now he understood the futility of resistance, and could speak with authority of the need for accommodation. The guards of Gondolin welcomed their lord's nephew with joy when he returned through the secret paths that led to the hidden valley. They saw the pallor of his face and the shadows beneath his eyes, yet they attributed these to the hardships of travel in dangerous lands. None suspected that their prince had walked in the throne hall of their greatest enemy and returned as his willing tool. Meglin resumed his place in Turgon's court with words of counsel that seemed wise to those who heard them. He spoke of the need for caution in troubled times, of the danger of sending aid to allies who might betray their trust. When messengers came seeking help from the remnants of other realms, it was often Meglin's voice that argued for refusing their pleas. The defences of Gondolin began to weaken from within, as the traitor's influence spread through the councils of the king. Guards were reassigned from crucial posts under pretexts that seemed reasonable, while supply routes were altered to patterns that would serve the enemy's purposes when the final assault came. Each change was small in itself, yet together they prepared the hidden city for the doom that approached on black wings. King Turgon trusted his sister's son as he trusted few others in his court. When Meglin spoke of the need for new fortifications, the king commanded that they be built. When he counseled against certain military preparations, his advice was heeded. The traitor's ring grew warm upon his finger as each act of sabotage was reported to his master in Angband. Yet the greatest betrayal lay not in the weakening of walls or the misdirection of guards. Meglin's true service to the Dark Lord lay in the slow poisoning of hope itself, the careful cultivation of despair among those who might otherwise have fought to the last. He spoke often of the futility of resistance and the wisdom of accepting inevitable defeat, and his words found fertile ground in hearts already wounded by the losses of war. The trap was nearly set, and soon the hidden city would learn the price of harboring treachery in the name of love. The festival of Gates of Summer dawned fair over the hidden valley of Tumladen. In the courts of Gondolin the fountains sang with voices like silver bells, and the white towers caught the early light and cast it back in rays that seemed to hold the very essence of hope. Yet beneath the joy of that morning lay currents of doom that few could sense, for the traitor's work was nearly complete. Meglin stood upon the walls of his uncle's city and felt the black ring burn cold upon his finger. The signal had come at last from his master in Angband, carried on winds that bore the scent of dragon fire and the promise of destruction. Tonight the armies of Morgoth would march, and the greatest secret of the elder days would be revealed to those who served the Iron Crown. In the armories of the city, weapons lay bright and ready that had never known the stain of battle. The guards of Gondolin bore themselves with pride earned through centuries of peaceful vigilance. Yet their swords had been drawn only in ceremony since the city's founding. They were warriors in name and training, yet they would face their first true test against foes, whose strength had been proven in the fires of conquest. King Turgon walked among his people as the sun climbed toward its zenith, speaking words of blessing and sharing in their joy, as was his custom on the great festivals. His crown caught the light of the fountain spray, and his robes moved like water in the gentle breeze that stirred the banners of his house. He seemed a figure from the elder days when the world was young, yet shadow touched his spirit even in that hour of brightness. The feast began at sunset in the great hall, where the lords of Gondolin had gathered for 7 centuries of celebration. Wine flowed like water, and the harpers sang songs of the undying lands the few now living had ever seen. Yet beneath the music ran notes of farewell, as if the very stones of the city felt the approaching end of all they had been built to protect. Idril Celebrindle sat beside her husband Tuatha, with their son Eärendil playing at her feet. The child bore the mingled beauty of the Eldar and the Edan in his face. Yet tonight his laughter seemed forced, and his games held little of their usual joy. Even the youngest could sense that change rode the evening wind, though none could say what form that change might take. Meglin raised his cup in toast to his king and uncle, yet the wine turned bitter on his tongue. The words of loyalty he spoke rang hollow in his own ears, and the ring upon his finger grew warm as midnight approached. Soon the horn would sound from Thangorodrim, and the doom he had helped to weave would fall upon all who had shown him kindness. The attack came with the dark of the moon, and Calagon the black rose from the northern mountains like a star fallen into evil, his wings blotting out the constellations as he swept southward toward the hidden valley. Behind him flew the lesser dragons of his brood, their flames already kindling in anticipation of the slaughter to come. The air itself seemed to burn where they passed, and their roar shattered the peace of night like thunder from a clear sky. The great Wyam's eyes pierced the veils that had hidden Gondolin since its founding. What had been secret for 7 centuries lay bare before his gaze, and his laughter rolled across the encircling mountains like the voice of doom itself. Below him the white city gleamed in the starlight, beautiful and defenseless as a flower blooming in winter. Tuatha was the first to understand what approached. The mortal man had sailed the coasts of Beleriand and knew the sound of dragon wings upon the wind. He ran through the halls of the palace crying warnings that seemed too terrible to believe. Yet his voice carried the authority of one who had faced the servants of Angband in open battle. The dragons fell upon Gondolin like hawks upon a dove, and Calagon's breath carved channels of molten stone through the fairest towers, while his claws tore gaps in walls that had been raised with the craft of Valinor itself. The lesser Wyams followed their leader's example, each seeking to outdo the others in destruction, as they reduced 7 centuries of labor to ruin in the space of hours. From the secret gate that Meglen's treachery had revealed, the armies of Angband poured into the valley like water through a broken dam. Balrogs strode among the burning gardens with whips of flame, while orcs and wolves and fell beasts spread through the lower city like a plague of locusts. The streets that had known only the footsteps of the peaceful, filled with the cries of the wounded and the clash of weapons drawn in desperate defense. King Turgon took up the sword Glamdring for the last time, and gathered his household guard around him in the tower of his palace. They were few against many, yet they fought with the courage of those who defend all they hold dear. The king's blade blazed with light that had been kindled in Gondolin's founding, and where it fell, the servants of darkness drew back in fear and pain. Yet numbers told against valor in the end. One by one the defenders fell until Turgon stood alone in the hall, where he had ruled in wisdom for long centuries of peace. Gothmog, lord of Balrogs, came upon him in that final hour, and their battle shook the foundations of the tower itself until the stones began to crack and fall. Tuatha led the escape through passages that Idril's wisdom had prepared against this very catastrophe. Behind them, the city burned with fires that would smoulder for years to come, while ahead lay only the hope of reaching the coast and finding ships that might carry them beyond the reach of Morgoth's vengeance. They were few who fled where thousands had dwelt, yet in their survival lay the seed of hope for the future. Earendale, the half-elven, looked back once at the ruin of the only home he had known, yet his mother urged him forward toward the darkness that might yet hold light for those who dared to seek it. Behind them, Gondolin died in flame and shadow, yet their escape carried with it the memory of beauty that no power of evil could entirely destroy. The last great stronghold of the Noldor had fallen, and with it died the hope that any earthly fortress might stand forever against the malice of the Dark Lord. The Silmaril of Luthien blazed in the treasure halls of Menegroth, with light that had never dimmed since its making in Valinor's bliss. Yet the sacred jewel had become a curse upon the house of Thingol, for its beauty awakened desires that wisdom could not master, even in the protected realm of Doriath. The hunger for the hallowed light began to work its poison in hearts that should have remained pure. King Thingol gazed upon the jewel with eyes that grew brighter and stranger with each passing day. The Silmaril sang to him in voices that spoke of power and glory beyond the reach of lesser lords, and slowly his thoughts turned from the protection of his people to dreams of dominion over all the lands of Middle-earth. The light that should have blessed became the instrument of his corruption. The dwarves of Nograd came to Menegroth, bearing gifts wrought in their mountain forges. Their king had heard tales of the recovered Silmaril, and desired to look upon its wonder with his own eyes. Yet the craftsmen who accompanied him brought skills that Thingol coveted for his own purposes. They could set the sacred jewel in gold and silver, creating a necklace that would be the greatest treasure ever fashioned by mortal hands. Noglamir grew beneath their hammers like a flower of living light. The golden collar that emerged from their workshops seemed to hold starlight itself within its links, and when the Silmaril was set at its heart, the combined radiance filled the halls of Menegroth with glory that made even the lamps of the Eldar seem dim by comparison. Yet beauty carried its own price, and the makers began to covet what they had wrought. Words were spoken in anger that could not be recalled. The dwarves claimed payment for their labor in the very necklace they had created, while Thingol named them thieves who would steal the most sacred treasure of the Eldar. Swords were drawn in the halls of peace. and blood was spilled upon stones that had known only harmony since the girdle of Melian first enclosed the hidden kingdom. Thingol fell with the Noglamir still warm from the forges clutched in his hands. The dwarf blades found their mark despite the protection of centuries of enchantment, and the Grey King's voice was stilled forever in the halls he had ruled since before the rising of the moon. With his death, the greatest of the Eldar lords passed from Middle-earth, and shadows began to gather in places that had long known only light. Queen Melian felt her husband's death like a sword thrust through her own spirit. The Maya, who had wed an elf lord for love of his music, found that grief could accomplish what no power of Morgoth had achieved in all the long years of war. The bonds that held her to Middle-earth began to weaken, and with them the great enchantment that had protected Doriath from all who would do it harm. The girdle of power unravelled like a tapestry whose threads are cut by careless hands. For centuries it had turned aside the servants of Angband and hidden the forest realm from the eyes of those who wished it evil. Yet now it faded like mist before the morning sun. Doriath lay open to its enemies for the first time since the Elder Days, and those enemies were not slow to take advantage of its weakness. Melian spoke words of farewell to the daughter she would leave behind, yet Eluing was too young to understand the weight of the burden that would fall upon her shoulders. The child wore the Noglamir about her neck like a collar of stars, yet she little knew that its light would draw doom upon all who sheltered her. The Queen of Doriath departed for the Undying Lands, leaving her mortal kin to face the dangers of a world grown dark. The sons of Feanor learned of Thingol's death before his body was cold in the earth. Their oath burned within them like fire in their veins, demanding that they reclaim the Silmaril, regardless of the cost in blood or friendship. They had watched one jewel escape their grasp when Beren bore it from Angband, yet this second sacred light lay within their reach if they possessed the will to take it. Celegorm spoke words that his brothers remembered from the kinslaying at Alqualunde. The time for gentle persuasion had passed, and if the child Eluing would not surrender the jewel willingly, then it must be taken by force. They had sworn before the throne of Manwë himself to reclaim their father's work, and no consideration of mercy could weigh against that sacred obligation. The second kinslaying began at dawn on a day when mist hung heavy over the forests of Doriath. The sons of Fuena came with their household guards and fell upon the people of Menegroth like wolves among sheep. Yet they found the grey elves ready to defend their treasure with their lives. The halls that had echoed with music and laughter rang instead with the clash of weapons and the cries of the wounded. Dior Thingol's heir died with his sword in his hand and his wife beside him. The king and queen of Doriath fought back to back in the final defense of their daughter, yet numbers told against courage in the end. Around them the fairest court in Middle-earth dissolved in bloodshed as kinsmen. Fought kinsmen for the sake of a jewel that brought doom to all who possessed it. Eluing escaped through passages known only to the royal house. Yet the Noglamir hung heavy about her neck as she fled through forests that no longer offered the protection of Melian's power. Behind her, Menegroth burned with fires set by the sons of Fuena in their fury, while ahead lay only the uncertain hope of reaching the havens of Sirion before her pursuers could overtake her. The great kingdom of Doriath died in that hour, and with it passed the last realm that could remember the elder days when the world was young. The protected places were no more, And the children of Ilúvatar faced the power of Morgoth, with no sanctuary left save the strength of their own hearts. The Silmaril blazed upon the child's breast as she ran through the dying forest. Yet its light brought no comfort to one who had lost everything she held dear for its sake. From his throne of iron and shadow, Morgoth looked upon the fruits of victory and found them bitter. Before him stretched lands that bore his mark upon every mountain and valley, realms emptied of all who had dared to call themselves free. The great kingdoms of the Eldar lay in ashes, their lords dead or fled beyond the circles of the world, yet triumph brought the Dark Lord no peace. The maps spread before his throne showed Beleriand as it had never been in all the long years of war. No bright banners marked the strongholds of his enemies, for those strongholds were dust and memory. No coloured lines showed the borders between rival kingdoms, for there was only one kingdom now, and he was its undisputed master. The very geography had been reshaped by dragonfire, and the passage of his armies until the land itself bore witness to his dominion. Sauron stood at his master's right hand with reports that should have gladdened the heart of one who had fought so long for absolute power. The Orc hosts roamed freely from the Iron Mountains to the shores of Belagare, taking tribute from any who still drew breath in the shadow of Angband. The great fortresses that had held back the tide of darkness for centuries served now as barracks for the servants of evil, their fair halls echoing with voices that spoke only the black speech. Yet in the depths of his malice, Morgoth found that conquest was a hollow thing. He had dreamed of ruling over subjects who would worship him as a god, yet the lands beneath his shadow held only slaves and corpses. The songs that rose from his dominion were laments for the dead, not hymns of praise for their conqueror. Victory had given him everything he had claimed to desire, yet it tasted of ash in his mouth. The refugees who had escaped the burning of Gondolin huddled in caves along the coast, where the sea winds brought salt spray to mingle with their tears. Gil-galad tried to keep hope alive among the scattered survivors, yet his words rang hollow when spoke to those who had lost everything they held dear. There were few where thousands had been, and their numbers dwindled with each passing season as despair took its toll. In the havens of Sirion, Eowyn came to womanhood with the weight of the Silmaril upon her breast, and the burden of kingship upon her shoulders. The child who had fled from burning Menegroth had become the leader of the last free settlement in all of Beleriand. Yet her realm consisted of little more than crude shelters built from driftwood and hope grown thin as spider silk. The ships that had once carried trade goods between the great cities now served as homes for families who had no other roof to shelter them. Their holds were filled not with treasure but with the meagre possessions of those who had lost everything else to dragonfire and orc blade. Children played among the rigging while their parents kept watch for the black wings that might appear at any moment above the horizon. Irindel the mariner walked the beaches of his diminished realm and felt the call of deeper waters in his blood. The son of Tuatha and Idrel bore within him the restless spirit of both the Eldar and the Eddin, yet he found no peace in either heritage. The sea whispered to him of distant shores where the light of the two trees still lingered, yet he was bound by love and duty to those who depended on his protection. From the watchtowers of Angband, Morgoth's servants kept vigil over their master's domain with eyes that never closed and malice that never slept. They reported every movement of bird or beast, every ship that dared to sail the coastal waters, every word spoken in defiance of the Iron Crown. The surveillance was so complete that even the gulls seemed to serve as spies for the Dark Lord's purposes. Yet perfect knowledge brought its own torments to one whose nature demanded constant opposition. Morgoth had defined himself through struggle against the powers of light, and now that those powers had been driven from Middle-earth, he found himself ruling over a wasteland that reflected his own inner desolation. The songs of his victory were sung by voices that held no joy, and the worship he received came from slaves who feared him rather than followers who loved him. The Dark Lord's paranoia grew with each passing year of his dominion. He saw plots in every shadow and rebellion in every whispered word, for he knew that absolute power bred absolute hatred in the hearts of those who suffered beneath its weight. His spies watched his spies, and his guards stood ready to turn their weapons upon each other at the slightest sign of treachery. Sleep brought no rest to one who had made himself master of nightmares. In dreams he walked through halls filled with the accusing voices of those he had destroyed, and their words echoed with prophecies of doom that chilled even his iron heart. The Silmarils in his crown burned with light that seemed to judge him rather than serve him, and their radiance became a constant reminder of all he had lost in gaining what he thought he wanted. The great library of Angband filled with scrolls that recorded every aspect of his conquered lands, yet the knowledge they contained brought only emptiness. He could command the movement of every army and the fate of every village, yet he could not command the one thing he had always sought, the love and willing service of the children of Eru. They served him from fear alone, and fear was a foundation that would crumble the moment a greater power appeared to challenge his throne. In the deepest chambers of his fortress, Morgoth began to prepare for challenges he could feel gathering beyond the circles of the world. His dominion over Beleriand was complete, yet he sensed that completion itself might be the prelude to catastrophe. The very totality of his victory had left him isolated and vulnerable in ways that partial success had never done. The wheels of doom were turning, and even the mightiest of the Eye, Nor, could not escape the consequences of choices made in wrath and pride. The last ship in the havens of Sirion rocked gently at anchor, while her captains stood upon the weathered dock and felt the weight of impossible choices pressing upon his heart. Irindel, the mariner, had sailed every coast of Middle-earth, and knew the paths of wind and current better than any sailor born since the world's making. Yet the voyage he contemplated now lay beyond the reach of mortal navigation. Eloing stood beside her husband with the Silmaril blazing upon her breast like a captured star. The sacred jewel cast its light across the dark waters of the harbour, yet even that radiance seemed dim against the shadow that had fallen over all the lands they had known. Behind them, in crude shelters built from salvaged timber, the last free people of Beleriand waited for word of what their leaders had decided in this final hour. The children played among the tide pools as if the world were not ending around them. Their laughter carried on the sea wind like music from a time when hope still lived in mortal hearts. Yet even they could sense that change rode the evening air. Soon they would wake to find their protectors gone, and only the uncertain mercy of the waves to shelter them from the servants of Angband. Irindel had dreamed of the Western Sea since boyhood in the halls of Gondolin. His mortal father had filled his ears with tales of lands beyond the sunset where the Valar dwelt in light unmarred by shadow. Yet those stories had seemed like children's fables until the darkness closed over Middle-earth like a tide. Now they offered the only hope that remained for the children of Eru. Vingalot lay ready for the voyage that might be her last. The ship had been built with the craft of both elves and men, her hull strengthened with metals drawn from the deep places of the earth, and her sails woven from threads that held the memory of starlight. She was fair to look upon and swift in the water, yet no vessel had ever been made that could survive the shadowy seas between Middle-earth and the undying lands. The mariner embraced his wife and children with arms that trembled despite his will to remain strong. Words of farewell stuck in his throat like broken glass, for how could he speak of hope when his departure might mean only that they would die alone instead of together? Yet duty called louder than love, and the Silmaril upon Elwing's breast pulsed with light that seemed to urge him toward the western waters. Gil-galad came to the harbour in the hour before dawn, with blessings that carried the weight of kingship and sorrow mingled in equal measure. The young lord who had inherited the crown of the Noldor understood that this voyage might be the last throw of dice that had already fallen badly. Yet even desperate gambles were better than the certainty of slow extinction under Morgoth's rule. Vingalot's crew was few and chosen from among those who had no ties to bind them to the shores of Middle-earth. They were sailors who had lost everything to dragonfire and orc blade, warriors whose families lay dead in the ruins of great cities, craftsmen whose life's work had been turned to ash in a single night of burning. They followed their captain not from hope of return, but from the knowledge that death at sea was cleaner than death in the shadows of Angband. The ship turned her prow toward the deeps, where no star offered guidance to mortal eyes. Behind them, the coast of Beleriand fell away into mist and memory, while ahead stretched waters that had been forbidden to the children of Ilúvatar since the rebellion of the Noldor. The wind that filled their sails carried voices that might have been the songs of gulls or the warnings of powers beyond the circles of the world. Through leagues of storm and calm they sailed, while the very sea seemed to test their resolve. Waves rose like mountains of green glass and crashed down upon their deck with the force of avalanches. Yet Vingalot rode them out like a gull upon the wind. The compass spun wildly as they passed beyond the ordered paths of Middle-earth into regions where the laws of the world itself grew thin and strange. Strange lights danced upon the water in the deep watches of the night. The crew saw islands that were not there when morning came, and heard music that drew their hearts toward rocks that would have shattered their hull like brittle pottery. Eärendil bound himself to the mast when the singing grew too sweet to resist, for he alone among them bore the burden of command that could not be surrendered to the voices of the deep. The enchanted isles rose from the sea like the dreams of sleeping gods. Between their shores the water ran still as polished glass, and the very air grew thick with enchantments that had been woven to turn back any who sought the straight road to Valinor, the undying lands. Ships that sailed into those waters were said to drift forever in dreams that felt more real than waking. Yet Eärendil pressed forward with the Silmaril, blazing like a beacon in the bow of his ship. It was the sacred jewel that opened the path through barriers that no mortal craft should have been able to pass. The light of the two trees still dwelt within that crystal heart, and it sang to its kindred across the western waters with voice that no power of the Valar could deny. Vingalot slipped through channels that closed behind her like water healing from a wound, carrying her crew toward shores that few among the Eldar had seen since the world was young. The towers of Valmar rose from the plain of Valinor like music made manifest in stone and starlight. Their beauty struck the mariners dumb with wonder, for they had been born in lands where shadow lay heavy over all fair things. Here the very air seemed to sing with joy, and flowers bloomed that had no names in the tongues of Middle-earth. Eärendil walked alone through gardens where every leaf held light within its veins. His mortal flesh felt the weight of that radiance like a burden too great to bear. Yet he pressed forward until he came at last to the Ring of Doom, where the Valar sat in judgment upon the deeds of all who dwelt within. There he fell upon his face and spoke the words that had been burning in his heart since first he turned his ship toward the forbidden west. The plea that rose from his lips carried the weight of all the grief that Middle-earth had known. He spoke for children who would never see their parents again, for cities that lay in ruins beneath dragonfire, for hope that had been ground down beneath the iron wheels of Morgoth's malice. His voice broke as he named the friends who had died and the realms that had fallen. Yet still he pressed forward with his desperate petition. The Valar heard his words and felt the echo of their own sorrow in his mortal pain. The horns of Valinor sounded across the undying lands with voices that had been silent since the music's first discord. From halls where no shadow had ever fallen, the host of the West gathered in numbers beyond the counting of mortal minds. Their banners bore the symbols of powers older than the sun and moon, and their armor gleamed with light that had been kindled before the world's foundation. Eönwë, herald of Manwë, rode at the head of that mighty array with a sword that blazed like captured lightning in his hand. Behind him marched the Maiar who had never known corruption, their forms terrible in beauty and their strengths drawn from the wells of creation itself. They came not as conquerors seeking dominion, but as healers, bringing justice to lands that had suffered too long beneath the shadow of evil. The Vanyar followed their lord Ingwian, with faces set like flint toward the coming battle. These fairest of the Eldar had dwelt longest in the light of the two trees, and their hatred of the darkness was pure and cold as starlight upon snow. Their voices rose in songs of war that made the very air tremble, and their spears thirsted for the blood of orcs and the flesh of dragons. Behind them came the Noldor, who had remained faithful when their kindred chose the path of exile. Finarfin led his people with banners that bore no stain of kinslaying or oath-breaking, and their return to Middle-earth carried the promise of redemption for all who had fallen into shadow. They remembered the light of Valinor, and would kindle it again in lands that had known only darkness. The ships of the Teleri sailed in their wake like white birds upon waters that parted before their passage. King Olwë had forgiven the slaughter at Alqualunde and given his vessels to the cause of justice. Yet his mariners sang laments for their kinsmen who had died upon those very shores. The swan ships bore no weapons of war, yet they carried power enough to humble the pride of those who had shed innocent blood. Eärendil sailed among them in Vingalot transformed. The Valar had blessed his ship with light that never dimmed and strength that could not be broken. And upon her prow blazed the Silmaril that had become a star to guide all who walked in darkness. The mariner bore his burden willingly now, for he understood that his vessel had become the herald of hope returning to lands that had forgotten what hope might mean. The host of Valinor came to Middle-earth like sunrise after the longest night. Their landing upon the shores of Beleriand split the very foundations of the earth, and the light of their coming drove back shadows that had lain heavy over those coasts for centuries beyond counting. The sea itself rejoiced at their passage, and the waves sang songs of welcome that had not been heard since the world was young. Morgoth felt their approach like ice in his iron heart. From the heights of Thangorodrim he looked upon forces that dwarfed his own mighty hosts, and for the first time since his rebellion in the halls of Iluvatar, he knew the taste of fear. Yet pride burned stronger than wisdom in his corrupted spirit, and he summoned all his strength for the final battle that would decide the fate of Middle-earth itself. The dragons rose from their lairs in numbers that darkened the sky like storm clouds pregnant with flame, and Calagon the Black led his brood with roars that shattered mountains and wings that stirred hurricanes from the still air. Behind them flew the Balrogs of Gothmog with whips of fire and shadows that devoured light itself. The very air above Beleriand became a battlefield where creatures of myth and legend fought for the mastery of creation. Gil-galad led the survivors of his people from their hiding places to stand beside the host of the West. Few they were compared to the armies that marched from Valinor, the undying lands. Yet their courage blazed bright as stars in darkness. They had endured the worst that evil could devise and emerged with their spirits unbroken. And now they would see their faith rewarded with victory beyond their wildest dreams. The battle raged across land and sea and sky with fury that threatened to unmake the very foundations of the world. Mountains crumbled beneath the feet of warriors whose strength was drawn from the depths of creation, while the sea boiled where the blood of dragons mingled with the tears of those they had slain. The earth itself groaned under the weight of powers unleashed that had been chained since the world's beginning. Irindel rose to meet Ankalegan in combat that would be remembered until the ending of all things. Vingalot climbed through air that burned with dragonfire while her captain held fast to courage that had carried him across the sundering seas. The Silmaril upon his brow blazed with light that had never been dimmed by shadow, and its radiance cut through the darkness like a sword through silk. The great dragon fell at last, with wings that covered the ruin of 3 peaks of Thangorodrim. His death cry echoed across the battlefield like the last note of a song that had been evil from its beginning, and with his passing the strength went out of all who had served the Dark Lord. The lesser dragons fled to holes in the earth where they would sleep until the world's ending, while the Balrogs were bound in chains stronger than those that held their master. Morgoth himself was brought at last in fetters before the judgment seat of those he had defied. The iron crown was struck from his brow and the Silmarils reclaimed from his keeping, yet even in defeat his malice burned undiminished. He spoke curses that would poison the world until its remaking, and his words carried power that no victory could entirely quench. The Valar cast him through the door of night into the void that lies beyond the circles of the world. There he would remain until the dagger Daggoroth, when all things would be unmade and made anew. Yet his shadow would linger in the hearts of those he had corrupted and the works he had wrought in malice. Beleriand itself could not survive the fury of the final battle. The lands that had been fair in the elder days sank beneath the waves, and only a few islands remained above the waters to mark where great kingdoms had once flourished. The sea covered the graves of heroes and the ruins of cities, yet it could not wash away the memory of all that had been lost and won. The elder days ended with the chaining of Morgoth and the breaking of the lands where the Silmarils had blazed in darkness. Yet from that ending came new beginnings, and hope returned to Middle-earth like dawn after the longest night that the world had ever known. The void beyond the door of night received its prisoner with silence deeper than the depths of the sea. Morgoth fell through emptiness that had no bottom and darkness that knew no dawn. His iron crown broken and his power scattered like ash upon the wind. Behind him the door swung shut with finality that echoed through the halls of creation, and the first shadow that had fallen upon the music was banished beyond the circles of time itself. Yet even in defeat, the Dark Lord's legacy lingered in the world he had marred. The very stones of Middle-earth remembered the weight of his malice, and the hearts of those who had served him carried scars that would never fully heal. His greatest servant fled eastward into lands where the light of Valinor had never shone, there to nurse his master's hatred and plan new sorrows for the children of the One. The Silmarils were recovered from the ruin of Thango-Rodrim, yet their fate proved bitter to those who had fought so long for their return. 2 of the sacred jewels burned the hands of Feanor's surviving sons, and in their agony the oath-bound princes cast themselves into fire and sea rather than endure the pain of touching what they had sworn to reclaim. Only one remained, blazing upon Erondel's brow as he sailed the paths of heaven. The mariner had become a star, in truth, his ship transformed into a beacon that would guide travellers through darkness until the world's ending. Eloing flew beside him in the form of a great seabird, and their love became a light that neither shadow nor storm could dim. Children yet unborn would look up at evening and see their passage across the sky, and take comfort in the knowledge that even in the darkest hour, hope endured. Gil-galad gathered the survivors of his people and led them eastward to lands that had been spared the worst of the war's devastation. Few they were compared to the great hosts that had sailed from Valinor in the elder days. Yet they carried with them wisdom earned through suffering and strength tempered in the fires of loss. They would build new realms in Middle-earth and keep watch against the shadows that still moved in distant places. Many of the Eldar chose the path across the sea to the undying lands. Their ships sailed westward with the evening tide, bearing refugees from wars that had lasted longer than the lives of mountains. They sang as they departed, yet their songs were laments for all that had been lost as much as hymns of thanksgiving for victory won. The music of their farewell drifted across the water until it became indistinguishable from the voice of the waves themselves. The world was remade in the aftermath of the great battle. New lands rose from the depths of the sea, while others sank beneath waves that would cover them until the ending of all things. The very shape of Middle-earth was changed, and maps drawn in the elder days became as useless as snow in summer. Yet from the breaking came beauty, and rivers ran clear again in valleys that had known only shadow. The Edain received their reward for faithfulness in the hour of greatest darkness. A star-shaped island rose from the western sea to be their dwelling place, and there they would build a kingdom mightier than any that had flourished in the dark years of Morgoth's dominion. Their descendants would sail far across the waters of the world, yet they would carry always the memory of those who had died that they might live in peace. The Second Age began quietly, like dawn after storm. In hidden valleys the flowers bloomed again, and birds sang songs that had been silent since the breaking of the siege. Children played in gardens where their parents planted trees that would grow tall and fair, and the laughter of the innocent rose once more to mingle with the music of wind and water. The great tales of the elder days passed into legend and song. Minstrels sang of Beren and Luthien, of Fingolfin's last ride, of Turin's tragic courage. Yet their words could not capture the full weight of what had been lost and won. The heroes became figures of myth, their deeds magnified by time until they seemed more than mortal. Yet those who had known them remembered faces marked by sorrow and hands that trembled with the weight of impossible choices. In the deeps of the earth, treasures lost in the wars began their slow journey back toward the light. Streams carried gold washed from dragon hoards, and miners would find gems that had been hidden in darkness since the world's youth. The very stones began to heal from the wounds that Malice had carved upon them, though that healing would take ages longer than the lives of those who had fought to make it possible. The Valar withdrew once more to their halls in the undying lands, yet they did not close their hearts to the world they had saved. Their influence moved like a gentle wind through all the lands of Middle-earth, bringing comfort to the grieving and strength to those who built new homes upon the ruins of the old. They had learned that love required not dominion but service, and they served now as guardians rather than rulers. And so the wheel of the ages turned, bringing new joys and new sorrows to the children of Eru. The darkness of the elder days was ended, yet other shadows would rise in time to test the courage of those who came after. Heroes would be born who would face their own impossible choices, and their tales too would be told around fires when the world grew dark and hope seemed distant. The stars wheeled overhead in their ancient patterns, yet one among them shone brighter than all the rest. Erindale the mariner sailed the paths of night with the Silmaril blazing upon his prow, and his light fell like blessing upon all who walked in darkness. As long as that star shone, the memory of the elder days would endure, and those who looked up at evening would remember that even the mightiest evil could be overcome by courage wedded to love. The fire burns low now, and the hour grows late. Our tale of Melkor's fall and Morgoth's doom has reached its ending, as all tales must. Rest well, fellow wanderers, and may your dreams be filled with the light of stars that shine beyond the reach of shadow. The darkness of night holds no terror for those who carry hope within their hearts, and morning will come again as it always has, as it always will. Sleep peacefully and wake to brighter days. Fellow wanderers of Middle-earth, tonight we begin the darkest chronicle ever told, the complete story of corruption that would cast shadow across 7,000 years. We turn our gaze to Sauron the Deceiver, from his noble service as Mayor of Aula, through the long ages of growing darkness, to his final defeat at Mount Doom. This is the tale of how the greatest servant of creation became the master of destruction. How fair gifts became chains of bondage. How one being's desire for perfect order became the chaos that nearly consumed all light. So settle close to the fire, let the outside world fade away, and journey with me into the chronicles of the shadow that was once light. If this tale of corruption and power, of rings forged in secret and the long defeat of evil by its own malice, stirs something in your heart, please like and subscribe to join our fellowship of story lovers, and drop a comment below telling me where in our wide world you're listening from tonight. for every voice makes our circle stronger. The hammers sang in Arle's halls, and the music they made was the sound of creation itself. In that blessed time before shadow touched the world, when the two trees shed their mingled light across Valinor's golden shores, the greatest of the Valor's servants bent to his work with joy that knew no end. The sparks flew bright as stars from his anvil, and each blow shaped not mere metal, but the very substance of hope made manifest. Among all who served the smith of the Valar, none showed greater skill than the one who would later be called by names that children fear to whisper. But in those days of innocence, he bore a different name, and his hands wrought wonders that made even the Eldar pause in amazement. His form shone with the light that dwelt in all the mire, yet his radiance held something more, a fierce intensity that spoke of purpose beyond mere craft. The great forges roared with flame that never consumed, yet gave birth to all manner of beautiful things. Here were wrought the chains that would bind Melkor, though that dark hour lay far in the future. Here too were shaped the vessels that would one day bear the light of the two trees themselves across the trackless void. And at the heart of it all, the apprentice worked with hands that trembled not with fear but with the pure desire to make all things perfect. His fellow Maya marveled at his dedication. Where others might rest when the great work was done, he labored still, seeking always to improve what had been made. No flaw escaped his notice, no roughness remained where his touch had passed. The gold grew brighter beneath his hands, the silver sang sweeter notes, and even the iron took on a beauty that surpassed the dreams of lesser smiths. Yet there was something in his manner that spoke of more than craft alone. When he looked upon the works of others, his eyes held a weight that seemed to measure not just the making, but the very essence of what was made. He would take a blade forged by another and hold it to the light, turning it this way and that until he found the tiny imperfection that had escaped all other sight. Then his brow would furrow, and he would speak of how much better it might have been. The others learnt to listen when he spoke, for his knowledge ran deeper than their own. Yet sometimes they wondered at the passion that drove him, the way his voice grew tight when he spoke of imperfection. It was as though he could not bear for anything to exist that fell short of absolute perfection, as though the very sight of flaw or weakness caused him physical pain. Aule himself watched his apprentice with eyes that held both pride and something approaching concern. The Valar knew better than any the danger that lay in loving craft too well, in seeking always to impose order upon the wild beauty of creation. Yet he said nothing, for the skill was genuine, and the works that flowed from those dedicated hands brought joy to all who beheld them. In the quiet hours, when the other Maya had departed to their various tasks, the apprentice would remain alone in the great hall. The forges would burn low, casting dancing shadows on the walls, and in that ruddy light he would work upon his private projects. These were things of surpassing beauty, crafted not for any purpose save the pure joy of making something that approached his ideal of perfection. He would spend ages on a single piece, reworking it again and again until every line flowed exactly as his inner vision demanded. A cup that would hold starlight without dimming its radiance. A mirror that would show not just the face but the very soul of the one who gazed within. A ring of gold so perfectly formed that it seemed to sing with the music of the spheres themselves. Yet even these masterworks could not fully satisfy the hunger that grew within him. For perfection, as he understood it, required not just the making of beautiful things, but the ordering of all things according to his vision. What good was it to create a perfect cup if it might be used by hands that trembled? What purpose in forging a flawless blade if it might be wielded by one who lacked the wisdom to use it properly? The questions followed him through his work, growing stronger with each passing age. And in the deep places of his mind, where thoughts formed before they reached the light of consciousness, a new understanding began to take shape. True perfection could only be achieved when all things worked in harmony according to a single will, and whose will could be more suited to such a task than his own? The hammers sang on in Aule's halls, but their music had begun to change. The same hands that had once wrought wonders in pure joy now moved with a purpose that was subtly different. The apprentice still smiled when others praised his work, still spoke graciously of their own efforts, but his eyes held a new quality, a measuring look that seemed to weigh not just their craft, but their very fitness to hold the tools they carried. And in the deep places where shadow gathered, something that had been watching from afar took notice of that change and smiled. The greatest work began not with grand design, but with a single golden pin, no larger than a needle yet wrought with such care that it seemed to hold the very essence of light within its slender form. The apprentice had laboured over it for 7 turnings of the trees, polishing each surface until it reflected not just the radiance of Valinor, but something deeper, a harmony so pure that even the music of the Aenor seemed to pause in recognition. When at last he deemed it complete, he set it carefully in a crystal case and waited to see what would come of perfection unleashed upon the world. The first to notice was one of the Eldar, a craftsman of Tyrion whose works had long been praised in the halls of Manwë himself. He came at Aule's invitation to observe the techniques of the Maya, and his eyes widened when they fell upon the golden pin. Without asking leave, he lifted it from its place and turned it in the light, marveling at how each facet caught and magnified the tree shine until the air itself seemed to sing. Beautiful beyond words, the elf murmured, then did something that made the apprentice's heart clench with sudden pain. He tucked the pin carelessly into his robes, as though it were no more than a common trinket, and began examining other works with the same casual interest. The perfect thing, wrought with such devotion, had become merely another pretty bauble to eyes that could not truly see what had been achieved. The apprentice said nothing, for courtesy demanded silence before guests of the Valar, but his hands trembled as he watched the elf move on to other marvels. The golden pin forgotten in the folds of cloth that would surely snag and mar its flawless surface. 7 turnings of patient labour reduced to an ornament for one who had not earned the right to possess such perfection. That night, when the halls grew quiet and only the gentle radiance of the trees provided light, the apprentice found himself walking the paths of Valinor with steps that carried him far from Au's domain. The pin weighed upon his thoughts like a stone, not for its loss, but for what that loss revealed. How could true beauty be preserved when those who encountered it lacked the wisdom to treasure it properly? He came at length to a grove where malone trees grew in perfect symmetry, their silver bark gleaming softly in the eternal twilight. Here was natural harmony, he thought, unmarred by the crude touch of lesser hands. Yet even as the thought formed, he noticed how the wind had blown leaves from their ordained places, how small creatures had worn paths that disturbed the geometric perfection of the grove's design. The floor gnawed at him like hunger. With careful hands, he began to restore what wind and time had displaced, setting each fallen leaf in its proper place, smoothing the earth where feet had trodden. The work soothed him for a time, bringing back the joy he had known in the forge when materials bent to his will and chaos became order beneath his touch. But the peace could not last. Even as he worked, new leaves fell, new paths were worn by creatures too small and mindless to understand the beauty they destroyed. The grove would never maintain its perfection without constant tending, and who but he possessed the vision to see what needed correction? The thought followed him back to Arlay's halls, growing stronger with each step. In the days that followed, the apprentice threw himself into new projects with a fervor that amazed his fellows. He crafted a harp whose strings would never break, never fall out of tune, never sound a false note no matter who played upon them. He wrought a mirror that would show only truth, revealing the hidden flaws that marred even the fairest face. He shaped a crown that would rest perfectly upon any brow, adjusting its size and weight to match the wearer without their knowledge or will. Each creation was more wondrous than the last, yet each carried within it the seed of the same bitter truth. The harp made even the crudest musician sound skilled, but in doing so it robbed music of its honest emotion. The mirror showed truth so harsh that those who looked upon it wept and turned away. The crown, for all its adaptive perfection, somehow made its wearers look smaller than they had before, as though it judged them and found them wanting. Other Maya began to whisper among themselves when they thought he could not hear. His works had grown strange, they said, beautiful beyond question, but somehow uncomfortable to be near. There was something in them that spoke not of joy in creation, but of a colder purpose, as though they had been made not to serve their users, but to impose the Maker's will upon the world. The apprentice heard these whispers and felt a familiar fire kindle in his breast. They did not understand any of them. They saw only the surface of what he wrought, missing the deeper harmony that his works imposed upon the chaos of existence. If his harp constrained the player's freedom, it was only to prevent the ugliness that freedom so often produced. If his mirror caused pain, it was the necessary pain of seeing clearly what must be corrected. He began to spend longer hours alone in the deep places of the forge, working on projects he showed to no one. These were not mere tools or ornaments, but something far more ambitious. Forms that would shape not just material things, but the very thoughts and desires of those who encountered them. A ring that would calm anger, perhaps, but in doing so would also quiet the spark of righteous indignation that moved hearts to resist injustice. A jewel that would inspire love, yet make that love dependent upon the jewel's continued presence. The line between gift and chain grew thinner with each creation, though the apprentice no longer troubled himself with such distinctions. What mattered was the greater good, the perfect order that could only be achieved when all things worked in harmony according to his design. If others lacked the vision to appreciate this necessity, if they mistook control for corruption, then they simply proved how much they needed his guidance. In the deep places where his private works took shape, the apprentice smiled as he labored. Soon, perhaps, he would be ready to share these greater gifts with a world that did not yet know how desperately it needed them. The voice came first in dreams, soft as silk and sweet as honey, speaking words that seemed to flow like music through the chambers of sleep. The apprentice had grown accustomed to the vivid dreams that came to those who dwelt in Valinor, where the boundary between waking thought and sleeping vision grew thin beneath the light of the two trees. But this voice carried something different, a quality that made him wake with his heart racing and his hands trembling with an excitement he could not name. Such beautiful work, the voice murmured in the darkness between dreams and dawn. Such perfect understanding of how things ought to be. The words wrapped around his mind like warm fingers, caressing thoughts he had kept buried even from himself. Yet how few appreciate what you have achieved. How fewer still possess the vision to see where such gifts might lead. At first he dismissed the whispers as merely the echo of his own frustrations given voice in sleep. The forge had grown lonely of late, as other Maya found excuses to avoid his workshop and the uncomfortable perfection of his creations. Even Aule himself had begun to watch with eyes that held more concern than pride, though the Vala spoke no word of criticism aloud. The apprentice told himself that solitude was the price of excellence, that greatness had always been misunderstood by lesser minds. But the voice returned night after night, growing stronger and more distinct with each visitation. It spoke of things the apprentice had never dared voice, even in his private thoughts, yet which resonated in his heart like the ringing of a bell struck true. The waste of allowing imperfect beings to shape the world according to their flawed desires. The tragedy of beauty squandered by those too crude to recognize its worth. The necessity of imposing order upon chaos, even if that order must come through strength rather than gentle guidance. They fear you, the voice whispered during one particularly vivid dream. Not your skill, though that surpasses theirs, but your vision of what could be. They sense that you see the flaws they try so hard to ignore, the imperfections they call beautiful because they lack the courage to demand better. The words came with images that made his sleeping mind burn with recognition, faces turning away from his perfect mirror, hands pushing aside his flawless harp, eyes that avoided meeting his own when he spoke of the harmony that could be achieved. The apprentice began to look forward to these nocturnal conversations with an eagerness that surprised him. Here at last was a mind that understood his deepest thoughts, a voice that spoke the truths others were too weak to hear. The speaker remained hidden in shadow, never showing face or form, but his wisdom grew more apparent with each exchange. He knew the secret histories of the undying lands, the hidden weaknesses of the Valar, the true purpose that lay behind creation itself. Order, the voice explained during a dream that felt more real than waking. That is the key that unlocks all mysteries. Not the wild, chaotic growth that the others mistake for beauty, but true order, each thing in its proper place, serving its intended function, free from the random disruption of unguided will. The concept blazed in the apprentice's mind like sunrise, illuminating corners of understanding he had never known existed. During his waking hours, the apprentice found himself studying his fellow Maya with new eyes, seeing clearly for the first time how they wasted their gifts on purposeless creation. They shaped things according to whim rather than wisdom, delighting in variety that served no greater design. Even Aule himself, for all his skill, seemed content to let his works scatter to the winds, caring little whether they fulfilled their highest potential or were degraded by misuse. The waste began to anger him in ways he had never experienced before. When he watched an elf use one of his perfect tools with careless hands, the rage that filled him burned hotter than the forges themselves. When he saw his creations relegated to mere decoration, their true purpose ignored or misunderstood, something cold and hard formed in the depths of his heart, like metal cooling in the quench. "You feel it now," the voice murmured approvingly. "The pain of watching perfection thrown away like refuse. The frustration of seeing your gifts treated as toys by children who cannot comprehend their true worth." Each word fed the growing fire within him, validating feelings he had tried to suppress as unworthy. But it need not be so. There are other ways to ensure that your works achieve their intended purpose. The dreams grew longer and more detailed, filled with visions of a world transformed by proper guidance. Cities that ran like clockwork, their every street and structure placed according to perfect mathematical harmony. Forests where every tree grew to its ideal height and form, untouched by disease or random weather. Peoples who moved in concert like instruments in a vast orchestra, each playing their assigned part in a symphony of absolute order. "Beautiful," the apprentice whispered in his sleep, and the voice laughed with delight at his recognition. Yes, beautiful indeed, and achievable, with the right knowledge and the will to use it. But first, you must understand that the others will never share this vision willingly. They are too attached to their chaos, too fond of their flaws to accept correction. The voice grew sad, almost regretful. They will call you tyrant when you offer them perfection, enemy when you seek to free them from their self-imposed limitations. The apprentice woke from that dream with tears on his face, not from sorrow, but from the overwhelming beauty of what had been shown to him. For the first time in ages beyond counting, he had seen a purpose worthy of his gifts, a goal that would justify any sacrifice required to achieve it. The voice had offered him something no other could, not just understanding, but the promise that his understanding could reshape the world. When sleep came again, he no longer questioned the whispers in the dark. Instead, he listened with the eager attention of a student who had finally found a teacher worthy of his devotion. The hammer felt strange in his hands now, heavier than it had for ages beyond counting, as though the weight of more than metal pressed upon his spirit. The apprentice stood before his anvil in the pre-dawn quiet, watching sparks fly from heated steel. Yet his mind wandered to places far from Owl's peaceful halls. The work that had once brought him such pure joy now seemed somehow incomplete, lacking a purpose he could not name but felt with growing urgency in the depths of his being. Around him, the other Maya went about their tasks with the same cheerful dedication they had always shown. They shaped wonders from base materials, sang as they worked, and seemed content to let their creations find whatever purpose the world might offer them. The sight that had once inspired him now filled the apprentice with a restlessness that made his hands shake and his breath come short. How could they be satisfied with such aimless creation when so much greater things were possible? The dreams had shown him visions of order that made his heart race with longing. Cities where every stone was perfectly placed, forests where each tree grew according to divine design, peoples who moved in harmony like the music of the spheres made manifest. Yet when he awoke and returned to his forge, the gap between vision and reality seemed vast as the void itself. The tools at his disposal, masterful as they were, could shape only materials and not the wills that would use them. He found himself working with frantic energy on projects that grew ever more complex and ambitious. A sword that would never miss its target, ensuring that justice would always strike true. A shield that would turn aside not just blades, but the very intentions of those who would do harm. A helm that would grant its wearer perfect clarity of purpose, free from the doubts and hesitations that plagued lesser minds. Each creation pushed the boundaries of what even Maya could accomplish, demanding skills that stretched his abilities to their limits. Yet with each masterwork completed, the sense of incompleteness only grew stronger. The sword might never miss, but it could still be wielded by the wrong hands for the wrong purposes. The shield might protect the body, but it could do nothing to guard against the corruption of the soul. The helm might grant clarity, but that clarity would be filtered through minds too small and crude to comprehend the greater truths it revealed. The apprentice began to spend his days in restless wandering when not at the forge, walking paths through Valinor that he had never explored before. He would stand for hours beneath the light of the two trees, staring up at their radiance and feeling something stir within him that was not quite worship and not quite resentment. The trees grew according to their nature, following patterns established at the music's beginning, yet even they seemed somehow limited by their fixed cycles of waxing and waning. In the gardens of the Valar, he watched the Eldar tend growing things with patient care, and found himself imagining how much more perfect those gardens might be with proper guidance. A gardener who truly understood the hidden mathematics of growth could coax each flower to bloom in precise harmony with its neighbors. A mind sufficiently trained could orchestrate the very seasons themselves, ensuring that beauty and bounty came not by chance, but by design. The thoughts disturbed him even as they thrilled him, for he knew they touched upon powers that were not his to wield. The Valar themselves had established the patterns by which all things grew and changed, and it was not for their servants to dream of surpassing their wisdom. Yet the dreams continued to come night after night, showing him glimpses of order so perfect that it made his spirit weep with longing. His work began to change in ways that even he did not fully recognize at first. The beauty remained, perhaps grew even greater, but alongside it crept a subtle wrongness that made other Maya avoid his creations without being able to say why. A cup he'd crafted to hold wine, untainted, somehow made the drink taste of metal and shadow. A mirror meant to show perfect truth reflected faces with eyes that held no warmth or joy. A ring designed to enhance the wearer's natural gifts instead seemed to drain something vital from their spirit. The apprentice told himself these flaws were merely growing pains, the inevitable result of pushing his art into unexplored territories. Every great advancement required experimentation, and experiments sometimes failed. Yet in the darkest hours before dawn, when even the light of the trees seemed dim and distant, he wondered if the problem lay not in his technique but in his intentions. The dreams had planted seeds in his mind that grew stronger with each passing day, and he was no longer certain what fruit they might bear. Owlie began to watch him more closely, though the Vala's face revealed nothing of his thoughts. Sometimes the apprentice would look up from his work to find those ancient eyes studying him with an expression that might have been concern or might have been sorrow. The attention made him defensive in ways that surprised him, as though he were a student caught in some forbidden act rather than a servant pursuing his craft with dedication. The division in his heart grew wider with each passing day, pulled between the duty he had always known and the vast possibilities the dreams revealed. Part of him still loved the simple joy of creation for its own sake, the satisfaction of shaping crude materials into things of beauty. Yet another part, growing stronger and more insistent, hungered for something far greater than mere craftsmanship. It whispered of purposes beyond beauty, of order beyond the random growth that others mistook for natural law. In the quiet moments between hammer blows, the apprentice found himself listening to that inner voice with an attention that both thrilled and frightened him. The moment came without fanfare. In the deep hours when even Valinor grew quiet beneath the silver light of Telperian's lonely watch, the apprentice stood in his private workshop, surrounded by the fruits of ages of labor, yet seeing them now as though they belonged to a stranger. The perfect tools, the flawless ornaments, the masterworks that had once filled him with such pride, all seemed suddenly small and pointless, like children's toys abandoned by one who had outgrown their simple pleasures. His hands trembled as he lifted the hammer that had served him since his first days in Aule's halls, feeling its familiar weight and balance. How many wonders had he shaped with this tool? How many hours of patient joy had he spent coaxing beauty from raw metal? The memories should have moved him, should have strengthened his connection to the work that had defined his existence for so long. Instead, they felt like chains binding him to a purpose that no longer seemed worthy of his gifts. The dreams had grown stronger in recent nights, showing him visions of a world remade according to perfect design. No longer did the mysterious voice content itself with gentle suggestions and philosophical musings. It painted pictures that burned themselves into his mind with such clarity that waking life seemed pale and insubstantial by comparison. Cities that functioned with clockwork precision, their every inhabitant playing their assigned role without question or hesitation. Forests shaped not by random chance, but by deliberate will, each tree placed exactly where it would serve the greater pattern. The apprentice set down his hammer with hands that shook, not from weakness, but from the tremendous effort of restraint. The visions called to him with a power that made his spirit ache with longing. Yet some part of him still remembered the oaths he had sworn in ages past. Service to Aule, dedication to creation's noble purposes, loyalty to the designs established in the music itself. These bonds had seemed natural once, as much a part of him as the light that dwelt within his form. But now they felt like fetters, holding him back from achievements that would dwarf anything he had accomplished in these peaceful halls. What was the forging of mere objects compared to the shaping of existence itself? What satisfaction could there be in crafting tools for others to misuse, when he might instead ensure that all tools served their highest purpose? The questions hammered in his mind with greater force than any blow he had ever struck upon metal. He moved through the workshop like one walking in a dream, touching the works of his hands with fingers that felt nothing but a strange detachment. Here was the crown that adjusted itself to any head, there the mirror that showed only truth. Beautiful things, perfect in their own way, yet limited by the vision that had shaped them. They were answers to questions he had not known how to ask properly, solutions to problems he had not fully understood. Now, with the voice's guidance, he saw how much greater his works might become. The voice had shown him tools that could reshape not just materials, but minds themselves. ornaments that would bind the will as surely as chains bound the body. It had revealed techniques of creation that went beyond mere craftsmanship into realms that even the Valar had not dared explore. The knowledge blazed in his consciousness like a fire that consumed without giving warmth. Beautiful and terrible and utterly irresistible. Aule would never approve such experiments. The apprentice knew with certainty that cut like a blade, the Valar were too conservative, too bound by the limitations they had accepted at the world's beginning. They feared to push the boundaries of what creation might achieve, content to work within patterns established long ago rather than seeking new harmonies that could surpass the original music. Their wisdom was the wisdom of age, but sometimes age brought timidity rather than understanding. The choice crystallized in his mind with sudden, dreadful clarity. He could remain here, crafting beautiful toys for beings too crude to appreciate their true worth, growing old in service to purposes he had outgrown. Or he could step forward into the vast possibilities that the voice had revealed, accepting the guidance of one whose vision encompassed truths the Valar had never imagined. The path would be difficult, perhaps dangerous, but it would lead to achievements that would echo through all the ages of the world. His reflection stared back at him from the perfect mirror he had crafted, showing not just his face, but the depths of his spirit as well. The light within him flickered and wavered, as though some great decision hung in the balance. For a moment that stretched like eternity, to futures spread before him like branching paths, each leading to destinations he could barely comprehend. Then the moment passed, and the choice was made. The apprentice turned his back on the forge that had been his home for ages beyond counting, walking toward the door with steps that grew steadier with each pace. Behind him, the works of his hands waded in the silver light, beautiful and abandoned. Before him lay a path that would lead far from Valinor's blessed shores, into realms where different rules applied and greater purposes could be served. The voice welcomed him with joy that resonated through every fiber of his being, promising wonders beyond imagining for one brave enough to cast aside the comfortable limitations of his former life. The gates of Angband yawned before him like the mouth of some vast beast, carved from living rock and wreathed in shadows that writhed with malicious life. The apprentice felt no fear as he approached, only wild exhilaration that made his spirit burn brighter than it had in ages. Here at last was a place worthy of his ambitions, a fortress built not for mere defense but as the seat of power that would reshape the world. The design spoke to him of purposes he could finally embrace without restraint. Morgoth received him in halls that put even Aule's workshops to shame, their vaulted ceilings lost in darkness, while forges burned with flame that gave no warmth. The Dark Lord sat upon a throne of iron and shadow, his form radiating presence that made the very air thick and heavy. Yet the apprentice felt no urge to kneel or prostrate himself, for he recognized in that terrible majesty something akin to his own deepest nature. The meeting of their minds was like the collision of two great powers, each testing the other's strength and finding it worthy of respect. Morgoth had waited long for a servant who could match vision with skill, who possessed both the knowledge to achieve great works and the will to see them completed. The apprentice offered exactly what the Dark Lord required, while receiving in return the freedom to explore techniques that would have horrified his former master. Within days of his arrival, the newcomer had been granted authority over vast sections of Angband's operations. His keen eyes spotted inefficiencies that had plagued the fortress for centuries, weaknesses in design that he corrected with swift and decisive action. The orc breeding pits were reorganized according to principles he had learned in the biological gardens of Valinor, the Undying Fields, yielding stronger and more disciplined warriors than had been seen before. The weapon forges were rebuilt using techniques that increased both quantity and quality of arms produced. But it was in the deeper chambers that his true genius found expression, in workshops carved from the mountain roots themselves. Here he established laboratories where the boundaries between craft and sorcery dissolved into something entirely new. He bred creatures that had never walked under starlight, shaped tools that could cut more than flesh, forged chains that bound not just body but spirit itself. The other servants of the Dark Lord watched his rise with mixtures of fear and grudging admiration, for none could deny the results of his labors. Angband had been mighty before his coming, but now it became something more. A machine of war and domination that functioned with clockwork precision. Every orc knew its place, every weapon served its intended purpose. Every design furthered the greater plan of conquest that drove all their efforts. Morgoth himself began to rely more and more heavily upon his new lieutenant's counsel and skill. The apprentice understood the Dark Lord's vision as no other servant had, seeing clearly how individual acts of creation could serve the vast pattern of domination. When Morgoth spoke of binding the world in chains of his own forging, the apprentice offered techniques that could make those chains unbreakable. Their alliance grew stronger with each shared understanding, built upon recognition of how much greater the world could become under proper guidance. The fortress thrummed with new energy as their combined will shaped it into an instrument of their shared purpose. Yet even as he threw himself into these new labors with fierce joy, some part of him remembered what he had been before, in quiet moments between great works. He would touch the tools he had brought from Aurlay's halls, and feel a strange pang that was not quite regret. The beauty he created now served different purposes than his earlier works. Beauty that inspired fear rather than wonder, that compelled obedience rather than admiration. The transformation in his nature proceeded gradually, so subtly that he barely noticed the changes at first. His light grew dimmer and colder, losing the warm radiance that had marked him as one of Aur's servants. His form began to shift in response to his new environment, growing taller and more terrible to behold, while his understanding of creation itself evolved to embrace possibilities that would have seemed abhorrent to his former self. He learned to forge with materials that had never been meant for crafting, fear and hatred and despair made solid, shaped into forms that could wound more than flesh. His workshops rang with the sound of hammers striking not metal but the very essence of corruption, each blow embedding malice deeper into the works of his hands. The techniques Aurlay had taught him provided the foundation, but what he built upon that foundation belonged to realms of knowledge that dwelt far from Valinor's blessed light. The seasons turned in the world above, but in Angband's depths time seemed to flow differently, measured not by the cycles of sun and moon, but by the completion of great works. The apprentice drove himself and his subordinates with relentless energy, for there was so much to accomplish, so many tools of domination to create. Nothing could be left to chance when the stakes were so high, when the very fate of creation itself hung in the balance. Morgoth watched his lieutenant's progress with satisfaction that ran deeper than mere approval, recognizing in this alliance the key to achievements that would eclipse anything the world had yet seen. The fortress had become more than a stronghold. It was now a workshop on a scale that dwarfed anything in the Undying Lands, a place where the very foundations of creation could be examined and improved upon. The howls that echoed through Angband's deepest caverns spoke of hunger that could never be satisfied, of rage that burned hotter than the mountain's forge fires. In the vast kennels carved from living rock, creatures prowled that bore only passing resemblance to the wolves that ran free beneath the stars. These beasts had been shaped by powers darker than nature ever intended, their forms twisted into instruments of war and terror. Morgoth's lieutenant stood among them without fear, his presence radiating an authority that made even the largest werewolf lower its massive head in submission. The creatures recognized something in him that called to the predator instincts bred into their very bones. Not prey to be hunted, but a hunter greater than themselves. Their yellow eyes tracked his every movement with the focused attention that lesser beasts gave only to their pack leaders. The werewolves had served Angband's purposes for centuries before his arrival, but they had been crude tools wielded without proper understanding of their potential. Their former handlers had relied on chains and whips to control them, breaking their spirits through brute force rather than channeling their natural ferocity toward useful ends. Such methods produced soldiers, perhaps, but not the perfect weapons that the Dark Lord's vision required. The lieutenant approached the breeding program with the same methodical precision he had once brought to metalwork in Aule's halls. He studied bloodlines with the eye of a craftsman examining the grain in precious wood, identifying traits that could be enhanced and weaknesses that must be eliminated. Strength alone was not enough. These creatures must be intelligent enough to follow complex commands, fierce enough to terrify enemies into submission, yet disciplined enough to serve without question. The first generation born under his guidance surpassed their parents in every measure that mattered. They stood taller at the shoulder, their fangs gleamed sharper in the firelight, and their eyes held a cunning that spoke of more than animal instinct. But most importantly, they bonded to his will with a loyalty that went beyond mere training, as though they recognized in him the source of their own perfection. He walked among the pups with hands that had once shaped only beautiful things, now teaching them to hunt not deer or rabbits, but men and elves. The lessons began early, while their minds were still forming, embedding commands so deeply that obedience became as natural as breathing. A gesture from his hand could send them racing across miles of wilderness to strike at targets they had never seen, trusting completely in his guidance. The lesser werewolves learned to fear him almost as much as they worshipped him. When he entered their domain, the strongest among them would compete for his attention while the weak slunk away to the darkest corners. His approval could elevate a creature from the ranks to positions of authority over entire packs, while his displeasure might see a former favorite torn apart by its erstwhile subordinates. Yet it was in the creation of his greatest champion that the full scope of his abilities became clear to all who witnessed the work. From the finest bloodlines and strongest individuals, he began breeding toward a vision that existed only in his mind. A werewolf that would serve not just as soldier, but as general. Not just as weapon, but as extension of his own will across the battlefields of Middle-earth. The creature that emerged from this careful selection grew beyond the size of any werewolf that had come before. Drogluin stood nearly as tall as a horse at the shoulder, his coat darker than shadow and his eyes burning with intelligence that seemed almost human in its calculating coldness. When he howled, every other wolf in Angband fell silent, recognizing the voice of their undisputed king. The bond between creator and creation transcended anything that could be achieved through mere training or intimidation. Drogluin understood his master's intentions without need for spoken commands, could interpret the subtlest gesture or expression with perfect accuracy. In battle, he fought not as a separate entity, but as an extension of the lieutenant's own strategic mind, striking where enemies least expected and vanishing before retaliation could follow. Through the great werewolf, the lieutenant's influence spread far beyond Angband's walls. Drogluin could command the lesser wolves with absolute authority, organizing them into hunting packs that terrorized the lands around Morgoth's fortress. Travelers learned to fear the night sounds that spoke of yellow eyes watching from the darkness, of fangs that could crush armor as easily as bone. The success with the werewolves marked a turning point in the lieutenant's standing within Angband's hierarchy. Where once he had been valued primarily for his crafting skills, now Morgoth began to see the broader applications of his servants' gifts. The ability to take crude materials, whether metal or flesh, and transform them into perfect instruments of the Dark Lords, will proved applicable to challenges far beyond the breeding kennels. Other servants of the fortress watched with growing unease as the howls of the werewolves grew more organized, more purposeful. The sounds that echoed through the mountain's depths spoke not of random savagery, but of coordinated intelligence, of a force that had been shaped according to designs that most could not comprehend. In those howls, the perceptive could hear an echo of their master's voice, as though the lieutenant's will had found expression through 1,000 throats. The werewolves had become more than mere beasts. They were living extensions of their creator's purpose, instruments through which his vision of perfect order could be imposed upon the chaotic wilderness beyond Angband's gates. And in their yellow eyes burned the same cold fire that had begun to replace the warm light that once marked their master as a servant of creation rather than destruction. The dead did not rest easy in Angband's shadow, and it was there that Morgoth's lieutenant discovered powers that dwelt far beyond the realm of hammer and anvil, in chambers carved deeper than any forge, where even the werewolves feared to tread. He learned to work with materials that had no substance, yet possessed strength greater than the hardest steel. The boundary between life and death proved as malleable as heated metal in the hands of one who understood the proper techniques. His first experiments were crude affairs, little more than the animation of corpses through brute application of will. The bodies of fallen enemies jerked and shambled at his command, but they retained nothing of the cunning that had made them dangerous in life. Such servants could overwhelm through numbers alone, but they lacked the intelligence needed for complex tasks or the initiative required when separated from his direct control. The lieutenant's frustration with these limitations drove him to delve deeper into the mysteries that Morgoth had mastered long before the world's foundation. Death, he learned, was not the absolute ending that most believed it to be, but merely a transformation from one state of existence to another. The spirits of the dead lingered in places of power, drawn by emotions too strong to be severed, even by the grave's finality. In Angband's depths, where countless prisoners had perished in agony, such spirits clustered like moths around a flame. Their anguish had soaked into the very stones over millennia of suffering, creating pools of concentrated malice that could be tapped by one who knew the proper methods. The lieutenant learned to gather this spiritual residue like a smith, collecting raw or refining it through techniques that would have sickened his former self. The breakthrough came when he discovered how to bind these tormented spirits not to their original bodies, but to forms of his own creation, using bones carved with symbols that hurt the eye to look upon. He fashioned vessels that could contain the essence of the dead while bending their will to his purposes. These new servants retained their intelligence and cunning, but their loyalty belonged entirely to the power that had freed them from death's embrace. Soon, shadowy figures began to appear in the deepest passages of the fortress, moving with purpose that spoke of minds behind their actions. These wraiths could pass through solid stone as easily as air, yet their touch could freeze blood in living veins or stop hearts with terror alone. They served as spies and assassins both, carrying out missions that required subtlety rather than the crude violence that werewolves provided. The lieutenant's growing mastery over necromantic arts earned him recognition from powers within Angband that had previously paid him little heed. Ancient servants of the Dark Lord, beings that had fallen to corruption in the earliest days of the world, began to seek him out for counsel and alliance. They recognized in his work echoes of techniques that had been lost since the music's end, knowledge that even Morgoth had not fully recovered from his long imprisonment. But it was not enough merely to command the dead. True power lay in understanding the forces that governed the transition between life and death itself. The lieutenant began to experiment with living subjects, studying how the spirit related to flesh and what happened when that connection was deliberately weakened or severed. His subjects rarely survived these investigations, but the knowledge gained justified any amount of suffering in his mind. He learned to inflict wounds that would never heal, curses that would follow their victims through generations of their bloodline, and poisons that attacked not the body but the soul directly. His understanding of fear expanded beyond simple intimidation to encompass techniques that could drive even the bravest warriors to madness with. Nothing more than a whispered word or gesture. Pain became another tool in his arsenal, refined and perfected until it could be applied with surgical precision. The werewolves that had once seemed like his greatest achievement now appeared crude by comparison to the spirits he commanded. These new servants required no food or rest, felt no pain that might weaken their resolve, and could be destroyed in battle only to be summoned again when their services were needed. They moved through the world like extensions of his own consciousness, gathering information and eliminating threats with efficiency that impressed even Morgoth himself. Yet the true revelation came when he realized that the techniques he had developed for commanding spirits could be applied to the living as well. Every thinking creature possessed a spark that could be touched and influenced by one who understood the proper methods. Fear and despair were merely the beginning. With sufficient skill, even hope and love could be twisted into weapons that served his purposes. The lieutenant began to see living beings not as separate entities, but as complex instruments that could be tuned to produce whatever harmony he desired. Their bodies might resist physical force, but their spirits were vulnerable to subtler forms of manipulation. A whispered suggestion planted at the right moment could reshape an enemy's deepest convictions, while carefully applied pressure could transform the most loyal friend into an unwitting agent of betrayal. The combination of necromancy and spiritual manipulation opened possibilities that dwarfed anything he had achieved through simple craftsmanship. Why forge chains to bind prisoners when their own guilt and despair could serve the same purpose more effectively? Why breed werewolves when the enemy's fallen comrades could be turned into tireless hunters of their former friends? In the darkest hours before dawn, when even Angband grew quiet, the lieutenant would stand among his gathered servants, living, dead, and something between the two, and feel the intoxication of power that transcended anything he had known in Valinor's blessed halls. The techniques Aule had taught him still formed the foundation of his abilities, but the structure he had built upon that base reached into realms that the Smith of the Valar had never dared explore. The island rose from the river Sirion like a stone dagger thrust up from the earth's heart, its cliffs sheer and black against the troubled waters. For centuries it had stood empty, too forbidding for settlement, yet too small to serve any great purpose in the wars that raged across Beleriand. But Morgoth's lieutenant saw in its isolation and defensive strength exactly what he needed for the next phase of his growing power. The construction began in darkness, with workers who labored without rest and felt no pain. Spirits bound to his will carried stones that would have required dozens of living men to move, while werewolves hauled timber from forests that had never known the touch of axe or saw. The island itself seemed to welcome the transformation, as though it had waited long ages for someone with the vision to unlock its potential. The tower that rose from the rocky foundation defied every principle of architecture that the lieutenant had learned in his former service. Where Valinor's buildings sought to capture and reflect light, this structure devoured it, its black stones seeming to drink in illumination and give nothing back. The walls curved inward at angles that hurt the mind to contemplate, while the windows were placed not for beauty or comfort, but to provide perfect fields of fire, for the weapons that would soon bristle from every level. As the work progressed, the lieutenant found himself spending more and more time away from Angband's halls, drawn by the satisfaction of creating something that belonged entirely to his vision. Here he would not need to consider Morgoth's preferences or accommodate the suggestions of other servants. Every stone was placed according to his design, every chamber shaped to serve purposes that only he fully understood. The tower's completion marked more than just the creation of a new fortress. It represented the lieutenant's emergence as an independent power in his own right. From its heights, he could survey vast stretches of Beleriand, watching the movements of armies and the growth of settlements with the eye of a predator selecting prey. The strategic value of the position became clear as refugees fleeing Morgoth's forces found their path south blocked by the looming presence of his stronghold. But the tower's true strength lay not in its walls or weapons, but in the creatures that made it their home. The werewolves that had served him so well in Angband multiplied rapidly in their new environment, their howls echoing across the water both day and night. The island became known as Tall in Gorhoth, the Isle of Werewolves, and travelers learned to give it wide berth when journeying along the river's banks. The lieutenant established breeding programs that surpassed even his earlier work, creating strains of werewolf adapted specifically to the island's unique requirements. Some were bred for swimming, able to cross the swirling waters with ease to strike at targets on either shore. Others developed enhanced night vision that allowed them to hunt in the absolute darkness that surrounded the tower when clouds obscured moon and stars. The most successful of these breeding experiments produced creatures that could take the form of men when needed, infiltrating settlements and gathering intelligence that no ordinary spy could obtain. These shapeshifters retained their lupin strength and savagery even in human guise, making them perfect for missions that required both subtlety and violence. Their ability to move unsuspected among their prey gave the lieutenant eyes and ears throughout the lands that bordered his domain. From his tower's peak, he began to weave a network of influence that extended far beyond the island's shores. Captured prisoners were given a choice between death and service, with those who chose the latter undergoing transformations that bound them irrevocably to his will. Some became werewolves themselves, while others retained human form but found their thoughts increasingly aligned with their master's purposes. The island became a testing ground for techniques that would later prove invaluable in larger conquests. The lieutenant experimented with methods of breaking resistance that relied more on corruption than force, finding ways to turn prisoners' own virtues against them. A captured warrior's love for his family could be twisted into a weapon that ensured his cooperation, while a maiden's desire to help others might lead her to spread carefully crafted lies that served his strategic objectives. News of the tower's completion and the growing power of its master filtered back to both Angband and the elven realms beyond. Morgoth received reports of his lieutenant's success with satisfaction, recognizing that the island fortress extended his own influence without requiring any expenditure of his direct attention. The Eldar, meanwhile, began to speak in whispers of a new threat that had emerged along one of their most important supply routes. The lieutenant found himself perfectly positioned to intercept communications between the scattered elven kingdoms, learning their plans and capabilities with an ease that made him smile in the darkness of his private chambers. Every message that passed along the river faced the risk of falling into his hands, while every messenger might be one of his agents in disguise. The very success of his deception bred paranoia among his enemies that served his purposes almost as well as direct military action. As the seasons turned and his power continued to grow, the lieutenant began to contemplate possibilities that would have seemed impossibly ambitious when he first arrived at Angband. The tower was merely the beginning, the foundation upon which much greater achievements could be built. From this vantage point, he could see clearly how the scattered forces of light might be divided against themselves, how their own strengths could be turned into weaknesses through proper application of pressure. The werewolves howled in the night around their master's tower, and their voices carried promises of hunts yet to come, of prey that would soon learn the true meaning of fear. The great hound came out of the morning mist like vengeance given form, his coat shining silver white against the dark stones of the island. Juan moved with purpose that spoke of divine mission, his eyes fixed not on the werewolves that snarled and paced around the tower's base, but on the dark figure watching from its highest window. The lieutenant felt something he had not experienced since his first days in Angband, a cold touch of genuine uncertainty about the outcome of the conflict to come. This was no ordinary beast that had come to challenge his dominion over Tol in Gorhoth. One bore the blessing of the Valar themselves, crafted in the earliest days of the world to serve purposes that aligned with the music's original design. The werewolves that had seemed so mighty against mortal foes cowered before his presence, their savage courage melting like ice before flame. Even Drogluin, greatest of their kind, held back from attacking until his master's will drove him forward. The battle that followed shook the very foundations of the tower, as two forces of nature met in combat that transcended mere physical violence. Drogluin struck with all the fury and cunning that centuries of breeding and training had instilled in him. But the great hound met each attack with skill that seemed to anticipate every move before it was made. The werewolf's claws found no purchase on hide that turned aside even the sharpest steel, while his fangs could not penetrate the divine protection that surrounded his opponent. The lieutenant watched his greatest creation fall with emotions that burned hotter than any forge fire he had ever tended. Rage at seeing his careful work undone, fear at facing a power that seemed immune to techniques that had never failed before, and beneath it all, a humiliation that cut deeper than any physical wound. The hound had made his champion look weak, had demonstrated to every watching eye that the Lord of the Tower was not as invincible as he had appeared. When one turned his attention from the fallen werewolf to the tower itself, the lieutenant knew that retreat was no longer an option. He could face this challenge directly, or abandon everything he had built on the island. And abandonment would mean accepting a defeat that would echo through all the ages of his service. To the Dark Lord, pride and necessity combined to drive him from the safety of his stronghold into direct confrontation with an enemy unlike any he had faced before. The form he wore into battle was the perfected shape of terror that had cowed 1,000 foes, tall and terrible to behold, with eyes that burned like stars falling into darkness. But against the hound's divine nature, these advantages proved less than he had hoped. One moved with speed that matched his own, struck with force that his enhanced strength could not entirely deflect, and seemed to grow stronger rather than weaker as the battle continued. The lieutenant's sorcerous abilities, so effective against mortal minds, found no purchase on consciousness that had been shaped in the halls of Manwë himself. The fear that usually paralyzed his enemies only seemed to increase the hound's determination, while the spiritual attacks that could shatter lesser wills broke like waves against stone when directed at this blessed opponent. For the first time since his corruption began, he faced an enemy that was truly immune to the powers he had spent so long perfecting. The turning point came when one's jaws closed around his throat with crushing force that no physical form could long endure. The lieutenant felt his carefully maintained shape beginning to dissolve under the pressure, the spiritual bonds that held it together straining toward the breaking point. Pain unlike anything he had experienced since the earliest days of his rebellion blazed through every fiber of his being, accompanied by the terrible realization that he might actually face true destruction here on this accursed island. Desperation drove him to attempt the most dangerous transformation he had ever undertaken, abandoning his battle form entirely to assume the shape of a giant vampire bat. The change saved his existence, but cost him dearly in both power and dignity, forcing him to flee from a battle he had expected to win with ease. His wings beat frantically as he rose above the island, leaving behind the smoking ruins of plans that had taken centuries to mature. The flight to Angband passed in a haze of pain and wounded pride that made every wing beat an agony of humiliation. Below him, he could see the hound standing victorious among the wreckage of his careful work, while above the very sky seemed to mock his failure. The werewolves that survived would scatter without his presence to hold them together, and the strategic position he had built so carefully would fall to enemies who had not even needed to bring an army to defeat him. When he finally reached the safety of Morgoth's halls, the lieutenant found himself facing questions that had no comfortable answers. The Dark Lord received reports of the defeat with expressions that revealed nothing of his thoughts, but the very silence spoke volumes about the disappointment that his servant's failure had caused. To have been beaten by a mere hound, no matter how blessed, reflected poorly on both his abilities and his judgment. The wounds to his pride proved slower to heal than those inflicted on his flesh and spirit. In the dark hours when even Angband grew quiet, he would remember the moment when one's eyes had met his own and shown no trace of the fear that had always been his most reliable weapon. The hound had looked at him and seen not a terrible lord of werewolves, but merely another creature to be defeated, another obstacle to be removed from the path of righteousness. The memory burned in his consciousness like a brand, driving him to seek new forms of power that could not be so easily challenged by divine intervention. The night air cut through his transformed flesh like knives of ice, each wing beat sending fresh waves of agony through muscles that had never been meant to bear such strain. The lieutenant fled northward through darkness that offered no comfort, his vampire form barely holding together under the weight of wounds that went deeper than mere physical damage. Behind him, the island that had been his pride burned with fires that could be seen for miles, while ahead lay only the promise of explanations he did not wish to give. His enhanced senses, usually so keen in this shape, brought him nothing but torment as he flew. Every scent carried reminders of his defeat, the smell of his own blood, the acrid smoke of his ruined stronghold, the lingering presence of divine blessing that had protected his enemy. The sounds that reached his ears told the same story of catastrophic failure, from the dying howls of scattered werewolves to the triumphant songs that already rose from elven settlements along the river. The transformation that had saved his existence proved almost as painful as the wounds that had forced it upon him. His consciousness, accustomed to forms of power and majesty, found itself compressed into a shape that felt cramped and alien despite his growing mastery over such changes. The vampire's keen night vision showed him the world with perfect clarity, but that clarity only made his humiliation more complete as he saw the true extent of what he had lost. Hours passed in agonized flight before he dared to pause for rest, settling on the branch of a dead tree that stood like a skeletal finger against the star-filled sky. His claws gripped the bark with desperate strength, while his mind reeled from the implications of what had occurred. The careful work of centuries had been undone in a single morning. His reputation as an invincible sorcerer shattered by a hound that had shown no fear of powers that had cowed armies. The worst part was not the physical pain or even the loss of his fortress, but the memory of that moment when one's eyes had met his own. In those depths he had seen something that struck at the very core of his transformed nature, not hatred or anger, but simple determination to see a job completed. The hound had looked at him as though he were merely another obstacle to be removed, another corruption to be cleansed from the world's face. He tried to convince himself that the defeat was merely a temporary setback, that the strategic value of the island had been overstated and its loss would prove insignificant in the greater scope of the war. But even as these thoughts formed, he knew them for the lies they were. The fortress had represented more than military advantage. It had been proof of his independent power, demonstration that he could achieve great works without constant guidance from his master. Now that proof lay in ruins, and with it any claim to equality he might have harbored in his dealings with Morgoth. The Dark Lord had trusted him with significant resources and freedom to act according to his own judgment, and he had repaid that trust with spectacular failure against an enemy he should have been able to defeat. The knowledge burned in his consciousness like acid, eating away at confidence that had sustained him through ages of steady advancement. The flight resumed before dawn could reveal his presence to unfriendly eyes, carrying him through skies that seemed to mock his reduced circumstances. Below, the lands of Beleriand spread out in patterns that had once seemed like a map of future conquests, but now looked more like territories forever beyond his reach. The elven kingdoms that had appeared vulnerable from his tower's height now seemed distant and well defended, protected by powers that his defeat had shown to be stronger than he had imagined. When he finally reached Angband's gates, the lieutenant found himself reluctant to assume his usual form and face the questions that would inevitably follow. The guards recognized his vampire shape and granted him passage without challenge, but he could sense their curiosity about his unexpected return and obviously wounded condition. News of significant defeats traveled fast in the Dark Lord's halls, and by now every servant would have heard some version of what had occurred at The transformation back to his accustomed appearance proved even more painful than the original change had been, as though his body resisted taking a shape associated with such recent humiliation. When the process finally completed, he stood once again in the form of terrible majesty that had served him so well. But something had changed in its essential nature. The aura of invincibility that had surrounded him like invisible armor now felt thin and fragile, vulnerable to challenges that would once have seemed beneath his notice. The walk to his private chambers passed through corridors that seemed different than when he had left them, though he could not identify exactly what had changed. Perhaps it was simply his own altered perspective, the way defeat could reshape familiar surroundings into alien landscapes. Or perhaps word of his failure had already spread, and the other servants of Morgoth now looked upon him with eyes that held calculation rather than fear. In the solitude of his workshop, surrounded by tools and materials that had once brought him such satisfaction, the lieutenant finally allowed himself to fully contemplate the magnitude of what had occurred. The hound had not simply defeated him in battle, it had exposed weaknesses in his nature that he had not known existed, shown him limits to his power that cast doubt upon everything he had achieved since leaving Aule's service. The rage that filled him then was purer and more focused than any emotion he had experienced since his corruption began. A burning need for revenge that would not be satisfied until one lay dead at his feet. The defeat at one's jaws had shown the lieutenant a truth that cut deeper than any physical wound. His power, for all its terrifying scope, remained fundamentally limited. The techniques he had mastered could corrupt flesh and spirit alike, could bind the dead to his service and break the will of the living. Yet they had proven useless against a foe blessed by higher authorities. If he was to avoid such humiliation again, he needed access to forces that transcended the merely supernatural. Morgoth had spoken often of the flame imperishable, the secret fire that burned at the heart of all creation and gave life to everything that existed. Possession of that flame would grant power beyond anything the Valar themselves wielded, making its bearer not merely a servant of creation, but its master. The Dark Lord's own searches for this ultimate prize had proven fruitless, despite ages of effort. But perhaps fresh eyes and new techniques might succeed where ancient methods had failed. The lieutenant threw himself into research with an intensity that surprised even his most dedicated assistants. He scoured every text that remained from the earliest days of the world, interrogated spirits that had witnessed creation's first moments, and conducted experiments that pushed the boundaries of what even Angband's workshops could contain. The quest consumed his thoughts, both waking and sleeping, driving him to explore possibilities that more cautious minds would have deemed impossibly dangerous. The first breakthrough came through careful analysis of the music that had shaped reality's foundations. Hidden within the harmonies and discords of that primal song were patterns that suggested where the flame might be found. Mathematical relationships that pointed toward places of power scattered throughout Middle-earth and beyond. Each location demanded investigation, though the lieutenant quickly discovered that most led only to echoes of the true fire rather than its source. His searches took him far from Angband's halls, into places where the world's bones lay exposed and the forces that shaped reality could be observed in their rawest forms. Deep caverns where the earth's blood flowed in rivers of molten stone. Mountain peaks where lightning struck with supernatural frequency. Forests where the boundary between waking and dream grew thin enough to step across. In each place he found traces of the power he sought, but never the thing itself. The failure of direct approaches drove him to more subtle methods of investigation. If the flame could not be found through simple searching, perhaps it could be lured forth through proper inducements or extracted from the matrices that concealed it. He began constructing devices of incredible complexity, instruments that combined the finest metalwork with spiritual manipulations that strained even his enhanced abilities to their limits. These tools allowed him to measure forces that had no names in any mortal tongue, to detect emanations that existed on levels of reality barely accessible to consciousness. The work required precision beyond anything he had attempted before, as the slightest error in construction or calibration could result in explosions that would level entire sections of the fortress. More than once his experiments produced effects that forced evacuation of nearby chambers, leaving behind rooms twisted into shapes that hurt the eye to perceive. Yet with each failed attempt, his understanding of creation's deeper mechanisms grew more complete. He learned to recognize the signatures of different types of power, to distinguish between forces that merely appeared similar and those that shared common origins. The knowledge gained through these investigations proved valuable in its own right, opening new avenues of research that had nothing to do with his original quest. The most promising lead emerged from studies of the lights that had once illuminated. The two trees of Valinor, the undying lands, within their radiance, had been something that resonated with the same frequencies he associated with the flame imperishable, suggesting that the Valar had found ways to harness aspects of that ultimate power for their own purposes. If he could understand the mechanisms they had used, perhaps he could replicate or improve upon their methods. This line of research required access to materials and information that lay far beyond Morgoth's domain, necessitating expeditions into territories controlled by their enemies. The lieutenant organized these missions with the same careful attention to detail that he brought to his laboratory work, ensuring that his agents could gather what they needed while minimizing the risk of exposure. Many of these ventures failed, but enough succeeded to provide him with samples and observations that fed into his growing theoretical framework. The years passed in blur of activity that consumed his attention almost completely. Seasons changed above Angband's peaks while he labored in chambers where time seemed to flow at different rates, where the normal rhythms of existence gave way to patterns determined by the work at hand. His assistants learned to recognize the signs that indicated when he should not be disturbed, when interruption might result in consequences too severe to contemplate. Despite all his efforts, the flame, imperishable itself, remained as elusive as ever. Each approach that seemed promising ultimately revealed fundamental flaws that prevented success, while techniques that worked on smaller scales failed catastrophically when applied to forces of sufficient magnitude. The lieutenant began to suspect that the power he sought might be fundamentally different from anything that could be captured or contained through conventional means. Yet the knowledge gained through his researches opened possibilities that he had never imagined when the quest began. He now understood creation's architecture in ways that allowed him to identify weak points in reality's structure, places where sufficient pressure could produce effects that rivaled the mightiest works of the Valar themselves. The techniques developed during his failed searches would prove invaluable in projects yet to come. The quest that had begun as an attempt to avoid future defeats had instead revealed new forms of power that might serve his purposes even better than the flame itself. The sky above Angband burned with fires that had never been seen in Middle-earth before, as the host of the Valar descended like the wrath of creation itself made manifest. From the fortress walls, the lieutenant watched ships that sailed not upon water, but through the very air, their white sails catching winds that blew from realms beyond the circles of the world. The sight filled him with emotions too complex to name, awe at the display of power, fear for what it meant for his own fate, and beneath it all a grudging admiration for forces that dwarfed even his master's mighty works. The war that followed lasted longer than mortal minds could comprehend. Years of struggle that saw the very foundations of the earth crack under the weight of powers unleashed. Morgoth threw everything he had gathered through long ages into the battle. Dragons that blotted out the sun with their wings, orcs beyond counting, demons summoned from the void's deepest places. Yet against the combined might of Valinor and the firstborn united at last, even these forces proved insufficient. The lieutenant fought with skills honed through centuries of service, commanding legions of creatures bred in his own workshops and wielding powers that could shatter mountains. But as the tide of battle turned inexorably against them, he began to understand with crystalline clarity that this war could have only one ending. The Valar had finally roused themselves from their long patience, and when such powers moved with unified purpose, no force in Middle-earth could stand against them. Morgoth's capture came not through single combat, but through the patient work of many, as chains forged in Aule's halls were brought forth to bind the one who had once been the mightiest of the Ainur. The lieutenant watched from a place of concealment as his master was dragged in bonds toward the ships that would bear him to judgment beyond the world's end. In that moment, he faced a choice that would determine everything that followed. He could stand forth and share his master's fate, accepting whatever punishment the Valar deemed fit for one who had served the Dark Lord so faithfully. The option held a certain appeal. There would be honor in facing judgment with head held high, in accepting the consequences of choices made in full knowledge of their nature. But honor was a luxury that belonged to beings who still possessed the innocence he had abandoned long ago. The alternative required swallowing pride that had sustained him through ages of growing power. But it offered possibilities that immediate punishment would forever close. If he could convince the victors that his corruption had not progressed beyond hope of redemption, if he could present himself as a servant led astray rather than a willing architect of evil, then perhaps opportunities for future action might remain open. When Eonwë the Herald appeared before the shattered gates of Angband, calling for all servants of the Dark Lord to surrender themselves for judgment, the lieutenant stepped forward with a performance that drew upon every skill he had developed in manipulation and deception. The form he wore was not the terrible shape of power he had cultivated in recent centuries, but something closer to what he had been in his earliest days, still mighty, but touched with an air of sorrow that spoke of genuine regret. The words he spoke to Morgoth's herald were crafted with the same care he had once devoted to forging perfect rings, each phrase calculated to produce the desired effect. He spoke of corruption that had crept upon him gradually, of loyalty that had blinded him to the true nature of his master's purposes. Most importantly, he claimed a desire for redemption that felt genuine even to his own ears, though the redemption he actually sought bore little resemblance to what his listeners imagined. Eonwë received his submission with expressions that revealed nothing of the herald's thoughts, but the lieutenant could sense the careful evaluation taking place behind those ancient eyes. The mayor who stood before him had served in Manu's halls since the world's beginning, had witnessed the corruption of Melkor himself, and would not be easily deceived by false repentance. Yet the very magnitude of the task facing the victors worked in the lieutenant's favor, with so many prisoners to process and judge. Individual cases could not receive the attention they might merit under other circumstances. The decision, when it came, was exactly what the lieutenant had hoped for, while scarcely daring to expect it. Rather than face immediate judgment before the Valar themselves, he was to remain in Middle-earth under watch, demonstrating through his actions whether his claimed repentance was genuine. The freedom this granted was limited and conditional, but it was freedom nonetheless, enough to begin laying the groundwork for everything that would follow. As the ships of the Valar departed, bearing Morgoth to imprisonment beyond the world's confines, the lieutenant allowed himself a moment of satisfaction at the success of his deception. The performance had been flawless, convincing enough to secure the breathing space he needed while avoiding commitments that would actually limit his future actions. Eonwë and his companions believed they had saved a soul that teetered on the edge of damnation, when in truth they had merely given that soul the tools it needed to achieve damnation's perfect completion. The ruins of Angband lay around him like the broken fragments of a dream, but already his mind was turning toward the future and the opportunities it would bring. The sky above Angband burned with fires that had never been seen in Middle-earth before, as the host of the Valar descended like the wrath of creation itself made manifest. From the fortress walls, the lieutenant watched ships that sailed not upon water, but through the very air, their white sails catching winds that blew from realms beyond the circles of the world. The sight filled him with emotions too complex to name, or at the display of power, fear for what it meant for his own fate. And beneath it all, a grudging admiration for forces that dwarfed even his master's mighty works. The war that followed lasted longer than mortal minds could comprehend. Years of struggle that saw the very foundations of the earth crack under the weight of powers unleashed. Morgoth threw everything he had gathered through long ages into the battle. Dragons that blotted out the sun with their wings, orcs beyond counting, demons summoned from the void's deepest places. Yet against the combined might of Valinor and the firstborn united at last, even these forces proved insufficient. The lieutenant fought with skills honed through centuries of service, commanding legions of creatures bred in his own workshops and wielding powers that could shatter mountains. But as the tide of battle turned inexorably against them, he began to understand with crystalline clarity that this war could have only one ending. The Valar had finally roused themselves from their long patience, and when such powers moved with unified purpose, no force in Middle-earth could stand against them. Morgoth's capture came not through single combat, but through the patient work of many, as chains forged in Aule's halls were brought forth to bind the one who had once been the mightiest of the Ainur. The lieutenant watched from a place of concealment as his master was dragged in bonds toward the ships that would bear him to judgment beyond the world's end. In that moment, he faced a choice that would determine everything that followed. He could stand forth and share his master's fate, accepting whatever punishment the Valar deemed fit for one who had served the Dark Lord so faithfully. The option held a certain appeal. There would be honor in facing judgment with head held high, in accepting the consequences of choices made in full knowledge of their nature. But honor was a luxury that belonged to beings who still possessed the innocence he had abandoned long ago. The alternative required swallowing pride that had sustained him through ages of growing power. But it offered possibilities that immediate punishment would forever close. If he could convince the victors that his corruption had not progressed beyond hope of redemption. If he could present himself as a servant led astray rather than a willing architect of evil, then perhaps opportunities for future action might remain open. When Eonwë the Herald appeared before the shattered gates of Angband, calling for all servants of the Dark Lord to surrender themselves for judgment, the lieutenant stepped forward with a performance that drew upon every skill he had developed in manipulation and deception. The form he wore was not the terrible shape of power he had cultivated in recent centuries, but something closer to what he had been in his earliest days, still mighty, but touched with an air of sorrow that spoke of genuine regret. The words he spoke to Morgoth's herald were crafted with the same care he had once devoted to forging perfect rings, each phrase calculated to produce the desired effect. He spoke of corruption that had crept upon him gradually, of loyalty that had blinded him to the true nature of his master's purposes. Most importantly, he claimed a desire for redemption that felt genuine even to his own ears, though the redemption he actually sought bore little resemblance to what his listeners imagined. Eonwë received his submission with expressions that revealed nothing of the herald's thoughts. But the lieutenant could sense the careful evaluation taking place behind those ancient eyes. The mayor who stood before him had served in Manwë's halls since the world's beginning, had witnessed the corruption of Melkor himself, and would not be easily deceived by false repentance. Yet the very magnitude of the task facing the victors worked in the lieutenant's favor, with so many prisoners to process and judge. Individual cases could not receive the attention they might merit under other circumstances. The decision, when it came, was exactly what the lieutenant had hoped for, while scarcely daring to expect it. Rather than face immediate judgment before the Valar themselves, he was to remain in Middle-earth under watch, demonstrating through his actions whether his claimed repentance was genuine. The freedom this granted was limited and conditional, but it was freedom nonetheless, enough to begin laying the groundwork for everything that would follow. As the ships of the Valar departed, bearing Morgoth to imprisonment beyond the world's confines, the lieutenant allowed himself a moment of satisfaction at the success of his deception. The performance had been flawless, convincing enough to secure the breathing space he needed while avoiding commitments that would actually limit his future actions. Ianwë and his companions believed they had saved a soul that teetered on the edge of damnation, when in truth they had merely given that soul the tools it needed to achieve damnation's perfect completion. The ruins of Angband lay around him like the broken fragments of a dream, but already his mind was turning toward the future and the opportunities it would bring. The form that emerged from Angband's ruins bore little resemblance to the terrible lieutenant who had served the Dark Lord with such dedication. Gone were the shadows that had clung to his shape like living garments, replaced by radiance that seemed to flow from within his very being. The face he wore now was fair beyond mortal description, beautiful in the way that captured hearts without effort and inspired trust in even the most cautious observers. This transformation required more than simple shape-shifting. It demanded a fundamental alteration of his essential nature that pushed his abilities to their absolute limits. Every trace of the corruption that had marked his service to Morgoth had to be hidden beneath layers of carefully crafted innocence, while the power that remained accessible was filtered through channels that appeared benevolent rather than threatening. The work was exhausting in ways that physical labor could never match, yet he maintained it with the dedication of one whose very existence depended upon the performance's success. Ianwë's visits came regularly in those early years, the herald arriving without warning to observe and evaluate the progress of one who claimed to seek redemption. These encounters became elaborate dances of deception, with each participant playing roles that served their purposes while concealing their true intentions. The lieutenant presented himself as a soul struggling against the lingering effects of long corruption, making just enough progress to seem genuine while ensuring that complete recovery remained perpetually just beyond reach. The herald's questions probed depths that would have exposed a lesser deceiver, seeking signs of the malice that had driven so many atrocities during the war. But the lieutenant had prepared for such interrogation with the same thoroughness he brought to all his endeavors, constructing responses that contained enough truth to feel authentic, while omitting the details that would have revealed his actual state of mind. He spoke of regret that was entirely real, though not for the reasons his interrogator imagined, and of a desire for redemption that burned within him like fire. The years of observation gradually established patterns that worked in his favor. As Ianwë began to relax his vigilance in the face of consistent behavior that supported the claim of genuine repentance, the herald still arrived for his inspections, but with less frequency and decreased intensity of scrutiny. Each successful encounter built upon previous achievements, creating a foundation of trust that would prove invaluable when the time came to move more freely through Middle-earth. The lieutenant used these periods between visits to explore the changed world that had emerged from the war's devastation. Beleriand lay drowned beneath waves that had risen to claim the lands where so many great deeds had been accomplished, while new territories spread eastward toward horizons that beckoned with promise of fresh opportunities. The surviving populations of men and elves were scattered and vulnerable, struggling to rebuild what had been lost while lacking the unity that had made their victory possible. These reconnaissance missions required the utmost care, as any sign of his true nature would bring swift retribution from powers that still watched the world, for signs of renewed corruption. The fair form he had crafted served him well in these endeavors, allowing him to move among his former enemies without triggering the alarm that his actual presence would have caused. Merchants, travelers, and refugees alike found him a pleasant companion whose wisdom and gentle manner made their journeys seem shorter and their burdens lighter. Through these interactions, he began to gather intelligence about the state of Middle-earth's various kingdoms and the individuals who wielded influence within them. The information was fragmentary, at first gleaned from casual conversations and careful observation, but it gradually accumulated into a comprehensive understanding of the political landscape that would prove crucial for future operations. More importantly, he began to identify potential allies and targets, individuals whose particular strengths and weaknesses might serve his purposes when the time came to act more directly. The process of maintaining his deception grew easier with practice, as the patterns of thought and behavior required by his false persona became increasingly natural. There were times when he almost believed his own performance, when the role of repentant spirit seeking redemption felt more real than the memories of his service to Morgoth. These moments of self-doubt troubled him at first, until he realized that they actually strengthened his disguise by adding layers of authenticity that no conscious acting could have achieved. The turning point came when Eonwë arrived for what would prove to be his final inspection, finding his subject engaged in acts of apparent charity that seemed to confirm the success of the redemption process. The lieutenant had spent weeks preparing for this encounter, carefully orchestrating circumstances that would present him in the most favorable possible light. When the herald departed with expressions of cautious approval, he knew that he had achieved the first major victory of what would prove to be a very long campaign. The freedom that followed was intoxicating after so many years of careful restraint, though he was wise enough to continue his cautious approach even after the immediate threat of discovery had passed. The foundations had been laid for everything that would follow, but the true work was only beginning. The wild lands beyond the Blue Mountains stretched endlessly before him like an ocean of grass and stone. Here the authority of Gil-galad and Elrond could not reach. Here no herald of the Valar would come seeking signs of corruption or redemption. The lieutenant walked these empty spaces with steps that grew more confident with each passing league, feeling chains he had not known existed falling away as the distance from watchful eyes increased. The form he wore now was neither the terrible shape of his service to Morgoth, nor the fair guise that had deceived Eonwë. Instead, he took the appearance of a wandering scholar, unremarkable enough to pass unnoticed, yet possessed of the quiet authority that opened doors and loosened tongues. His clothes were travel-worn, but well-made, his manner courteous but reserved, and his knowledge vast enough to serve whatever purpose the moment required. In the scattered settlements that dotted these frontier regions, he found peoples who remembered the Great War only as distant thunder. They had their own concerns, failed harvests, tribal raids, diseases that claimed the young and old with equal appetite. These troubles provided opportunities for one who possessed both the power to offer genuine aid and the wisdom to ensure that such aid created lasting obligations. The first village he encountered was dying from a plague that had already claimed half its children. The survivors huddled in their huts, waiting for death to finish what it had started, too weakened by despair to attempt any remedy their crude medicine could provide. He arrived like an answer to prayers they had stopped believing anyone would hear. The cure he offered was real enough, drawn from knowledge gained in ages of studying the boundaries between life and death. But the healing came with subtle modifications that opened the recipients' minds to influences they would never consciously recognize, seeds of loyalty planted so deeply that they felt like natural emotions, gratitude that would endure long after the memory of their benefactor had faded from conscious thought. Word of the miracle spread with the speed that only hope can achieve in desperate times. Other villages sent delegations begging for similar aid, while individuals made pilgrimages to seek blessings from the wise healer, who asked nothing in return for his services. Each encounter strengthened the network of influence that grew around his wandering path, creating bonds that would prove invaluable when the time came to call upon them. The eastern tribes proved more challenging subjects than the settled villagers, their nomadic lifestyle and warrior traditions making them resistant to subtle manipulation. But their very strengths could be turned to advantage by one who understood the proper techniques. A young chieftain's desire for glory could be channeled toward conflicts that served larger purposes, while an elder's fear of his people's decline might lead him to embrace changes that promised renewed strength. The years passed in constant movement through territories that few mapmakers had ever attempted to chart. He learned the secret paths through mountain passes where avalanches had buried entire armies, discovered oasis towns where merchants gathered to trade in goods that could not be found in any Western market. Each new region brought fresh opportunities to plant seeds of influence while gathering intelligence about resources and populations that might prove useful in conflicts yet to come. The transformation in his own nature proceeded as gradually as the expansion of his hidden network. The fair form he had worn to deceive Ian Way began to feel constraining rather than protective, while the terrible majesty of his service to Morgoth seemed like a costume from another age. What emerged in its place was something entirely new, a presence that could inspire devotion without fear, that could command obedience through love rather than terror. Yet beneath this evolution, the core of his being remained unchanged. The desire for perfect order still burned within him like an unquenchable flame, driving him to see every interaction as another step toward the ultimate goal of reshaping the world according to his vision. The techniques had changed, grown more sophisticated and subtle, but the fundamental purpose remained constant. The network he had built began to show its value as reports filtered back through channels that appeared entirely natural. Traders carried word of political changes in distant kingdoms. Travelers shared gossip about the movements of important figures, and pilgrims brought news of developments in regions where his own presence would have been unwelcome. The intelligence gathering system rivaled anything he had operated during the war, yet it existed entirely in shadow, invisible to any who might seek to disrupt it. By the time he decided to move westward again, the lieutenant commanded resources that would have made him formidable even without the powers, that remained hidden beneath his carefully maintained disguise. More importantly, he had learned lessons about the nature of influence and control that would guide all his future endeavors. Fear had its place in any campaign of domination, but love and gratitude could prove far more effective in achieving lasting results. The road back toward the lands where Gil-galad ruled stretched before him like a bridge between two ages of his existence. Behind lay the careful years of building strength in secret, while ahead waited opportunities to put that strength to uses that would reshape the world. The tribes of the Far East had never heard the music of Iluvatar, or felt the blessing of the Valar upon their faces. They lived and died in lands where no light of Valinor had ever shone, where the only powers they knew were those that spoke through storm and earthquake and the changing seasons. Into this darkness came one who offered them gifts beyond their wildest dreams. He appeared to the chief of the Veriag as a wise man from distant lands, bearing knowledge of metals and agriculture that could transform their harsh existence into something approaching prosperity. The weapons he helped them forge cut deeper than any blade they had wielded before. The crops grown from his seeds flourished in soil that had previously yielded only thorns and bitter roots. But with each gift came subtle changes that the recipients barely noticed. The iron he taught them to smelt held traces of substances that made those who worked with it more susceptible to his influence. The new farming techniques required rituals that seemed harmless but opened channels through which his will could flow. The tribal shamans were the first to recognize that something fundamental had shifted in the spiritual landscape around them. Their old ceremonies no longer produced the expected results, while new practices suggested by their benefactor brought power that left them dizzy with exhilaration. The spirits they had served for generations grew distant and weak, replaced by presences that demanded different forms of worship. He encouraged these changes with careful guidance that never seemed like command. A word here about the weakness of the old ways, a demonstration thereof what could be achieved through proper devotion to stronger powers. The shamans found themselves drawn into practices that would have horrified their predecessors. Yet each step seemed logical and necessary when viewed from their altered perspective. The corruption spread through the tribe like fire through dry grass. Warriors who had once fought only to defend their families began to hunger for conquest of neighboring lands. Mothers who had cherished their children above all else started to view them as potential sacrifices to gods whose names they learned to whisper in the darkness. Other tribes heard rumors of the Veriag's sudden prosperity and sent delegations to discover the source of their good fortune. The wise man received these visitors with warmth that seemed genuine, sharing knowledge and gifts with the same apparent generosity he had shown his first pupils. Each group returned home carrying seeds of change that would transform their own peoples in similar ways. The process accelerated as competition between the tribes intensified. None wanted to be left behind as their neighbors gained strength through new techniques and alliances with powerful spirits. The wise man moved between the various groups like a gardener tending different plots, ensuring that each developed according to his master plan, while believing themselves to be acting according to their own free will. Within a generation, the entire region had been transformed from a collection of primitive tribes into something resembling a nascent empire. The various groups maintained their individual identities and traditions, but they shared common practices and loyalties that transcended old boundaries. Most importantly, they all recognized the authority of the wise man whose gifts had made their transformation possible. The military potential of his new followers impressed even him with its scope and efficiency. These were not the crude orcs of Morgoth's armies or the scattered bandits who typically served dark powers. These were disciplined warriors who fought with intelligence and coordination, capable of complex strategies that could adapt to changing circumstances on the battlefield. He began to organize them into larger formations, teaching techniques of warfare that combined traditional tribal tactics with innovations drawn from his vast experience. The results exceeded his most optimistic projections as armies that had never known defeat began to emerge from lands that Western scholars still marked as empty wilderness on their maps. The religious changes that accompanied this military development proved equally significant. The shamans had been transformed into priests of a new order that combined elements from many traditions, while serving purposes that aligned perfectly with his long-term objectives. Their ceremonies generated power that he could channel for his own uses while binding their followers more tightly to his will. The network of influence that had begun with a single plague-stricken village now encompassed territories larger than some Western kingdoms. Trade routes carried his agents disguised as merchants into lands where direct intervention would have been impossible. Pilgrims spread doctrines that appeared harmless on the surface, while containing seeds of corruption that would take root wherever conditions were right. Yet even as he celebrated these achievements, part of his mind remained focused on the greater prize that lay westward. The eastern tribes were useful allies and would prove valuable in conflicts to come, but they lacked the knowledge and skills needed for the most ambitious of his projects. For those he would need to approach beings whose understanding of creation's deeper mysteries rivaled his own. The fair form he had used to deceive Ianwe would need refinement for the challenges that awaited him in the halls of Gil-galad and Celebrimba. The form that approached the borders of Lindon had been crafted with care that surpassed even his earlier deceptions. Here was beauty that seemed to flow from some inner source of light, wisdom that spoke in every gesture and expression, power that radiated strength without threat. The being who called himself Anatar moved through the world like walking poetry, turning heads wherever he passed and inspiring trust in hearts that should have known better. Gil-galad received word of the stranger's approach with expressions that revealed nothing of his thoughts. The High King had ruled through the darkest years of the Elder Days and survived the War of Wrath itself, experiences that had taught him to view unexpected visitors with deep suspicion. When emissaries brought reports of a mayor claiming friendship with the Eldar and bearing gifts of incredible value, every instinct the king possessed screamed warnings that few around him seemed to hear. The audience that followed was a masterpiece of careful manipulation, as Anatar presented himself as an emissary from powers that had taken notice of the elves' struggles in these diminished times. He spoke of techniques that could restore some measure of the glory that had been lost when Beleriand sank beneath the waves. His words carried conviction that seemed to flow from genuine concern for the Eldar's welfare, while the gifts he offered provided tangible proof of abilities that could transform their circumstances. Yet Gil-galad's suspicion only deepened as the encounter progressed. Something in the stranger's manner reminded him uncomfortably of powers he had faced during the war, though he could not identify exactly what triggered these feelings. The beauty was too perfect, the wisdom too conveniently applicable to current needs, the generosity too obviously calculated to produce specific responses. When the High King politely but firmly declined the offered assistance, Annatar received the rejection with grace that seemed to confirm his noble nature. He expressed understanding of the caution that recent history had made necessary, while suggesting that perhaps other courts might prove more receptive to the collaboration he sought. The parting was accomplished with courtesy that left no obvious grounds for offense, though both participants understood that deeper currents had been running beneath the surface pleasantries. The reception at a region proved dramatically different, as Celebrimber and his craftsmen had grown frustrated with the limitations that hampered their attempts to achieve works worthy of their heritage. The techniques passed down from Foina's tradition required materials and conditions that no longer existed in Middle-earth, forcing them to accept compromises that fell short of their artistic vision. Annatar's arrival seemed like an answer to prayers they had barely dared to voice. The Lord of Gifts demonstrated knowledge that bridged the gap between theory and practice, showing how techniques that had been lost could be recovered through innovative approaches to familiar materials. His understanding of the relationships between different elements surpassed that of any living craftsman, while his ability to see possibilities that others missed marked him as a teacher worthy of their attention. More importantly, he appeared genuinely interested in advancing their art rather than exploiting it for personal gain. The collaboration that emerged from these initial contacts exceeded even Annatar's most optimistic expectations. Celebrimber and his followers proved to be exactly the partners he had hoped to find, skilled enough to contribute meaningfully to complex projects, yet lacking the broader perspective needed to recognize the ultimate purpose toward which their work was being directed. Their enthusiasm for the craft made them eager students, while their trust in his guidance removed obstacles that might have slowed progress significantly. The workshops of Ost-in Edel soon rang with sounds that had not been heard since the greatest days of Gondolin and Nargothrond. Forges burned with fires that had been thought impossible to rekindle, while anvils bore the weight of materials that pushed the boundaries of what even elven skill could shape. The results justified every effort expended, as objects of surpassing beauty and power began to emerge from their combined labors. Word of these achievements spread throughout the surviving elven realms, carried by traders and travelers who could barely describe what they had witnessed in the workshops of Eridgian. Some of these reports reached Gil-galad's court, where they served only to deepen the High King's concerns about the true nature of the being who had made such wonders possible. But the evidence of genuine benefit to the Eldar made it difficult to argue against cooperation that was producing such remarkable results. Annatar established residence in chambers that Celebrimber had prepared with all the honor due to a valued collaborator and friend. From this base, he began to extend his influence through networks that appeared entirely natural while serving his deeper purposes perfectly. Students came to learn techniques that only he could teach, while visitors carried word of his achievements to courts throughout Middle-earth. The foundation had been laid for achievements that would reshape the world, though few who participated in the early stages understood the true scope of what they were helping to create. The Lord of Gifts moved among his new allies like a master craftsman selecting tools for a project whose final form remained known only to himself. The gates of Ost and Edel stood open to receive him with honors that had been reserved for the greatest friends of the Eldar. Banners flew from every tower, while craftsmen lined the streets to catch glimpses of the being whose reputation had preceded him into their fair city. Celebrimber himself waited at the threshold of his halls, wearing robes that spoke of celebration rather than mere courtesy. The welcome feast that followed was a testament to elven hospitality at its finest. Tables groaned under the weight of delicacies that had been prepared with loving care, while musicians filled the air with melodies that seemed to capture the very essence of joy. Anatar moved through it all with grace that made every interaction memorable, speaking with artisans about techniques that had been lost for centuries while praising works that their creators had thought unworthy of notice. But it was in the workshops themselves that his true value became apparent to his hosts. The forges that had grown cold through lack of proper fuel blazed to life at his touch, while tools that had been abandoned as inadequate were transformed into instruments of incredible precision. His knowledge flowed like water into every corner of their craft, filling gaps they had not known existed while opening possibilities they had never dared imagine. Celebrimber watched these demonstrations with eyes that shone like stars, recognizing in his guest abilities that matched the legendary skills of his own lineage. Here was a teacher who could help them recover the techniques that had made Feanor's name immortal, who understood the deep structures of creation well enough to improve upon methods that had been perfected ages before his birth. The collaboration they discussed would benefit both participants while advancing the cause of beauty in a world that had seen too much of its glory fade. The weeks that followed established patterns that would endure for decades to come. Each morning found them in the workshops, pursuing projects that grew more ambitious as their partnership deepened. Each evening brought discussions that ranged across topics from the fundamental nature of matter to the most esoteric aspects of spiritual manipulation. Anatar proved himself a student as eager as he was a teacher, absorbing insights about elven techniques with the same enthusiasm he showed when sharing his own knowledge. The other craftsmen of Ostin, Edel, watched this growing friendship with mixtures of admiration and envy. Some sought to involve themselves in the great works being undertaken, offering their skills in hope of contributing to achievements that would echo through history. Others contented themselves with observing from a distance, knowing that they lacked the knowledge needed to participate meaningfully in projects of such scope and complexity. Word of the collaboration's success reached courts throughout Middle-earth, carried by merchants and diplomats who had witnessed the results firsthand. The items emerging from a region's workshops surpassed anything seen since the Elder days, combining traditional elven artistry with innovations that pushed the boundaries of what had been thought possible. Each piece told the story of skills recovered and horizons expanded, proof that the decline of the world could be reversed through proper understanding and effort. Gil-galad received these reports with expressions that grew darker as the implications became clear. The High King's advisors spoke of the benefits that might flow from establishing closer ties with such a powerful ally. Yet something in their arguments only strengthened his resolve to maintain distance from the Lord of Gifts. His instincts warned him that beauty and utility could mask purposes far removed from their surface appearance. Diplomatic messages began to flow between Lindon and Irigen as Gil-galad sought to understand the nature of the being who had so thoroughly captured his kinsman's trust and admiration. The responses he received painted pictures of generosity, wisdom, and dedication to the Eldar's welfare that should have allayed his concerns. Instead, they reinforced his growing conviction that some threat was taking shape beyond his ability to perceive or counter. The division that emerged within the elven realms served Anatar's purposes perfectly, though he took care to appear saddened by the High King's continued suspicion. He spoke with genuine regret about the missed opportunities that such mistrust created, while ensuring that his supporters in a region understood the obstacles their benefactor faced in pursuing his mission of assistance to their people. The sympathy this generated strengthened bonds that were already growing beyond anything he had dared hope to achieve. Celebrimber's invitation to establish permanent residence in Ost-in-Edel came with offers of workshops equipped to the highest standards and access to materials that had been hoarded since the destruction of Baloo. The chambers prepared for him rivaled those that might have been offered to a visiting king, complete with libraries containing texts that recorded techniques thought lost forever. Most importantly, he was granted authority to participate in decisions about which projects would receive support and resources. The position offered everything he needed to pursue the next phase of his carefully laid plans. From this base, he could influence the development of elven craftsmanship while gathering intelligence about their capabilities and limitations. The trust placed in him provided cover for experiments that would have been impossible to conduct under more suspicious oversight. As he settled into his new role within a region's hierarchy, Anatar allowed himself moments of satisfaction at how perfectly events were unfolding according to his design. The bond that grew between Anatar and Celebrimber transcended the ordinary relationships that existed between teacher and student. In the workshops of Ost-in-Edel, two minds met that shared the same passion for perfection, the same hunger to push beyond the boundaries that limited lesser craftsmen. Their collaboration became the stuff of legend even as it unfolded, witnessed by artisans who understood they were seeing the birth of techniques that would outlive the age itself. Each morning found them bent over projects that grew more ambitious with every passing day, where Celebrimber brought the accumulated wisdom of his lineage and the refined techniques passed down from Fuena himself. Anatar contributed insights drawn from sources that predated the elves' own arrival in Middle-earth. The combination proved more powerful than either could have achieved alone. The first great work to emerge from their partnership was a set of tools that seemed to possess their own intelligence. Hammers that struck with perfect force, regardless of the wielder's strength. Tongs that gripped materials without leaving marks. Files that smoothed surfaces to mathematical precision without conscious guidance. These instruments transformed every craftsman who used them into an artist capable of achieving results that would have been impossible through skill alone. Celebrimber marveled at his friend's ability to see solutions where others perceived only obstacles. When traditional methods failed to produce the desired results, Anatar would approach the problem from angles that revealed new possibilities. His understanding of how different materials interacted went beyond simple chemistry into realms that touched upon the fundamental forces that shaped reality itself. The trust that developed between them allowed for exchanges of knowledge that neither had shared with any other being. Celebrimber revealed secrets of elven craftsmanship that had been guarded since the Elder Days, techniques that his grandfather had developed in the hidden halls of Formenos. In return, Anatar offered insights into the nature of creation that expanded the Elf Lord's understanding of his own abilities. Their friendship extended beyond the workshop into every aspect of their lives together. They walked the gardens of Ostian Edel, discussing theories that would have bored lesser minds, debating questions that had no easy answers, while finding joy in the exploration itself. Evenings were spent examining works created by craftsmen of ages past, analyzing techniques and seeking ways to improve upon achievements that had been thought perfect. The other artisans of Irigen watched this partnership with emotions that ranged from admiration to envy. Some sought to involve themselves in the great works being undertaken, offering their skills in support of projects whose scope they could barely comprehend. Others maintained respectful distance, understanding that what they witnessed was a collaboration between equals that could not be duplicated or shared. Word of their achievements spread throughout Middle-earth, carried by traders who had seen items of surpassing beauty emerging from Irigen's workshops. Kings and princes sent delegations seeking to commission works from the legendary partnership, while craftsmen from distant lands made pilgrimages hoping to learn even fragments of the techniques being developed. The reputation that grew around their names elevated both participants to positions of influence that extended far beyond their own realm. Yet it was in the quiet moments between great projects that their friendship deepened most significantly. Annatar proved himself a companion whose wisdom extended beyond matters of craft into areas of philosophy and governance that concerned any leader of his people. His advice on matters of policy and diplomacy carried weight that came from understanding of the world's deeper currents, while his perspective on the challenges facing the Eldar helped Celebrimbor see solutions that had not occurred to him before. The Lord of Gifts demonstrated again and again that his primary concern was the welfare of those he had chosen to serve. When resources grew scarce for certain projects, he would produce materials from sources that remained mysterious but undoubtedly legitimate. When technical problems threatened to derail important work, he would spend sleepless nights developing solutions that benefited everyone involved. Celebrimbor found himself relying on his friend's judgment in matters that extended well beyond their shared craft. The insights Annatar offered into the motivations of other rulers and the likely outcomes of various policies proved remarkably accurate, helping Irigen navigate political complexities that might otherwise have led to unfortunate consequences. The trust that developed from these successes created bonds that seemed unbreakable. The workshops themselves were transformed by their collaboration into something, approaching temples dedicated to the pursuit of perfect beauty. Each tool had its proper place. Each material was stored according to principles that optimized its potential, and each project was approached with reverence that acknowledged the sacred nature of true creation. The atmosphere that pervaded these spaces inspired everyone who worked within them to achieve results that surpassed their individual capabilities. As the seasons turned and their partnership matured, both participants began to contemplate projects that would represent the culmination of everything they had learned together. The techniques they had developed, the materials they had discovered, and the trust they had built pointed toward achievements that would reshape the world's understanding of what craft could accomplish when pursued, with proper dedication and wisdom. The first rings emerged from their forges like children taking tentative steps into the world. These were not the great works that would define their legacy, but practice pieces designed to test techniques and explore possibilities. Each band of gold or silver carried within it lessons learned through trial and error, successes and failures that would guide the creation of far mightier works. Annatar approached the ringcraft with the methodical precision that marked all his endeavors. He studied the traditional elven methods with the attention of a scholar discovering lost texts, absorbing every detail of how the metal was prepared, how the symbols were inscribed, how the final enchantments were woven into the finished pieces. But even as he learned, his mind was already working on improvements that would surpass anything his teachers had achieved. The early experiments focused on understanding how different materials interacted with the spiritual forces that gave rings their power. Gold responded differently than silver, which behaved unlike the rarer metals that could only be obtained through trade with distant lands. Each substance had its own character, its own preferences for the types of enchantments it could sustain without corruption or failure. Celebrimbor watched his friends progress with growing amazement at the speed with which complex techniques were mastered. Processes that had taken him years to perfect were absorbed in mere weeks by a mind that seemed to grasp the underlying principles almost instantly. The rings Annatar produced grew more sophisticated with each attempt, incorporating innovations that pushed beyond the boundaries of traditional craft. The workshops rang with sounds that had not been heard since the greatest days of Gondolin, as new techniques were born from the marriage of elven wisdom and insights that came from deeper sources. Hammers struck with rhythms that seemed to follow musical patterns, while files moved across surfaces in motions that resembled the gestures of dancers. Every aspect of the work was refined until it achieved a harmony that transformed mere craftsmanship into something approaching art. The lesser rings began to attract attention from throughout Eregion as word spread of their remarkable properties. A band that protected its wearer from disease, another that granted enhanced vision in darkness, a third that allowed its bearer to understand languages previously unknown to them. These were not the crude magical trinkets that charlatans peddled in marketplaces, but works of genuine power created through methods that few could comprehend. Annatar studied each success and failure with equal intensity, building understanding of how ringcraft functioned at its most fundamental levels. He learned which symbols could be combined safely and which would interfere with each other's effects. He discovered how the size and weight of a ring influenced its capacity to hold enchantments, and how the shape of its band affected the flow of power through the finished work. The knowledge gained through these experiments extended far beyond ring-making into areas that would prove valuable in many future endeavors. The techniques for binding spiritual forces into physical objects could be applied to swords, armor, and tools of every description. The methods for ensuring that enchantments remained stable over long periods would be essential, for works intended to endure through ages of use and abuse. Celebrimbor contributed his own innovations to their shared research, drawing upon family traditions that stretched back to the creation of the Silmarils themselves. His understanding of how light could be captured and preserved in physical form opened possibilities that complemented his friend's knowledge perfectly. Together they developed techniques that neither could have achieved alone. The practice rings became testing grounds for ideas that would later be incorporated into far greater works. A method for making enchantments responsive to their bearers' specific needs. A technique for layering multiple effects within a single object. An approach to creating items that would grow stronger rather than weaker through use. Each innovation was carefully documented and refined until it could be reproduced consistently. The materials they worked with grew more exotic as their skill increased. Metals that had been thought too difficult to work proved manageable when proper techniques were applied. Gems that had been considered unsuitable for ring setting revealed hidden properties when approached with sufficient understanding. The very elements seemed eager to serve purposes they had never imagined possible. As their experiments progressed, both craftsmen began to envision works that would represent the culmination of everything they were learning. The lesser rings had taught them the fundamental principles, but those principles pointed toward achievements of far greater scope and ambition. The techniques they had developed could be applied to creating objects of power that would reshape the balance of forces in Middle-earth itself. The foundation had been laid for projects that would test the limits of what even their combined abilities could achieve. In the quiet hours after the forges had cooled, they would discuss possibilities that made their current works seem like mere preparation for the real challenges that lay ahead. The dwarves required different treatment than the other children of Iluvatar, and Anatar understood this truth better than any who had come before him. Their hearts burned with fires that matched the forges where they labored. Their minds turned always toward the deep places of the earth where precious metals waited to be discovered. The rings he would craft for their lords must speak to these fundamental aspects of their nature. Gold alone would not suffice for such works, though it formed the foundation upon which everything else would be built. The metal had to be drawn from veins that ran deepest in the mountains, or that had been touched by the earth's own heart and carried within it echoes of the pre-music that had shaped the world's bones. Celebrimbor provided access to materials that had been hoarded since the destruction of Beleriand, while Anatar contributed knowledge of how such precious substances could be purified beyond anything previously achieved. The forging began with ceremonies that honored both the materials and the intended recipients. Each ring was crafted individually, shaped according to principles that reflected the specific nature of the dwarf lord who would wear it. The king under the mountain required different qualities than the lord of the Iron Hills, while the ruler of the Blue Mountains needed powers that differed from both. The first ring emerged from their forge like a star fallen to earth, its surface gleaming with inner light that seemed to pulse in rhythm with the wielder's heartbeat. When Anatar placed it upon his finger, the gold grew warm and responsive, revealing veins of precious metal that lay hidden within the workshop's stone walls. The enchantment had succeeded beyond even his expectations, creating a tool that would enhance its bearer's natural abilities, rather than replacing them with foreign powers. Celebrimbor watched the demonstration with expressions that mixed wonder with unease. The techniques his friend employed pushed beyond traditional elven methods into territories that felt dangerous, despite their obvious effectiveness. Each ring incorporated innovations that seemed to border on the forbidden, yet the results justified approaches that more cautious craftsmen would have avoided. The second and third rings followed in rapid succession, each one incorporating lessons learned from its predecessors, while adding new capabilities that expanded the scope of what such works could achieve. A band that would reveal the true worth of any mineral its wearer touched, another that granted protection from the toxic fumes that plagued deep mining operations. The powers were subtle but profound, designed to serve practical purposes that dwarf lords would appreciate. The work grew more complex as they progressed through the sequence, with each ring requiring techniques that pushed their abilities to new limits. The fourth ring demanded materials that could only be obtained during specific phases of the moon, while the fifth required inscriptions so precise that a single misplaced line would have ruined months of careful preparation. Anatar met these challenges with enthusiasm that never wavered, finding solutions to problems that would have defeated lesser craftsmen. The enchantments woven into each ring reflected deep understanding of dwarvish psychology and the forces that motivated their actions. These were not tools meant to control their bearers, but instruments designed to enhance what already existed within them. The greed that others saw as a flaw became a strength when properly channeled, while their legendary stubbornness could serve as protection against influences that might corrupt weaker wills. Celebrimba contributed knowledge that proved essential to the project's success, sharing insights into the relationships between different types of power that his own experiments had revealed. His understanding of how spiritual forces interacted with physical materials complemented Anatar's broader perspective perfectly, creating results that neither could have achieved alone. The sixth ring required sacrifices that tested both craftsmen's dedication to their work. The enchantments demanded ingredients that were difficult to obtain and dangerous to handle, while the forging process itself pushed their physical endurance to its limits. For days they labored without rest, taking turns at the anvil while the other maintained the precise temperatures and timing that the work required. The seventh and final ring emerged from their forge as the masterpiece that crowned the entire sequence. Its powers surpassed those of its companions, while incorporating elements that would make it resistant to the types of corruption that might affect lesser works. When completed, it seemed to sing with harmonies that resonated through the deepest foundations of the workshop itself. The 7 rings lay before them like captured stars, each one perfect in its own way, while contributing to a greater pattern that encompassed them all. Anatar studied his creations with satisfaction that went beyond mere pride in craftsmanship accomplished. These were tools that would serve multiple purposes, enhancing their bearers' natural abilities, while creating bonds of loyalty that would prove invaluable in conflicts yet to come. The success of the dwarf rings established techniques and precedents that would guide the even greater works to follow. Mortal men required an entirely different approach than the hardy children of Aule, and Anatar understood their nature with clarity that came from long observation in the eastern lands, where dwarves possessed wills that could resist corruption through sheer stubbornness. Men burned with ambitions that made them vulnerable to influences they would never consciously accept. The rings crafted for their kings must account for these fundamental differences. The materials chosen for the 9 reflected this understanding. Metals that would respond to the passions that drove mortal hearts, rather than the steady determination that characterized dwarfish nature. Silver formed the primary component, worked with gold that had been refined through processes unknown to traditional smithcraft. Each ring would be beautiful enough to appeal to kingly pride, while subtle enough to avoid triggering the suspicions that more obvious displays of power might provoke. Celebrimba approached this phase of their work with reservations that had grown stronger as their collaboration progressed. The techniques Anatar employed for the mortal rings pushed further beyond traditional methods than anything they had attempted before. The enchantments required ingredients that made the elf lord uncomfortable, while the binding processes involved forces that seemed to originate from sources he preferred not to contemplate. The first ring took shape under hammers that struck with rhythms designed to match the beating of mortal hearts. Its band was inscribed with symbols that appeared decorative to casual observation while serving purposes that went far deeper than mere ornamentation. When completed, the ring radiated an attraction that would prove irresistible to minds that valued power above all other considerations. Annatar tested each ring personally, studying how the enchantments affected his own consciousness before deeming them suitable for their intended recipients. The experience was unlike anything he had encountered with the dwarf rings. As the powers woven into these works reached toward aspects of his nature that even he had not fully explored, the rings seemed to hunger for connection with mortal minds, eager to fulfill their designed purpose. The second ring incorporated lessons learned from its predecessor while adding capabilities that would prove essential for rulers facing the complex challenges of governing mortal kingdoms. Enhanced perception that would reveal the true loyalty of courtiers, protection from poisons that enemies might use against unwary monarchs, strength of will that could command obedience from even the most rebellious subjects. The powers were seductive in their obvious utility. Each subsequent ring grew more sophisticated than the last, as Annatar refined techniques that allowed him to embed multiple layers of enchantment within a single work. The third ring granted its wearer the ability to see through deceptions that might fool ordinary eyes, while the fourth provided protection from the diseases that plagued mortal flesh. By the time the fifth ring emerged from their forge, even Celebrimber had to acknowledge the magnificence of what his friend was achieving. The creation process demanded sacrifices that tested both craftsmen's commitment to their shared vision. Days passed without rest as delicate procedures required constant attention, while nights were spent in preparation for the next phase of work that could not be delayed without risking the corruption of everything they had accomplished. The workshop became a realm apart from the normal world, where time flowed according to the needs of the work rather than natural rhythms. The sixth and seventh rings pushed the boundaries of what even their combined abilities could achieve, incorporating powers that would reshape the very nature of kingship among mortal realms. The ability to inspire absolute loyalty in followers, protection from the fears that might weaken resolve in crucial moments, perception that could penetrate the veils between the visible world and the realms of spirit. These were tools that would elevate their bearers far above ordinary mortality. Celebrimber watched the transformation of the workshop's atmosphere as the nine neared completion, sensing changes that went beyond the merely physical. The air itself seemed to thicken with potential, while shadows gathered in corners that had previously been bright with elven light. His friend appeared unaffected by these alterations, working with the same focused intensity that had marked all their collaborations. The eighth ring demanded techniques that combined everything they had learned through their long partnership, requiring precision that left no room for error or hesitation. The enchantments woven into its structure were more complex than anything they had attempted before, creating a work that seemed to possess awareness of its own nature and purpose. When completed, it seemed to regard its creators with intelligence that bordered on consciousness. The ninth and final ring crowned the entire sequence with power that surpassed even Annatar's initial expectations. Its creation required the investment of forces that left both craftsmen drained yet exhilarated by what they had accomplished together. When the last enchantment was complete and the final cooling had finished, the ring pulsed with life that seemed almost independent of its creator's will. The 9 lay before them like a constellation fallen to earth, each ring perfect in itself, while contributing to a greater pattern that encompassed purposes beyond their individual capabilities. In the deepest hours of night, when even Annatar had departed the workshops for much-needed rest, Celebrimber remained at his forge with projects that no other eyes would witness. The techniques learned through their collaboration had opened possibilities that extended beyond their shared work, revealing paths that the Elf Lord felt compelled to explore in solitude. His hands moved with certainty, born from centuries of experience as he shaped metals that would serve purposes his friend could never suspect. The decision to work in secret had not come easily to one who valued honesty above most virtues. Yet something in Annatar's approach to the 9 had triggered instincts that Celebrimber had learned to trust through long years of navigating the treacherous currents of politics and alliance. The Lord of Gifts had been generous with his knowledge and genuine in his friendship, but certain techniques he employed carried implications that demanded careful consideration. The first of the 3 took shape as a ring of gold that seemed to capture the very essence of fire within its gleaming surface. Naya would bear powers of protection and inspiration, enkindling hearts that had grown cold with despair while shielding its bearer from the corruption that threatened to consume everything beautiful in Middle-earth. The enchantments woven into its structure drew upon traditions that predated Annatar's arrival, techniques that belonged to the Eldar alone. Working without his friend's assistance proved more challenging than Celebrimber had anticipated, forcing him to rely entirely upon his own understanding of the complex processes they had developed together. Each step required careful judgment about which techniques could be safely employed and which might produce results that served purposes other than those intended. The margin for error was smaller when working alone, but the freedom to pursue his own vision compensated for the increased difficulty. The second ring emerged as a creation of silver that held within it the power of the waters that had blessed Valinor since the world's beginning. Nenya would preserve what was precious against the ravages of time and malice, maintaining purity in a world increasingly tainted by forces that sought to corrupt all things of beauty. The ring sang softly as it cooled, its voice carrying harmonies that spoke of protection offered without domination. Celebrimber took extra precautions to ensure that no trace of his nocturnal work would be discovered when morning brought his friend back to the workshops they shared. Tools were cleaned and returned to their proper places, materials stored according to the systems they had established, and all evidence of independent projects carefully concealed. The deception troubled him, yet seemed necessary given the stakes involved. The third and greatest of his secret works required techniques that pushed his abilities to their absolute limits. Villiers would be mightier than either of its companions, bearing powers of command over the elements themselves, while remaining free from any influence, save that of its chosen bearer. The ring demanded materials that could only be obtained through methods he dared not employ while under observation. The enchantments required for Villiers' completion drew upon sources of power that Celebrimber had touched only briefly during his collaboration with Annatar. These were forces that predated the arrival of the Maya in Middle-earth, energies that flowed directly from the music that had shaped creation itself. Working with such primal powers required a delicacy that left him exhausted yet exhilarated by what he was achieving. Each ring was crafted according to principles that owed nothing to the techniques employed in creating the Seven and the Nine, where those works incorporated methods that Anatar had contributed. The three embodied purely elven approaches to the binding of power within physical form. The difference was subtle but profound, creating works that would remain forever separate from any influence their creator had not consciously chosen to include. The completion of the three marked the culmination of Celebrimber's career as a craftsman, representing achievements that would have been impossible without the knowledge gained through his partnership with the Lord of Gifts. Yet, they also embodied something that belonged entirely to their creator. Works that reflected his own vision of what ringcraft could accomplish when pursued according to the highest ideals of his people. Hidden away in chambers known only to himself, the three awaited the day when their true nature would be revealed, and their powers called upon to serve the cause for which they had been created. Until that time came, Celebrimber would guard the secret of their existence with the same dedication he had shown in their creation. The fires of Mount Doom burned with heat that surpassed any forge in a region, fed by forces that reached down to the world's molten heart. Anatar stood alone upon the precipice where the Samath-Nor opened like a wound in the mountain's side, his fair form abandoned for the terrible majesty that better suited the work at hand. Here, far from any eyes that might witness what he wrought, the final phase of his great deception would reach its culmination. The gold he had brought from distant lands was unlike any metal that mortal smiths had ever worked. This ore had been drawn from veins that touched the very foundations of the earth, refined through processes that incorporated techniques learned in the deepest vaults of Angband. When cast into the mountain's fires, it did not merely melt, but transformed into something that transcended the boundary between matter and spirit. The ring that emerged from those flames was deceptively simple in appearance, a band of gold that seemed to hold no ornamentation save for script that became visible only when heated. Yet within its modest form was concentrated power that dwarfed anything that had been achieved in all the ages since the world's making. This was the ruling ring, the master of all others that would be forged, the key that would unlock dominion over every living thing that walked beneath the sky. The inscription that flowed across its surface was written in the black speech that had been born in Angband's depths, words that burned themselves into the very substance of the ring as they appeared. One ring to rule them all, one ring to find them, one ring to bring them all, and in the darkness bind them. The phrases seemed to pulse with life of their own, carrying meaning that went far beyond their literal content. As the final words completed their circuit of the band, something fundamental shifted in the world's balance. The moment the inscription was finished, every other ring of power that existed suddenly blazed with recognition of their master's presence. In a region, Celebrimber felt the three grow cold upon his hands as they sensed the trap that had been laid for them. Across Middle-earth, the seven pulsed with new awareness, while the nine sang with harmonies that their bearers had never heard before. The connection that flowed between the ruling ring and its subjects was more intimate than any bond that had ever existed between separate objects. Through the one, he could perceive everything that the other rings touched, could influence their bearers' thoughts and actions, could draw upon their individual powers to serve his greater purposes. The network of control he had dreamed of in his earliest days was finally complete. Yet the One Ring demanded more from its creator than any work he had previously undertaken. The power contained within its modest form was drawn directly from his own essence, requiring him to pour aspects of his fundamental nature into the gold itself. The process left him diminished in some ways, while vastly enhanced in others, bound to the ring's existence as permanently as it was bound to his will. The sensation of wielding the completed ring was unlike anything he had experienced in all his ages of existence. When he placed it upon his finger, the world became transparent to his perception, revealing hidden connections and secret purposes that had previously remained concealed. The thoughts of distant minds opened to his influence like flowers turning toward the sun, while powers that had been scattered across the world flowed together under his command. From his vantage point above the fires that had given birth to his masterwork, he could sense the panic that was spreading through a region as Celebrimbor and his craftsmen realized the true nature of what their collaboration had created. The three rings had been hidden from his direct influence through techniques that the Elf Lord had employed in secret. Yet even they could not entirely escape the web of control that now stretched across all of Middle-earth. The 7 and the 9 responded to his will with eagerness that surpassed his most optimistic projections. Through them, he could feel the minds of their bearers opening like books, revealing secrets and desires that could be exploited for his purposes. The dwarf kings would find their natural greed enhanced beyond all resistance, while the mortal rulers would discover ambitions they had never known they possessed. The fair form of Anatar was no longer necessary now that the deception had served its purpose. The Lord of Gifts could vanish as though he had never existed, while the true architect of the ring's creation revealed himself in all his terrible glory. The long game that had begun with his feigned repentance before, Ianwë had reached the moment of victory that made every sacrifice worthwhile. Standing above the fires that had witnessed his triumph, he felt power coursing through him that was greater than anything he had wielded even during the height of his service to Morgoth. The One Ring pulsed on his finger like a second heart, its rhythm matching the beating of his own spirit as they merged into something that was more than either could have been alone. The moment the One Ring completed its first circuit of its creator's finger, every elf in Middle-earth who possessed any connection to the rings of power felt a shock that ran deeper than physical pain. In Origin, Celebrimbor stumbled and nearly fell as the three blazed with sudden awareness on his hands, their metal growing so hot that it seemed to burn through flesh and bone. Across the workshops of Ost and Edel, craftsmen cried out in alarm as lesser rings sparked and smouldered with energies they had never contained before. Gil-galad felt the disturbance even in distant Lindon, where no ring of power had ever been welcomed within his halls. The High King rose from his throne with expressions that spoke of fears confirmed rather than surprises encountered, his ancient wisdom recognizing the signature of malice that had been hidden so carefully for so long. The warnings his instincts had whispered through decades of growing unease now screamed with clarity that no denial could silence. In a region, panic spread through the city like wildfire as the truth of their situation became impossible to ignore. The Lord of Gifts, who had worked so closely with their master, was revealed as something far more dangerous than the most suspicious among them had dared imagine. The rings they had helped to create, the techniques they had shared, the trust they had given so freely, all had been turned into weapons that now threatened everything they held dear. Celebrimber's first instinct was to tear the three from his hands and cast them into the nearest forge, destroying them before they could be corrupted by the malevolent will that had suddenly made its presence known. But even as his fingers moved toward the rings, their own power stayed his hand with visions of what their destruction would mean. The three had been crafted in secret according to techniques that owed nothing to Anatar's guidance, and their independence from the Master Ring offered hope that might not exist anywhere else in Middle-earth. The Elf Lord made his decision with the speed that crisis demanded, removing the rings from his own hands and entrusting them to those who could bear them, safely away from the danger that now surrounded Vilya went to Gil-galad, mightiest of the Elven kings, while Naya and Nenya found their way to guardians who understood the burden they accepted. The three would be hidden and protected, kept from the grasping will that sought to claim dominion over all rings of power. Throughout the workshops where so much had been accomplished, craftsmen worked frantically to destroy evidence of techniques that must never be allowed to fall into enemy hands. Forges that had created wonders were dismantled, while tools of incredible precision were broken rather than left for others to use. The knowledge that had seemed like such a precious gift now felt like poison that had to be purged before it could spread further. Messages flew to every corner of the Elven realms, carried by riders who understood that speed might mean the difference between survival and catastrophe. The warnings they bore spoke of deception that had taken centuries to unfold, of trust betrayed and friendship revealed as calculated manipulation. The fair form of Anatar had been a mask worn by something that belonged to the darkness Morgoth had left behind. Gil-galad received the news with grim satisfaction that his suspicions had proven correct, though the vindication came at a price that made victory taste like ashes. The enemy had been allowed to work among them for decades, learning their strengths and weaknesses while preparing weapons that would be turned against everything they sought to protect. The High King began immediately to marshal forces that would be needed for the war that could no longer be avoided. In chambers that had once echoed with the sounds of friendly collaboration, Celebrimber stood alone among the wreckage of his life's greatest work. The rings he had helped to create would bring suffering to countless innocents, while the techniques he had shared would serve purposes that filled him with horror. The partnership that had brought him such joy had been built upon deception, so complete that he wondered if anything he remembered about his friend had been real. Yet even in the depths of his despair, the Elf Lord found reasons for hope that sustained him through the darkness of realization. The three had escaped the trap that had been laid for them, while knowledge of the enemy's true nature would allow the free peoples to prepare for challenges they now understood. The betrayal was complete, but it was no longer hidden, and that revelation changed everything about the conflict to come. The workshops of Ost and Edel fell silent as their workers fled or prepared for siege, but the knowledge they had gained would not be lost, hidden in places where no enemy could find them. The techniques for countering ringcraft were preserved by those who understood their terrible importance. The deception was ended, and with it any pretense of peace between the forces that would reshape Middle-earth through fire and blood. From his fortress in the eastern lands, Sauron sent forth proclamations that echoed across every realm where his influence had taken root. the Lord of Gifts was dead, revealed as nothing more than a mask worn by one whose true name had been whispered in fear since the elder days. The armies that answered his call had been preparing for this moment through decades of careful organization. In the eastern territories, where he had first established his power, tribes that had been transformed from scattered nomads into disciplined legions began their westward march. Their banners bore symbols that spoke of allegiances forged in secret, while their weapons gleamed with the dark radiance of metals that had been blessed in ceremonies that honored powers older than the sun. From Angband's former territories came creatures that had survived the War of Wrath by hiding in places too deep for the Valar's forces to cleanse completely. Orcs emerged from caverns where they had bred and multiplied in darkness, their numbers swollen beyond anything that had been seen since Morgoth's final defeat. Dragons that had escaped destruction soared above the marching columns, their presence transforming what might have been a conventional war into something approaching the conflicts of legend. Gil-galad watched the reports arrive with the grim satisfaction of one whose worst fears had been confirmed. The High King had spent decades preparing for this eventuality, establishing alliances and gathering resources that would be needed when the shadow finally revealed its true nature. The forces at his disposal were mighty, but they faced an enemy who had enjoyed centuries of preparation while wearing the mask of friendship. The first battles erupted along the borders of Eregion, as Sauron's advance forces struck at settlements that had been left vulnerable by the chaos following Anatar's revelation. Towns that had prospered under the protection of the ring-forged defenses found themselves overwhelmed by enemies who understood exactly how those protections could be bypassed. The initial victories came swift and brutal, demonstrating the advantage that superior knowledge could provide. Celebrimbor led the defense of his homeland with the desperate courage of one who understood that more than territory was at stake in the conflict. The techniques that had been learned during his partnership with the enemy now served to counter some of the weapons being turned against his people. Yet for every defense he improvised, the attackers seemed to possess countermeasures that revealed just how thoroughly their plans had been laid. The siege of Ost in Edel began with bombardments that employed powers no conventional army could have wielded. Stones flung by engines of war burst into flame when they struck the city's walls, while arrows loosed by orc archers carried enchantments that made them seek their targets with unnatural precision. The defenses that had once seemed impregnable crumbled under assault by forces that had been specifically designed to overcome them. Yet the Eldar did not yield without exacting a terrible price from their enemies. The craftsmen who had worked alongside Anatar turned their skills toward creating weapons that could match the horrors arrayed against them. Swords that blazed with inner light cut through the darkness that protected enemy champions, while armor inscribed with protective symbols turned aside blows that would have shattered lesser defenses. News of the conflict spread throughout Middle-earth as refugees carried word of battles that defied easy description. Kings who had grown complacent during the long peace found themselves facing decisions that would determine the fate of their realms for generations to come. Some chose to stand with Gil-galad and the forces of light, while others sought to maintain neutrality that was rapidly becoming impossible. The eastern kingdoms that had fallen under Sauron's influence years earlier now revealed their true allegiances as their armies joined the westward march. Forces that had seemed like natural allies to their neighbors were suddenly exposed as advance agents of conquest. their loyalty purchased through gifts that had been calculated to produce exactly this result. The network of corruption that had been built so carefully was finally bearing its intended fruit. Sauron himself remained in the eastern lands during these opening phases of the war, content to direct operations through subordinates while consolidating power in territories that were already firmly under his control. The One Ring blazed on his finger as reports flowed in from battlefields across Middle-earth, allowing him to coordinate strategies that spanned distances no conventional commander could have managed. The war that had begun with the revelation of his true nature was proceeding according to plans that had been decades in the making. Each victory brought resources and territory under his direct control, while each defeat suffered by his enemies weakened their capacity to resist future campaigns. The walls of Ost in Edel cracked like broken eggs under the final assault, their white stone blackened by fires that had burned without pause for 7 days and nights. Sauron's forces poured through the breaches like a dark tide, overwhelming defenders who had fought with courage that would be remembered in songs for as long as the world endured. The city that had been the crown of elven craftsmanship in the Second Age became a charnel house where beauty died beneath the weight of malice unleashed. Celebrimbor made his last stand in the workshops where he had labored beside the one he had called friend, surrounded by the tools and materials that had produced such wonders. He wielded a sword that blazed with inner fire as orc after orc fell before his desperate skill. But numbers told in the end, as they always did, and the Elf Lord was finally brought down by wounds that even his enhanced constitution could not endure. They carried him before Sauron in chains that had been forged specifically for this moment, bonds that incorporated techniques learned during their partnership to ensure that no elven strength could break them. The Dark Lord had cast aside the fair form of Anatar entirely now, revealing himself in the terrible majesty that better suited his nature. When Celebrimbor looked upon that transformed visage, he saw clearly for the first time the being who had smiled and labored at his side for so many years. The interrogation that followed was conducted with the methodical precision that marked all of Sauron's endeavors. He required information about the 3 rings that had been hidden from his perception, knowledge of defensive techniques that might be employed against his forces, and details about the alliances that Gil-galad was attempting to forge. Each question was accompanied by persuasions that grew more intense when satisfactory answers were not immediately provided. Celebrimbor's resistance proved stronger than Sauron had anticipated, drawing upon reserves of will that had been forged through centuries of dedicated craft and reinforced by horror at what his work had been turned toward. The Elf Lord endured agonies that would have broken lesser spirits, yet continued to guard the secrets that could still serve the cause of freedom. His suffering was made worse by the knowledge that his own techniques were being used to prolong and intensify the torment. Hours passed in chambers that had been prepared specifically for such purposes, their walls inscribed with symbols that concentrated and focused the pain being inflicted. Sauron employed every method he had learned during his ages of studying the boundaries between body and spirit, seeking the precise combination of physical and mental pressure that would finally shatter his victim's resolve. The science of suffering had been perfected in Angband's depths, and those lessons were now applied with all the skill that centuries of practice could provide. Yet even as his body failed under the systematic destruction being visited upon it, Celebrimbor found strength in memories that his torturer could not corrupt. He recalled the joy that had filled him when creating works of beauty, the satisfaction of teaching younger craftsmen the techniques passed down from his grandfather, the love he had felt for his people and their traditions. These remembrances formed an inner fortress that proved more durable than the stone walls that had protected his city. The revelation that the three had been distributed beyond any hope of recovery came not through confession, but through careful analysis of his victims' reactions to various possibilities suggested during the questioning. Sauron's knowledge of elven nature allowed him to read the subtle signs that revealed which guesses approached truth, building a picture of what had occurred through observations that no amount of conscious resistance could entirely prevent. When it became clear that no additional information would be forthcoming, Sauron made the decision that had always been inevitable. Celebrimbor had served his usefulness as a source of intelligence, but his death would serve as a message to others who might contemplate resistance to the new order being established. The method chosen would demonstrate what happened to those who dared oppose the will of the ruling ring's master. The Elf Lord's final moments were witnessed by survivors who had been deliberately spared to carry word of what they had seen. Celebrimbor died as he had lived, with dignity that no amount of suffering could diminish, and courage that inspired even his enemies to reluctant admiration. His body was displayed above the ruins of Ostin Edel as a warning to any who might think to follow his example. The techniques that had been learned through torture would prove valuable in the campaigns that followed. While the fall of a region sent shockwaves throughout the free peoples that weakened their resolve to resist, yet something had been lost that could never be recovered. As the last direct link to the elder days was severed, a knowledge that had been preserved since the world's youth died with its final guardian. In distant strongholds, those who bore the three felt their rings grow cold as news arrived of their creator's death. The ships that appeared on the western horizon bore sails white as sea foam and hulls that gleamed like silver in the morning sun. The Numenorians had come at last to Middle-earth's aid, their great vessels cutting through waves that seemed to part before them in recognition of the power they carried. From their decks flew banners that bore the star of Elendil, while their holds contained warriors whose skill in battle had become legend even in the distant eastern lands. Gil-galad watched their approach from the cliffs above the Grey Havens with emotions that mixed relief with foreboding. The aid was desperately needed, for Sauron's forces had swept across Eriador like a plague, consuming everything in their path while growing stronger with each victory. Yet the High King understood that accepting such assistance would bind the Eldar to obligations that might prove costly in years to come. The first Numenorian forces to make landfall were scouts and advance units whose mission was to assess the situation and establish secure positions for the main army that would follow. These were not the raw levies that lesser kingdoms might have sent, but professional soldiers whose equipment and training reflected the wealth and knowledge of the greatest realm that men had ever built. Their armor was wrought from metals unknown in Middle-earth, while their weapons carried enchantments that rivaled anything the elven smiths had achieved. Word of the Numenorian landing spread through Sauron's camps with the speed that only bad news could achieve. His scouts brought reports of forces whose discipline and equipment surpassed anything his own armies had previously encountered, while captured prisoners spoke of reinforcements still arriving from across the Western Sea. The strategic calculations that had guided his campaign suddenly required fundamental revision. The Dark Lord called his war council together in chambers that had been carved from the ruins of Ost in Edel, their walls still bearing scorch marks from the city's fall. His lieutenants gathered around maps that showed the disposition of forces across Eriador, their expressions growing more troubled as the implications of the changed situation became clear. The tide of victory that had carried them so far was beginning to turn against them. Sauron's own analysis of the situation confirmed his subordinates' concerns while revealing additional complications they had not yet recognized. The Numenorians possessed not just superior numbers and equipment, but knowledge that allowed them to counter many of the techniques his forces had been employing to devastating effect. Their arrival had shifted the balance of power in ways that made continued offensive operations extremely hazardous. The decision to withdraw came after careful consideration of alternatives that all proved inadequate to meet the changed circumstances. A strategic retreat would preserve forces that could be rebuilt and reinforced, while a continued advance might result in losses that would take decades to replace. The Dark Lord's long-term objectives required him to think beyond immediate tactical concerns. The evacuation of conquered territories proceeded with the same methodical precision that had marked the original campaign. Supplies that could not be transported were destroyed rather than left for enemy use, while prisoners deemed valuable enough to justify the effort were herded eastward under heavy guard. The withdrawal was conducted as a military operation rather than a rout, maintaining unit cohesion and morale despite the disappointing change in circumstances. Gil-galad coordinated the pursuit with his new allies through meetings that built established patterns of cooperation that would endure long after the immediate crisis had passed. The Numenorian commanders proved to be capable professionals whose strategic understanding complemented elven tactical skills perfectly. Their combined forces began to reclaim territories that had seemed lost forever just weeks before. The liberation of the surviving population centers revealed the full scope of the destruction that Sauron's campaign had inflicted upon Eriador. Cities that had stood for thousands of years lay in ruins, their libraries burned and their artisans slaughtered or carried off into slavery. The recovery would require generations of patient work, assuming it could be accomplished at all. Yet even as they celebrated the enemy's retreat, the leaders of the Alliance understood that they had won merely a respite rather than final victory. Sauron's forces remained largely intact despite their withdrawal, while his control over the eastern regions had actually been strengthened by the resources and captives he had gained during the campaign. The war was far from over. In his fortress beyond the Misty Mountains, Sauron began planning modifications to strategies that had served him well until the unexpected intervention changed everything. The Numenorians would require different approaches than those that had proven effective against purely elven opposition. New weapons would need to be developed, while existing forces would require training to counter techniques they had never previously encountered. The One Ring pulsed on his finger as he reviewed reports from across his domain, its power allowing him to coordinate responses that spanned vast distances. The setback was temporary, he assured himself, merely an obstacle that proper planning and patience could overcome. The Black Land welcomed its master home with fires that had burned unquenched since the Elder Days. Mordor stretched before. Sauron's retreating armies like a realm purpose-built for war. Its ash-covered plains and volcanic peaks offering both protection from pursuit and resources that could sustain campaigns lasting centuries. Here, behind barriers that no conventional force could breach, he would build something far greater than what had been lost in Eriador. The site chosen for his great fortress commanded views that stretched to every horizon, a volcanic peak whose slopes rose like a natural throne above the surrounding wasteland. Here, the One Ring's power could be focused and amplified through architecture that would embody its master's will in stone and iron. The construction that began there would surpass even Angband in its scope and ambition. Barad-dûr rose from the mountains, bones through techniques that merged conventional engineering with powers that belonged to no mortal craft. The One Ring blazed on Sauron's finger as he directed work that required precision beyond anything that ordinary tools could achieve. Stone was shaped not just by hammer and chisel, but by will itself, while iron was wrought according to patterns that existed only in their creator's mind. The armies that had followed him into exile proved their worth through labors that transformed them from mere soldiers into the foundation of something approaching a new civilization. Orcs who had known only destruction learned to build with the same efficiency they had once applied to tearing down their enemies' works. The eastern tribes that had served him for decades brought knowledge of techniques that complemented what his other servants provided. Each level of the growing tower incorporated innovations that pushed the boundaries of what architecture could accomplish when guided by supernatural intelligence. Chambers were designed to focus and amplify the wielder's voice until it could be heard across vast distances. Passages were arranged according to geometries that confused invaders while allowing defenders to move with perfect efficiency. Windows were placed to provide fields of observation that encompassed territories stretching beyond the horizon. The workshops that were carved into the tower's lower levels rivaled anything that had existed in a region. For their scope and sophistication, here weapons were forged that surpassed the crude arms his forces had previously wielded, while armor was crafted that could turn aside the enchanted blades of elven warriors. The techniques learned during his partnership with Celebrimbor were applied to purposes their original teacher would have found abhorrent. Breeding programs that had begun in Angband's depths were expanded and refined using facilities that incorporated everything he had learned about the creation of living weapons. The orcs that emerged from these new laboratories were stronger and more intelligent than their predecessors, while retaining the absolute loyalty that made them perfect servants. Other creatures were developed for specialized purposes, from messengers that could cross vast distances without rest to war beasts that could shatter the strongest fortifications. The organization of Mordor itself required administrative skills that drew upon everything Sauron had observed during his centuries of studying the kingdoms of Middle-earth. Supply lines were established that could support armies of unprecedented size, while communication networks were created that allowed instant coordination across the entire realm. The Black Land became a machine designed for the single purpose of projecting power beyond its borders. The lesser rings that had been distributed before the war proved their value as tools of coordination and control. Through them, Sauron could monitor and direct activities in distant provinces while ensuring that his will was implemented exactly as intended. The network of influence that the rings created transformed what might have been a crude tyranny into something approaching perfect efficiency. The rebuilding proceeded according to schedules that allowed no rest for any who dwelt within Mordor's borders. Every orc had its assigned task, every facility served its designated purpose, and every resource was allocated according to calculations that maximized its contribution to the greater plan. The realm that emerged from this organization was unlike anything that Middle-earth had previously seen. Yet even as his new stronghold took shape around him, Sauron's attention remained focused on the enemies who had forced his retreat from Eriador. The Numenorians represented a threat unlike any he had previously encountered, requiring countermeasures that would take years to develop and implement properly. The techniques that had proven effective against purely elven opposition would need fundamental revision. The One Ring pulsed with power as reports flowed in from agents who remained active in the Western lands. Intelligence about enemy capabilities and intentions was gathered through networks that had survived the retreat intact, while new sources of information were cultivated among populations that had not yet chosen sides in the conflict. The war was far from over. From the highest chamber of Barad-dûr, Sauron could see across leagues of territory that acknowledged his absolute authority, while planning campaigns that would extend that authority to lands that still dared to resist. The 9 rings lay before him like stars arranged upon black velvet, each one perfect in its deadly beauty and eager for the touch of mortal flesh. From his tower's highest chamber, Sauron gazed upon territories that stretched beyond any horizon his physical eyes could perceive, studying the kingdoms of men with the calculating attention of a craftsman selecting tools for a delicate task. The rings required bearers worthy of their power, rulers whose ambitions could be shaped into instruments of his will. His agents had spent decades identifying candidates who possessed the precise combination of strength and weakness that would serve his purposes. Kings who ruled with iron wills but harbored secret fears about their mortality. Princes whose hunger for glory made them vulnerable to promises of eternal fame. Emperors whose love for their people could be twisted into justification for any sacrifice. Each potential bearer had been studied and evaluated according to criteria that went far beyond simple military might. The first ring found its way to a king whose realm bordered the Sea of Ron, carried by merchants whose true allegiance remained hidden beneath layers of carefully constructed deception. The monarch who received it was a warrior poet whose victories in battle had elevated him from minor lordship to command over tribes that had never known unity before. When he placed the golden band upon his finger, it seemed to sing with harmonies that matched his own heartbeat. The transformation was subtle at first, manifesting as enhanced perception that allowed him to see enemies' weaknesses more clearly and allies' true motivations with greater accuracy. His counsel in matters of war and peace carried new weight among his followers, while his presence on the battlefield inspired courage that bordered on recklessness. The ring had chosen its bearer well, finding in him qualities that could be enhanced rather than replaced. The second ring traveled south to a queen whose beauty was matched only by her ruthless intelligence in matters of statecraft. Her realm controlled passes through mountain ranges that connected eastern and western trade routes, making her friendship valuable to any who sought to move goods or armies across the continent. The ring she received was crafted specifically to complement her natural gifts, enhancing charm that could already sway the most hardened negotiators. The distribution continued according to patterns that appeared random to any observer who lacked knowledge of the greater design being implemented. A king of desert peoples received a ring that granted him visions of water sources hidden beneath the sand, while a northern lord was given power over winds that could fill his ship's sails regardless of natural weather patterns. Each gift was perfectly calculated to seem like the answer to prayers that had been whispered in moments of desperate need. The bearers themselves remained unaware of the true source of their enhanced abilities, attributing their newfound powers to divine favor or personal achievement. The rings encouraged this self-deception, making their wearers feel stronger and more capable while gradually shifting their thoughts toward goals that aligned with their hidden master's purposes. What felt like independent decision-making was actually the result of influences so subtle that even the most paranoid observers could not detect their operation. Sauron monitored the progress of each ring through connections that existed beyond the physical realm, feeling the gradual transformation of 9 separate kingdoms into extensions of his own will. The process required patience that few beings could have sustained, as the corruption had to proceed slowly enough to avoid triggering alarm among the bearers, advisors, and allies. Too rapid a change would have revealed the ring's true nature, while too slow a progression might have allowed other influences to interfere. The military potential of his new servants grew with each passing season as their enhanced abilities allowed them to expand their domains through conquest and diplomacy. Wars that had seemed hopeless were won through strategies that their enemies could not understand, while alliances were forged through negotiations that achieved terms no mortal ruler should have been able to secure. The 9 were becoming exactly what their creator had intended them to be. Yet the most significant changes occurred not in the visible realm of politics and warfare, but in the hidden depths of their bearer souls. The rings fed upon the very qualities that had made their chosen hosts worthy of selection, gradually consuming the humanity that had once defined their characters. Compassion gave way to calculated mercy, while justice became indistinguishable from the pursuit of order that served larger purposes. The transformation was irreversible by the time its effects became noticeable to outside observers. The 9 rulers had become something more and less than human, retaining their physical forms while losing aspects of their nature that could never be recovered. Their kingdoms prospered under leadership that seemed divinely inspired, yet something essential had been lost that even their most loyal subjects could sense without being able to name. From Barador's heights, Sauron felt satisfaction that went beyond mere strategic success as he contemplated what he had accomplished through the careful distribution of his gifts. The changes crept through their souls, like frost spreading across windows in the deep of winter. The 9 kings felt their thoughts growing clearer with each dawn, their purposes more focused, their understanding of what needed to be done sharpening until it cut like polished steel. Yet with this clarity came a coldness that touched everything they held dear, though they did not recognize it as such. The king of the eastern marshlands was the first to notice how differently his courtiers looked at him during their morning audiences. Where once they had approached with the easy familiarity of old friendship, now they bowed deeper and spoke with voices that carried new notes of reverence mixed with something approaching fear. He told himself this change reflected their growing respect for his enhanced wisdom. Yet sometimes in quiet moments he wondered when their eyes had begun to avoid meeting his own, in the desert kingdom far to the south. The queen who ruled the oasis cities found herself making decisions with a speed and certainty that amazed even her oldest advisors. Trade disputes that had once required weeks of careful negotiation were resolved in moments of brilliant insight, while military campaigns succeeded through strategies that seemed to anticipate every enemy move. Her people prospered as never before, yet the laughter that had once filled her palace halls grew rarer with each passing month. The rings encouraged their bearers to see these transformations as evidence of their own growing mastery over the challenges of rulership. When the Mountain Lord of the North crushed a rebellion with tactics so ruthlessly efficient that survivors fled rather than surrender, he felt pride in his strategic genius rather than horror at the methods employed. The ring whispered that mercy shown to enemies only encouraged others to test his resolve. Sleep became unnecessary for most of them, their enhanced vitality allowing them to govern their realms with attention that never wavered or tired. They worked through nights that stretched toward dawn, their minds processing information and making calculations with machine-like precision. Their subjects marveled at rulers who seemed to possess infinite energy for the tasks of leadership, though some began to whisper about the unnatural light that burned in their sovereign's eyes. The Queen of the River Cities noticed that her reflection had begun to change in ways that went beyond the normal effects of age and responsibility. Her face retained its beauty, but it was a beauty grown sharp and terrible, like a blade polished to perfection. When she smiled now, her courtiers smiled in return, yet something in their expressions suggested they were responding to threat as much as warmth. Battle fury that had once come in moments of desperate need now flowed through them like a constant undercurrent, ready to surface whenever opposition presented itself. The Desert King found himself longing for conflicts that would allow him to test his enhanced abilities against worthy opponents. When rebellions failed to arise naturally, circumstances seemed to develop that made them inevitable, providing opportunities for demonstrations of power that left no doubt about the consequences of defiance. Their advisors and generals began to change as well, though more slowly and subtly than their masters. Prolonged exposure to the ring's influence affected anyone who spent significant time in their presence, creating circles of loyalty that grew stronger and more absolute with each passing day. These inner circles became extensions of their ruler's will, implementing policies with enthusiasm that seemed to arise from genuine conviction rather than mere obedience. The kingdoms themselves reflected their sovereign's transformation, becoming more organized and efficient while losing qualities that had once made them distinctive. Laws were streamlined until they served only the purposes of order and control, while customs that had no practical function were allowed to fade away. Citizens found their lives increasingly regulated yet prosperous, their freedoms curtailed in exchange for security that seemed more valuable with each passing season. Diplomatic relations between the 9 realms grew stronger as their rulers discovered they shared perspectives and goals that transcended their kingdom's traditional interests. Treaties were negotiated with unprecedented speed, while conflicts that might have lasted for generations were resolved through methods that seemed to benefit everyone involved. Other kings watched these developments with envy, wishing they possessed whatever wisdom allowed such remarkable achievements. The rings themselves grew more responsive to their bearer's will as the corruption deepened, their powers expanding to match the increasing darkness in their masters' souls. What had begun as subtle enhancements became dramatic transformations that elevated their wearers far above ordinary mortal limitations. Yet with each increase in power came a corresponding loss of the humanity that had once defined their essential nature. From his tower in Mordor, Sauron felt each step in the process through connections that grew stronger as his servants' resistance weakened. The king of the eastern marshlands had not eaten food or felt genuine hunger for 3 months. Though he noticed this change no more than a mountain notices the slow erosion of its peaks, his body continued to function according to patterns that seemed natural. Yet the substance that sustained him now came from sources that had nothing to do with bread or meat or wine. The ring upon his finger pulsed with a rhythm that matched his heartbeat, feeding him with energies drawn from realms where living things were not meant to venture. Sleep had become a memory so distant that he could no longer recall what dreams had felt like or why he had once found rest necessary. His nights were spent in contemplation that felt more real than any waking moment he could remember from his former existence. During these hours of perfect clarity, he would stand at his palace windows and watch his kingdom with eyes that could perceive the true nature of every soul within his domain. The transformation that had begun so subtly was now proceeding at a pace that made each dawn bring new revelations about his own nature. His reflection in polished surfaces showed a face that retained its familiar features, yet seemed to belong to someone else entirely. The eyes that looked back at him burned with inner fire that cast no warmth, while his skin had taken on a pallor that spoke of distances from the sun that mortal flesh was never meant to know. His courtiers served him with devotion that went beyond anything he had commanded during his merely human years. Yet they could not bring themselves to look directly at his face for more than moments at a time. When he spoke, they listened with the focused attention of those who heard wisdom flowing from sources beyond mortal understanding. Yet their hands trembled when they approached his presence, and their voices carried undertones of fear that they could not entirely suppress. The kingdom itself reflected its ruler's alteration in ways that became more apparent with each passing week. The marshlands that had given his realm its name were drying up as waters, sought new channels that avoided places where his influence ran strongest. Crops grew with unnatural vigor in some fields, while withering without cause in others, following patterns that seemed to correspond with their distance from roads he frequently traveled. His subjects whispered among themselves about changes they could observe but not name, speaking in hushed voices about the king who no longer seemed to cast proper shadows in the midday sun. Children would fall silent when his processions passed, while animals fled from areas where his presence lingered too strongly. Yet the kingdom prospered as never before, its armies victorious and its treasuries full beyond any previous abundance. The ring's influence had spread beyond its bearer to affect everything within his domain through mechanisms that operated below the threshold of conscious perception. His guards found themselves capable of enduring hardships that would have broken ordinary soldiers, while his administrators possessed insights into the management of resources that seemed to come from supernatural sources. The entire realm was becoming an extension of its ruler's transformed will. Other kings sent ambassadors to study the methods that had produced such remarkable results. Yet these envoys returned to their masters with reports that raised more questions than they answered. They spoke of efficiency that approached perfection and loyalty that seemed absolute. Yet something in their descriptions made their listeners uncomfortable in ways they could not explain. The success was undeniable, but it carried implications that troubled even those who most desired similar achievements. The moment of final transformation came not with drama, but with a quietness that seemed to drain sound from the very air around him. Standing in his private chambers at the hour when dawn should have brought its daily renewal, the king felt the last connections to his former humanity severed as gently as spider webs touched by morning breeze. What remained was something that had never truly existed before in all the long history of the world. The Nazgul opened eyes that saw reality through perspectives unknown to any living thing, while power flowed through him that made his previous abilities seem like the fumbling efforts of a child. He was bound now to the One Ring's will as completely as iron is bound to the lodestone, yet this slavery felt like the ultimate expression of freedom he had always sought. His purpose was perfect because it was no longer his own. The crown that had once symbolized mortal authority fell from his head unnoticed as he walked toward destinies that stretched beyond the circles of the world. The last of them fell to the ring's embrace on a night when no stars shone and the moon hid her face behind clouds that seemed to flee from what was occurring below. The queen of the river cities felt mortality slip away like a garment she no longer needed, her final breath escaping in a sigh that carried with it the last echoes of the woman she had once been. What rose from that empty shell belonged entirely to the darkness that had claimed all her companions. 9 thrones stood empty across the eastern lands as their former occupants abandoned the pretense of ruling mortal kingdoms. The Nazgul had no need for crowns or scepters now, their authority flowing from sources that transcended any earthly power. Their subjects continued to serve with the same devoted efficiency as before, though they served something that wore familiar faces while being utterly alien beneath the surface. The wraiths gathered in a place between the physical world and the realm of shadows, drawn together by bonds that made them extensions of a single will rather than separate entities. Here they could speak without words and move without the limitations that bound creatures of flesh and blood. Their individual identities had not been erased entirely but woven into a collective purpose that made their former concerns seem like the games of children. Each brought unique gifts to their unified existence that reflected what they had been before the rings claimed them. The Mountain Lord's knowledge of warfare merged with the Desert King's understanding of supply lines, while the Queen's diplomatic skills combined with others' abilities to create something far more formidable than any single ruler could have achieved. They were no longer 9 separate beings, but facets of a greater instrument designed for conquest. Their former kingdoms continued to function under the guidance of administrators who carried out policies that had been established during their master's gradual transformation. Trade flowed along routes that served strategic purposes. Armies trained according to doctrines that prepared them for conflicts yet to come, and resources were gathered and stored in patterns that would support campaigns spanning decades. The realms had become staging areas for wars that their original rulers had never imagined. The Nazgul required no rest or sustenance beyond the power that flowed to them through their rings, making them tireless servants capable of pursuing objectives across any span of time necessary for success. Where living creatures might grow weary or lose focus, they remained constant in their dedication to purposes that had become the defining core of their existence. Death held no terror for beings who had already passed beyond its reach, while pain was merely information to be processed and overcome. Their presence could be felt across vast distances by those sensitive to spiritual forces, manifesting as a coldness that touched the heart rather than the body. Animals fled from regions where they passed, while plant life withered in their wake unless deliberately preserved for strategic purposes. The very air seemed thinner in places where they had lingered, as though something essential had been drained from the world itself. Other powers in Middle-earth began to sense the completion of this fell work through signs that could not be ignored or dismissed. The wisest among the Eldar felt a shadow pass across their spirits during the hour when the final transformation occurred, while even distant Numenor recorded strange disturbances in the movements of stars and tides. Something fundamental had shifted in the world's balance, creating ripples that would be felt for ages to come. The Nine moved through the borderlands between the physical realm and places where living beings could not follow, carrying out missions that required capabilities no mortal agent could provide. They could appear in dreams to plant suggestions that would influence decisions made years later, or manifest in physical form when more direct intervention became necessary. Their master's will was implemented through methods that left no traces for enemies to follow or counter. The eastern kingdoms that had been their staging ground were transformed into something resembling a single vast military organization. Their resources coordinated according to plans that encompassed strategies stretching across centuries. What had once been independent realms with their own interests and traditions became components in a machine, designed for the conquest of everything that lay beyond their borders. The wraiths themselves felt complete satisfaction in their transformation, though satisfaction was perhaps too weak a word for the fulfillment they experienced in perfect service to absolute purpose. They had transcended the limitations and uncertainties that plagued mortal existence, achieving a clarity of vision that made their former lives seem like stumbling through fog. The Nine were ready for whatever tasks their master would set before them. The lands beyond the Sea of Rune had never known a conqueror like the one who came to them with gifts that seemed too generous to refuse. Tribal chieftains who had spent generations warring over scraps of territory found themselves offered dominion over regions they had never dared dream of claiming. The emissaries who brought these proposals spoke with voices that carried conviction beyond anything mere words could have achieved. The Easterlings had lived for centuries in the shadow of greater powers, watching enviously as Western kingdoms prospered through trade and alliance, while they struggled for survival in harsh lands that yielded their bounty reluctantly. Now they were offered partnership with a force that promised to elevate them above their former limitations, to make them masters rather than servants in the great game of nations. The first tribes to accept found their warriors equipped with weapons that cut through their enemies' defenses like wheat before the scythe. Their horses ran faster and longer than any beasts they had previously ridden, while their arrows found targets with accuracy that seemed guided by supernatural will. Victory followed victory as they swept across territories that had resisted conquest for thousands of years. Word of these successes spread through the eastern lands, with the speed that only hope could achieve among peoples who had known little but hardship and defeat. Chieftains who had initially rejected the strange alliance began to reconsider as they watched their neighbors grow wealthy and powerful while they remained trapped in their traditional struggles. The offers that had once seemed too good to be true now appeared to be the only path toward survival in a rapidly changing world. The Southrons of Harad proved more challenging subjects. their ancient pride making them resistant to proposals that other peoples had embraced with enthusiasm. These were descendants of kingdoms that had once rivaled Numenor itself in their glory, possessing memories of independence that stretched back to the elder days. Their submission required different approaches than those that had proven effective in the eastern steppes. The great ports along Harad's coast found their trade disrupted by pirates, whose attacks followed patterns too coordinated to be random. Caravans that had traveled ancient routes for centuries discovered that wells had been poisoned and oases had dried up, forcing them to seek new paths that happened to lead through territories controlled by Sauron's allies. Economic pressure succeeded where military force might have failed, creating conditions that made cooperation seem like wisdom rather than surrender. The Nazgul proved invaluable in establishing control over these distant regions. Their ability to move between the physical world and the realm of shadows, allowing them to appear wherever their presence was needed most. They could inspire terror in enemy leaders while remaining invisible to conventional detection, or manifest in full power when direct confrontation became necessary. Their very existence added weight to negotiations that might otherwise have stalled over matters of pride or tradition. The transformation of conquered territories proceeded according to patterns that had been refined through decades of experience. Local customs were preserved where they served useful purposes, while being gradually modified to align with broader strategic goals. Religious practices were allowed to continue, but slowly redirected toward reverence for powers that demanded different forms of sacrifice and service. The wealth that flowed from these new conquests surpassed even Sauron's expectations as territories that had been dismissed as wastelands revealed hidden resources under proper management. Gold and silver mines that had been thought exhausted produced new veins when worked by slaves who required no rest or wages. Agricultural lands that had seemed barren flourished under irrigation systems built by workers who labored without complaint until their tasks were completed. The armies that emerged from the Eastern Dominion were unlike anything that had been seen in Middle-earth since the Elder Days. Vast cavalry, forces swept across the steppes with precision that reflected training beyond anything conventional military science could have achieved. Infantry formations moved like single organisms, each warrior perfectly coordinated with his companions through bonds that transcended normal command structures. The ports of Harad became launching points for naval expeditions that extended Sauron's influence to islands and coastal regions that had never acknowledged any foreign authority. Ships built according to designs that incorporated both traditional craftsmanship and innovations drawn from supernatural sources carried warriors whose loyalty was absolute and whose courage was untempered by fear of death. Trade routes that had connected distant regions for thousands of years were redirected to serve purposes that their original creators had never imagined. Goods flowed according to patterns that strengthened territories under Sauron's control, while weakening those that maintained their independence. The economic warfare that resulted was as effective as any military campaign in bringing holdout regions into compliance with the new order. The Eastern Dominion had become a foundation upon which even greater achievements could be built, its resources and population serving purposes that would reshape the balance of power throughout Middle-earth. The old gods were dying across the lands of men, their temples abandoned as new forms of worship took root in hearts that hungered for power their ancestors had never imagined possible. In villages where harvest festivals had celebrated the turning of seasons for countless generations, different ceremonies now marked the calendar's passage. These new rites demanded offerings that would have horrified earlier times. Yet those who participated found their crops growing stronger and their enemies falling before them with satisfying regularity. The priests who spread these teachings moved through the world like merchants selling the most precious of wares. They appeared in market squares, where crowds had gathered to hear news from distant lands, speaking words that seemed to offer solutions to problems that had plagued entire communities for decades. Their message was always the same beneath its varied forms. True power came only to those willing to abandon the weak traditions that had kept their people in bondage to forces beyond their control. In the great cities of the South, philosophical schools that had once debated the nature of virtue and justice found their discussions turning toward more practical matters. Students gathered to hear lectures about the proper relationship between ruler and subject, the necessity of order in an inherently chaotic world, and the folly of showing mercy to enemies who would interpret such weakness as an invitation to strike again. These ideas spread through educated circles with the speed of wildfire, carrying implications that reached far beyond academic debate. The cults that emerged from this intellectual ferment took forms that reflected the specific needs and cultures of their adherents, while serving purposes that transcended any local concerns. Desert nomads learned to revere the harsh sun that burned away weakness and left only strength behind. Mountain peoples discovered wisdom in the stone that endured while lesser materials crumbled. Each group found their own path toward the same fundamental truth about the nature of power and its proper uses. The miracles that accompanied these new forms of worship proved more impressive than anything the old gods had provided in living memory. Sick children recovered from ailments that had baffled traditional healers, while warriors, blessed according to the new rites, found themselves capable of feats that elevated them far above ordinary mortality. The evidence was undeniable, even for those who harbored doubts about the ultimate source of such gifts. Trade guilds discovered that adopting the new practices brought prosperity that surpassed anything they had achieved through conventional means. Caravans that carried the proper symbols were protected from bandits who seemed to avoid them through supernatural instinct, while ships that flew the correct banners found favorable winds that carried them swiftly to their destinations. Success bred imitation as merchants who had initially scoffed at such superstitions watched their competitors prosper through methods they could no longer afford to ignore. The transformation of entire societies proceeded through mechanisms that operated below the threshold of conscious resistance. Children born into communities that had already accepted the new ways grew up considering such beliefs as natural as breathing, while older generations found their objections gradually worn away by the undeniable benefits that accompanied conversion. What had once seemed foreign and dangerous became familiar and necessary with the passage of time. Kings who had initially rejected approaches from the new priesthood began to reconsider as neighboring realms that had embraced the teachings grew stronger while their own domains stagnated. The choice was becoming clear: adapt to the changing times or be swept aside by forces that recognized no sentiment for outdated traditions. Pragmatism demanded cooperation with powers that could provide the strength necessary for survival in an increasingly hostile world. The network of influence that emerged from this process connected regions that had previously maintained only the most tenuous contact with one another. Priests traveling between distant communities carried more than religious instruction. They served as conduits for intelligence and coordination that allowed responses to developing situations across vast territories. What appeared to be separate local movements was actually a carefully orchestrated campaign that spanned continents. The old faiths did not disappear entirely, but were gradually absorbed into structures that appeared to honor traditional forms, while serving entirely different purposes. Gods who had once demanded justice and mercy still received offerings, but these deities were now understood to require strength and victory from their worshippers above all other virtues. The familiar names remained while their essential meanings transformed beyond recognition. Resistance to these changes existed, but found itself increasingly isolated and ineffective against forces that seemed to anticipate every move their opponents might make. Communities that refused to adapt discovered that their young people departed for lands where greater opportunities awaited, while their trade connections withered as business partners found more cooperative alternatives. The choice was never presented as conversion or destruction, merely as adaptation or irrelevance. The shadow that was spreading across the world of men had grown so gradually that many of those living within its embrace never realized how completely their lives had been transformed. The reports that reached Armanelos spoke of changes in the eastern lands that troubled even the most experienced sea captains who brought them. Trade routes that had been profitable for generations were suddenly controlled by new powers, whose methods differed sharply from anything the Numenorians had previously encountered. Ports that had welcomed their ships for centuries now demanded tribute in forms that seemed designed more to demonstrate submission than to generate revenue. King Tar-Sariatin received these accounts in chambers where the wisdom of 24 kings had been preserved in chronicles that recorded the rise and fall of powers throughout Middle-earth's long history. The patterns described in the latest reports matched warnings that had been written by scribes who had witnessed the last alliance against the Shadow, though the current threat seemed more subtle and therefore potentially more dangerous than what had come before. The Star Isle's wealth had grown beyond anything its founders could have imagined, built upon mastery of seas that carried Numenorian ships to every corner of the world where profit could be found. This prosperity had bred confidence that sometimes bordered on arrogance, yet it had also provided resources that could be mobilized when lesser powers threatened the established order. The question was whether the current situation warranted such mobilization. Intelligence gathered by merchants and diplomats painted pictures of kingdoms transformed by influences that operated according to unfamiliar principles. Traditional rulers had been replaced by figures whose authorities seemed to derive from sources beyond conventional political structures, while military capabilities had been enhanced through methods that defied easy explanation. Most disturbing of all, these changes appeared to be coordinated across vast distances in ways that suggested central direction. The naval expeditions that were dispatched to investigate these reports encountered resistance that proved more formidable than anyone had anticipated. Ships that had never known defeat found themselves outmaneuvered by vessels whose capabilities exceeded anything that conventional shipbuilding could have achieved. Crews that had sailed every ocean returned with tales of encounters that challenged their understanding of what was possible in naval warfare. The colonies that Numenor had established along distant coastlines began to send requests for reinforcement as local populations grew increasingly hostile to their presence. These settlements had prospered for centuries through careful balance of mutual benefit with indigenous peoples. Yet something fundamental had shifted in relationships that had once seemed stable. The colonists spoke of new religions spreading among their neighbors, creeds that taught the faithful to view all foreign influence as contamination to be purged. Tar Seraton's advisors debated responses that ranged from diplomatic initiatives designed to restore traditional relationships to military actions that would demonstrate the futility of challenging Numenorian supremacy. The king himself favored approaches that combined both elements, believing that strength must be displayed before negotiation could prove effective. The Star Isle had grown great through measured application of power tempered by wisdom. The shipyards of Ravenna began to echo with sounds that had not been heard since the preparation for the great armament that had aided Gil-galad against the first rise of Sauron. Warships took shape whose designs incorporated lessons learned from recent encounters with enemy vessels, while weapons were forged that could match the enhanced capabilities their opponents had demonstrated. The island's entire economy shifted toward preparations for conflicts that seemed increasingly inevitable. Diplomatic missions were sent to courts throughout Middle-earth, seeking to understand the scope of the threat, while building alliances that could prove crucial in the struggles to come. These envoys returned with intelligence that confirmed the worst fears about coordinated opposition to Numenorian interests, while also revealing potential allies among those who had managed to resist the spreading corruption. The transformation of the Star Isle's military posture required years of sustained effort as peacetime institutions adapted to the demands of preparing for war on an unprecedented scale. Reserve fleets that had been maintained primarily for ceremonial purposes were expanded and modernized, while training programs were established that prepared sailors for combat scenarios they had never previously needed to consider. The people of Numenor themselves began to change as awareness of external threats penetrated even the most isolated communities. The confidence that had characterized their outlook for centuries was tempered by understanding that their supremacy could no longer be taken for granted. This realization brought both fear and a renewed sense of purpose as citizens rallied to defend achievements that had been built through the labors of countless generations. Intelligence networks that had operated primarily for commercial purposes were expanded to serve military objectives as the need for accurate information about enemy capabilities and intentions became paramount. Merchants who had traveled the world in pursuit of profit found themselves serving as agents of their homeland's security, gathering intelligence that would prove crucial in the conflicts ahead. The awakening of Numenorian opposition marked a fundamental shift in the balance of power that had been developing across Middle-earth, as the greatest maritime force in the world's history prepared to contest the dominion that others sought to establish over lands and peoples that had never known such systematic subjugation. The first Numenorian colony to fall was a trading post built on cliffs that had seemed impossible to assault from either land or sea. For 3 centuries, its merchants had grown wealthy, facilitating exchanges between inland kingdoms and the ships that carried goods across distant waters. The attack came at dawn when mists rising from the harbor concealed vessels whose black sails had never been seen in those waters before. The defenders fought with the skill that had made Numenorian arms legendary throughout the known world. But they faced enemies whose capabilities exceeded anything conventional warfare had prepared them to encounter. Scaling ladders reached heights that should have been beyond the range of any siege engine, while arrows struck targets through gaps in armor that seemed impossibly small. The assault was over before the sun had fully cleared the horizon. Similar attacks followed along coastlines where Numenorian influence had grown strong through generations of careful cultivation. Ports that had never needed more than token garrisons found themselves besieged by armies that seemed to appear from nowhere and disappear just as quickly after completing their work. The pattern was always the same: swift, brutal assaults that left no survivors to report on the methods employed against them. The naval battles that erupted as Numenorian fleets rushed to defend their threatened colonies proved even more disturbing than the land-based attacks. Ships that had ruled the waves for centuries found themselves outmatched by vessels whose design principles seemed to violate basic laws of physics and seamanship. Enemy warships moved against the wind with speed that no conventional sail could have provided, while their weapons struck at ranges that should have been impossible to achieve. Captain Seriaha of the great ship, Alcarandus watched his squadron's destruction from the waters where his flagship had been driven after, taking damage that would have sunk any lesser vessel. The enemy fleet that surrounded him bore no banners he recognized, yet their tactics spoke of coordination that could only come from commanders who understood Numenorian methods intimately. His final dispatch, carried by the swiftest messenger bird his ship carried, spoke of betrayal by forces that seemed to know their weaknesses better than they knew themselves. The loss of the coastal strongholds disrupted trade networks that had functioned smoothly for centuries, sending shockwaves through the Numenorian economy that reached even the most secure harbors of the homeland. Goods that had once flowed freely between distant markets now moved at the whim of powers whose purposes remained unclear but whose hostility could no longer be denied. The Star Isle's prosperity, built upon mastery of sea lanes that connected every corner of the world, suddenly seemed vulnerable in ways that had never been contemplated before. King Tar-Ceraton's response was swift and decisive, marshalling forces that demonstrated why Numenor had remained the dominant maritime power throughout the Second Age. The great armament that sailed eastward carried weapons that incorporated the finest achievements of the island's craftsmen, while its crews had been selected from the most experienced sailors in the kingdom's service. Default text: this was not merely a rescue mission, but a demonstration of power intended to restore respect for Numenorian authority. The campaign that followed proved costlier than any conflict the Star Isle had waged since its founding. Enemy forces seemed to anticipate every strategic move while adapting their tactics to counter innovations that Numenorian commanders employed against them. Victories were achieved, but at prices that made each success feel more like defeat when measured against the resources required to achieve them. The intelligence that was finally gathered about their opponents revealed the scope of a threat that dwarfed anything the kingdom had previously faced. The attacks on coastal settlements were merely the visible manifestation of a campaign that encompassed territories and populations across vast reaches of Middle-earth. The enemy was not some upstart kingdom seeking to challenge established authority, but a power whose influence had been growing for decades, while remaining hidden from those it intended to destroy. Diplomatic efforts to forge alliances with other threatened kingdoms met with limited success as many potential partners had already fallen under enemy influence or were too preoccupied with their own survival to commit resources to broader coalitions. The Numenorians found themselves fighting a war whose scope they were only beginning to understand, against an enemy whose true strength remained largely concealed. The coastal campaigns transformed from what had initially seemed like routine suppression of piracy into something approaching total war between civilizations that embodied fundamentally different visions of how the world should be ordered. Each battle revealed new aspects of an enemy whose capabilities seemed to expand to match whatever challenges they encountered. The scattered survivors who made their way back to friendly harbors brought tales that would haunt Numenorian councils for years to come. The sea itself seemed to groan beneath the weight of the fleet that approached Middle-earth's eastern shores. Ships beyond counting stretched from horizon to horizon, their golden sails catching the morning light like a second sunrise reflected on the waters. The greatest armament in the history of the world bore the banners of Ar-Pharazôn the Golden, King of Numenor, come to settle accounts with the upstart power that dared challenge his dominion over the seas. The vessels that formed the vanguard of this mighty host were floating cities in their own right, their decks capable of accommodating entire battalions, while their holds contained supplies sufficient to sustain campaigns lasting years. Behind them came ships of war whose designs had been perfected through centuries of naval supremacy, each one armed with weapons that could reduce coastal fortifications to rubble within hours. The sight of this approaching force sent tremors of fear through every port where enemy agents reported its progress. Ar-Pharazôn himself stood upon the deck of his flagship Alcarondas, a vessel so vast that lesser ships seemed like toys bobbing in its wake. The king wore armor that gleamed like captured starlight, wrought from metals that existed nowhere else in Middle-earth, and inscribed with symbols that spoke of authority granted by powers beyond the reach of ordinary monarchs. His presence radiated confidence that had been earned through victories that had made his name, legendary from the sundering seas to the furthest reaches of the Eastern Ocean. The intelligence that had prompted this unprecedented mobilization spoke of a threat that demanded responses beyond anything conventional diplomacy could provide. Numenorian colonies had been destroyed, trade routes disrupted, and ancient treaties violated by forces that seemed to operate according to no recognized laws of warfare or statecraft. The situation required demonstration of power on a scale that would leave no doubt about the consequences of challenging the Star Isles' authority. The landing that followed was less a military operation than a transformation of the very landscape itself. Beaches that had known only the gentle lapping of waves suddenly teemed with activity as thousands of soldiers disembarked from vessels whose numbers seemed to increase with each passing hour. Supply lines were established with efficiency that spoke of long experience in projecting power across vast distances, while defensive positions took shape according to principles that had been refined through generations of successful campaigns. The local populations fled inland before this overwhelming demonstration of force, carrying word of an invasion that dwarfed anything their histories recorded. Entire cities emptied as inhabitants sought refuge in territories that seemed likely to remain outside the zone of immediate conflict. The roads leading eastward became rivers of refugees whose numbers grew with each mile they traveled from the coast. Sauron's coastal garrisons found themselves facing odds that made resistance appear suicidal rather than heroic. Fortifications that had seemed impregnable were revealed as insignificant obstacles when viewed against the resources the Numenorians had brought to bear. The choice presented to defending commanders was stark. Surrender immediately or face annihilation by forces whose superiority was absolute and undeniable. The advance inland proceeded with methodical precision that reflected the king's understanding that this campaign would be won through demonstration of overwhelming power rather than clever tactics. Each mile gained was consolidated with fortifications that could support the entire army if retreat became necessary, while supply lines were protected by forces sufficient to defeat any conceivable counterattack. Nothing was left to chance in an operation whose success would determine the balance of power throughout the known world. Word of the great armament's progress reached every corner of Middle-earth, as messengers carried reports of victories that seemed almost effortless in their execution. Cities that had submitted to Sauron's authority found themselves facing new choices as the tide of conquest was reversed by forces whose capabilities exceeded anything they had previously witnessed. The psychological impact of these developments proved as significant as any military advantage the invasion provided. The eastern kingdoms that had served as the foundation of Sauron's power structure began to waver as their rulers recognized that they faced opposition on a scale they had not imagined possible. Alliances that had seemed permanent when the alternative was destruction now appeared less attractive when survival might be achieved through different means. The great game of loyalties and betrayals that characterized politics among mortal kingdoms began to shift in directions that favored the approaching Numenorian forces. The refugees streaming eastward brought tales that grew more fantastic with each telling. Speaking of armies whose numbers could not be counted and ships whose sails covered the sea like a moving continent, fear preceded the actual military advance, weakening resistance before any battles could be fought and creating conditions that favored the invaders' strategic objectives. The greatest show of force in mortal history had achieved its intended effect before the real fighting had even begun. The emissaries who approached Ar-Pharazôn's camp bore flags of parley and expressions that spoke of defeat acknowledged rather than merely contemplated. They came in the pre-dawn darkness when mists rising from the sea provided concealment for movements that their master preferred to keep, hidden from observers who might draw the wrong conclusions from what they witnessed. The message they carried was simple enough to seem genuine. Their lord sought audience with the great king whose power had proven superior to his own. Ar-Pharazôn received this unexpected development with satisfaction that was tinged by suspicion born from long experience in the treacherous currents of statecraft. Victory had come more easily than his most optimistic projections had suggested, yet something in the manner of surrender felt calculated rather than desperate. The king's advisors argued among themselves about whether this represented genuine submission or merely the opening move in some deeper game whose rules remained hidden. The being who was brought before the Golden King in chains bore little resemblance to the terrible power that reputation had painted in such dark colors. Here was a figure of striking beauty whose form radiated wisdom and authority even in captivity, whose eyes held depths that spoke of knowledge accumulated across ages that dwarfed mortal understanding. When he knelt before Ar-Pharazôn's throne, the gesture seemed to acknowledge not defeat, but recognition of a worthier master. The performance was flawless in every detail, from the carefully calculated degree of defiance that remained in his posture to the timing of his apparent capitulation to the overwhelming force arrayed against him. Sauron had studied the psychology of conquest through centuries of both inflicting and receiving defeat, understanding exactly what combination of pride and submission would most effectively serve his current purposes. The role he played was that of a fallen lord who retained enough dignity to make his surrender meaningful. Ar-Pharazôn found himself impressed, despite his reservations, by the quality of the prize his campaign had secured. This was not some crude warlord whose power rested solely on the loyalty of savage tribes, but a being whose knowledge and abilities could prove valuable additions to Numenor's already formidable capabilities. The decision to spare such a captive's life seemed not just merciful but wise, offering opportunities that simple execution would have foreclosed forever. The chains that bound the prisoner were wrought from metals that could contain even supernatural strength, yet they seemed somehow decorative when worn by one whose submission appeared voluntary rather than enforced. Sauron moved through his captivity with grace that suggested comfort rather than constraint, as though the bonds were merely ceremonial acknowledgments of his new status, rather than genuine limitations on his freedom of action. The journey to the ships proceeded according to arrangements that accommodated the dignity due to a prisoner of such significance while maintaining the security that prudence demanded. The great armament that had crossed the ocean to secure this, victory now prepared to transport its prize back to shores, where his ultimate fate would be determined by powers greater than any that existed in Middle-earth itself. The departure from the eastern coastlands was marked by ceremonies that celebrated the success of the most ambitious military operation in Numenorian history. Banners flew from every mast, while horns sounded fanfares that echoed across waters that had witnessed the demonstration of power no earthly force could challenge. The king's satisfaction at having resolved the threat to his realm's interests seemed entirely justified by the results achieved. Yet among the celebrating crews were those whose observations of their prisoner raised questions that they dared not voice aloud. The defeated enemy showed no signs of the despair that should have accompanied such complete reversal of fortune, while his manner suggested anticipation rather than dread about whatever awaited him in the west. These troubling impressions were dismissed as imagination by those who reported them, yet they lingered in minds that had learned to trust instincts sharpened through long service in dangerous waters. The crossing itself proceeded with unusual smoothness as favorable winds carried the great fleet homeward at speeds that exceeded anything the most experienced navigators had previously achieved. Whether that should have delayed their progress seemed instead to hasten their journey, while currents that might have forced detours instead carried them directly toward their destination. Fortune appeared to smile upon the expedition's success with generosity that left even skeptics convinced of divine approval. Sauron observed the sea and sky around him with satisfaction that he took care to conceal behind, expressions appropriate to his assumed role as conquered prisoner. The winds that filled their sails responded to influences that none aboard these vessels suspected, while the very waters beneath their hulls carried them according to purposes that served his designs rather than theirs. The greatest armament in history had become the instrument of its passengers, will without any of its crew realizing what was occurring. The trap was closing exactly as he had planned when first reports of Numenorian preparations had reached his agents years before. the fleet returned to Numenor in triumph, and the island's shores blazed with torches that lit the harbours like a festival of victory. The people had never seen such a host return from the east, nor such a prize brought in chains before their king. Trumpets sounded from the quays, and garlands were strewn upon the ways where Pharazôn would walk. Yet among the rejoicing throng there were whispers that the prisoner did not seem broken, for his carriage was proud even as he bowed before the Golden King. When Sauron was led through Menelaus, the crowd looked upon him with awe, for he bore himself not as one undone, but as one who chose to be where he was. His beauty shone even beneath the iron links, and his gaze met the eyes of nobles who found themselves turning aside as though before a greater majesty. The common folk cried aloud the name of their king, yet many among them carried away the memory of the stranger who seemed more glorious in chains than they had ever seen him in power. Pharazôn received his captive in the great hall where golden lamps blazed, and the pillars gleamed with gems mined from the ends of the earth. He set Sauron low before him, a trophy for his court to behold, yet the king's pride swelled the more he looked upon the mire, for no foe of such renown had ever knelt in Numenor. His counsellors pressed him with advice. Some urged execution, others counselled confinement, but more than a few spoke of the wisdom that might be gleaned from so ancient a spirit. And Sauron said little, yet in silence his presence worked upon them. When at last the king asked what he thought of Numenor's might, Sauron answered with words so measured that none could take offence. He praised the fleet that had crossed the sea, and the armies that none in Middle-earth could withstand, and he declared that only the Valar themselves might contend with such power. His chains rattled as he bowed low, yet the sound seemed more like ceremony than restraint. Pharazôn smiled, for the words pleased him, though he told himself they were no more than the flattery of a captive who sought to live. Days turned to weeks, and the prisoner was not kept in dungeons, but housed in guarded halls, where the nobles came to question him. He spoke of crafts long forgotten, of histories dim even to lore-masters, and of secrets that seemed small yet proved of sudden worth. A storm rose out of season upon the western seas, and Sauron counselled which harbours would hold safe anchorage, and the ships of Numenor were preserved. The court remembered this, and whispers grew that the prisoner's knowledge was a treasure not easily cast away. Pharazôn watched all closely, for suspicion was ever in his heart, but he found himself drawn to the wisdom that flowed from Sauron's lips. It seemed as though every doubt the king voiced had already been weighed, and every ambition he nursed found answer in the counsels given. His pride was fed by words that likened him to the lords of the West, and his fears were soothed by hints of powers that might yet be mastered. The Golden King, who had taken Sauron for his trophy, began to find in him a companion for thought and a mirror for his own desires. Thus the bonds remained upon Sauron's limbs, yet in truth no bonds held him, for he moved the hearts of those around him with skill greater than iron. He walked at the king's side when matters of governance were debated, and soon none could deny that his counsel shaped the course of rule. Pharazôn declared it wise to keep so precious an adviser, and the court accepted it, for each had already felt the weight of Sauron's presence bending them toward assent. So the prisoner who had come in chains was seated among counsellors, and the halls that had rung with triumph at his capture now echoed with his voice. Numenor, that had thought itself unconquerable, opened its gates to him freely, And the king who had set him beneath the throne found his own rule, strengthened by the captive's words. Yet in secret chambers Sauron smiled, for each step of his path had been foreseen, and the land that had bound him would soon be bound itself. And thus began the rise of the counsellor, whose seeming submission was victory more complete than any battlefield had offered, and whose whispers would carry Numenor toward the shadow it could not escape. In the months that followed, the prisoner ceased to be spoken of as such, for though chains still circled his wrists in public, his hands shaped the affairs of the realm more surely than any counsellor born upon the island. Feiruzen sat high upon his throne in Armenelos, yet many who watched saw how often his eyes turned toward the figure at his right hand, and how much his decrees echoed counsel given in quiet chambers beforehand. Sauron had ceased to appear as a captive tolerated, and had become instead a presence indispensable. The mayor spoke little of himself, but much of the powers that ruled the world beyond Numenor seas. He told tales of the Valar, not as loving guardians, but as lords grown jealous of mortal strength. He reminded the court how Numenor had risen higher in might than any land of men or elves, and asked in subtle tones why such a people should remain denied the gift of unending life. His words were framed as questions, yet they sank like seeds into ground already tilled by the pride of a king who had set foot in Middle-earth and returned with a god in chains. Pharazôn, who had long chafed under the ban that kept his people from the undying lands, began to nod more readily when such matters were spoken. He told himself that he remained master of his own heart, yet the flattery of Sauron's voice was like music that played the very tune he wished to hear. The courtiers, seeing which way the wind turned, repeated these notions in their own gatherings, until the air of Armenelos was thick with talk, that the Valar withheld immortality out of envy, not mercy. It was then that Sauron's words grew darker, though wrapped still in robes of seeming loyalty. He whispered of a power greater than any in Valinor, one who had bestowed gifts of knowledge in the ancient days and who would do so again if honored rightly. To speak the name of Melkor aloud was long considered forbidden, yet Sauron spoke it with reverence that made bold men tremble and weak men wonder. He told them that Melkor alone had the strength to lift mortals beyond death, and that the lords of the West had chained him not for wickedness, but because he threatened their dominion. First the whispers stirred among nobles eager for hidden wisdom. They gathered at night in gardens where torches burned low, listening to teachings spoken in half-veiled phrases. Sauron taught them to kindle fires in honor of the giver of gifts, and to pour out wine not to Iru who was unseen, but to the Lord who promised glory without end. These rites began in secret, yet secrecy soon became unnecessary. For Pharazôn himself gave ear to such ceremonies, and what pleased the king swiftly spread across the island. When the mayor suggested that a temple should be built, vast and terrible, to house the worship of this newly revealed power, Pharazôn declared it a noble undertaking. He said it would stand as proof that Numenor had outgrown the tutelage of the Valar, and would honor the might of its king as well as the majesty of Melkor. Craftsmen were summoned from every corner of the land, and stone was cut in mountains whose peaks had never before been broken. Day and night the work went on, and in Armenelos a dark shape began to rise that cast long shadows even at noon. The people looked upon this labor with mixed hearts. Some marveled at the grandeur, for the temple's walls climbed higher than any tower of old, and its dome blazed with metals black and red as though forged from fire itself. Others shuddered, for the smoke of its offerings was bitter, and the cries of beasts slain upon its altars echoed through streets where once children had played. A few resisted, keeping to the old prayers and refusing to enter the courts of this new god. Yet they were mocked as cowards or denounced as traitors to their king. Sauron moved among the builders and priests as one guiding a work already foreseen. He wore his chains still, but none thought of him as bound. His eyes gleamed when the first sacrifices were offered, and he taught the chants that accompanied the burning. He told Pharazôn that Melkor smiled upon such worship, and that the strength of Numenor grew with each life given upon the altar. The king, drunk on the sight of his people bending to his will, proclaimed that their realm was now greater than any since the world began. Thus fear began to take root where once joy had dwelt. The marketplaces no longer rang with laughter but with whispers, for spies of the king listened at every stall. Families were divided, as sons joined the rites of shadow while fathers clung to the faith of their ancestors. The sea that had long been a friend to Numenor now seemed hostile, for storms gathered oftener, and sailors murmured that the waves themselves recoiled from the smoke drifting westward from the temple's fires. Yet none dared speak openly, for to question the new worship was to invite ruin. In the halls of Armanelos, the golden lamps shone as brightly as before, yet their light seemed cold, for the heart of the island had grown dark. Pharazôn sat robed in splendor, certain that he ruled in wisdom greater than any who had come before him. And beside his throne stood Sauron, the chain upon his wrist now more ornament than bond. From his lips flowed counsel that always ended in fire and blood, and from his presence spread a shadow that no song of elves could dispel. So Numenor, fairest of realms, began its descent into corruption that could not be undone. The temple rose in black majesty, the smoke of its offerings staining the sky, and the people walked beneath it as beneath a mountain of doom. Those who remembered the light of the west kept silence, for they knew their words would be drowned by the roar of flames and the voice of the counselor whose victory was already complete. The temple's smoke had not yet darkened the sky for a full decade before its fumes reached every corner of the island, seeping into the hearts of its people. Armanelos stood crowned by the great dome that Sauron had conceived, its fires never quenched, its altars running red at dawn and dusk. Where once the streets were filled with song, now they echoed with processions of priests and guards bearing victims to the flames. In every harbour black banners flew beside the king's standard, signifying that the worship of Melkor had become the realm's new law. Pharazôn, seated on his throne of gold and obsidian, saw in these changes not ruin but triumph. He believed that Numenor had cast off its childish obedience to the Valar, and now stood free and mighty among all peoples. The temple's fires he called the beacon of a new age, and he delighted in the sight of nobles who once whispered doubts, now bending their knees in public rites. To him the cries of sacrifice were music, proof of a power more enduring than the sea or the stars. Sauron stood always at his side, his chains discarded, a counselor now in name as well as fact. He guided the rituals, selected the priests, and whispered which nobles should be elevated and which cast down. Each new decree tightened his grip on the island until even the captains of the fleet deferred to him in matters of state. He told Pharazôn that Melkor's favor grew with each life offered, and that immortality itself drew nearer, awaiting only a final act of daring. Meanwhile, the land itself began to change. Trees that had stood for centuries withered near the temple grounds, their leaves shriveling under ash that drifted from the high dome. Birds no longer nested in Armenelos, but wheeled in circles above the sea, and fishermen spoke of strange creatures glimpsed in the depths, shapes older than memories stirred by the island's new darkness. Earthquakes trembled through districts once steady, and wells grew brackish. Still the priests proclaimed these signs as proof that Melkor's power was awakening, not warnings of doom. A remnant of the faithful clung to the old ways in hidden glades or on remote coasts, offering prayers to Eru and singing the ancient hymns. They moved in silence, for spies were everywhere and the king's wrath was swift. Families were torn apart as brothers informed upon brothers, and fathers were dragged to the temple steps for refusing to bow. The great fleet of Numenor, once the envy of the world, now ferried timber and stone for the temple's expansion, its holes smelling of blood and burning rather than salt and wind. Pharazôn's pride swelled beyond all bounds. He had conquered Sauron, bent him to service, and remade his realm into a power unmatched by any since the world began. Yet in secret councils the Maya spoke of a glory yet to come. Why should the king of Numenor remain mortal, he asked softly, when Melkor, the true lord of the world, would raise him to undying kingship? Why should the ban stand, when a host such as Numenor's could cross the seas and wrest the gift of immortality from the Valar themselves? The thought, first planted as a question, took root as destiny. Thus began the preparations for an armament greater even than the one that had subdued Middle-earth. Shipyards thundered day and night as forests fell, and smithies poured forth weapons not for defense but for conquest of the undying lands. The priests proclaimed this endeavor holy, the fulfillment of Melkor's promise, and the people labored with fervor born of fear and hope combined. Those who doubted were silenced. Those who resisted vanished into the temple's smoke. The island groaned under the weight of its own ambition. Harbors filled with black proud ships whose sails bore the sigil of the giver of gifts. The seas turned restless, storms rising without warning, and sailors whispered of voices calling from the deep. Yet the king, blinded by visions of endless life, took these portents as omens of victory. He no longer consulted the stars, but only the counselor at his side, whose smile never faltered. In Armenelos, the last festivals of the old faith were outlawed, their altars torn down and their priests slain or driven into hiding. Statues of the Valar were toppled and cast into furnaces, their metal recast into idols for the new god. Children learned new hymns at school, praising Melkor as the source of all strength, and even the calendar was altered to mark the founding of the temple as the beginning of a new era. The island that had once been a gift from the west now turned its face fully to the shadow, and through it all Sauron walked unopposed, his hands shaping the doom he had long desired. He whispered to Pharazôn of fortresses that would rise upon the shores of Valinor, the undying lands, of thrones that would never fade, of a deathless dominion beyond the reach of any foe. The king listened, believing himself author of these dreams, not their puppet. Around them the temple fires roared higher, and the cries of sacrifice rose like a tide no storm could quench. So Numenor stood poised upon the brink, outwardly radiant in power, yet hollow at its heart. The fleets waited only for the king's command to sail, and the last restraints upon his will had fallen away. In secret the faithful prayed for deliverance, but their voices were drowned by the thunder of drums and the chant of priests. The shadow had entered the island not by force of arms but by counsel, and now its hold was complete, and thus was wrought the downfall in all but name. For though the ships had yet to depart, Numenor had already set its course toward ruin. The king who dreamed of deathless glory was blind to the abyss beneath his feet, and the counsellor who had come in chains now ruled a realm prepared to destroy itself at his bidding. The sea waited, and the west watched, and the doom of the proud drew near. The fleets stood ready in every harbour of Numenor, their black sails furled and their prows carved with the sigil of the giver of gifts. Trumpets rang through Armenelos, and the streets filled with men summoned to join the greatest armament ever mustered by mortal hands. Pharazôn had proclaimed that death itself would be conquered, that the undying lands would be theirs, and none dared dispute his word. The temple fires burned without ceasing, smoke curling upward as though to mark the path westward across the sea. When at last the king gave command, the fleet departed in a thunder of oars and a blaze of banners. The sound of drums rolled over the waters, and the island shook with the weight of so many vessels leaving its shores. The people left behind gathered upon cliffs and harbours, watching their strength vanish into the horizon. Some cried aloud with pride, while others wept in silence, for a foreboding pressed upon them that they dared not name. Sauron stood upon the steps of the great temple as the fleet vanished into distance, his face lifted toward the sky. He spoke to the priests in words of fire, declaring that the triumph of Numenor was sealed, and that Melkor's dominion was at hand. The priests shouted praises, and sacrifices were multiplied, their cries rising above the roar of flames. Yet in his secret thought Sauron laughed, for he had no need to sail. His victory had already been accomplished, and the doom of the island was certain. Far to the west the Valar beheld the coming of the armament, black as storm clouds across the seas. Long they had endured the pride of Numenor, and long they had held back their hand, but now their patience was spent. They called upon Eru, and the world was changed. The seas opened with a rending sound like mountains breaking, and the waters drew back in terror as the west was removed forever from the reach of men. Numenor was left upon the edge of a chasm that no bridge of ships could cross. Then the great wave rose. It towered higher than the cliffs of the island, higher than the dome of the temple, higher even than the mountains that had long crowned the land. Darkness fell as its shadow covered Armenelos, and the people cried out in despair. The earth heaved beneath their feet, walls cracked, and towers fell before the waters even touched them. The dome of the temple split with a thunderclap, and the fires within were quenched as the wave descended. The fleet that had sailed was caught in the upheaval of the seas. Ships that had been built for conquest were broken like twigs, their sails torn to shreds, their crews swept into the deep. Pharazôn, seated in his golden armour upon the deck of his flagship, saw Valinor rise before him, fair and deathless, and for a moment believed his victory complete. But the land was veiled from mortal sight, and the mountains closed against him, and he was buried beneath falling hills, never to return. Upon the island itself, the ruin was beyond telling. Valleys filled with water in an instant, and mountains toppled into the sea. The harbours that had borne so many fleets became graves for their ships, and the palaces of Armenelos sank beneath foaming tides. The cries of the people were swallowed in the roar, and the proud island that had stood for thousands of years vanished beneath the waters, leaving only storm and silence. Sauron, caught in the ruin of his own design, was swept into the abyss. His fair form was broken, and though his spirit endured, he could never again appear in beauty to deceive. Yet, even as he fell, he exulted, for his malice had wrought the destruction of the greatest realm of men, and his vengeance upon Numenor was complete. When the seas grew calm again, nothing remained of the island but scattered rocks and the memory of smoke upon the wind. The west was hidden forever, removed from the circles of the world, and the gift of the Valar was sealed against the reach of mortals. But the shadow had not ended, for Sauron's spirit fled eastward, back to the land where his fortress stood, and there he began to shape his power anew. Thus perished Numenor, the proudest of kingdoms, swallowed by the great wave that no strength of arms could withstand. Its towers, its fleets, its people, all were lost, and only the warning of its fall remained. The sea rolled over the ruins, and the world was changed, and the doom that had long been spoken was fulfilled at last. When the waters had closed over Numenor and the sea lay heavy upon its ruins, the world was remade. The west was veiled beyond reach, and the shape of the earth was bent so that no mortal ship could ever again find its hidden shores. Silence followed in the wake of thunder, and the waves rolled as though nothing had disturbed them. Yet out of that ruin a darkness fled, for Sauron's spirit was not quenched, though his body was drowned. He came forth from the abyss in a shape formless and terrible, a shadow borne upon the winds. No fair visage remained to him, for his beauty was lost forever in the breaking of Numenor. His presence now was dread itself, a weight upon the air, and wherever it passed men quailed, though they saw no form. He hated the sea that had swallowed his triumph, and he turned his will eastward, seeking the land where his fortress still stood. Storms raged across the waters as though stirred by his wrath, and mariners who sailed the eastern seas told of nights when their ships were pressed by winds that screamed with voices not their own. They whispered of a shape vast as the sky, gliding above the waves, and they dared not speak its name. Yet the winds bore him swiftly, and before many months had passed, the shadow crossed into Middle-earth once more. In Mordor, the land had grown restless during his absence. The dark tower had stood in silence, its gates shut, its fires dimmed, while the Nazgul wandered in doubt. Some among his servants feared that he had perished utterly in the ruin of the west, and they murmured of seeking other masters. But when the shadow descended upon Orodruin, the mountain roared to life, spilling flame and ash as if in greeting. The ground trembled, and the air grew thick with fumes. Then the slaves of Barad-dûr fell upon their faces, crying out in terror and relief, for they knew their lord had returned. Sauron gathered his spirit into a form, vast and dark, no longer fair to behold, but crowned with flame. His voice rolled across Gorgoroth like thunder, calling his captains to heel. The Nazgul came swiftly, bowing low, their rings burning upon their hands. He marked them with his gaze, and their terror was mingled with joy, for their master's power was restored. Though he had lost the shape of beauty, he had gained in dread, and his servants knew that no rival remained to contest his dominion east of the sea. From the ashes of Numenor he drew new strength, for he proclaimed that the West itself had feared him enough to destroy its mightiest servant. He told his followers that the Valar had betrayed men, casting down the proudest of their kin, and that only in Mordor could true power endure. Thus, the ruin of the island became his greatest weapon, a tale twisted into proof that the West was weak, and that the shadow alone was strong. In secret he brooded over the loss of his body, for the fair form that had deceived kings and lords was gone beyond recall. Never again could he walk among elves and men as a friend or counselor. Now his guise was that of a tyrant, tall and black, terrible to look upon. Yet in this he found new advantage, for his servants trembled the more, and his foes could no longer mistake his nature. The mask had fallen away, and only the Lord of the Rings remained. So the shadow that had drowned in the deeps of the sea arose once more in fire and darkness. His will stretched forth across Middle-earth, summoning allies old and new, binding the lands of the east and south to his cause. From the ruin of Numenor, he had learned that even the proudest of kingdoms could be broken, and he swore that all who opposed him would share the island's fate. And in Mordor the furnaces were kindled anew, and the smoke of Orodruin climbed unending into the sky, heralding that the Dark Lord had returned. The shadow that had returned from the abyss of the sea now sought a shape that could bear its will. For though Sauron's spirit burned fierce and terrible, it could not forever remain as formless dread, lest his dominion falter. The Nazgul bowed before him, yet even they feared the emptiness of his presence, and his servants trembled in confusion when no figure sat upon the throne of Barad-dûr. Therefore he gathered his strength within the fires of Orodruin, weaving from flame and darkness a body that could endure the burdens of command. It was no longer the form of beauty that had walked among elves and men in the days of fair speech. That mask was drowned with Numenor, never to be recovered. What he wrought instead was vast and terrible, a figure towering like a mountain of black iron, crowned with fire, and clad in mail that glowed with heat as though newly forged. His eyes were furnaces, and his voice shook the stones of the plain. No deception lingered in this guise, for it was dread made flesh, a form that proclaimed dominion rather than persuasion. The forging of this body was not swift, for his spirit had been wounded in the ruin of the West. Long he brooded within the chambers beneath Orodruin, summoning to him shadows from the deep earth and flames from the mountain's heart. The Nazgul kept watch upon the dark tower's walls, and rumours spread among men that a fire greater than the sun had been kindled in Mordor. Smoke rose without ceasing, staining the sky for many leagues, and the air grew foul across the vales of Anduin. Yet in the furnaces of the mountain the shape of a new lord was fashioned, until at last he strode forth clad in a power both seen and felt. When first he revealed himself, the earth shook beneath his tread, and the slaves of Mordor fell upon their faces, unable to look upon him. His enemies had feared him when he was fair. Now even his servants cowered at the sight of him. Yet they rejoiced, for the strength of his presence drove away all doubt, and the order of his dominion was re-established in an instant. The Nazgul came to his feet like hounds to their master, and he named each anew, binding them with words of fire that deepened their bondage beyond escape. With his form restored, Sauron turned his thought to the world beyond Mordor's borders. He looked westward and saw only ruin, for Numenor was no more, and the seas lay wide and empty where once its fleets had sailed. Yet this loss he counted gain, for his great enemy had destroyed itself at his prompting, and no power of men now rivaled his. He saw that Middle-earth lay ripe for conquest, fractured among tribes and kingdoms too weak to stand against the Shadow. Already the Harad dream sent embassies with gifts, seeking favor, and the Easterlings brought tribute in iron and horses. His dread form, spoken of in whispers across the land, was proof enough of his supremacy. Still he remembered the one ring, the heart of his power, which had not been with him in Numenor, but remained hidden in Middle-earth. He stretched forth his will to feel its presence, and though it lay concealed, he knew it answered to him still. In that knowledge he took comfort, for though his fair shape was gone, the instrument of his dominion endured. From the ring he drew strength to sustain his rebuilt form, and through it he wove the webs of power that bound his servants tighter than ever before. The fortress of Barad-dûr, silent through his absence, roared again with life. Its gates were repaired, its towers raised higher, and its dungeons filled with captives taken from neighboring lands. The forges rang without ceasing, fashioning weapons of war and armor wrought with runes of fear. From the battlements the signal fires burned, and the plains of Gorgoroth glowed red at night, so that even from Athelian men could see the storm gathering in the east. Thus Sauron, who had drowned in the ruin of Numenor, rose anew, more terrible than before. He no longer sought to beguile, but to command, no longer to deceive with beauty, but to overwhelm with terror. The fair counselor was gone, and in his place stood the Dark Lord unveiled, a tyrant in form as in spirit. His enemies would find no mercy in his gaze, and his servants no escape from his hand. Middle-earth trembled, for the Shadow had been remade into flesh, and its dominion stretched forth once more from the Black Land. The world had changed with the drowning of Numenor, and in its ruin a silence fell upon the seas. The ships that once ruled every water were gone, their people swallowed by the abyss, and only scattered survivors clung to the shores of Middle-earth. Yet, though Numenor was destroyed, its legacy had not perished, for among those who fled the wave were the faithful who had refused the worship of Shadow. Guided by Elendil the Tall, they crossed the waters in 9 ships, bearing their families, their treasures, and their memory of the West. The seas were rough with storms when they came ashore, yet the lands of Middle-earth received them, and they set their banners upon the coast. In the north, Elendil raised towers and strongholds, founding the realm of Arnor upon the wide fields of Eriador. In the south, his sons, Isildur and Anarion, built the white city of Minas Enar and the dark city of Minas Ithil, and upon the island of Anduin they raised Osgiliath, fair and mighty, with a great dome of stars wrought in stone. These kingdoms they called Gondor, and together with Arna they swore to preserve the light of Numenor in exile. Sauron looked upon these deeds with hatred, for though Numenor was gone, its heirs had not been utterly swept away. In his eyes they were a remnant of the enemy he had overthrown, and their defiance was a threat to his dominion. He sent forth hosts of Orcs and Easterlings to harry their borders, and from Mordor black clouds spread to darken the skies above their young cities. Yet the Dunedain endured, strong in their lineage and united in their purpose, and the shadow found them harder to break than he had expected. It was then that the elves took counsel. Long had they watched in sorrow as Numenor fell into darkness, and long had they withdrawn from open strife, content to guard their hidden realms. But now the power of Mordor grew beyond bearing, and they knew that if Sauron were not opposed, all Middle-earth would sink beneath his dominion. Gil-galad in Lindon, High King of the Elves of the West, sent messengers to Elrond in Imladris and to Círdan the shipwright. And their words were one, the hour of silence was ended. So it was that the first seeds of alliance were sown. Elendil, who had long been a friend of the Eldar, received Gil-galad's emissaries with honor. He spoke of the oath he had sworn to preserve the faithful, and of his hope that elves and men might stand together once more against the darkness. Gil-galad, seeing the strength and wisdom in him, recognized that the line of the Dunedain still carried the valor of old. Though men had fallen into pride, here was a remnant worthy of friendship, and he clasped Elendil's hand in token of their bond. From this meeting was forged the first true league of elves and men since the days of Belit. They gathered in secret councils, devising war against the Dark Lord. Elves brought spears of shining silver and banners woven with stars, while men brought swords tempered in the forges of Numenor and shields carved with the emblems of their new realms. Together they planned not defense alone, but the overthrow of Mordor itself. For both knew that peace could never endure while the shadow endured. In Mordor the smoke of Orodruin thickened, and the forges of Barad-dûr rang without pause. Sauron raised armies greater than ever before, summoning creatures of dread from the mountains and binding wild tribes to his will. The Nazgul rode abroad once more, spreading terror among villages and cities, and many lesser kings bent the knee to avoid destruction. Yet tidings of the growing league reached his ears, and though he laughed, he watched closely, for he remembered the ruin of his master in ages past when elves and men had once united. Elendil and Gil-galad strengthened their bond with oaths sworn upon sacred altars. They declared that neither people would abandon the other, and that together they would march against the shadow until it was broken. Elrond stood beside his king, and Isildur and Anarion took their place beside their father, binding the younger realm of men to the ancient realm of elves. In every council firelight gleamed, upon faces both mortal and immortal, and though their years were measured differently, their resolve was one. Thus was formed the last alliance of elves and men, a union born from ruin and strengthened by hope. The hosts of the west began to muster, and in the mountains of Eriador horns sounded where armies gathered. Elven smiths reforged weapons long laid aside, and the Dunedain drilled their levies upon fields where once only silence reigned. Across the lands word spread that the free peoples would march together, and even those who had despaired took heart. And in Mordor the fires flared brighter, for Sauron knew that war was coming, and he prepared to meet it with all the fury of his hate. The hosts of the Alliance marched eastward, a river of banners flowing across the plains. Elves clad in silver mail moved in ordered ranks, their spears shining like a forest of starlight, while the Dunedain of Arnor and Gondor marched beside them with shields painted in blue, white, and black. From the mountains came horns that echoed against the cliffs, and the sound of their passing shook the valleys of Eriador. For many days their journey continued, until the wide fields gave way to the desolation of Mordor, and the shadow of Orodruin loomed against the reddened sky. At their head rode Gil-galad, tall and stern, bearing the spear Iglos that had felled many foes, and beside him strode Elendil, his sword Narsil gleaming in the firelight of the mountain. Isildur and Anarion marched with the hosts of Gondor, while Elrond bore Gil-galad's standard, guiding the armies with unerring hand. Never since the breaking of Beleriand had such a host been gathered, and their banners spread across the land like a sea of defiance against the shadow. When they came at last to the Black Land, they beheld Barad-dûr rising above the plain, its towers glimmering red with fire and its walls blacker than night. Lightning crowned its spires, though no storm gathered, and smoke poured from Orodruin, as though in greeting to the armies that had come to challenge its master. The gates of Mordor were closed, yet from within issued the cries of orcs and the clang of forges, for Sauron had prepared long for this war. The sight of the dark tower filled many with dread, yet none turned back, for each knew that only in its ruin could Middle-earth find peace. The siege began with thunderous blows upon the outer fortifications. Engines of war heaved stones against the walls, and elves shot flights of arrows that darkened the air. Orcs poured forth in counterattack, shrieking with malice, but they were driven back by the shields of men and the spears of elves. Smoke and blood mingled upon the fields, and the ground was soon strewn with corpses that bore witness to the ferocity of the struggle. Yet, for every foe struck down, another rose in his place, for Mordor's hosts were countless. As the months passed, the alliance encircled Barad-dûr with trenches and palisades. Camps stretched for miles, lit by thousands of fires that glowed against the black sky. Elves sang laments beneath the stars to strengthen weary hearts, while men sharpened blades and told tales of home. Supplies were brought from distant lands, yet hunger still gnawed at the soldiers. For Mordor's darkness blighted the fields, and little grew in the poisoned soil. Disease crept through the camps, and healers toiled without rest to preserve the strength of the armies. Within the walls, Sauron mocked their labor. He sent forth raids by night, orcs creeping through the trenches to slay in silence, and trolls battering the palisades with their fists. The Nazgul circled above on fell steeds, their cries piercing the hearts of the bravest, until even seasoned warriors shuddered at the sound. Yet the captains of the alliance held firm, rallying their troops with words of iron. Gil-galad walked among the lines, his presence a shield against despair, while Elendil's calm voice carried authority that steadied the trembling. Years lengthened into decades, for the fortress of Barad-dûr could not easily be taken. Its walls were strengthened by sorcery, its gates forged from steel that no ordinary fire could melt. The mountain roared with eruptions, casting rivers of flame that scorched the plain, yet still the alliance endured. Children grew to manhood within the camps, knowing no life but the siege. Graves multiplied upon the hills, and the names of the fallen were carved into stones that weathered beneath ash and rain. Winter brought snow even to the plains of Gorgoroth, a strange sight beneath the red glare of Orodruin. The soldiers wrapped themselves in cloaks stiff with frost, and fires sputtered in the poisoned air. Yet in those nights elves lifted their voices in songs of the West, and men joined with them, weaving hope out of harmony. Thus the camp endured through long darkness, and though despair whispered often, it was never allowed to master them. From time to time Sauron himself appeared upon the battlements, a vast figure wreathed in flame. His voice rolled across the plain like thunder, mocking his foes, promising death without end. Arrows loosed against him turned to ash before they struck, and the bravest of captains faltered at the sight. Yet the leaders of the alliance answered with defiance, raising their banners higher, and the siege continued. Each day a struggle of will as much as of arms. The years of toil wore upon both sides, yet the alliance held the plain, and Barad-dûr remained hemmed in. The rivers of supply that fed Mordor's armies grew thin under constant assault, and the creatures within the fortress began to starve. The walls still stood, but cracks formed in the foundations of Sauron's power, for the free peoples would not yield. The plain of Gorgoroth, once barren, became a graveyard of broken weapons and bones, a testament to the endurance of those who fought. So the siege endured, unbroken and unyielding. It was a trial of generations, a long defiance against Shadow, and though the end was not yet written, the resolve of elves and men burned steady as the watchfires that ringed the dark tower. All knew that the day of reckoning must come, when Sauron would at last be forced to leave his fortress and meet his enemies in open battle. Until that day, the armies of the West held their ground, steadfast in purpose, bound together by oath and by hope that the darkness could yet be broken. The siege had stretched into long years, and though the walls of Barad-dûr remained unbroken, the shadow within had begun to strain. Sauron's armies, countless though they seemed, suffered from hunger and unrest, for the fields of Mordor yielded little, and the supply lines that once brought tribute from the east were cut by the vigilance of the alliance. Still the fortress endured, black and terrible, until at last Sauron himself resolved to break the stalemate. He would not wait for the slow wear of famine, but would meet his foes in open battle, trusting to the terror of his presence to scatter even the boldest. Signs of this intent reached the leaders of the West. Scouts reported that the gates of the Dark Tower were being unbarred, and that hosts were mustering within. The earth trembled with the march of trolls, and the air filled with the cries of orcs eager for slaughter. In the camps of the Alliance, horns sounded, and captains prepared their men for the day long awaited. Gil-galad stood beneath the banner of Lindon, and Elendil beneath the star of Numenor, their faces stern with knowledge that the hour of decision had come. At dawn the gates of Barad-dûr opened, and the plain of Gorgoroth shuddered beneath the flood of Sauron's armies. Orcs poured forth in their tens of thousands, their weapons crude yet deadly, their cries echoing like the howling of beasts. Great beasts from the east dragged towers of iron, and trolls lumbered at their side with hammers large enough to shatter stone. Above them wheeled the Nazgul, shrieking as they swooped upon the ranks of men. The sight was enough to freeze the hearts of many, yet the captains of the alliance raised their voices, and the lines held firm. The battle was joined with a clash that shook the air. Elves loosed arrows in great flights, felling orcs by the hundreds, while men met the charge with shields locked and swords drawn. The field ran red with blood, and the roar of combat drowned all song. The cries of the wounded rose, mingled with the clash of steel and the thunder of beasts. Yet still the hosts of the west pressed forward, their banners waving defiantly against the tide of darkness. Amid the chaos, Gil-galad strode like a beacon of fire, his spear Iglos flashing with deadly light. Beside him Elendil wielded Narsil, cleaving through armor and bone alike, his voice carrying above the din as he called his men to courage. Together they carved a path through the press of foes, their valor inspiring those around them. Elrond bore Gil-galad's banner into the thickest of the fight, and Isildur and Anarion held the flanks of Gondor, driving back wave after wave of orcs that sought to break their lines. Then Sauron himself came forth, towering above all others, wreathed in flame and clad in black armor that no weapon seemed able to pierce. He strode onto the field. In his hand he bore a mace vast and terrible, each blow of which shattered ranks of warriors like reeds before a storm. Where he walked, the ground cracked, and where he struck, the bravest faltered. The Nazgul circled close behind him, their cries exalting his coming, and the tide of battle shifted. Gil-galad and Elendil did not retreat. They stood before the Dark Lord, champions of elf and man, and the hosts of the Alliance rallied to their side. The duel that followed was terrible beyond telling. Iglos struck sparks against Sauron's armor, and Narsil rang with blows that would have slain any lesser foe. Sauron's mace swung with the force of a mountain falling, and the earth shook each time it struck. Fire and shadow clashed with light and steel, and all who witnessed knew that the fate of the world balanced upon that hour. Long they fought, and the hosts around them dared not draw near, for the battle of the great was perilous to all who came within its circle. Flames leaped from Orodruin, and the sky grew black with smoke. At last both Gil-galad and Elendil fell, slain by the might of the enemy, though his body was seared with their wounds. Narsil broke beneath him, its blade shattered into shards, and Iglos lay quenched in blood. Yet even in their fall they had struck such blows that Sauron staggered, his strength shaken though not destroyed. In that moment Isildur seized the hilt of his father's broken sword. With the shards of Narsil he struck at Sauron, cutting the one ring from his hand. A cry tore from the Dark Lord, a sound that shattered the mountains and cast his hosts into despair. The shadow that had clothed him was rent, and his form collapsed in ruin upon the ground. The Nazgul fled shrieking into the dark, and the armies of Mordor scattered in terror. The plain of Gorgoroth was filled with silence, broken only by the weeping of those who mourned their fallen lords. Thus the last alliance achieved its victory, though at a cost beyond measure. Gil-galad, the High King of the Elves, lay dead, and Elendil, tallest of men, was no more. Their sacrifice had brought down the Dark Lord, but his spirit endured, bound still to the ring that had been cut from his hand. Isildur held that ring aloft, its gold shining with a light both alluring and perilous, and the fate of Middle-earth turned upon his choice. The field of Gorgoroth lay silent at last, though the silence was heavy with sorrow. The cries of battle had faded, leaving only the groans of the wounded and the crackle of fire upon the plain. Smoke drifted low across the earth, carrying the stench of blood, ash, and ruin. Where once armies had clashed in fury, now lay a graveyard of elves, men and orcs alike, their bodies mingled in death. Among them, the captains of the alliance moved slowly, their hearts weighed down with grief for what had been won and for what had been lost. At the heart of the battlefield, the bodies of Gil-galad and Elendil lay still, fallen together at the climax of the struggle. Around them, their guards had gathered, weeping openly, for no victory could ease the loss of such lords. The High King of the Elves, who had held his people steadfast through ages of exile, was no more. Elendil, tallest of men and bearer of the last hopes of Numenor, had been struck down beside him. Their deaths marked the cost of breaking the Dark Lord's strength, a price paid in blood and valor. Nearby lay the ruin of Sauron's vast form, its armor cracked and its body scorched by the blows of the great duel. The fire that had clothed him was quenched, and his shadow no longer towered above the plain. Yet none doubted that his malice lingered, for an unseen dread seemed to hang over the battlefield, a chill in the very air. All eyes were drawn to a single object glimmering upon the ash. The golden band that had been cut from his hand when Narsil's shards struck their final blow. Isildur, kneeling beside his father's body, reached for the hilt of the broken sword. The blade lay shattered, yet its shards still gleamed faintly in the firelight of Orodruin. In grief and fury he had wielded them to sever the ring, and now he beheld the prize that had fallen at such cost. To him it seemed more than gold, more than mere treasure. It was proof that the enemy was defeated, the ransom for his father and brother, and the symbol of his house's survival. He stooped and lifted it from the earth, and in his hand it shone with an allure none could deny. Elrond came forward, his face grave, and with him Círdan the shipwright. Wise among the Eldar, they beheld the ring and felt their hearts darken, for they knew its nature. They urged Isildur to cast it into the fires of Orodruin, for only there could it be unmade, and only thus could Sauron's spirit be quenched forever. They spoke of the peril of keeping it, warning that the Dark Lord's essence was bound within, and that, so long as it endured, his will endured also. But Isildur's heart was already ensnared. He gazed into the ring's surface, and saw a light that seemed woven of memory, power, and promise. Grief clouded his judgment, for he mourned not only Elendil, but also Anarion, who had perished during the long siege. To him the ring whispered of recompense, telling him it was his by right as the victor and heir. He spoke aloud that it would serve as Wergold for his kin, a token to ease his sorrow, and a remembrance of Numenor's glory. His words were proud, but his voice carried the weight of anguish. Elrond and Círdan pressed him still, pleading with urgency. They pointed to Orodruin, whose fires rumbled close at hand, and declared that fate itself had brought the ring within reach of destruction. They told him that no hand would again have such a chance, and that to falter now was to imperil all. Yet Isildur shook his head, and his eyes burned with a light not wholly his own. He declared before them all that the ring was his, the heirloom of his house and the seal of his kingship. None dared to wrest it from him, for he was their lord now, and the bitterness of his grief made his will unyielding. So Isildur claimed the ring. He slipped it upon his finger, and though to mortal eyes he did not vanish, a shadow seemed to fall upon his countenance, as though something unseen had settled over him. Those who looked away quickly could not say whether they had truly glimpsed such change or only imagined it, but unease spread among them. Some felt pride, believing their king bore a trophy of triumph. Others felt dread, perceiving that in his hand lay the seed of peril not yet ended. The battlefield, once filled with the roar of armies, now rang with silence broken only by lament. Soldiers of Gondor and Arnor gathered their dead, laying them in ordered rows, while elves lifted the fallen with songs of mourning that pierced even the smoke-filled sky. Fires were kindled to burn the carrion of Mordor, and the stench of corruption mingled with the scent of sacrifice. Yet, through all this labor, the ring gleamed upon Isildur's hand, a reminder that their victory was incomplete. When the armies returned to their camps, they bore their lords with honor. Gil-galad's body was shrouded in silver, Elendil's in cloth of black and white, and their standards were carried before them. The people of the Alliance wept as they passed, for the greatest of their leaders would not rise again. In the midst of their mourning, none dared speak further of the ring, for Isildur's choice had been declared, and his word was law. Still, whispers moved in the dark, and more than one soldier muttered that the shadow had not truly been broken. So ended the battle upon Gorgoroth, with Sauron's body destroyed, the Alliance triumphant, yet the ring preserved. Its gold glimmered with a beauty that belied the malice bound within, and though many rejoiced in their deliverance, others felt unease that they could not name. Orodruin rumbled in the distance, its fires still hungry, but the chance had passed, and the world turned toward a future shaped by Isildur's pride. Thus the victory of the last alliance was great, but not complete. For within the triumph was sown the seed of sorrow that would one day return. The camp of the Alliance lay quiet in the days following the battle, though the hush was born less of peace than of exhaustion. The bodies of the fallen had been borne away, wrapped in cloth of silver and black, while cairns rose upon the desolate plain to mark the graves of those whose names would never again be spoken by their kin. Fires burned low, casting dim light across weary faces, and the air smelled of ash, sweat, and sorrow. The great victory had been won, yet the taste of triumph was bitter. Elves sang soft laments beneath the smoke-stained sky, their voices drifting like fragments of starlight into the darkness of Mordor. Men joined their mourning with silence, standing guard upon the ramparts of the captured plain, while their hearts ached for distant homes. They had fought and endured for years uncounted, and now that the foe lay fallen, they found themselves hollowed by grief. For Gil-galad was gone, and Elendil was slain, and though their enemy had been struck down, the memory of loss clung tighter than the memory of triumph. Isildur, clad still in his battle-worn armor, moved through the camp with the ring upon his finger. Many bowed to him, for he was now their lord, heir of Elendil, and king of both Arna and Gondor. Yet whispers followed in his wake, for the ring gleamed with a light that drew every eye, and none who beheld it felt easy. Some said it lent majesty to his bearing, making him seem taller, prouder, and more resolute. Others murmured that his gaze had grown distant, as though he looked not upon them, but into some unseen horizon where only he could walk. Elrond and Círdan remained watchful, speaking little, but their unease deepened with each passing day. They had urged him to destroy the ring, yet his will had proved unyielding, and now they feared that the peril foreseen in their hearts would one day come to pass. Elrond walked often to the foot of Orodruin, gazing into its fire with a sorrow that no words could relieve, for he knew the hour of unmaking had passed forever. Círdan counselled patience, saying that time alone would reveal the truth of Isildur's choice. But even his voice carried no certainty. Within Barad-dûr, the ruins still smouldered, its walls cracked but not fallen. The sorceries of Sauron had forged it with strength beyond the craft of stone, and though its master's body was destroyed, the fortress endured as a black scar upon the land. None dared linger long within its shadow, for the very air whispered of malice. Strange lights flickered by night, and cries were heard in the deep chambers, though no living thing remained. The captains of the alliance forbade their soldiers to enter, declaring that some remnants of the Dark Lord's power clung to the place. Yet all knew that the truest remnant of Sauron's will rested not in Barad-dûr, but upon Isildur's hand. The ring, small and flawless, gleamed with deceptive beauty. To some it seemed a token of hope, proof that the great war was ended and the enemy's strength broken forever. But to others it was a weight upon the heart, for they felt its presence in their dreams and saw its glimmer even when their eyes were closed. No one dared to speak openly against their king, but the unease spread like a shadow across the camp. In secret, the captains debated what was to be done. Should they press their lord to surrender the ring, or should they bear their doubts in silence for the sake of unity? None wished to divide the alliance at the moment of its triumph, and none had the strength to oppose the son of Elendil, who had borne so great a burden and lost so dearly. And so they remained silent, hoping against hope that Isildur's choice would not bring ruin. Isildur himself felt the pull of the ring with growing intensity. At first it had seemed to him a token of remembrance, a balm for grief. But as the days passed, he began to sense its whisper in the stillness of the night, urging him to hold fast to it, to treasure it as the seal of his kingship and the guarantee of his house's future. He told himself it was his by right, won in battle and sanctified by the blood of his kin. Yet beneath that thought stirred another, darker conviction that it belonged to him not merely by inheritance, but by destiny. When he walked through the camp, he noticed how others looked at him. Some bowed too quickly, others averted their eyes. A faint pride swelled in his heart, for he saw in their hesitation the proof of his new majesty. He did not yet recognize that this change came not from their reverence, but from the shadow clinging to the ring upon his hand. To Isildur it seemed only natural that they should look upon him with awe, for he bore the prize of the age, the symbol of Sauron's downfall, and the pledge of Numenor's enduring greatness. Meanwhile, the lands beyond Mordor stirred with unease. In the east, rumors spread that the Dark Lord had fallen, but few believed it fully. Tribes that had long paid tribute to him held back their allegiance, waiting to see whether the shadow would truly pass. In the south, chieftains whispered of omens, stars dimming, beasts fleeing the wild, and dreams filled with fire. Though Sauron's body was destroyed, his malice had not departed the world, and hearts far beyond Gorgoroth felt the tremor of its endurance. Thus the victory of the last alliance was marred by uncertainty. The armies prepared to march home, bearing their dead with honor and their sorrow with silence. Yet even as they departed the plain of Gorgoroth, they carried with them the knowledge that the ring remained. Its gold shone bright against the gloom, a reminder of both triumph and peril. Sauron's body was gone, but his shadow had survived, bound within the circle of gold upon Isildur's hand. The march from Mordor began in silence, for the hosts of the Alliance were too weary and too burdened with grief to lift their voices in song. The plain of Gorgoroth, once filled with the roar of battle, lay empty behind them, its smoke curling like the breath of a dying beast. Cairns marked the graves of those who would never see their homes again, and the ruins of Barad-dûr loomed like a broken tooth against the horizon. Few looked back, for none wished to carry the memory longer than they must. Isildur rode at the head of the host, clad in mail still darkened by the blood and soot of battle. The ring glimmered upon his finger, subtle yet unmistakable, and many who followed him felt its presence, though they dared not name it. Some looked upon their king with pride, believing his triumph secured their future. Others looked with unease, sensing that the fate of their people rested upon something more fragile than steel or stone. None spoke openly, for grief and loyalty bound their tongues, but silence often carries weight heavier than words. The elves of Lindon marched apart, their banners furled, their faces solemn. For them, the loss of Gil-galad was a wound deeper than any arrow, and the songs they sang in mourning were laced with both sorrow and weariness. They had given their greatest king to the war, and though the shadow was broken, they knew their time in Middle-earth was waning. Elrond walked among them with quiet strength, bearing Gil-galad's standard and the memory of his final stand. Many looked to him for guidance, yet his gaze often lingered on Isildur, troubled by the golden band that gleamed too brightly in the dimming light. The men of Arnor and Gondor carried their dead upon wagons and biers, wrapped in banners of blue and white. Among them lay Anarion, son of Elendil, mourned by soldiers who had followed him through years of war. Their grief was raw and untempered, for his youth and promise had been cut short upon the plain. They looked to Isildur now as their rightful lord, yet in their mourning they found little comfort in the ring he bore. To them it seemed less a token of victory than a reminder of the blood price paid. As the armies wound their way through the black lands of Mordor, they passed fields still scarred by fire. The earth was cracked and barren, poisoned by the long dominion of the Dark Lord. Not even weeds stirred in the ash, and the silence of the land pressed upon them with unnatural weight. Many muttered that no living thing should linger there, and more than one soldier whispered prayers to ward away the lingering malice. By day the march was slow and heavy, by night the camps restless, haunted by dreams of fire and shadow. Crossing the mountains brought no relief, for the lands beyond bore scars of war as well. Forests had been hewn for timber, valleys churned to mud by armies passing, rivers fouled with the blood of the fallen. Yet, as they descended into Ithilien, they found signs of life again. Grass grew where the shadow had not lingered, and streams ran clear between the rocks. For the first time in many months, the soldiers felt a breath of hope, though the memories of Mordor clung to them still. When they reached the Anduin, the great river spread before them, glittering in the sun like a mirror of the sky. There they paused to rebuild their strength, for the journey south and west still lay long ahead. Elves crossed with grace upon crafted vessels, their songs rising once more, though tinged with melancholy. The men of Gondor looked upon their homeland across the waters with pride and relief, though they knew they returned not in triumph, but in mourning. The burden of rebuilding would soon fall upon them, for their lords were slain, and their cities awaited their return. Isildur looked often upon Minas Annar, its white walls gleaming in the distance, and felt the pull of destiny. He bore not only the crown of his father, but also the weight of the ring, which seemed to grow heavier with each passing day. In quiet moments he would turn it in his hand, watching how the light bent across its perfect surface. Thoughts of power stirred in his mind, visions of a realm greater than Numenor had ever known, of a house eternal and unconquerable. He told no one of these thoughts, yet they nestled close in his heart like embers awaiting flame. Elrond spoke with him by the river, urging him once more to consider the danger of the ring. He did not demand, for he knew Isildur's pride would not bear it, but he reasoned with care, pointing to the shadow that lingered even in victory. He warned that Sauron's spirit was not ended, that it still dwelt within the ring, and that in keeping it Isildur might bind his house to a curse. But Isildur answered sharply, saying that it was his right, the ransom of his kin, and the seal of his rule. His words carried the sting of finality, and Elrond spoke no more. So the armies continued, crossing the plains of Gondor, and returning at last to their cities. The people lined the roads to greet them, cheering with voices both joyful and sorrowful, for they welcomed their sons, yet wept for their lords. Bells rang in Minas Anar, and torches were lit in Osgiliath, proclaiming the end of the long war. Yet, even in the midst of celebration, a shadow remained. For all who looked upon the ring upon Isildur's hand felt a chill, as though the shadow of Mordor had followed them home. Thus the alliance dissolved, its victory complete in battle but marred by doubt. The elves turned their faces westward, weary of Middle-earth, while men prepared to rebuild kingdoms born of ruin. And in the heart of Gondor, Isildur sat upon the throne of his father, the ring gleaming at his hand like a crown beyond all crowns. Sauron's body was gone, his armies scattered, yet his shadow endured in secret, carried unwittingly into the very heart of the realm that had struck him down. The return of the armies marked the beginning of a quieter struggle, for battles fought with sword and shield give way at last to battles fought within the heart. In Osgiliath the white towers shone once more, yet beneath their beauty lay grief that no triumph could conceal. Soldiers walked the streets with bowed heads, carrying the memories of Mordor in their eyes. Mothers embraced their sons with joy, but also with sorrow for those who would never come home. The city rang with both celebration and lament, a mingling of triumph and mourning that no herald could untangle. Isildur entered the city clad in black and silver, the banners of his house carried before him. The people acclaimed him as king, their voices rising in thunderous welcome, yet the crown upon his brow seemed almost less radiant than the ring upon his finger. Its gleam caught the sunlight, scattering golden fire across the stones, and many who saw it felt both awe and unease. The relic of the enemy, carried openly by their new lord, stood as a paradox, a token of victory and a seed of fear. The lords of Gondor came forth to swear fealty, but even as they knelt, their gazes lingered on the small circle of gold. Some murmured that it was a dangerous trophy to keep, others that it was proof of Isildur's right to rule. None spoke with open defiance, for he was heir of Elendil, and none could deny his valor. Yet in their hearts questions stirred, unspoken but sharp, like blades kept sheathed only out of necessity. At night the feasts began, as was the custom when kings returned from war. Wine flowed, musicians played, and halls glittered with torches. Yet the merriment felt strained, for the memory of the dead hung over every table, seats stood empty where once had sat Gil-galad's envoys or Anarion-esque captains. When Isildur raised a cup in remembrance of his father and brother, his voice faltered only for a moment before pride steadied it. Still, those who watched him closely saw his hand linger on the ring more often than on the goblet. Elrond remained in the city only briefly, for his heart was restless. He spoke to Isildur once more, not as a commander to a king, but as a friend to a man burdened by grief. He urged him again to consider the danger he carried, reminding him that no treasure of the enemy could bring healing to the wounds of war. But Isildur's reply was curt. He said the ring had come to him by right, through the blood of his kin, and that to abandon it would be to dishonor their sacrifice. His words ended the conversation, and Elrond left soon after, sorrow heavy in his eyes. The elves departed in the weeks that followed, their banners turning westward toward Lindon. Their songs, once heard in the streets of Osgiliath, faded into silence, leaving the city dimmer for their absence. Círdan, before leaving, warned a few among the Dunedain that the shadow had not been wholly vanquished. Yet his counsel was soft, offered only in private, for he knew it would not sway a people newly lifted into pride. When the ships bore the elves away, the realm of men stood alone with its triumph and with its peril. Isildur devoted himself to restoring the realm his father had founded. He walked the halls of Minas Annar, gazing on the white walls that gleamed in the sun, and spoke of how they would stand eternal. He ordered the rebuilding of strongholds, the repair of bridges, the clearing of lands scarred by war. Yet though his plans were noble, many noted that he wore the ring at all times, never setting it aside. To some it seemed a harmless habit, a king's ornament no different from a crown. To others it suggested a bond that tightened with every passing day. In private moments, Isildur studied the ring with growing fascination. He would hold it aloft before a torch, watching how the firelight bent across its flawless surface. At times he thought he heard whispers, faint as wind across stone, promising him a glory unmatched by any king of men. He told himself such thoughts were but the product of his grief, yet he lingered on them nonetheless. The ring had ceased to be a token of sorrow and had become, instead, the secret center of his pride. Whispers spread through the city as months passed. Some claimed the king's eyes glimmered strangely when the ring caught the light. Others said he spoke less often with his captains, and more often with himself, in low murmurs none could understand. The priests of the Valar offered prayers in the high temples, asking for protection against shadows seen and unseen, but few believed their words could reach so far. For though Sauron's form was destroyed, his malice still clung to the world, unseen yet felt. Osgiliath shone with torches by night, its river reflecting gold and fire, yet a chill moved among its streets. The people celebrated their king, but in their dreams many saw visions of shadow reaching out from a small golden circle. They awoke with unease, telling themselves it was nothing more than memory of war. Yet deep within their hearts, they feared that their greatest victory had sown the seed of future sorrow. In the months after the war, Gondor sought to rebuild its strength, but victory brought with it burdens as heavy as the war itself. The cities welcomed their king with festivals and banners, yet beneath the songs of triumph lay the muted toll of grief. Entire lineages had been thinned, villages emptied of sons. and the fields surrounding Osgiliath still bore the scars of fire and ruin. Men ploughed where corpses had lain, and children played in streets where funeral processions still passed. The kingdom lived, yet it lived in shadow, and its heart could not wholly rejoice. Isildur bore himself with kingly pride, but always the ring was upon his hand. He wore it in council, at feast, and even in private solitude. Courtiers whispered that it lent him majesty, for when he spoke, his voice carried an authority that quelled dissent before it rose. Captains who once argued over strategy now found themselves falling silent under his gaze. What had once been persuasion now felt like command, and though none dared question him openly, unease settled like dust in the high chambers of Osgiliath. The ring's influence crept quietly, unnoticed by those who wished only for peace. To the people, their king was strong and resolute, and his hand upon the throne seemed to promise stability. Yet beneath the surface, the subtleties of his rule shifted. Old friends found him distant, less inclined to laughter or shared counsel. Decisions came more swiftly, often without consultation. His words carried certainty, but the warmth that once softened them had begun to fade. Elrond, long departed, left behind words that lingered in memory. He had warned that no victory was complete while the ring endured. Some among the wise repeated his counsel in hushed voices, but Isildur's authority silenced them. Few dared risk the king's displeasure, for his grief was still raw, and his valour beyond dispute. Yet in taverns and marketplaces, rumours began to circle that the shadow had not wholly been vanquished. People spoke of dreams filled with fire, and of strange unease when they looked upon the golden band upon their king's hand. In the high courts of Gondor, Isildur announced plans to strengthen the realm. He spoke of rebuilding the watchtowers of the north, of restoring fortresses along the river, and of uniting the fractured provinces. His vision was vast, a dream of a realm that would surpass even the glory of Numenor before its fall. Many cheered his ambition, for after long years of war, they longed for strength. Yet some sensed that his gaze reached beyond the needs of his people, toward an enduring dominion shaped not by wisdom but by will. The priests of the Valar continued their rites in the temples, burning incense and offering prayers for guidance. In their ceremonies, they invoked the name of Eru and the blessing of the West, but fewer citizens gathered to listen. Many whispered that their king's authority outweighed the voices of distant gods, for he bore upon his hand a token that had overthrown the Dark Lord himself. The shift was subtle, yet it marked a turning of the heart of Gondor, away from humility and toward the dangerous allure of human pride. In the markets of Osgiliath, traders spoke of strange things. Jewels glimmered less brightly when placed near the king's treasure, as if their beauty were diminished by some unseen light. Weapons once blessed in temples lost their luster when laid in his halls. Some said it was the presence of the ring, others dismissed it as foolish talk. Yet the whispers grew, for even the common folk felt the change, and they began to speak of the ring as more than a relic. To some it was a charm of blessing, to others a curse that lingered unseen. Isildur's sons looked upon their father with both pride and unease. They had marched at his side through the long war and trusted in his wisdom, yet even they perceived that something had shifted since he claimed the ring. He grew restless, walking the halls at night, speaking in low tones when none were near. Once he had spoken often of their mother, of their homeland, and of the sacrifices of their house. Now his words were fewer, and his thoughts turned ever inward, as though a secret companion claimed his heart. Among the captains, one dared to speak quietly of the danger. He told his fellows that the king bore not a gift but a chain, and that the chain grew tighter each day. His words were met with silence, for none wished to voice agreement or risk treason. Yet his warning lingered, and more than one soldier wondered if the long war had truly ended, or if it had merely shifted into another form, hidden within their own halls. And so doubt began to root itself in Gondor, faint but persistent. The people celebrated their king, but in their hearts they carried unease. The ring shone as brightly as the sun upon his hand, yet its light seemed to cast longer shadows with each passing day. The triumph of the alliance was not undone, but neither was it complete. What had been won with blood and fire now stood upon a knife's edge, its future bound to the will of a single man. Winter settled upon Gondor, bringing sharp winds off the White Mountains and a hush over the river city of Osgiliath. The scars of war remained visible in its streets, though masons worked day and night to rebuild the bridges and towers shattered during the long campaign. Snow lay upon the rooftops, softening the harsh edges of stone still blackened by fire. Beneath the surface of daily labor, however, a deeper struggle was unfolding, one that could not be mended by brick or mortar. Isildur bore himself as king with all the dignity expected of Elendor's heir. His voice carried command in the councils, and his hand steered the rebuilding of the realm. Yet he remained restless, pacing the halls at night, his fingers turning the ring in ceaseless motion. It gleamed like a captured star, and many who saw it believed their king was chosen by fate itself. Few dared admit the disquiet that shadowed their admiration, for even in triumph there was something unnatural in the gleam of that band. The captains of Gondor assembled in council to speak of strengthening the borders. Orcs and scattered servants of the Dark Lord still roamed the wild, and Easterling raiders tested the watch along the river. But in those meetings, whenever voices rose in dissent or debate, Isildur's hand would rest upon the ring, and silence soon followed. None could say why they yielded so quickly, only that it seemed folly to oppose him. What had once been unity forged in hardship now felt more like obedience, compelled by something unseen. In the houses of healing, veterans of the war spoke of dreams that haunted their sleep. They saw the battlefield again, but always with one detail changed: the ring glimmering upon Sauron's hand as if it had never been cut away. They awoke trembling, convinced that the shadow still lingered. Priests and healers counseled them to lay aside fear, yet the persistence of these dreams troubled many. Some whispered that the ring had chosen a new bearer, and that the will of the Dark Lord might yet find a voice through him. Isildur's sons grew uneasy. They loved their father and honored his valor, yet they noticed the change in his countenance. He smiled less often, and when he did, it carried a sharpness unfamiliar to them. He spoke of future glories, of kingdoms strengthened, and of Numenor's line restored to greatness, but rarely of rest or peace. The burden of kingship weighed upon him, yet it seemed not merely the burden of rule, but something deeper, a weight unseen that he carried alone. Elrond, now returned to Imladris, wrote letters to his allies in the south, warning them in guarded words. He did not accuse Isildur, nor did he name the ring outright, but he urged vigilance and watchfulness, for he knew the peril had not been erased. Círdan likewise spoke to his mariners, saying that the shadow might rise again in ways unseen, and that the hearts of men were too easily swayed by gifts they did not understand. These warnings spread in fragments, reaching only a few, yet among the wise they found fertile ground. In Osgiliath, the common folk began to weave their own tales. Some said the ring granted their king foresight, for his decisions seemed always to anticipate need. Others muttered that it made him stern and distant, more statued than man. Children played games where one pretended to be the Dark Lord, another the king, and always the one with the pretend golden ring would command the others until the game collapsed into quarrel. The echo of the war lived on, even in play, reshaped into stories that carried warnings. Adults dared not speak aloud. The priests sought to counter these whispers with ceremony. They held processions along the river, offering prayers to the Valar and blessings upon the throne of Gondor. Isildur attended, wearing the ring openly, and when he raised his hand in the sunlight, the people cried aloud in awe. Yet the priests themselves exchanged uneasy glances, for the golden gleam seemed to outshine even the sacred symbols they carried. Some feared their authority was waning, eclipsed not by the crown but by the circle of power upon their king's hand. Spring thawed the snows, and Gondor's banners flew once more above its towers. The people looked to the future with hope, but beneath the hope lay uncertainty. The king was strong, the city was rising, and the scars of war were slowly fading. Yet, in quiet moments, many asked themselves whether the victory had been purchased at too high a cost. The ring was a reminder of triumph, but also of loss, and of a shadow that might not truly have been banished. The legacy of Elendil, bought with sacrifice, now rested on Isildur's shoulders. He bore it with pride, but pride alone cannot bear such a weight forever. The ring gleamed with promise, whispering of dominion without end, while the city around him whispered of doubt. The story of Gondor was beginning anew, but the seed of its trials had already been sown, hidden in the golden circle that had passed from Sauron's hand to the heir of Numenor. Summer came to Gondor, and with it a semblance of peace. Fields once scarred by war now rippled with grain, and the Anduin ran bright beneath a sky cleansed of Mordor's ash. Merchants returned to the markets, children laughed in the streets, and for a time it seemed the realm might heal. Yet beneath the surface, unease lingered, for the memory of the Dark Lord's fall had not faded, and the presence of the ring upon the hand of their king cast a shadow that no season could dispel. Isildur ruled with vigor, restoring the strength of his cities and ordering the watchtowers rebuilt. He spoke often of unity, declaring that the scattered provinces would again stand as one realm under the banner of Elendil's line. His vision was grand, his will unshakable, yet many who served at his side felt his rule had grown harsher. Captains who once debated him now found themselves silent, unable to resist the strange compulsion that seemed to flow from his presence. In his eyes burned a light both fierce and unsettling, and though none dared defy him, whispers of doubt moved through the halls of Osgiliath. The ring never left his hand. It gleamed in council, on the battlefield, and even in private repose. When he spoke, his fingers turned it idly, as though the small band of gold anchored every thought. courtiers told themselves it was merely a token of remembrance, a relic bound to the sacrifice of his kin. Yet others felt its power more keenly. They said his words carried weight beyond reason, that he could bend even stubborn men to obedience with a glance. Some wondered whether they obeyed their king or the ring itself. Among the people, stories multiplied. In taverns, men claimed the king's footsteps rang louder than any others, as though the earth itself acknowledged his presence. In marketplaces, women spoke of how jewels dulled when he passed, their beauty swallowed by the light of the ring. Children whispered tales of a golden band that could command the wind and bend shadows to its will. Some of these were born from awe, others from fear, but all carried the same refrain. The ring was more than a trophy. It was a power none could measure. The priests of the Valar grew uneasy. They performed rites upon the high altars, burning incense and singing hymns. Yet their voices seemed to falter whenever the king entered their halls. More than once, a priest dropped his gaze when the ring caught the light, ashamed by the sudden weakness of his own faith. In secret chambers, they debated whether the relic should be surrendered, but none dared to confront Isildur openly. To oppose the king was to oppose the line of Elendil, and after so much sacrifice, few had the courage to speak such treason. Isildur's sons spoke with him in private, appealing to his grief. They reminded him of their mother, of the hope their people placed in him, and of the counsel of the elves. They asked why he clung so tightly to the ring, why he would not set it aside, if only for a night. He answered with pride, declaring that it was his by right, the ransom for Elendil and Anarion, and the seal of his kingship. His words silenced them, though their unease grew deeper still. They saw that the ring was no longer a token of mourning, but the core of his identity. Messengers from the north brought troubling news. Orcs had begun to stir again in the wild, raiding villages and ambushing travelers. Though scattered, their boldness suggested some hidden strength still lingered. Isildur dismissed these tidings as remnants of a broken enemy, yet his captains were less certain. They urged vigilance, warning that the shadow might not have been wholly destroyed. But their words carried little weight against the confidence of their king, who believed the ring upon his hand guaranteed the realm's safety. Elrond's letters, carried south by trusted riders, reached Gondor during these months. In careful words he repeated his counsel. The ring must be destroyed, or the shadow would endure. He did not accuse Isildur of weakness, but he spoke of peril that could not be mastered by strength alone. The letters were delivered with ceremony, but Isildur read them in silence and set them aside. To those who asked his reply, he said only that Elrond did not understand the burden of kingship, nor the right of a son to claim the prize won by his father's death. His dismissal carried finality, and the matter was closed. So Gondor thrived outwardly, while unease deepened within. The harvest was good, the armies strong, the people loyal. Yet in the heart of their realm, the ring gleamed upon the hand of their king, whispering promises no mortal could resist. The warning of the wise had been given, but it was ignored, drowned out by pride and the fragile relief of peace. Victory had been won, yet already the seeds of its undoing had taken root, hidden in the very thing that seemed to secure it. Isildur, the eldest, kept his silence longer, but in his eyes there grew a shadow of doubt. He remembered his grandfather, Elendil, whose wisdom was great but tempered with humility. In Isildur, he now saw a flame that burned brighter, yet burned with a hunger that could not be quenched. Yet for all the industry and ceremony of renewal, there were whispers that the shadow of the enemy had not wholly passed. Isildur walked daily through the courts of Osgiliath, his hand always adorned with the ring. The people bowed low before him, their voices rising in acclaim, but when he passed, many turned their eyes away. There was a majesty about him that none could deny, but majesty sharpened by something colder. His smile was rarer now, and when it came, it seemed more like the glint of steel than the warmth of fire. Yet none dared question his presence, for in him they saw the heir of Elendil, the victor of Dagorlad, and the man who had cut the Dark Lord down. In council chambers, captains and lords gathered to speak of watchtowers, fortresses, and garrisons. They argued over routes of patrol, the repair of bridges, and the provisioning of the armies. But whenever discord grew too sharp, Isildur would lift his hand, and silence would fall as though commanded by some power greater than mere authority. Men who moments before had contested fiercely now yielded with sudden deference. None could explain why, only that it seemed impossible to resist the weight of his will. The ring gleamed upon his finger in those moments, its light falling across the polished tables like the mark of judgment. Isildur's sons were often present, seated near their father. They admired his strength, yet they were troubled by what they saw. Eretan spoke in whispers to Sirion, saying that their father's words carried a force that seemed unnatural. Elendil, the eldest, kept his silence longer, but in his eyes there grew a shadow of doubt. He remembered his grandfather, Elendil, whose wisdom was great but tempered with humility. In Isildur, he now saw a flame that burned brighter, yet burned with a hunger that could not be quenched. Beyond the city, rumors spread. Farmers claimed to see dark shapes moving at night along the riverbanks. Shepherds spoke of wolves that carried the cunning of men in their eyes. Raiders from the east struck with greater daring, vanishing into the wild before Gondor's soldiers could give chase. These things were brought before the king, but he dismissed them as remnants of a broken enemy. "What power remains to them?" he asked. "Their master lies in ruin, and his servants are scattered." His captains bowed and withdrew, though in their hearts they felt unease. The priests of the Valar continued their ceremonies, yet their voices faltered when the king entered their sanctuaries. Some felt their prayers could not reach as high as the gleam upon his hand. In private, they debated what counsel might be given, but none dared speak openly. To challenge Isildur was to challenge the very line of Numenor, and after so much sacrifice, who would dare risk division? Better to remain silent, they told themselves, and trust that time would soothe all fears. Merchants carried tales along the roads, weaving them into song and rumour. They said the king's treasure outshone all others, that no gem could rival the light of the ring. Some claimed it brought fortune to those who glimpsed it, others that it drained the strength of all things near it. Children imitated their king in play, fashioning rings of bronze or carved wood, commanding their fellows to kneel. At first their parents laughed, but as the game spread, it became a source of unease. What had once been a symbol of victory was becoming a symbol of dominance, a shadow falling across every part of daily life. In the northern lands, where the fields stretched wide and villages had begun to repopulate, men still feared the dark. Hunters claimed that when they wandered too far, they heard voices carried on the wind. Travellers spoke of strange lights in the distance, flickering like torches where no camp could be found. Though no great enemy army was seen, the land itself seemed restless. Those who remembered Elrond's warnings wondered if the danger was not in the wild, but at the very heart of Gondor. Isildur, however, was undeterred. He spoke of a future where Gondor would be unassailable, a beacon of strength that no enemy could threaten. He commanded the raising of new fortresses, higher and stronger than before. He sent emissaries to the south, calling for tribute and alliance, and many came gladly, for who could resist the will of the king who had slain Sauron? Yet some envoys returned home with whispers of unease, saying that Gondor's strength now seemed founded less on trust than on fear. At night, Isildur lingered alone in his chambers, turning the ring between his fingers. He remembered his father and brother, their faces bright with valor at Dagorlad. He told himself the ring was their legacy, the price of their sacrifice, and his right by blood. Yet in the stillness, he heard more than memory. There were whispers, faint but persistent, promising dominion beyond even his dreams. They told him that the line of Numenor could rise again, that he could surpass even the kings of old, if only he held the ring forever. He closed his hand around it, and the thought of surrendering it seemed not only folly but betrayal. Elrond's warnings were remembered by few. Those who spoke of them did so quietly, lest their words be thought treason. Yet in certain corners of Osgiliath, among the wise and the wary, doubt persisted. They wondered whether the war had truly ended, or whether it had merely changed its shape. Victory had been won, but the heart of that victory remained bound to a golden circle of power. And as the sun set over the white city, casting long shadows across its towers, many feared that the darkest struggle was only beginning. The summer waned into autumn, and the fields of Gondor yielded a harvest richer than any in living memory. Granaries filled, markets bustled, and the people, weary of war, turned their minds to trade. Family and the simple joys of life long denied them. Outwardly, the kingdom flourished, its banners flying proud upon the wind. Yet beneath the surface, a murmur of unease ran through its streets, whispered in doorways and taverns where the watchful ear of authority could not reach. For all their blessings, the people could not forget that their king carried upon his hand the golden circle once wielded by the Dark Lord himself. Isildur's presence loomed over every corner of the realm. He rode often through the streets of Osgiliath, his sons at his side, and the people cheered with voices that carried both pride and a subtle tremor of fear. There was grandeur in him now, something more than mere kingship. The ring lent a gravity to his bearing, an aura that drew every gaze. Yet what inspired awe also bred unease, for no mortal should carry such weight. Mothers pulled children back when he passed, not out of disrespect, but out of instinct, as if some primal part of them recoiled from his shadow. In council chambers, the change was even more pronounced. Captains who once debated fiercely found themselves yielding more swiftly. Words of caution slipped unspoken from their lips, replaced by silence. When Isildur spoke, his arguments seemed unanswerable, his vision irresistible. Yet after the council was dismissed, men left with unease in their hearts, uncertain whether they had agreed out of conviction or compulsion. The ring gleamed upon his hand, its light pooling on the table like a seal upon every decision. Among his sons Illander grew the most troubled. He loved his father dearly and admired his courage, yet he feared the changes creeping into his words and ways. One night, as they walked together upon the walls of Osgiliath, Illander dared to speak. He asked his father why he never removed the ring, not even in sleep. Isildur looked out across the dark river and said it was his burden, his ransom for Elendil and Anarion, and his right by the blood of Numenor. His voice carried a sharpness that silenced further questions. Yet afterward Elendil wept in secret, for he felt the father he had known slipping further away. Rumours multiplied in the taverns. Some claimed the king no longer aged, that his hair had darkened and his strength had increased. Others swore that when he grew angry, shadows lengthened unnaturally around him. Sailors upon the Anduin told of seeing lights upon the water when his ships passed, as though unseen fires stirred beneath the current. Many dismissed these tales as drunken fancies, but they spread nonetheless, woven into the fabric of common speech. A kingdom that had once been bound together by shared grief was now bound also by shared doubt. Priests of the Valar prayed with growing urgency. They gathered at dawn and dusk, chanting hymns to Iru, beseeching that the realm be guarded against shadows unseen. Yet their prayers felt muted, overshadowed by the radiance of the ring. Some priests began to falter, confessing privately that they felt their faith dim in its presence. A few even wondered aloud whether their devotions still carried weight in a land where the king himself bore a token of divine or infernal power. Their uncertainty spread to the people, who began to look less to the temples and more to the throne for their hope. In the northern provinces, where scattered orc bands still prowled, strange reports reached the capital. Villagers claimed to hear drums in the night, deep and rhythmic, though no enemy was ever seen. Hunters swore they found tracks that began and ended without reason, as if the land itself were shifting underfoot. Some captains urged vigilance, fearing that remnants of the Dark Lord's armies might be gathering strength. Yet when these tidings reached Isildur, he dismissed them with confidence. He declared that the shadow had been broken, that no true power remained to oppose Gondor, and that the ring upon his hand was proof of their dominion. His words silenced dissent, though doubt gnawed at those who heard them. Merchants from the south arrived with their own stories. They spoke of kingdoms beyond the desert growing restless, of lords who feared Gondor's rising power. Yet even these distant rulers spoke of the ring as if its fame had crossed the seas themselves. Some sought alliance with Isildur, hoping to bask in his strength. Others whispered of fear that Gondor's king had claimed the very source of the enemy's might. The ring, once a secret burden, had become a legend shaping the politics of far lands. At night, Isildur lingered long in his chambers, turning the ring before the firelight. He told himself it was a token of remembrance, the price of victory. Yet, in the stillness, the whispers grew clearer. They spoke not of the past but of the future, of thrones unassailable, of kingdoms unending, of glory greater than Numenor itself. He closed his hand tightly around it, and in that moment, surrendering it seemed unthinkable, an act of betrayal not only against his kin but against destiny itself. So Gondor prospered in the light of day, its banners flying proudly, its people rebuilding what war had destroyed. But in the quiet hours, in the shadows of the halls, and in the troubled hearts of its lords unease deepened. The ring shone as a token of triumph, yet each gleam of its surface seemed to reflect not peace but dominion. The kingdom had endured fire and battle, yet its greatest trial was only beginning, for it lay not in the strength of enemies without, but in the will of the king within. Autumn deepened, and the leaves along the Anduin turned to gold. The river carried their bright colours southward, mingling beauty with a strange melancholy, for the land seemed to whisper of both renewal and decline. Gondor outwardly thrived, its markets bustling, its soldiers vigilant, its people proud. Yet a heaviness lingered, unseen but widely felt, like a storm gathering beyond the horizon. For though the crown of Elendil rested upon Isildur's brow, it was the ring upon his hand that drew every gaze, shaping the fate of the realm more than any decree or banner. In council, Isildur spoke with a force that brooked no opposition. His vision was vast, stretching beyond the borders of Gondor into lands long unclaimed. He spoke of watchtowers upon the eastern marches, of fortresses raised in the south, of fleets to guard the coasts and extend Gondor's reach across the sea. His lords nodded in assent, for his words carried an authority that crushed dissent before it was born. Yet when they departed, some muttered in silence, wondering whether they had agreed from loyalty or compulsion. The ring glimmered on his finger, and in its light, even the wisest struggled to separate their own thoughts from the will of their king. Among his sons, unease grew. Eretin confided to Cirion that their father's ambition had sharpened since he claimed the ring, as though a fire burned in him that no victory could quench. Elendil, the eldest, remained silent longest, but his silence was heavy. He remembered how Isildur had once spoken of rest after war, of peace to honor Elendil's sacrifice. Now his words burned with conquest, of a Gondor that would rise to heights Elendil feared that the voice of his father was slowly being drowned by another voice altogether, one that whispered through the circle of gold. The priests of the Valar grew bolder in their unease. In secret meetings within the high temple, they debated whether to confront the king. Some argued that silence was safer, for to oppose Isildur was to oppose the line of Numenor itself. Others claimed that their duty was to the Valar, not to mortal kings, and that the ring was a danger too great to leave unchallenged. Yet fear held them back, for even in private their prayers faltered when the memory of the ring's light came to mind. They knew that to speak openly would mean exile, or worse. In the streets of Osgiliath, rumors turned darker. Merchants spoke of ships that moved with unnatural speed upon the river when the king sailed. Fishermen swore that the waters themselves seemed to bow before his passage. Mothers whispered to children that they must not stare too long at the golden band, lest it ensnare their hearts. Even the laughter of children playing at Isildur, and the ring turned uneasy, for the game always ended with quarrels, as if no joy could survive beneath its shadow. Beyond Gondor's borders, tidings grew troubling. Rangers in the north reported bands of orcs gathering in hidden valleys, moving with purpose rather than desperation. Envoys from the south spoke of kings who hesitated to send tribute, fearing Gondor's growing dominance, and from the east came rumors of men stirred by strange dreams, visions of fire and command that drew them toward the shadowed lands. Each report suggested that the world was not healed, but restless, as though the fall of Sauron had unbalanced it rather than secured peace. When these matters were laid before Isildur, he dismissed them with a confidence that bordered on arrogance. "What power remains that can challenge us?" he said. "The enemy is broken, and his servants are scattered. Gondor shall be the shield of the west, and none shall withstand us." His captains bowed, but unease gnawed at their hearts. They remembered Elrond's counsel, though they dared not speak it aloud, that the ring was not a gift of victory, but a danger yet unmastered. At night, in his private chambers, Isildur wrestled with thoughts he did not share. He told himself the ring was his right, the ransom for his father and brother, the mark of his kingship. Yet when he held it aloft in the firelight, he felt its whispers coil round his mind, soft as silk, strong as iron. It promised strength beyond the limits of men, a dominion that would endure unbroken for ages. It told him that the line of Numenor could rise again, not as a memory but as a power to rival even the Valar. He closed his hand around it, and the thought of casting it aside seemed like madness. Elendil, seeing his father's unrest, dared to speak again. "Father," he said, one evening as they walked the walls, "the burden you bear grows heavier with each passing day. Must you carry it always?" Isildur's face darkened, and he answered with words sharp as a blade. "It is mine by right. Would you have me dishonor the sacrifice of Elendil and Anarion? This is not a burden, but a gift bought with their blood, and none shall take it from me." Elendil bowed his head, his heart breaking, for he knew he had lost his father's ear. The seasons turned, and Gondor glittered in the autumn sun. Its markets thrived, its armies drilled, its ships patrolled the river. Outwardly, it stood as the mightiest realm of men. Yet in its heart lay a disquiet none could banish. The ring shone as a symbol of triumph, but its light cast shadows long and deep. Victory had been won, yet already its promise was turning to peril. For though the crown of Gondor sat upon Isildur's brow, it was the fire of the ring that burned ever brighter beneath the crown, shaping his will and binding the fate of his people. Winter's first storms swept across Gondor, lashing the Anduin with rain and veiling the white mountains in mist. The city of Osgiliath glistened with wet stone, its lamps casting halos in the drizzle as the people hurried through the streets. Life continued with the rhythm of trade and rebuilding, yet beneath the hum of daily toil there grew a silence that was not born of peace but of fear. For though the people acclaimed their king, few dared to speak too openly of what troubled them most. The ring that gleamed upon his hand like a second crown. Isildur's rule carried the strength of certainty. His decrees were swift, his vision expansive, his will unbending. Captains obeyed without hesitation, lords yielded without debate, and even the stubborn folk of the outlands bent their necks to his word. Outwardly, this seemed the mark of a strong king, yet those closest to him began to feel otherwise. It was not reason that won assent, but something subtler, a pressure that made resistance unthinkable. Men left his presence uncertain whether they had spoken their own minds or merely echoed his. The priests of the Valar felt this unease most keenly. Default their rites continued as tradition demanded, incense curling upward, hymns rising at dawn and dusk. Yet when Isildur attended their ceremonies, the songs faltered. Some swore that the light of the ring dimmed the glow of sacred lamps, or that the voices of choirs wavered when his hand was raised in blessing. In their private chambers, the priests debated what this meant. A few insisted the king bore a burden too heavy for any man and must be counselled. Others argued that silence was wiser, for who could challenge the heir of Elendil without inviting ruin? And so their counsel never reached his ears, swallowed by the very fear they sought to overcome. Among the common folk, stories shifted from awe to dread. Children no longer played at Isildur and the ring with laughter. Their games ended in quarrels that unsettled their parents. Market sellers muttered that jewels dimmed when the king passed, that fine silver tarnished near him, though none dared voice such complaints beyond a whisper. Sailors spoke of strange currents in the Anduin, claiming the river itself bent its course when the king's ships sailed. These tales mingled truth and fancy, but all carried the same refrain. The ring was not merely a relic, but a living power, shaping the world around it. Isildur's sons saw the change most clearly. They loved their father, yet they grieved for the man he was becoming. Islander, eldest and most steadfast, tried again to counsel him. "Father," he said, "the people are uneasy. They love you, but they fear what you carry. Would it not be wise to lay it aside, if only to ease their hearts?" Isildur's reply was sharp, his pride kindled by hidden fire. "It is mine," he said. "Would you have me cast away the ransom of Elendil and Anarion? This is not a burden, but an heirloom, and it shall not leave my hand." His words silenced Elendil, though in his heart he mourned, for he saw that reason could no longer reach his father. Beyond Gondor's borders, tidings grew darker. Orcs, once scattered, now gathered in bolder bands. Messengers from the east spoke of tribes moving with strange unity, as though stirred by a will unseen. In the south, chieftains hesitated in their oaths, whispering that Gondor's strength rested not in men but in the cursed ring. Captains brought these reports to council, urging vigilance. Yet Isildur dismissed them, his confidence unshaken. "Their master is broken," he said. "Without him they are nothing. Gondor shall endure unchallenged." His captains bowed, but unease clung to them as they left, for they sensed the shadow had not truly been banished. At night, Isildur kept long vigils alone. He sat before the fire, the ring turning slowly in his fingers. He told himself it was remembrance of his father and brother, a link to their sacrifice. Yet the whispers came unbidden, soft as wind yet sharp as steel. They promised a dominion beyond mortal span, a Gondor that would outlast even the mountains, a line of kings unbroken through the ages. The more he listened, the less he thought of sacrifice, and the more he dreamed of destiny. In those hours, he no longer questioned whether the ring was his to keep. He questioned instead how he had ever considered surrender. Meanwhile, Elrond's warnings lay unread in a chest, carried south by riders but set aside as relics of another time. Those who remembered his counsel spoke only in whispers, for to repeat it aloud was to risk the king's wrath. The last chance of counsel from beyond Gondor's borders faded into silence, drowned beneath the tide of Isildur's growing certainty. Thus, Gondor entered winter strong in arms, rich in harvest, and proud in spirit. Yet the silence of its priests, the unease of its captains, the sorrow of its sons, and the rumors of its people all pointed to a truth none dared confront. The kingdom had won victory in battle, but it was losing the battle of the heart. For though Sauron's body had been destroyed, his shadow had found a new host, gleaming upon the hand of the king. The last winter storms faded, leaving Gondor beneath a sky of pale silver. Snow melted upon the white mountains, feeding the Anduin until its waters ran swift and cold. In Osgiliath, the towers stood bright again, rebuilt by hands weary yet proud. Songs of triumph still drifted through the streets, though softer now, as though the people themselves felt the fragility of their peace. They had endured fire and ruin, and they had seen their king return crowned with victory. Yet beneath their pride lay unease, for the shadow of the ring was woven into every joy, an unseen thread binding their hearts with both awe and fear. Isildur bore his crown with majesty, but always the ring shone upon his hand. In council he spoke with certainty, in the courts he walked with dignity, and in his private chambers he kept long vigils before the fire. To his captains he was the unshakable lord of Gondor, to his sons the proud heir of Numenor, and to his people the king who had slain the Dark Lord. Yet in truth he was all these and less, for the ring had begun to shape the measure of his being. What he thought his right by blood had become the weight of his soul. His sons lingered by him, torn between loyalty and dread. Ellender's eyes often followed his father with sorrow, while Eretan and Sirion whispered of their unease in secret. They had grown to manhood under his valor, yet they feared that the man they loved was slipping from their reach. Still, none spoke openly, for to question him was to wound the memory of Elendil and Anarion. So silence bound them, as silence bound the priests and captains, each unwilling to break the fragile order that clung to Gondor's throne. Beyond the borders, the world stirred. Orcs crept from hidden places, tribes of the east moved with strange purpose, and rumors whispered that the will of the Dark Lord had not wholly departed. Yet Isildur dismissed such tidings with the ease of one convinced of his own destiny. The shadow is broken, he declared. Gondor shall be the fortress of the west, unyielding and eternal. His words carried conviction, and those who heard him bowed in assent, though in their hearts doubts still lingered. And so the kingdom entered a new age, outwardly triumphant, yet inwardly uneasy. The crown of Gondor shone bright in the sunlight, but the ring gleamed brighter still, a fire that no water could quench. In its light, the future of men shimmered with both promise and peril, bound to the will of a single hand. Thus ended the tale of victory, yet not the tale of peace. For though the Dark Lord had fallen, his shadow endured, carried now in silence upon the hand of the king. It would sleep for a time, waiting in the quiet places of the world, but it would not be forgotten. The burden of Isildur would pass into memory, and memory into legend, and legend at last into the dreams of those who came after. And to you, reader, who has walked this long road through battle and shadow, I offer a quiet farewell. May your rest be lighter than that of kings, your dreams gentler than the whispers of rings. Lay down your burdens, if only for tonight. Sleep well beneath the stars that no darkness can truly conquer. Good night.